Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The battle is lost. The roar of lightning sounded among the dark purple sky, the fall of a high tower. At the moment when they said this, at the moment when this actually happened, words were spoken that no one dared to utter. The swords of the battle were stained with blood. The battle is lost. Many people could not stop staring at the collapsing building. One of the warriors turned to leave. He was ashamed, because they had lost, it was all over anyway. The cane furiously stuck into the ground, screaming about how it all ended. Sun Ogong, deprived of his right arm, screamed in complete anger that this was not the end. The man coming to meet him saw and repeated what a victory it is if everything around dies. Hercules, dressed in the skin of a lion, knew that no matter how immortal that armless guy was, he could not behave like that in front of an external god. Standing in front of Sun Ogong, the hero of Olympus understood that this place would soon be discovered. Looking at the blue ball floating in the air, he assumed that perhaps it had already been found. The magic sphere bounced off the ground behind the men arguing with each other. Yuan walked towards them proudly and slowly, dressed in a black suit, chains hanging on his chest. Turning around, the men did not expect to see him. The dark-haired guy sat down on a stone, lowering his head. Everyone was surprised why he was alone. Traces of blood were visible on his face and shirt collar. The warriors, looking at him, could not believe that everyone had died. Yuan, without raising his head, continued to sit in front of the people, admitted that everyone was dead except him. The magic ball fell to the ground, covered in black smoke. Everyone paid attention to him. It was stupid chaos, added the man sitting in grief. Barely holding the hero of Olympus in his arms, Sun Ogong continued to scream furiously. He could not believe that this was one of the external gods. Strongly squeezing his knee, Yuan clearly learned from what happened that they are internal. Rising, looking into the distance, he continued, internal ones cannot defeat external ones. A blue portal opened in the air. A man in a robe stood in front of him with his arm outstretched, saying that they couldn't win just now. Yuan's empty gaze looked at the open portal, and he himself thought about the method of victory. Kronos, with a gear mechanism hovering above his hand, told him to return to the previous world line and start all over again. The winding mechanism of Kronos consisted of small and large gears, in the center of which were the hour hands. This is the only way in which there may not be Kronos, because this is the price for turning back time. Yuan looked at the clockwork mechanism and did not believe that it would disappear as a fact of existence. Bringing the gears closer to the man, Kronos assured him that there would be no difference in his absence or presence. Yuan closed his eyes so as not to cry. It hurt him to lose someone else. Gathering his strength, he stood up because he understood that this was his last chance. All the warriors looked at the brunette. Everyone wanted him to return to the past. Surprised, Yuan still knew the answer, that he would be this traveler. He looked at the fiercely angry Sun Ogong. Because he is also a strong candidate, he was given the answer. The reason was that the man in black entered the tower later than everyone else. Remembering all the howlers, despite this, Yuan was able to adapt to this world faster than anyone else and fight shoulder to shoulder, and also reach the highest floor of the tower before anyone else. A man approached the Chosen One and reminded him that creatures from the upper floors receive restrictions upon entering the lower floors. It was Hercules, who continued his conversation about the tower, because it can only be changed by rising from the bottom. The man in armor, coming up from behind, added that their relationship would not be the same as now. It would be necessary to make sure that they could remember Yuan. Leaning on his cane, Sun Ogong jokingly asked to hit the one who couldn't remember. In parting, the man in black sarcastically thanked him for his good speech and set off on his way. Yuan's hand rose up to touch the mechanism. The gears floating in the air above the palm began to fly chaotically. The man kept only one thought in his head: he will try. The mechanism rang, the hands began to run, and the gears fell to the ground. After a glow of bright light, he saw his hands. He looked and did not understand what was wrong with him. His body was very light, his stats and mana disappeared. Clenching his fists, he didn't understand. They didn't send his body to the past, but turned back time itself. Looking around, he realized that he would have to start all over again. A strong blow from a guy in a school bomber suddenly lands in his face. As a joke, the stranger poked Yuan on the shoulder and found out how he felt. Looking at the guy, the time traveler did not understand what had just happened, but he saw the logo of Chingsal University. Standing in front of him, he remembered how he studied at this university, and the name of the guy who again began to swing his arms to strike. The blonde guy tried to hit again, but the guy in the black jacket and shorts dodged. The bully was surprised by this turn of events. Yuan began to lift up his sleeves and intimidate the guy, asking him what date it was today. The classmate was not ready for defeat and tried to strike again. But the time traveler got ahead of him and struck his opponent's jaw from below. He found the phone. On the screen he saw the time and date. This is 9 hours before he gets into the tutorial. December 31st, 2019, 8 o'clock in the evening in the vicinity of Hongdae, the city glowed from the windows of buildings. There were high-rise buildings and small residential houses. A busy street, the tables of establishments were filled with people relaxing after a working day. The street shone with night lanterns. The guy in the black mask and Panama hat was unhappy with how many people there were. A group of friends sitting at a table called out to the guy. His name was Myung-hoon. He approached the table and immediately picked up a glass of drink. His comrades, in the form of a joke, wrote him a fine for being late in the amount of 50,000 won, to which he responded with rudeness. The guy in the university bomber drank alcohol in one gulp. His friends, who were already having fun, were concerned about his mood, but he asked to pour him more. As the drink poured into his glass, the conversation turned to Yuwon. Myung-hoon was very angry. His bared teeth were visible from under his black mask, remembering how he had attacked him. The guy in the bomber jacket was lying on the floor, wiping blood from his face, and Yuwon was standing over him and talking about how little was left. Thinking through the methods of execution in his head, Myung-hoon lied to his friends, saying that he most likely went to the hospital half dead. Raising their glasses, they continued to mock him and figure out how else to beat him. The clink of glasses rang and the friends began to drink. After some time, one of the guys looked at his wristwatch. It was too late. They stopped on a crowded street. 20,202 was a long holiday weekend. They were planning a third alcoholic session. Steam was coming out of the mouth of the guy in the Panama hat. He wanted to go faster because he was already sober. The sound of the suitcase wheels rolling caught their attention. Isn't it Yuwon? He walked in a black suit, holding his luggage by the handle. The friends' gaze did not leave the guy. They did not expect to see him here. Myung-hoon tore off the mask from his face and decided to approach him, supposedly to say hello. He ran after him, shouting at his back. A group of friends surrounded him, preventing him from passing. The guy in the manama asked what he forgot here. A large number of people passed by the guys, not paying attention. Yuwon raised his watch hand. It's almost 12 o'clock, let's enjoy the remaining 3 minutes to the fullest, and then all hell will break loose, he said, taking off his watch. Myung-hoon, from not understanding what was said, was furious with anger. He went to meet the dark-haired guy while he slowly opened his suitcase. Before he could get there, he opened his mouth in horror, his eyes wide open. Yuwon's luggage contained a small black backpack and a large number of different types of bladed weapons. A group of friends got scared. They pushed the guy away and asked him to apologize. Yuwon, not paying attention to the requests, calmly picked up the axe. He put a backpack on his other hand. He understood that this street in Seoul had the highest turnover of people. The guy quickly walked towards his enemies holding a weapon in his hand. His face was completely calm. Without ceasing to think that everything was beginning, his watch, which was lying on the asphalt, rang exactly 0. People grabbed their heads. They could not understand what was happening. The entire city was enveloped in lightning and purple rays. Yuwon still walked as if nothing was happening past his enemies. Myung-hoon looked at the guy in horror. Why wasn't he in pain? He wondered. District 20,131. Population 12,014 people. The tutorial begins. Survive the zombie invasion. After 30 minutes, all creatures will be eliminated. Yuwon went to meet the zombies who had just returned. He could not believe that they were real. Looking through everything in the area, he guessed, because the number of creatures corresponds, this is due to the setting of the difficulty level of the tutorial. The more people in the area, the higher the difficulty level, and then the balance in the area will be maintained. In Hongdae, the density of people is extremely high relative to the streets. A blue screen with small lightning bolts began to be visible near the guy's palm. The area is limited to the escape area, that is, no matter where you go, zombies will be everywhere. In other words, soon all the streets will be flooded with blood. An old knife appeared in his hand. A notification appeared that said that through the system window command you could check your health status. Not paying attention to the chaos happening on the streets, Yuwon looked at what one would hardly call a weapon. Throwing the knife on the ground, the guy reached into the bag that was hanging on his back. He knew that for the old him, having such a weapon would have been enough, but now this is not enough. He took a strange bottle with a red cap from his backpack and opened it with a movement of one finger. Drops of liquid scattered in different directions. Looking into the reflection on the dagger, Yuwon began to swing the weapon, cutting off the heads of the zombies he encountered. For each zombie killed, they were given 100 points and an increase in experience. Blood was pouring everywhere, and the number of corpses was increasing. Yuwon's level was raised. His gaze was purposeful. He felt his body gradually starting to become lighter. I received a notification that the level has been raised. The heads of the next zombies fly off their shoulders. One of them had his throat pierced from behind. The level up notification has reappeared. The hero cut them everywhere with high precision. He was notified that his level had been raised. From the protagonist's blows with a knife, the limbs and body parts of the Walking Dead scattered in different directions, and he again raised his level. Yuwon continued his fierce battle and people gathered around him, and someone nearby called everyone to look at it and asked if these zombies were really not that strong, to which another asked if they should try, and another one screamed that he was going to kill. The man in the vest swung his axe with confidence and shouted. He struck the monster with an axe, but the weapon failed to cause serious damage. The attacker was stunned and asked in horror why it didn't work. A moment later, the walking dead bit him and he screamed loudly. The hero looked at what was happening with a serious look and thought that this was impossible with ordinary forces. Then he continued to cut them into pieces, thinking that, in contrast to the fact that they are slow and weak, they do not know pain and are incredibly tenacious, and besides, their bite is deadly poisonous. The protagonist dealt another blow to the zombies and thought that there were those who barely managed to survive and who were able to rise to high floors, but it was not at all easy. The knife was unable to cut through the flesh and Yuan felt angry inside. He then kneed the creature and wondered if the effect had worn off. While the monster was flying away from the blow, he reached for his pocket and thought that they were far from simple opponents, but they had a weak point. After Mick took his hand out of his pocket in the place with the flask and thought about what it was. Then he cut the flask into 2 parts right in the air with a blade. The protagonist remembered how he was sitting in an unfinished building and next to him on the floor, leaning on a pipe, a blonde-haired man sat and said that, unlike Yuan, he had no talent, and even if compared, not with him, but with other people. Same story, to which he said that the eldest survived anyway. But the interlocutor told him that he was incredibly lucky and he found out an incredible thing in the first tutorial, and then asked if he knew what he was doing before being locked in the damn tower. The man angrily picked up a jar of salt water in his hand and said that he was engaged in salt mining, and then said that the weak point of these zombies was salt. A moment later, the hero was hacking away at the zombies with renewed vigor. He received a notification that he had received a new achievement called an incredible result, which was to kill 100 monsters in 10 minutes in the tutorial. The short-haired man glanced to the side, and another notification came that 3 points of free stats had been received. Afterwards, we learned that free stat points, unlike points for raising a level, which raise stats randomly, can be used to increase the desired stats, and now Mick has 3 of them. But upon completion of the tutorial, free stat points are distributed randomly. Yuan looks at this banner surrounded by corpses and thinks that, as it turns out, free stat points can be obtained in the tutorial. He then pulled his finger towards it and thought about whether he would use them. But then the hero brushed off the sheet with his hand and, as he left, thought that it would be better to save this for later because he couldn't waste his stats just to catch zombies. Afterwards, the protagonist went towards the crowds of zombies, seeing a notification in the sky that he needed to survive the zombie invasion, and there were 10 minutes left, but they would disappear automatically, and then he thought that he should first find a suitable place. But then he had to turn around, because screams were heard from behind and immediately after he clearly said that it would be there. Ning-hoon tried to cut off another zombie's head while screaming, but the weapon did not take them, and he only groaned. The blue-eyed man frowned and thought that it didn't work out for him again. But Yuan easily endured them, and then wondered why it didn't work out for him either. He took his dagger out of the monster and thought about what if he had the weapon that Mick uses. The zombie opened his eyes wide and let out a roar, but he kicked him in the stomach and ordered him to get out. His allies ran up to the man, and the creature flew away a couple of meters. The guy with the bowl haircut looked back in alarm and asked them if it seemed to them that there were not fewer of them, but only more. And the second asked about where Yuan went, because they could survive next to him. The blonde sharply cast his alarmed glance to the side and thought about the hero. Afterwards, he saw a lot of zombies and thought about where Mick had gone. Ning-hoon turned back, as he was called out and told that he had something ahead. He made another blow to the creature. His knife broke and he was terrified and incomprehensible. The zombie stretched his hand towards him and growled, and he thought that he was finished. He covered himself with both hands and stood in front of the monsters who growled and walked straight at him until they crumbled. But then the guys saw this and the blonde asked why they suddenly. But he was interrupted by a man with a bowl cut and asked if something was falling on top. There was a large amount of strange dust in the sky. The blue-eyed man offered his hand. He tasted it and thought it had a salty taste and wondered if it was salt. At this time, another notification came that the level had been raised. The protagonist jumped from one roof to another, receiving these notifications one after another. Then he landed on the roof, braking for a while. A notification came that the first tutorial was completed and the number of survivors was 4077. Yuan looked over his shoulder and thought that a lot had died. While he was looking down at a lot of people and continued to receive notifications that he was being given a reward in proportion to the number of enemies killed, which is equal to 1427. Which means the same number of points, and he also received additional stat points, and his strength was increased by 1, and endurance by 2, and also received 1 free stat point, and he also killed the most enemies, and receives 500 points for this. His face immediately became stone and he exhaled and received another notification about receiving the achievement, an incredible result, and received 1000 points for it. And then he thought that he had killed a lot and wondered how many more notifications there would be. Afterwards, he looked at his status sheet and thought that he had 3000 points in total, and before he started with 10, and this is definitely a huge number for the first tutorial. Afterwards, Yuan threw his bag over his shoulder and received a notification that the second tutorial would begin in a while, which made him think that he was not given a moment's rest. But then something shocked him, because everyone heard an unknown voice greeting them, and at that time the hero was thinking about the next tutorial. The survivors looked up and were perplexed by what to hear, and the voice continued, saying that he congratulated them on their survival and said that there were too many survivors and this was confusing. The protagonist also looked up and aggressively thought that this was a 6, and he continued and said that he needed to convey something to the survivors, because initially this was announced after the completion of the second tutorial. But this time it was an exception. After all, there was a person who reached the threshold too quickly. People stood in panic. A man with a cut on his cheek asked in horror if he would tell them how to get home, and a man with a cut bridge of his nose asked him to be quiet and asked him to listen to him. 6 said that he wanted to inform them about the way to use points. He imagined a lot of different items, weapons, and collections, and said that there are 2 main ways to use points, and the first is in the store, and perhaps there will be things there that they cannot even imagine. Then he imagined shaking hands with coins surrounding him and said that the other was currency, and asked if they liked money, and then said that they could trade with anyone through a handshake. The hero lowered his hand down and thought that he knew very well that only with the mere presence of points you can become a god. This is not idle chatter, and especially the store plays an extremely important role in this world. The dark-haired man looked over his shoulder and frowned, thinking that from that moment the struggle for level and points began, and at that time a voice said that time was up and asked if their vacation was sweet. A golden sphere began to grow from the very center of the zone, and he continued by saying that the alerts were completed and now it was time for another fight. Everyone received a notification that a safe zone was being created in the center of each district and they needed to reach the safe zone. People started running quickly in one direction, and the next notification was that 100 points were being given out every 3 hours. This was followed by a notification that the second tutorial was starting. Around the crowd there were many multicolored zones radiating from the central purple one. People began to enter the area and questioned whether it was a safe zone. A man with a bowl haircut grabbed Myung-hoon's shoulder as he was holding his face and urged him to go while he asked what the hell was going on. The blonde slowly removed his hand from his face and remained meaningfully silent, while his comrades discussed where Chang-ho had gone, and another said that he did not know and assumed that he had died. They all looked forward with alarm, and the man in the cloak asked the blue-eyed one about what was wrong with him and what he was looking for, and he said that nothing had happened and everything was fine, and the third asked about where Yuan had gone. At this time, the hero slowly walked away from the crowd, while the man in the cloak said that judging by the way he had recently fought, he was some kind of monster, and then asked if he had any predisposition to wielding a dagger. Myung-hoon, who noticed what was happening, quickly followed the protagonist and ordered his people to retreat, and they asked him where he had gone. Then he grabbed the time returner by the shoulder. The blonde turned him towards him and asked where he was going, and said that he didn't need to go there, then asked if he had heard that everyone was told to go in a circle. He smiled brazenly and urged him to go, because the elder must definitely take care of the unlucky younger one, but at this time he was thinking about what he did not want to admit. But now he would be much safer next to him, and if he was the first to extend his hand, then he would definitely. But the hero, without raising his head, calmly said that he knew this. He removed his hand from himself and said that he needed to go somewhere and wished him well to stay. Afterwards, the black-haired man put his hand on his shoulder and calmly said that if he so wants to survive, then he shouldn't curry favor with others and should just sit quietly in the safe zone. Afterwards, the guy brought his eyebrows together and calmly told him that he should do without arrogance. He immediately turned around and aggressively asked what Yuan allowed himself to do. Then he clenched his fist and cursed in his thoughts. Afterwards, he quickly went to the safe zone, and the comrade running behind him hit the wall while he thought about the protagonist failing and wondered whether he would be safer with that goat than in the safe zone. But then the blonde turned around and heard his screams that he was stuck. Although he was told to enter, he thought that he was stuck. And then something caught his eye. Above them was a notice that the limit on the number of people was 2038. He looked at it carefully and thought that this place had a limit of 2,000 people, and then realized that this was exactly half of the survivors, and that meant the remaining ones who could not enter in a circle. Outside the safe zone, human scraps and stones began to fly apart. Blue-eyed looked at this in horror and listened to the screams. Behind the walls, huge worms ate people and destroyed buildings and land while they prayed for salvation. At this time, the dagger plunged into the monster's neck. Yuan killed another monster by swinging his weapon while it screamed in pain. The protagonist looked to the side, and while others were screaming in agony, he thought that it had begun. Afterwards, he slowly went down the stairs and a notification came to him that he had killed an earthworm and he was given 300 points and 2 random stat points. And then a notification came out that his strength had been increased by 1 as well as his agility. The hero looked down seriously and thought that the earthworms were not visible because they were bursting out of the ground. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and thought that if he blocked his vision and focused on other senses. In front of him, he felt massive darkness and heard a quiet rumble. The ground vibrated slightly under his foot. The ground began to tear apart and a worm began to burst out under his foot. He jumped up and hit him on the head, thinking that now was the time. Then the dark-haired man waved his dagger. The one who returned in time was able to kill the next monster, splashing its green blood. But then something caught his attention. A notification came out that his level had been raised, and his strength, agility, and intuition were increased by 1. The ground scattered under his foot and he thought that the level had risen from just 2 creatures. The protagonist went down the stairs and thought that if he tried hard, he could gain a lot of stat points. Having taken another step, he stopped. The dark-haired man looked around. Then the blue-eyed man looked around the corner and thought that earthworms settle underground and dig caves for themselves. He froze, cast a calm look and thought that, in other words, this is the best place to hunt earthworms. In front of him were many worms that filled the subway and a notification came out that a hidden dungeon had been discovered at Hongdae Station and for this he received 100 points. A lot of monsters huddled together in a ball and he thought that this was a wonderful find. Then he twirled the dagger in his hand and thought that when a nest was found, there was nothing difficult left in the hunt. The hero put both daggers in front of him and thought that first he needed to reach the 20th level. Another worm rushed towards him with its mouth open and screaming, but he jumped over their heads with great speed and killed them one by one. Splashes of green blood flew to the sides every now and then. The protagonist was in a state of flow, waving his daggers, but then he saw a sphere falling out of the worm. Afterwards the guy waved his daggers and thought that it was a bead and thought that it turned out that they could be obtained here. After he took it in his hands, he thought that it was amusing, so much so that they seemed charming to him. Raising his hand higher, the blue-eyed man smiled and apologized to them, saying that he had a reason for their extermination. Outside, the worms ate the people one by one as they screamed in agony. People in the safe zone were afraid and huddled. Someone said that it was terrible, and another said that since they were caught anyway, they could die by biting their tongue. Then a notification came out saying that 3 hours had passed and 100 points had been received. People looked at these notifications in alarm and someone asked if it was that someone said that it was like money and that 100 points was a lot. Then a notification came out that the red zone was becoming inactive and the maximum number of people dropped to 1,500. The area began to become smaller and people were perplexed. The next notification was that if the limit is exceeded, people are randomly expelled from the safe zone. The area was slowly shrinking under people's feet and one of them asked how much they planned to reduce it, and the other asked what the hell was happening and thought that his body was being pulled in by itself. Many people from the crowd were thrown over the wall and the counter slowly became smaller. The next thrown out person is about to be eaten by a monster. People begin to run further away from the wall, screaming and shouting, and the counter said that there were almost 3 hours left. A man with black hair hit the young guy in the chest with aggression and told him not to block the road, and then asked him if he wanted to die by his hand. The crowd ran, and its participants fell at the feet of others. Someone shouted that he needed to go inside, and someone asked why they were blocking his way. And then Moonhoon stopped shouting at everyone to shut up. Several people turned to look at him and they remained silent significantly. At this time, the blonde man looked at them with aggression on his face and said that they would now decide who would die in his place. Moonhoon grimaced angrily, shouting that now they will decide who dies in his place. The man clenched his fists, looking at all those who surrounded him, thinking that at this rate he could get out of here. The guy looked into the eyes of the man standing opposite him, who was looking back, and the hero himself was thinking that he could kill him. At that very second, Moonhoon grabbed the man by the collar, thinking that he could survive in this case. Holding a weak man opposite him, who could not do anything against him, the guy looked into his eyes, and everyone around him screamed, not understanding what this madman was doing. The hero's gaze acquired determination. He gritted his teeth and said loudly that he would kill this old man at any cost. At this very time, Yuan held a weapon in his hands, striking the monster. The monster's mouth opened, and at that time the hero cut it into several pieces. He walked decisively towards his goal, quickly moving his feet. The weapon in the guy's hand shone with a bright light as he drew it. Immediately a strong blow fell on the creature's mouth, causing it to become furious, screaming and showing all its teeth. Yuan walked on with his head down, while parts of the monster lay on the ground and nervously swayed, and the guy's level rose due to this. He put all the trophies in his backpack, and the holographic window reported that the guy's agility, endurance, and intuition had been increased by 1 and the hero himself had reached level 20. Having thrown the backpack onto his back, the character was holding an axe in his hands, and the panel announced that a new stat would now open. Wiping his knife with the hand in which he held his blade, the hero closed his eyes and realized that it took him 3 whole hours, during which he was very tired, but due to the increase in stats, his body gained lightness. Looking at the achievements window that popped up, the guy saw all his rewards for hunting earthworms, 3 random stat points and 1 free stat point. Yuan raised his finger to the screen, which asked if the hero wanted to use stat points, of which there were only 5, and the man pressed the positive answer. The hero held his weapon in his hands while he was given free stat points. The man closed his eyes while it was reported that his mana had been increased by 5, and the mana itself was a stat that would become the base for his future powers. Walking away from the room where the corpses of earthworms lay, the hero thought that now there was no stat more important than this, and his mana was exactly 18. The character thought that even the small number of people who received the blessing of the tower had a starting mana of 12 stats, so this was a good start. Walking further with the axe, Yuan looked around, thinking about what was now required of him. His eyes opened wide and, looking upward, he called out to someone. Looking at a wide crack in the ceiling, the guy asked someone what he was looking at. What was in this crevice was silent. After this, a voice was heard addressing the hero, asking how he knew about this. Standing with a weapon in his hands and looking around, the character replied that he was attracting attention, so he immediately understood it. A smile appeared on the man's face and he asked the man if it was really boring to look somewhere else, and the stranger's voice replied that it was so. Some creature began to descend from above, thanking the guy and saying that he added color to her routine work. She opened her mouth in surprise and said, not believing that the hero had already reached the 20th level. It was Lackey. Holding a weapon, Yuan replied to the approaching creature that he was just lucky, but she replied that there are no worse people in the world who speak like that. Spinning on her stone, Lackey looked at the guy, asking the reason for her call, and the hero replied that he wanted to go to the store and to that. She asked him if the character wanted to buy something, but the man replied that this is not what he wants. The clown-like creature grimaced as the hero announced that he wanted to buy a skill. The man stood in front of a huge holographic window while Lackey talked about how he became the first person to buy the skill in the second tutorial. The hero reached for the panel after the creature's words that he could choose what he wanted, and the man thought that there was too much in the store and it would take a lot of time to get to the end. Yuan kept scrolling, looking at all the skills. His face took on a confused look and he asked if this was all the skills that were available, and he was told that this was all that could be obtained from the tutorial. Determination appeared in the character's eyes, and Lackey asked him if he was really looking for something specific, and the hero replied that he was not looking for anything. He thought that he would continue to clarify, but after attracting more attention to himself, because otherwise it would not bode well. Looking at the panel where the skill appeared, the man decided to buy Monkey Eyes, but the mentor sent by the leader grinned, saying that this was not such a good skill. The panel showed that 2,000 points had been spent. Without looking at his companion, the man replied that this skill had a cool name, and the holographic panel reported that Monkey Eyes had been obtained. Then the next skill appeared on the panel and the guy spent the remaining 1,500 points on the skill of the lower mana sword. Heading forward, after he had chosen everything that suited him, Lackey fussed around the man, saying that he had made a good choice, because the inferior magic sword made up for the lack of attacking power of the newcomers, but all these explanations irritated Yuan. The creature waved his hand, indicating that he would better leave and wishing him a pleasant time. The hero left, walking forward and listening behind him to the last words of his mentor that she had high hopes for him. The character looked up and, thinking about the words spoken, realized that he would be looked after as if he were an object of special service. Moving his feet quickly, the man walked, thinking that it didn't matter to him whether he was being followed or not, because he got to this place legally, so there was nothing to catch him. Suddenly, the hero, illuminated by 2 different light beams, lowered his head, realizing that his only concern was returning, but he did not know if they could find out about it. Introducing Kronos, who handed him the artifact. Standing near the retinue, the guy thought that the winding watch used for the return was created by this very man, Mimir, Odin, and as a penalty for using the watch, his very existence was erased. The leader looked at him with empty eyes, but the man understood that ordinary examiners and trustees would not be able to find a single clue that would lead them to return. The guy thought about what would happen if someone found out. Belted by yellow smoke after using the Monkey Eyes skill, which expands vision areas and enhances the 5 senses, the man walked forward with the weapon, knowing that his goal was unchanged. He opened his yellow eyes, looking straight ahead. Walking past the earthworms, Yuan understood that he needed to quickly improve his skill level, because the real value of these eyes lay elsewhere. A terrible thing appeared before the hero, namely how toothy creatures devoured people alive. Suddenly a guy appeared in front of them, standing in the distance and piercing the monsters with his gaze. The panel showed that the guy had less than half an hour left to deal with them. Using an inferior magical sword, the character stood in front of the creatures, looking at them with determination and realizing that there was enough time for this. He spread his hand with a weapon that shone with a bright flame and, standing opposite the heart, said that he thought it would be here. A huge purple creature appeared in front of him, opening its mouth, and the young man realized that this was the boss of the second tutorial, namely the Mother of Worms. Yuan stomped loudly, causing a powerful sound to be heard. His foot was near the creature's tail and, feeling the rough touch, the mother screamed and got angry. The hero himself looked up at her, listening to her sighs and realizing that she was not like those monsters who devour people. The boss of the second tutorial opened her mouth wide and growled loudly, defending her children, while the guy defended himself from her and understood that the mother had a strong attachment to her children. Looking at the monster's open mouth and eyes that were not looking at him, the hero realized that his mother had the same severe lack of brains. Immediately its mouth closed and many stones flew to the sides. Yuan jumped high, heading towards the boss, and pointed his weapon at her. Flying in the air, the character declared that he would kill her instantly. He rushed at her with an axe and sword, pointing the blade at her head. A guy with burning eyes was pointing an axe towards his forehead. As he struck and flew over her legless worm-like body, the hero was pursued by a loud scream and the creature's drooling. He rushed over her torso, cutting it into pieces. The boss of the second tutorial was thrashing and screaming in a fit, while the man struck her with strong blows with his axe and sword. The character's gaze became determined and he looked, smiling and asking what to do next. At that same second, he jumped up, realizing that he needed to turn his mother's body over and knock it over, but she threw the young man up. The man became furious and rushed at her with a sword, saying that this was an extremely bad choice. He quickly moved from every part of her body, waving his weapon. Madness and determination flashed in his eyes, and Yuan embitteredly realized that this was not the end. The creature opened its toothy mouth, screaming loudly and looking at all its wounds that the fighter had inflicted. The man flew forward, cutting his mother into two parts with his sword, which glowed brightly in his hands with a blue flame, and the hero himself understood that there was still a little left. Flying over the boss's head, the young man looked at her. At that very second he rushed into her mouth, which she opened wide. The warrior looked at her decisively, thanking his mother for coming to him for the first time, and a bright fiery light flashed in the guy's eyes. In a matter of seconds, the boss's mouth was split into two parts with one strong and powerful blow from the young man's sword. At this time, someone grabbed Muhun's leg, asking him for help and saying that he shouldn't do this. But the blonde guy pulled out a knife, shouting loudly for the victim to shut his mouth, and at the sight of this the old man recoiled from the young man. The man was horrified, looking at the distraught hero, who echoed that he should observe the limit, because everyone agreed to choose the person who would die in his place. The hero behaved aggressively with the old man, while those around him shouted that no one agreed with this and the guy himself decided to do it, but the fighter adamantly insisted that everyone agreed except them. Anger and despair flashed in his gaze and he, gritting his teeth, pointed the knife towards his rivals, telling them not to even think about approaching him, because he would kill them. As the man walked past a crowd of people, the panel showed that there were only 30 seconds left. Despair and madness appeared in people's eyes when 13 seconds remained. People cried and took cover, seeing earthen monsters in front of them. But in Muhun's eyes there was still a desire to save himself, and he stood holding a knife in his hands and looked around. Suddenly something caught the fighter's attention. On the tabla, time stopped at 3 seconds. Everyone looked at the holographic window, realizing that time was not moving any further. The blonde looked again at the window, where it was written that the safe zone would no longer decrease, and the sweat disappeared from the guy's face when he realized that they managed to survive. He suddenly shouted loudly that they had survived. Yuan himself saw how the panel showed that he had received 600 points, and there were only 15 hours left before completing the second tutorial. The hero tucked something into his sleeve, holding a certain jar in his hand, while Lackey admired him, and the character only answered that he tried. Sitting on the defeated boss, the trustee asked the guy whether to heal him, and the young man replied that if it was as a reward, then he was forced to refuse, because with the increase in stamina everything would be delayed in an instant. The trustee was hovering around him, asking the guy how an ordinary person could get here in just 2 tutorials, because this is amazing, and turning away and reproaching her for making noise again. The hero was thinking about his own. He opened his eyes and thought that he had killed the mother of the worms 30 minutes ago, although she had appeared later than he had expected. Remembering the boss, the hero understood that the destruction of the mother of worms, which supports the ecosystem of the second tutorial, exceeds the expectations of the 6s who are in charge of the tutorials, and, of course, the reward for destruction has not been established and opinions about this reward varied. Sitting on the dead carcass of the monster, Yuan asked the trustee about the award, and he was told that the fact of presenting an award for special achievements is really what he needs, because if so, then the guy managed to understand the structure of this world, and for this the character replied that he had already climbed far and realized this. Spinning on his sphere, Lackey looked at the hero, saying that he knew nothing more about it, but the man's eyes lit up and he again demanded a reward. With a wave of her hand, the trustee agreed. Spinning around opposite the sitting young man, she informed him that he could choose one of three. Showing all this, she said that the first one would have the right to go to the 5th tutorial, and the man received information and a reward for clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Looking at the trustee, Yuan thought that she was using a trick, because now with his level there is no point in this tutorial and they just want to send him to the 5th tutorial prematurely. But Lackey added that the second one is points. The hero's face changed when he asked her what the 3rd was. Opening a hologram of a certain place and standing in front of it, the trustee replied that the 3rd would be a connection with Olympus. The warrior looked at her in amazement and she explained that, most likely, the guy does not know that the tutorial is only the starting point of this world. The staff's gaze became more stern when she informed him that the tower housed countless authorities and beings with power equal to that of a god. The man represented the gods who are afraid, while Lackey said that the guy would be recommended to Olympus, because this is one of the authorities in the tower, and if you get their support, then after completing the tutorial the young man will be able to be safe in the tower. Running his fingers over his leg, Yuan began to think that he had not expected this, although he understands that Olympus has enormous power in the tower, and Kronos was also one of the rankers from there. Getting up, the young man thought that having it in your hand, he could quickly and safely climb the tower, and suddenly he decided to make a choice in favor of the second option. Proudly stood in front of the trustee, he once again duplicated his choice and thereby stunned her. A notification appeared on the panels indicating that 10,000 points had been received. Lackey waved her hands, saying that she would explain everything before the hero spent his reward. Standing in front of the hero, she explained that she needed to choose wisely, because he clearly still knew little about Olympus and would regret it later, but the hero immediately stopped her. Taking his backpack in his hands, he said that since she was here to carry out instructions, then let her do so, because she did not immediately coordinate this with the other 6, and especially did not talk to the manager, and upon hearing these words, the trustee became alarmed. Lackey stopped him, not believing how the hero spoke about the manager, but the man immediately added that the other 6 also did not receive a similar offer, and was it really only Olympus who bribed her, or could it be heaven? Yuan stood in front of the angry trustee, who was pointing a gun at him in rebellion, but the hero thanked her for her chatty mouth, because now he knew what else he had to do in this place. An offer for a one-on-one meeting with the manager for 1,000 points was displayed on the holographic panels, and the young man pressed the pay button, while Lackey anxiously scurried around him. The man walked down from the boss of the second tutorial, leaving her alone. The guy's gaze became decisive when a notification arrived that the manager had agreed to the meeting, and the young man thought that the tutorial must be separated from the tower, and moreover, the warrior needed to contact Olympus. Opposite the hero, something suddenly shone with a bright light, and he thought that he would never deal with him even for the sake of a future goal. Suddenly, someone's leg came out of the portal that appeared, and a voice quietly began to talk about organizing this meeting in the tutorial. After that, a bandaged hand appeared and the voice laughed because the meeting cost only 1,000 points. Looking at Yuan, who stood opposite him, the leader asked the guy if he called him, and the hero replied that he was a participant in the tutorial. The bearded leader smiled, answering that the fighter had killed more than 1,000 dead people in the first tutorial. A huge man appeared in front of the guy, who said that he had heard about him. Destroyed land, surrounded by dense houses. A creature that looked like a terrifying clown in bloody clothes was surprised by the number of dead people killed in the first tutorial. In front of the dark-haired guy stood the gigantic tutorial manager, who had heard a lot about him. Standing in front of each other, the healthy man did not understand how he knew about the way to request a personal conversation. Yuan, looking from the bottom up, explained that all information about the tutorial should be found out only by the participant himself, without the intervention of the manager or the tower. With his arms crossed, the bearded man continued to listen to the fact that the guy had learned all the information on his own, and he was not lying, since the tutorial manager saw through the truth and lies uttered in the area of his responsibility. His red, barely glowing eyes were full of thought. Yuan, continuing to stand motionless in front of the man, added that, on the contrary, the intervention was on his part. Next to the brunette's shoulder, a small creature was still hovering in the air and listening to how Olympus approached the 6s, and the guy was offered Olympus support as a reward. Frightened, the clown began to make excuses, looking at the giant's enraged eyes. With all his might, the manager slammed the Olympian's hand onto the ground. Drops of blood hung down his hand. He did not want them to stretch their hands where they were not needed. Shaking off his hand, the man thanked Yuan, who spoke about the second rule of the tutorial. The eyes of the tutorial manager stopped shining with rage, and he silently listened to the fact that for all the actions and achievements of a tutorial participant, a reward is awarded depending on his exceptionality. Turning his head away, Yuan admitted how he called the man, spending his well-deserved points in defeating the spoiled six. The guy in black looked at the man with a thoughtful look and asked about his opinion. The terrifying lower creatures with sharp teeth in their mouths were tested and no abnormalities or features were found. Scratching his thick beard, he was surprised by the inspection that had taken place. Yuan looked only at the manager. The guy, although not with his own hands, was able to kill 6 close to the ranker, who died in the second tutorial. The giant leaned towards the brunette and smiled, his eyes shining red again. He was pleasantly surprised at how the guy managed to eliminate her alone. With a loud roar, the giant sat down on the ground and reasoned, because for an incredible achievement, an honorary reward is due. With a snap of his fingers, the manager began to rattle off the list. Connecting his thumb and middle finger, the man saw that the guy did not need points. Yuan looked at the manager and waited. The giant stood up and extended his hand to the brunette. He came up with something that should be useful to him. The man extended his palm further and offered his hand. Yuan was surprised. He extended his hand in response, thinking about the gesture used when exchanging points. There was nothing special about this reward, but he was hoping for more. After their handshake, an air vortex formed around them and the guy received the Master of Mana skill. He felt the recovery of mana, its resistance and induction power slightly increase, and its amount increased by 5 units. With his eyes wide open, the brunette looked at one point. The tutorial manager, looking at the guy, asked what his reward was. Lightning struck around them. The giant needed to teach the low creatures a lesson. He said goodbye to the guy, but promised to see him when the 3rd tutorial was over. Yuan was left alone in the building with the dead 6. He looked at his hand, from which blue vapor was emanating. From great excitement and shock, a drop of sweat could be seen on his face. He could not believe that S+ rank skills were in the tutorial. Clenching his hand into a fist, Yuan understood that his skill was still at 0, but this was a skill in managing mana. The blue glow began to shine brighter in his hand. He thought about the magical power that is everything in the tower. A moment and a ball of mana formed in front of him. It was chaotically iridescent colors from blue to purple enclosed in the shape of a sphere. His gaze could not tear himself away from his ability. The amount of mana was 26. Continuing to hold his hand, the sphere began to dissipate. Yuan waved his hand, and from this movement the building began to collapse even more. The cracks in the floor became even more pronounced. Clenching his fist, the brunette assessed the instability of the ability, but it was no longer bad, and should he be grateful to Olympus for this? Having gathered his thoughts, the guy understood that this was still not enough, and it was not enough for him to simply repeat the entire path he had traveled and regain the strength of the level before rewinding time. Yuan was surrounded by eyeless creatures with huge fangs. Having run away, he thought that he needed even more cards. The brunette, with a bladed weapon in his hands, attacked a flock of creatures that looked like worms. The time to complete the 2nd tutorial was hours, 10 minutes and 11 seconds. The ruined Hongdi Street, the crowd gathered in the safe zone, was divided into 2 groups. Some hoped to wait, because the authorities would not just leave this collapse, while others were afraid that after the 2nd tutorial a 3rd and 4th would be waiting for them. In a group of people, one guy began to panic. They grabbed him sharply by the t-shirt and held him. It was Mumhoon. He dragged that guy along and told him to gather the next supply group and get out of here. Stopping, he looked at the frightened guy, deciding to cheer him up, because thanks to him, many of those who were destined to die would be able to survive. While Mumhoon hurried the supply team, a man in the crowd noticed something strange in the distance. Among the ruins, a man in black walked along an empty street. The people began to discuss this man until one of them screamed when he saw the danger. Yuan's foot stepped on a moving piece of asphalt, and from the sound a terrible eyeless creature jumped out from under the ground. The creature wanted to attack the guy as he continued to walk, but Yuan got ahead of him, jumping on top and slamming the worm's head onto the ground. The crowd of people standing in the safe zone opened their mouths at what was happening. The time to complete the 2nd tutorial was hours, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Mumhoon was both shocked and angry. He recognized that brave guy in black. Spattered with green blood, the brunette asked not to pay attention to him and continue talking. A sign has appeared indicating that Yuan's stats have been increased, with the exception of intuition, which has been reduced by 2 units. His foot remained planted on the defeated enemy. He had no intention of lingering, but only to drop in and receive the reward for completion. Wiping his face of green mucus, someone shouted the hero's name. Mumhoon, the same uninvolved person who took on the role of leader, walked towards him. Unusual for both, the red-haired guy grabbed the second one by the shoulder in a friendly manner and began to tell how he lost him and how much time it took to find him. Yuan's eyes did not hide his disbelief, but he continued to listen to what his enemy from the university was worried about when the guy disappeared. He looked at the surprised crowd of people. Above their heads he saw a pop-up window that showed the limit on the number of people in the safe zone. the supply group arrived and was met by an unfriendly man with knives in both hands. The brunette paid attention to the unfriendly greeting, to which Moon asked not to pay attention and dragged him further. A guy in black stopped and expressed dissatisfaction because people were forcibly thrown out and forced to carry food. The two guys started arguing, waving their arms. Moon tried to justify himself by saying that these people were destined to die, and that's how they benefit each other. Yuan showed with all his appearance that he did not like such a calculation. The university guy, barely able to contain his incredible anger and aggression, began to threaten his friend. Pointing to all the people standing in the safe zone, he admitted that one would have to become a coward to survive in this place. Looking at each tired and not exhausted person, he continued about the importance of norms and morality in such a frightening environment. In order to survive, you need to become a tireless and selfish person. Baring his teeth, Moon allowed himself to tease the hero who defeated the eyeless creature whether he was able to adapt to such a reality. Not understanding the caustic joke, the brunette asked his friend again. There are hours, minutes, and seconds left until the end of the second tutorial. A notification arrived saying that the second stage was completed. All participants in the safe zone were given 500 points and new equipment. Yuan, not having a complete desire to understand, waved his hand and said that he was not going to participate in such methods of survival, much less give advice. Turning back a little, he finally said that the university guy should never cross the line. Moon, watching the hero in black leave them, could not understand what trait he was told about. A message has arrived notifying us that the third tutorial has begun. Moon could only look at Yuan's back, but thoughts crept into his head that he was bluffing again. Worm-like creatures crawled across the remaining buildings. It was necessary to hunt monsters in the area and pick up 50 entities, which was given 72 hours. The area was overrun with various types of creatures that looked like zombies, a giant spider and a boar. After time, the area would be destroyed. A sign appeared indicating the number of victims. After 70 hours, the gate will be activated. The intersection was filled with every possible type of creature. People in the safe zone were worried that monsters had reappeared and there was no end to it. Moon, looking at the creatures, was able to see a certain passage. The idea came into his head to deceive the people so that people would kill frightening creatures for him and he could collect the necessary 50 entities. But an ominous smile appeared on his face and he ordered to do what was ordered. The glass ball fell down. It reflected a pink glow. Yuan, sitting on his knee, began to throw spheres of mana onto the ground. In a hurry, he dropped his backpack and quickly checked his pockets. There were too many monsters. Glancing at everyone he saw, he wondered how much he could collect. Raising his palm up, he checked how much mana he had. The creatures climbed the stairs towards the guy with an unusual skill. Looking at the mana, he reasoned how lucky he was to get the essences from the second tutorial, but it was still not enough. The ball gathered and the concentration of mana was replenished. Notifications announced the completion of mana concentration and registration as a skill. With eyes full of rage, Yuan waved his hand. The blow was so strong that the monsters in front died. Small lightning bolts emanated from his hand and then he realized that everything had worked out. Yuan's hand weakened, he thought, because he spent all his mana on concentration alone, and it was difficult to control, but it is useful when his stats and skill level rise. Sitting down on the steps, the guy sighed. The building suffered serious damage from such a blow. While picking up the balls, he talked to himself about the basic technique of concentrating mana, which determines the scale of mana control, but this was completely out of character for the guy. The monsters fell to the ground and moved slightly, barely surviving the devastating blow. Passing by the corpses, Yuan looked at them and did not understand why they were trembling. Taking a cold weapon in his hand, he was determined to start everything from the very beginning. His knife glowed blue, and his eyes glowed orange. The guy was not going to waste the remaining time. Time left 22 hours, 43 minutes, and 22 seconds. Second day of the third tutorial. A group of 3 guys got lost in the ruins of a building. Han Junho, turning to a friend, tried not to show that he was scared, because in 2 days only 400 remained from 1,400 people. The huge station of the city of Hongdi, which also suffered, they tried to look around and hoped not to see anyone. Juyeon was walking behind the guys and noticed something unusual. Behind a dilapidated pole was a neon sign for a convenience store. The group of people was very happy. One of them, in a red jacket, ran to the store out of impatience. Xiangchen and the girl continued to joyfully look at their cheerful friend. Turning around, Han Junho did not notice the giant monster lurking above his own head. An instant and the creature mercilessly bit off the head of the guy in the red jacket in front of the eyes of his friends. Juyeon covered her mouth in horror. They were all very shocked. His headless body fell to his knees, surrounded by various monsters. Seeing a large number of creatures, they grabbed their weapons. There was fear in the girl's eyes. She wondered if they could win. They fought fiercely for survival, but she doubted it. The first monster attacked the girl. Having time to react, she impaled the creature on the blade of a knife. Swinging the knife like a professional, the girl increased the number of corpses lying next to her. She tried her best, cutting off the heads of monsters for her friend. Seongchan smashed zombie heads with his huge hammer. Their necks curled, deep depressions formed, but they continued to growl. One of the zombies was able to bite the guy's hand. Continuing to struggle, he screamed, but did not stop lowering his weapon. Juyeon, hearing the screams, was already giving up morally. She wanted to survive with all her might, but it would be pointless to die here, she thought. The girl cut another monster in half with a wave of her knife, but then her eyes were filled with shock. She saw something or someone among the large number of monsters. A man's voice was heard behind the glass doors, muttering that he had been woken up. It was Yuan clutching a soda can. The girl had tears in her eyes. She looked at the guy in fear and thought that this was absurd, because no matter how much the level and stats rose, the reflection of Yuan appeared in her eyes, swinging an aluminum can. The girl ended up thinking that she would kill the monster with just one can. This is too much. She ducked her head and the young man threw the drink, smashing the monster's head. Blood gushed out from the body of this creature. Yuan took a stance, lightning bolts of energy swirling around his hands and blade. The young man killed one spider, immediately making a dash for the second. He raised his leg to strike. Having hit the monster, the guy separated the head from the body. The spider's green blood splattered everywhere. The bodies of the monsters collapsed. The guy lowered his leg and attacked. The guy silently watched what was happening. He rested his hand on his knee, exhaling heavily. The girl pressed herself close to her ally, looking at Yuan. Seongchan clasped his wounded hand, clenched his teeth and looked at the young man. The girl touched his hand. Coming closer, the guys thanked Yuan. Juyeon added that thanks to him, they survived. Suddenly, a sharp pain attacked the guy's hand. Seongchan knelt down. The girl put her hand on his back, leaning towards him. Yuan hid his weapon and began to approach them. He threw them a small container of ointment, telling them to anoint their hands with it first because it was a good medicine. The girl caught the jar with a fussy movement. The young man asked how many stamina stats they had. Seongchan replied that he had about 17. Suddenly his facial expression changed to a worried one. He pursed his lip and looked at Yuan in fear. After his words that in this case he would not die, although there was a chance that he would no longer be able to use the bitten hand. Seongchan lifted his sleeve and began to quickly smear the medicine over his arm. Yuan held his neck, closed his eyes and thought that he had slept for about 6 hours, and that the fatigue had generally passed, but he wanted to sleep some more. He remembered moments from fighting monsters in the past, thinking that this was the first time he had gone to sleep in 3 days, so he was very tired. The image in his mind changed to the moment he fell asleep after buying powder to mask odors, and he thought that he had to buy sleep aid. He furrowed his brows as he looked to the side and thought that he had not expected that there would be other interference. The guys looked at the young man tensely. Yuan turned around and began to walk away from them. The girl called out to him, asking if he constantly hunts there. She looked intensely into his face, saying that losses happen there more often than at the top, and if he is unlucky, he may encounter an underground snake, so it is quite dangerous, to which the hero replied that he is not there all the time. Looking over his shoulder at the guys, he said that there was a cafe and a place to relax. Juyeon asked what he meant. Looking at them, he explained that he had other hunting grounds. The concrete staircase was covered in cracks. Water had collected in a hole in the floor. The guys got to their feet. Seongchan looked around the cave, saying that the dungeon was really 2-story, after which he added that the structure was completely different and really looked like a hunting ground. Juyeon hesitantly held the sword. Following Yuan, the guy said, holding the blade in his hand, that at the moment something else was more important. After which he asked why they came there. Knowing about the danger, the girl said that due to the fact that he was constantly underground, does not know the situation outside. The young man turned to her, looking into her face. The girl added that everyone upstairs was squabbling. No one trusts anyone and everyone is killing each other, so there is complete chaos outside due to the battle of entities. The guy went further. The guys followed him. Yuan said that, apparently, they were attacked, and that's why they ran away. The girl confirmed his guess, and the young man added that even their pursuers did not go underground after them. Yuan kicked the ground, saying that they themselves almost died. The girl replied that in the end they still survived. The wind created by the blow of his foot began to blow them away. The girl did not have time to finish saying that they were saved thanks to him. The guys trembled in fear and looked at him. The guy asked what that sound was. The heroes stood half sideways towards them while the wind was raging around them, and repeated the girl's words of gratitude. He calmly looked into their eyes, asking where the guarantee was that he would not kill them or take away their essence. And the guys tensed, staggering back. The girl squeezed the blade with both hands, thinking that they didn't even think about it because he had already saved their lives. Their legs trembled slightly. The girl added that regarding the people above and the monsters swarming below, he is much more dangerous. Seongchan timidly said that with his level, he has definitely already collected enough essence, so there is no point in killing them. The guy standing opposite them sternly said that it might be that he wants to collect even more essence. Xiangchen again insisted on his own. The hero looked at them menacingly, calmly saying that even if he did not kill them, they themselves would die in this place, after which he added that they themselves knew the reason. The girl looked at him in fear, pursing her lip, and thought that all this was really strange, and then wondered why he would say such things if he wanted to harm them. The guys stood warily in front of him. The girl suddenly realized something, after which she asked what he wanted from them. The hero smiled slightly. The guys looked puzzled in his face. After he said that he had a good offer for them, the young man explained that if they did well, he would share the essences with them, after which he offered to go further. The serpentine monster opened its mouth wide. Xiangchen, in horror, ran with all his might from the monster and, shouting throughout the cave, wondered whether this was really a good offer. Frowning his brows in horror, he remembered how the hero approached them while they were kneeling and asked if he had hurt himself much. Xiangchen replied that his leg was fine. Yuan calmly said that it was good. He looked at the guy with a smile, adding that in this case he should run. The frightened young man ran away from the monster, which was rushing after him through the cave at high speed, and called for help. Yuan, sword in hand, rose into the air in front of the monster's open mouth. He plunged the blade into the snake's throat, spewing out its blood. Yuan pushed off the monster's body with explosive force. He made a dash towards the giant red lizard. Finding himself close to him, the guy struck several quick blows with his blade. The next second, the lizard's body fell apart, scarlet blood gushed everywhere. Xiangchen collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. He looked back at the heroes and thought that his attack speed was simply unrealistic. He watched as the monsters behind him fell apart from the youth's blade, wondering how many essences he had already collected if he always killed so quickly. The entity and monsters fell to the ground. Xiangchen ran up to them, held them out in his hand, and thought that perhaps the difference in the level of monsters being killed plays a role, but the percentage of essences dropped is also extremely high. Touching the ball, he added that in 2 hours of hunting they collected 50 essences, so this man is not just strong. Yuan's hand grabbed the neighboring entity. The bloody guy took the ball and did not rise to his feet. Holding a blood-covered sword in his hand, he looked into the eyes of Xiangchen, who thought that Yuan was a bird of a completely different flight. Xiangchen staggered back in fear after being asked how many essences he had collected. The hero looked at the guy who picked up another ball. Xiangchen said that they had another one, so that's 6 in total. The guy replied that he could take one for himself. Xiangchen handed him the essences, thinking that the speed of the monsters coming did not keep up with the speed of the hunt. Rising to his feet, he looked at the guy and wondered where he was going to use so many entities, after which he said that his ally was a little late. Yuan replied that she would slowly catch up with them. Yuan looked at the young man who asked what his level was. Yuan lowered his head. The young man added that with such a speed of hunting, his level should already be serious. The hero replied that his level gradually stopped growing. Xiangchen turned pale and fell into a stupor after he said that he would raise the level in the next tutorial, after which he wondered how high his level was since he was no longer raising. The guy came closer to him and said that the level is personal information, so he shouldn't ask it from others and answer it himself, and the same goes for stats. Xiangchen recoiled, raised his hands and said in horror that recently a guy asked him how much stamina he had. The young man displeasedly asked if it would be better if he let his arm rot. He dusted off his sword. Xiangchen put his hand on his face, realizing his words. The guy added that from time to time he should hunt monsters and collect not only essences, but also raise his level. Juyon extended his hand in front of him, shouting loudly to Yuan. She ran away from the monsters with all her might, stumbling and screaming. Xiangchen looked at this in fear. Yuan quickly turned to the girl. Xiangchen said that they did not have time to really rest. The heroes made a dash towards the monster while the girl ran forward. Small grains of sand fell on the ground. Xiangchen delivered a powerful blow with his hammer to the base of the monster's neck. He looked at the monster's body, realizing that he had just killed it. The system announced that its level had been raised. The monster in front of the girl collapsed. She looked back at her ally and asked if his level had risen. The guy answered in the affirmative, asking how things were going for her. Jiyun said that everything was the same for her. The guy reached out to the sphere shining on the floor. Yuan approached them. The young man picked up the sphere from the floor. The hero asked if they were finished. The guys answered in the affirmative. Yuan also leaned towards the entity. The young man asked if they could take these entities. The hero answered in the affirmative, adding that they killed these monsters. The girl watched with a calm expression as he gave her the sphere. The young man said that now they should both have 50 pieces each. She confirmed his guess. Looking at her hands, she said that before coming underground they had 20 pieces, so she didn't expect that she would gain another 30 so quickly, after which she thanked the guy. He raised his head, looked away from her and thanked them in return, saying that thanks to them the hunt had more than doubled, after which he thought that the extracted entities were not worth talking about. He looked up at the system report board and thought that there were 2 hours and 57 minutes left. He turned his back to them and took a step forward, mentally adding that the enemy's activation time was slowly approaching, after which he said that since they were finished, it was time to rise. The guys looked at him with a smile. The young man was delighted with these words. When he went up the stairs, the guys followed him. The girl said that she was wondering if there was still bedlam going on upstairs. Her colleague replied that the further it went, the worse, but not better, because the third tutorial was ending. He looked in front of him and said that the people outside were annoying. The scarlet energy of the gate swirled in the air. People noticed that the gate was colored red. The portal hung over the city road. A bunch of people stood a little far from it. A man in the crowd said that it means the gate will open soon. He touched the pouch on his belt, which contained 45 mana essences, after which he said that everyone was hiding knives behind their backs, chatting to each other as if nothing was happening, after which he called it absurd. He clenched his teeth, looking in front of him. Standing next to him and the bald man said that the likelihood of the essence falling out is also disgusting, because rather than kill monsters, risking his life, it's faster to defeat a person and take them away. The dark-haired man said that all people think the same. His comrade added that even so, it doesn't look like anyone is itching to do anything. The man furrowed his eyebrows, clenched his teeth harder and said that with the opening of the gate, everything would change, after which he thought that as soon as it was activated, he would quickly take away the essences and escape. Standing at the edge of the road, the man's comrade asked if the leader of the other side was looking at them. Byung-hun emerged from the crowd. The men looked at him in surprise. The bald guy asked if he was coming towards them. The guy came closer to them, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, about 2 days. The dark-haired man replied that they were not in the right relationship to greet each other joyfully. Byung-hun frowned angrily, saying that their pride was playing again, after which he added that they knew very well what was coming. He slightly raised his palms, standing in front of the man, and asked if they were aware of the current situation, because by opening the gates a bloody rain would fall. The man clenched his teeth, frowned deeply and thought that the guy was smart because he had put together a gang for this moment. The young man slightly tilted his head to the side, raised his hand and then answered the man's question about how much he lacked, saying that compared to them, they had much more art. The blonde furrowed his brows, looking away. The man froze in place when he heard that they needed about 700 essences. He clenched his fist, his hand trembled. The man thought that even if they combined everything they had, there would only be 300 pieces, so this is an absurd demand, and in this way it is impossible to avoid conflict. Blocks to the sides, smilingly telling them to give only 400, and then they will good-naturedly retreat and collect the rest themselves. Byung-hun grinned nervously, his brows furrowed. Standing in front of the men in their group, he thought that if the man refused, an all-out massacre would begin, after which he figured that the balance of forces was 50 to 20, so the battle would be unprofitable. Suddenly Seongchan appeared in the crowd, asking for forgiveness. The blonde wondered if he should insist that they give half, or vice versa. Juyeon and Seongchan came out of the crowd. The guy looked back at them. The dark-haired man frowned in surprise as he recognized someone in the crowd. Yuan with a box in his hands followed the guys. The man called his name. The cardboard box fell to the ground with a crash. The young man sat down next to her, taking out his bags. The blonde asked where he went, because he had not been seen for several days. Yuan replied that, obviously, he went on business. The guy looked down with a calm expression on his face. The blonde asked if he had collected all the essences. The young man confirmed his guess. He lifted the bag, holding onto the belt. People looked in surprise as a bunch of entities fell into the box. The spheres fell on each other with a ringing sound. The blonde called it incredible. While Yuan was digging through the box, people in the crowd were discussing how many entities were in the box. Someone said that there were definitely more than 1,000 of them. The blonde frowned angrily, wondering how he had collected so many. He looked away, adding that he had nothing to be afraid of, because there were a lot of people behind him. He looked at the crowd of men, thinking there were at least 50 people behind him. He wanted to approach the box, adding that no matter how strong the young man was, he couldn't handle so many alone. Yuan stopped him, turning the guy's attention to the floor. Byung-hun tensely lowered his gaze after the guy said that he should carefully look at his feet. There was a line carved in front of the blonde's shoe. Byung-hun thought about what it was. Yuan addressed the people, saying that they all needed this. He lifted one sphere from the box, frowned slightly and said that he no longer needed them, because he already had an overabundance. People joyfully threw up their hands. Everyone asked the guy for the essence. The young man added that it was not free. He looked ahead with a calm expression and named the price of 100 points apiece. He sat in the drawn circle, saying that only those who would buy would receive permission to enter the circle. People fussed intensely, saying that the price was too high and a robbery, and then wondered how many points they had now. Byung-hun took out his blade after the guy said that the essences were not sold in the store, and they could only be purchased from a person. He put the sword in front of him, called the guy selfish and asked how many hundreds of people would buy it from him, after which he called the deal ridiculous. He frowned with a smile, asking what would happen if there was nothing to pay with. Yuan calmly looked into his eyes. Sitting in a circle, the young man called this question strange, because in any case he was not going to force them to buy. With a calm expression, he added that let only those who want to buy, but there will be no deferred sales, but it is possible to sell an item or skill that is deferred or available somewhere. The people behind the blondes became alarmed after hearing what they heard. Myung-hoon looked back at them angrily. He clenched his blade, gritted his teeth, and, insulting the guy, said that the guy killed someone and took it all away, and now he was going to sell it for foreign currency, after which he exclaimed who he was trying to deceive. Ju-yeon raised her hands. The young man asked the blonde what would happen if he did not take it away. Myung-hoon said that he should say possible things, but such things would not work. The girl shouted that it was not for him to say this. The guys frowned angrily, looking at the blonde. The girl added that he killed her friend, after which she asked if he knew where they fled. The guy said that, according to him, they who were with him should not have survived. The young man, standing behind Yuan, raised his hand, asking who he was targeting, because he knew nothing about this man. The blonde bulged his eyes in rage. A vein appeared on his neck. He said that this annoyed him and that they were doing stupid things, after which he asked what they could do, since there were only 3 of them. The people behind him drew their weapons when he asked if they thought they would be safe sticking to the Yuan. He scowled in rage as he ordered his men to kill them. The men rushed forward, frowning furiously. Yuan air sword. With one blow he decapitated 2 men who had gone beyond the edge of the circle. Looking ahead sternly, he said they had crossed the line. The blonde looked in shock at the standing corpses from which blood was dripping. The boys' bodies fell to the ground. The other men staggered back. Myung-hoon raised his eyebrows in fear, remembering the moment when the guy, passing by him, told him not to cross the line under any circumstances, and then wondered if he really said it seriously. Yuan said that his conditions do not change if people pay, then he will sell the entities, and only the one who will buy will receive permission to enter the circle. Keeping his head down, he added that whether to buy or not is their choice, because he is not going to force, but if they cross this line for another purpose, then they will die. He looked up at the men, enveloped the sword in an aura, and activated the inferior magic sword. The blonde waved his blade, ordering his men to kill him. The men rushed forward again. The guy dodged one of the blows by bending down. In the next move, he beheaded one of the attackers and wounded the second in the chest. A blue aura began to rage around him, and the bodies of the dead fell to the ground. The blonde trembled slightly, looking at the splashes of blood, and mentally called it impossible. He was level 11, and he recoiled in fear, thinking that he was the one who had forgotten what kind of world this was. Taking a step back, he decided that he needed to run, because it was all about the line, after which he thought that the young man said that only those who cross the line will die, so he will survive. The guy began to run away. I thought that he had survived. Yuan waved his sword, asking if he thought he was safe. The guy smiled intimidatingly, saying that he saw his face perfectly. The blonde's head flew upside down. He wondered what the young man meant. Yuan beheaded him in one move. Blood stains were everywhere around the drawn circle. Dead bodies lay next to each other. The guy, holding the sword in his hand, began to return to the box. He took the essences, saying that there was a mess all around. With the box in his hands, he approached another group of people, whose members began to disperse. They looked at him in fear. The dark-haired man looked at him in surprise, thinking that only one person could commit such a brutal murder, after which he emphasized that personal overwhelming force had slammed the collective one. He clenched his fist, adding that it was like a movie battle unfolding before his eyes. It seemed to him that he had already somehow adapted to this feast, but he was wrong. He unclenched his fist, lowering his hand. He raised it above his head. Dushik ran up to him from behind. The man said that he would buy the essence. The man took out a blade, looked at his ally, who asked where he would get the points, after which he said that lackey told him that this sword could be sold for 500 points. The man clenched his teeth, frowned, telling Dushik to think carefully, because this guy obtained all the essences only by hunting. Yuan placed the box in a new circle in front of the gate. Dushik asked why he got it. The man responded by asking if he thought that the guy would become so strong by killing just a couple of monsters. Besides, he didn't take the essence of people just killed. Yuan rubbed his chin. Looking at the floor, the man added that this proves that he did not steal, and this is a huge amount of entities, and he will adhere to the position of a fair deal. The guy looked back. The man entered the circle, holding out his hand. He frowned and asked for 7 pieces, thinking that the laws and rules of this world were created by the hands of such strong people. The guy shook his hand. The system announced the transfer of 700 points. People watched the deal, discussing the fact that they could just buy the essences and move on to the next stage. Someone asked how many points he had, because he only had 200. While the man was entering the gate, people approached the guy with statements that they would also buy essence. The man disappeared into the portal. People began to run to Yuan. Everyone named their numbers. Someone asked if anyone had any points left, because he will return them in the next tutorial. Lackey examined the sword, saying that the item was slightly damaged. Small creatures hovered in front of people. One of them valued the sword at 300 points. The man became indignant. The second lackey said that the product was not popular, so he could not give more than 2 stop points. The second guy called it a scam because the creature was selling the sword for 1,000. Standing with his back to the gate, the young man figured that one stat could be sold for 100 points, after which he sold 3 intuition stats. Yuan with a dissatisfied face shook the man's hand. The system announced the transfer of 411 points. The guy thought that the deal was not profitable at all. The next person passed through the gate. The young man lowered his hand and then thought that maybe this was better than dying here and now, but because of the rise of the tower, he realized how valuable the lost stats were. He kept looking ahead with a calm expression on his face. He had 167,400 points on his account. The guy thought that for him, in any case, everything had worked out well. Juyun turned to him while he was looking inside the box. I thought that he expected to receive at least 100,000, and this amount should be enough for everything planned. The girl called out to him, asking if he was leaving. Yuan looked back at the guys and asked why they weren't leaving. The girl replied that they wanted to go with him. Xiangchen stepped forward, calmly looking into the face of the guy who said that he was not going to make allies, after which he replied that he could use them as bait like last time, and if they turned out to be useless, he could just throw them away. Yuan listened to him silently, looking ahead. He lowered his head, closed his eyes and said with a smile that he was sorry, but that was all. He picked up the bag from the floor, saying that they should not rely on anyone, otherwise they would not be able to go far, after which he added that he would not go further. Xiangchen asked what that meant. The guys fell into a stupor, looking at him. The young man opened the bag, shook it in the air and said that he did not have a single essence left. He threw the bag, causing it to fall to the ground. The guys looked at him in surprise. They approached the guy. Xiangchen raised his eyebrows in shock, put out his hands and asked what he would do, because he had to put aside at least 50 pieces. The young man with a calm face said that although he wouldn't go, he was tired of walking away from them, saying that they should quickly move on, because chaos would soon begin. The girl called out to him by name. The guys looked after him in disappointment. The guy took his ally by the shoulder, saying that it was time for them to go. The guys approached the gate while the young man walked further and further. He looked away to the side, looking at the system window showing that the next step would be protection. The man ran up to him from the side and, apologizing, asked if he had sold all the entities. The man with glasses howled desperately, raising his eyebrows, after the guy said that the trade was completed. He collapsed to the ground, resting his hands on it. More people were also running from the side. The guy thought that it would be better to move first. Desperate residents grabbed their heads. The guy added that from now on this place will become a battlefield where they will risk their lives just to get the essences. He began to move away from the people who had come. Looking to the side, he thought that he had about 1 hour left until the tutorial was completed, after which he decided to visit the store. The ground shook slightly. A purple aura appeared over the road. Looking ahead, he guessed something, and suddenly a manager appeared before him, shrouded in energy. The man looked at him calmly, asking if he had called him. The guy looked up at him and said that he called, but not him, after which he asked what happened to all the lackeys. Since he arrived in person, the man explained that he was recruiting new ones, because the staff had been significantly reduced. He introduced 3 minions, one of whom had a red cross crossed through him. The guy asked if he had thinned the ranks too much. The man explained that about 1 and 3 had a connection, and many were involved. After which, he remembered the recent trade, saying that also, due to the fact that many subordinates had stayed there for a long time because of him, the other side's progress had slowed down a little. He gritted his teeth, double pointing his fingers at the guy after he asked why it was because of him, and then explained that over 100 people were using the store to make a deal with him. He lowered his head, closed his eyes and asked, "Isn't it good that the trade was successful?" After which he added that, "Be that as it may, is it possible that they have such a shortage of labor that the man came in person for the simple use of the store?" Standing next to the young man, the man explained that this was not an ordinary store, after which he asked if he really didn't know what his position was. The guy frowned, lowered his head slightly and, looking into the man's eyes, thought that he was an object of special service. If it is impossible to detect something with the manager's position, they usually close their eyes, but apparently they decided not to do it anyway. The men stood on the road. The manager added that the guy had 160,000 points at the end of the 3rd tutorial, and that his power could collapse the entire ecosystem of the tutorial. The young man replied that he didn't want this, so he didn't see any problems, since he was moving towards this. Standing in front of the man, he calmly insisted that he would use the store. The manager smiled slightly, called it absurd self-confidence and said that he had been a manager for a long time, but this was the first time he had met someone like him. The man raised his hand, in which a bright glow appeared. A store window opened in front of the guy. The man asked what he needed. The guy clicked on the item, saying that he would buy this first. The system announced the purchase of the average personal inventory for 10,000 points, and that the inventory could activate the team item. The guy bought a steel sword from Ice Jade and spent 50,000 points. The blade appeared in the air in front of him. The man watched as the blade began to move into the inventory after the guy's command, after which he said that the rest of the Ice Jade sword was quite a difficult item. The young man also bought a fire spell robe for 60,000 points and a magic deactivation shield for 20,000 points. Then, what can definitely be called the destruction of the tutorial's ecosystem. The guy threw off his outerwear to the ground, thinking that items of this level could be useful up to a fairly high level of the tower. The young man took the shield in his hand, threw on a red cloak and took a step forward with a confident expression on his face. Then the guy bought 4 ice crystals for 20,000 points. Standing in front of the store window, he said that lastly he wanted to ask for one well-forged sword. But a certain blade appeared in the air in front of him. The guy spent 2,000 points on it. He took the sword in his hand, the shield began to disappear. Going into inventory, the manager said that his last purchase was the most basic item, which is incompatible with other items stuffed with magic. The young man said that he was satisfied. There were 54 points left in his account. The man smiled broadly, looking at him, and said that now not a single person can touch him, and the participants in the tutorial will not even be able to leave clues on these clothes. The guy frowned warily after the man's words that this only concerned the participants. The man disappeared, leaving behind a bright flash of purple energy, and finally he said that he was in anticipation. The energy began to dissipate through the air. The guy, standing in one place, tusked displeasantly. He raised his head, looking up. The countdown on the system window ended. The young man said that now everything will begin. The system announced the completion of the 3rd tutorial. The timer window in the air broke into pieces. The system window that appeared said that the young man had failed in completing the tutorial. The earth shook all around, and the gates closed. The system announced the beginning of the destruction of the area. The monsters crawled out. System energy raged between the buildings. The guy looked at the scarlet sky, saying that he had not seen it for a long time. He touched the red cape. The system description window said that this is a garment that contains an ancient spell, and that it is made of a special material. The effect it gives is enhanced resistance to fire attribute magic. Squeezing the cloth on his shoulder, the young man thought that he had done the right thing, because first he needed to protect his body from the air starting to heat up, and in the tower itself this item would greatly help in protecting against fire. He calmly looked in front of him. People all around were screaming in agony due to the heating of the area. They asked for help and said that they wanted to die. Taking a step forward, he thought that there were about 3 people left. The young man approached the kneeling people. One of the men looked up at him and asked why he was there. The hero exchanged glances with him. With his hand on the ground, the man wanted to say something, but the road beneath him split. A powerful explosion burst out from under the asphalt. People began to burn alive, asking for help. The guy stepped back and, slightly frowning, watched what was happening. The system announced the destruction and the beginning of the 176 giant. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The bone hand grabbed the ground. A demonic skeleton with horn-like appendages looked menacingly ahead, scarlet flames escaping from its eyes. A huge number of unfit level demons rose to the surface. The young man took out his sword, activated his shield, and said that there were quite a lot of monsters. Looking sternly in front of him, he thought that the whole point was different, after which he noticed the one he was looking for. A column of fire stretched towards the sky. The young man added that the reason why this was called destruction. Dark eyes emitting a violet glow appeared in the raging flames. The system announced the appearance of the lower-class demon Suruthra. The young man ended with the thought that the reason for this was Suruthra. The guy put his blade a little to the side, finding the enemy he was looking for. He smiled slightly as he looked at the demon and called him by name. The raging flame still rose up to the sky. The guy thought that during Ragnarok its size was the size of a mountain, but here it was only the size of a large house. The scarlet fiery hands of the demon rested on the ground. The monster groaned slightly. The giant flame demon walked behind his army of skeletons, saying that another world would disappear by being swallowed up by the tower. The system called him the 176th child. The demon looked down at the guy who interrupted his speech that if this world was destined to disappear, he should not have been born in the first place. The young man shouted to him, asking why so much sentimentality in as many as 176 children, if he is not even in menopause, after which he said that the demon would stop because it was time for them to start. The demons looked at the young man, recognizing him as Ogong. He squatted slightly to the ground, calling him a monkey from a mountain of flowers and fruits, because he has the same eyes. The ground cracked under his feet. Suruthra asked if he could really get out of this place. A giant sword appeared in the hands of the demon. His army was heading straight towards the guy. The young man put his swords to the side, engulfed in an aura, bent down slightly and looked into the eyes of the skeleton. In one motion, he cut the monster's skull into 2 pieces. The next moment the skeleton exploded, hiding the guy from the flames. The demon looked at what was happening, puzzled. The smoke from the explosion blocked visibility. When the smoke cleared, revealing the young man, the demon asked if he was prepared to fight back, because this is an unusual garment. The system announced that the fire spell robe compensated for the heat from the explosion of the skull, and that this artifact provides additional resistance to attacks with the fire attribute. The young man smiled slightly, understood the look, and asked if he thought it was a wise investment. Yuan took a step forward, adding that he prepared all this not to repel him, but to hunt him. The demon raised his hand, touched his chin, and called it impudent and presumptuous words, after which he said that the young man would have to repeat all this when he got to him. The guy spread his legs wider, lowered his head, and said that he realized that the demon's seat was too heavy to lift. Surithra said that he wanted to see how long he could remain so free. Yuan looked up, frowned confidently, and said that the demon talks too much. With explosive force, he rose into the air, swinging his blade. I cut through the air with my sword. He smashed the enemy into pieces. While in the air, the young man cut down several enemies at once. The system announced the level increase. He looked over his shoulder at the resulting flames from the explosion. A series of explosions covered the street. The shield he held in his left hand was covered in cracks from the flames. Breaking out of the fire, he headed towards the rest of the enemies. With another blow, he provoked another explosion. The purchased artifacts protected him. The system announced a new level increase. He lowered his gaze slightly, the system also adding that his agility, stamina, and mana were increased by 1 unit. He looked up tiredly, thinking that even though he was wearing a fiery spell, it was hard to absorb the heat for 2 hours, and his body became stuffy. The monsters, staggering, headed towards the guy. The young man thought that the explosions with which the skulls die were quite threatening, and although the force of the blow was small, but since there was no way to evade, he accepted it with his whole body. Yuan Teeth looked at the opponents and added that he could attack at a long distance with concentrated mana, but this skill has a huge energy consumption, so it is problematic to use it in a long battle. He looked at the shield, covered with cracks, and thought that he, too, was gradually reaching his limit, and that he was damn lucky that the shield could withstand a good 1,000 explosions, after which he decided that it was time to slowly get down to business. He looked up at the rock on which the demon was sitting, and, turning to him, told him to stop sending minions and come down himself. Surithra took up his blade and called the guy's artifacts incredible, after which he added that they were so incredible that he did not understand how the young man got such things in the tutorial. Yuan frowned warily. The demon jumped towards him, kicking up dust into the air. The guy raised his head, looked into his face, and asked if he had a conscience, because he, in turn, was creating arbitrariness on the territory of the tutorial. The demon replied that he was only punishing those who had no right. Exposing the sword, he pointed the tip of the blade at the guy and added that, however, the young men have it, because he has all the makings of becoming a ruler, rising to the endless tower, and becoming a ranker. Yuan scratched his ear. The demon asked why the guy was there and if he was removed instead of allies, to which the hero replied that, as he already said, he came to hunt the demon. Surithra waved his sword, asking if he was really going to kill him, and then laughed. He raised his sword above his head. The guy put his blade to the side, taking a stance. The monster said that in this case he needs to fight back. Yuan raised his hand, covering himself with his sword, and thought that his body had already absorbed enough flames. The demon struck with incredible force, creating a flash after hitting the shield. The young man decided that he had to cope. The shield in the guy's hands finally split, becoming covered with shining cracks. He shattered into pieces under the yoke of the demon's sword, and the ground under the young man's feet also opened up. Standing under the demon's blade, he frowned, gritted his teeth, and remembered the image of Ogong, thinking about Surithra's question. The demon's fiery blade hit the ground, splitting it and sending dust into the air. Surithra looked down at the place of impact. The young man mentally recited the words of Ogong, who said that the method was unusual because he had failed the 3rd tutorial. The fragments of stones lay under the edge of the demon's sword. The young man continued that, of course, he failed not because he was weak, there were simply all sorts of reasons. But in any case, the following is important in this story. Ogong asked if the young man knew what is meant by destruction coming to the area of the tutorial, after which he told the guy to listen carefully, because these eyes. Surithra removed the sword from the rebel, looking at them. The stones were piled up. The demon thought that this was strange, because he had the feeling that the guy was deliberately exposing himself to the attack. A scarlet aura began to emanate from under the rubble. The demon wondered why he did this. Surithra turned his attention in surprise to the guy who had climbed out from under the rubble. His face was burned. He exhaled hot air and said that it was hot, and he thought he was going to die, after which he mentally said that this brawler had fought hundreds of battles with him out of his own whim. Rising heavily to his feet, he added that he had only managed to win a few battles out of countless numbers, and there were several reasons for this. He imagined the image of Ogong sitting on the clouds and thought that the divine item Rui Jingu, the primordial Kintoan cloud, known for being able to strike lightning and reach the end of the universe in the blink of an eye, and the limitless mana resulting from absorption an entire peninsula of heavenly treasures. Yuan kept his head down as he stood among the low fire. Raising his flaming eyes at the demon, he added that the most important reason why it was troublesome to fight him. A window appeared with a description that said that monkey eyes, assimilated with demon fire, distinguish between good and evil, truth and lies, and also have strong resistance to fire, a rank item, mastery rate 12.14%, effect resistance to fire attribute, maximizing all senses in combat predictions. The system announced that the guy received fiery eyes. The brunette's eyes lit up with a bright flame. He felt his body begin to burn in his clothes, although before he received his eyes, he was able to withstand it without special objects. The creature, shrouded in flames, gazed at its opponent and noticed a change in its eyes. At this moment, the main character mentally called him an ignorant carcass. The outline of a steel sword of ice jade began to appear in the guy's hand, with crystals floating next to it. He didn't expect that he would one day respect his rival, after which he thanked Surutra. Yuan grabbed the handle of his weapon tightly when a sign appeared indicating the end of preparations for the hunt. Burning with flame, the monster threw his sword over his shoulder and began to laugh. He asked his opponent what he planned to do in this state. Baring his teeth, the guy tried to touch himself with his hand and said that this was nothing for him. A system sign appeared, informing him that he had absorbed an ice crystal. The creature, pulling out its fangs, looked at the main character in surprise as its temperature began to drop slightly. He saw a system sign that, using mana, which added cold, the guy's burns began to calm down. The gentleman hit the ground with all his might so that debris scattered. He noticed that his high body temperature began to subside quickly. A blue mist began to emerge from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he realized that the ability began to freeze him. The monster suddenly threw something at the guy, who thought about the energy enveloping his body. The main character repelled with a sword the attack of an enemy whose ability was completely opposite to his. A huge explosion occurred in the collapsing dungeon. Angered, Yuan frowned deeply as he tried to deflect the fire attack. A system sign has appeared stating that fire spell robes, which gain additional magical resistance to flame attribute attacks, resist Surutra's annihilating flames, just like the guy's fiery eyes. The steel sword slammed into the enemy's fiery flames as the robes of the flame spell began to absorb the monster's annihilating fire, causing an extreme drop in temperature. A system sign appeared stating that the main character is able to resist burns. The creature's eyes flashed yellow. The rivals, looking at each other, simultaneously swung their weapons. The fiery creature looked at the brunette approaching him. Purple liquid began to splash out from Surutra as the protagonist cut it with his sword. The monster screamed loudly. He looked back angrily at his opponent. The eyes of the protagonist, who bared his teeth, glowed red. He decides to try something. The guy was surprised when clusters of mana flew towards him. A bead of sweat began to run down his face. He decided to evade because it had become too dangerous. The monster extended his hand forward. A system sign appeared indicating that fiery eyes are activating battle prediction. Surutra, looking intently at the enemy, swung his hand with all his might. The iron sword began to sparkle with blue light. The main character tightly grabbed the handle of the weapon when the flames began to approach him. He laughed loudly. Angry, the brunette waved his hand away after reabsorbing the ice crystals. His body temperature began to drop extremely as he reached frostbite. The fire monster grabbed the handle of his weapon tightly. At this moment, Yuan realized that with his current body he would not be able to withstand the cold for long. He became sad and lowered his head. The guy decided that he needed to finish quickly. The main character managed to dodge the enemy's attack. His sword sparkled brightly as he decided that he no longer needed to conserve his mana. A system sign appeared indicating that he had used a magic sword skill. Slipping under the enemy, the brunette swung his weapon hard. Debris scattered throughout the dungeon as Surutra fell to the ground. He turned his head menacingly at his opponent. A blue stream of energy appeared behind the monster as the protagonist used the concentration of mana. The creature fell back as a stream of energy slammed into its body. The monster's head was covered in blue. The angry Yuan's eyes glowed. He threw his body back as the creature's head shattered into pieces. The guy hit his opponent with all his force. The main character, holding on to Surutra, tried to climb up his back. The brunette in the red cloak became more angry when the enemy called him a green sword that is not even able to climb the tower. The entire dungeon was covered in bright flames while Yuan sat on the back of the creature, who thought that he was acting brazenly. The guy pressed his fingers on the enemy's body as he used the cold and fire spell clothing, which counteract the destructive fire of Surutra. He noticed that even after using all the means to resist fire, the difference did not decrease. The guy's body began to be covered in bright flames when he used his eyes, which, resisting the destructive fire of the creature, began to consume him. A system sign appeared indicating that he was able to break through the enemy's resistance. The guy grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly as third-degree burns began to appear on his body. At this moment, a sign appeared stating that his flame resistance had increased by 1 unit. He held his opponent's body and raised his weapon. Yuan decided that he could win. The main character plunged into the monster with a sword, from which strong energy emanates. Surutra tried to stop him. The brunette's sword began to crack. The monster fell to the ground with a crash as a system sign appeared indicating that the creature's destruction had been defeated. The weapon in the guy's hand began to disappear as he laughed loudly. He looked up when the level up sign appeared. The main character realized that he really was able to kill Surutra. Yuan remembered how he fought with another opponent, thanks to which he raised his level. He believes this is just the beginning. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He understands that his dear one will be quite broken. A system sign appeared, informing that the guy had received an achievement that was impossible to believe. The main character, with his eyes closed, was lying on the ground. He tried to open his eyes slightly. The guy lying near the monster's body stood up. Trembling his body, he began to finger his fingers. He, seeing that his burns were still not gone, assumed that he had not been unconscious for long. The brunette in the red cloak touched his hand. He realized that his ability was serious because the same cold remained in his body. Remembering the entire battle with Surutra, he thought that he would die then. He knows that he is now in the intermediate stage of obtaining golden flame eyes. The main character approached the lifeless body of the creature. He, realizing that even though the tutorial had not yet finished, decided that he should stop because he had a long way ahead of him. The ground beneath the creature with huge fangs began to crack. The brunette realized that his body was complex despite the fact that it looked plain after the flames disappeared. Yuan, sitting on the dead body of the enemy, tore off his bone. He believes that all byproducts of a demon's body are items. At this moment, he remembered that a being of Surutra level had some pretty special items. The guy's pupils narrowed in surprise. The large crystal located in the monster's body sparkled brightly. The brunette realized that he had found the heart of a giant born in the land of fire, who was able to pour fire energy through him. Holding the crystal in his hand, the main character looked at it intently. He decided that he wanted to absorb the object right now, but he understood that with his current body it would be difficult for him to do this. After which he remembered that this miraculous medicine changes the very structure of the body of the absorbing person, which is why he needs quite a lot of stamina for this. Yuan looked at someone in confusion when he was called out. The bearded man, baring his teeth, asked the guy if he was finished. Putting the item into his inventory, the brunette looked intently at the man and asked him, "Is it him again?" Hearing this, the man with the severed hand told him that he should tell him this. The tutorial manager began to approach the guy who jumped off the monster. He informed him that he still has a long way to go at this level. Hearing this, the man said that he was scolded because tutorial's balance had reached a critical state. The man with long hair grabbed his head when he remembered the main character who fights all the monsters. He doesn't understand where Yuan came from, which gives him a headache. The manager, standing opposite the brunette, demanded that he first go to the last area because the fourth tutorial was almost over. Hearing this, the guy asked him how much time he had left. The man told him that there were about 4 hours left. The bearded man extended his hand to Yuan, who said that 4 hours would be enough for him. They held hands tightly. The manager said that he had been discussing for a long time with his comrades on other floors what kind of reward to give him. A system sign appeared about the transfer of 10,000 points. A blue mist began to develop around as the man firmly shook the protagonist's hand. A system sign appeared about receiving a heaven-slaying star, thanks to which all the guy's stats increased by 3 units. The brunette, lowering the manager's hand, frowned deeply when he thought about the heaven-slaying star. He thought he was aware of all the satisfying top-level skills. At that moment, he realized that he was hearing about this subject for the first time. A system sign appeared stating that the heaven-slaying star is given to a talented person who is destined to slay the heavens. The main character assumed that he could not get a plus level skill in tutorial, and he also knows that high-level skills are not all good. But despite this, the effectiveness of this is high due to the increase in stats. Yuan frowned deeply. A system sign has appeared indicating that the effect of increasing all stats by 3 units has been completed. He was confused by the fact that the skill was not completed, but even so it was suitable for compensating for the lack of stats. The manager and the main character were standing near the dead creature when he asked the guy if he needed anything after rewarding him. The brunette asked him for a small pill. A window appeared in front of the man to buy a small pill. He called Yuan a fan of spending money on expensive things. At this moment, a system sign appeared stating that the main character, having spent 10,000 points, received a pill. Lowering his head, the guy grabbed his chin. The bearded man announced that he was leaving since there were no more requests for him. The brunette looked blankly at the man, who advised him to rest a little after taking the pill. A system sign appeared stating that by consuming the small pill, Yuan's mana and stamina increased by 1 unit. The main character remained alone near the defeated creature when the manager informed him that they would see each other soon. The guy's wounds began to heal due to the fact that his stamina began to quickly recover. The brunette placed his wounded hand on his knee. He realizes that he has 4 hours left to restore his stamina and prepare for the 5th tutorial. Yuan leaned his whole body on the monster. He knows that a race awaits him in the 5th tutorial. Waking up, the guy tried to open his eyes. Seeing that the dungeon space began to transform, the main character realized that everything had already begun. The brunette in black boots took a step forward. He almost fell when the space began to change. The guy in the red cloak stepped on the green grass when the system sign appeared about the start of the latest tutorial. The main character, looking intently at something, raised his head. He walked towards the remaining dungeon players. The brunette in chainmail, raising his head, noticed that he smelled of the sea. Hearing this, his partner thought about how huge the dungeon was. There were a huge number of people in the forest who were walking somewhere dissatisfied. They were in the place where tutorial participants from different worlds gather for the first time when the tower announced the final round. The men raised their heads high and saw a sign that they were in the assembled world, which was the last tutorial. Someone suggested that their dungeon run would finally end. Hearing this, another player demanded that he shut up. Near the seething reservoir there was a high mountain. A system sign appeared informing participants that the island of Baraganda is slowly sinking into the sea, which is why players need to escape from it and prove their claim. The volcano, covered in greenery, began to erupt in flames. Participants must first kill the boss located at the top of the island, thanks to which they are awarded points depending on their contribution. At this point, they were informed that the final reward was determined depending on the points and time spent on capturing. The players were also notified that after 30 days, the island would completely go underwater. A system sign appeared above the dungeon indicating a time limit of 720 hours. The participants were surprised that a whole month was given for this task. The main character raised his head and clenched his hands into fists. He remembered that so far the longest round had lasted 3 days, and the short quest ended in just 1 hour. After which he realized that now there is no need to take up arms and fight, because the longer the time limit to achieve the goal, the better for him. He tilted his head to the side with displeasure when he suggested that a month was given to kill the first boss. In other words, he realized that this is how long it might take them to fight the monster. Near the guy stood 3 drooping men. He realized that some people realized the meaning of this time. The blue-eyed blonde raised his head and asked the players if everyone had heard the announcement. He, believing that they met for a reason, suggested that the guys create teams. He was surrounded by the rest of the players when a man in a dirty sweater said that they could try to unite. Hearing this, the participant with the brown bag decided that he was also in favor of such an idea and invited everyone to meet. An unknown man in a white cloak, baring his teeth, loudly said that he refused. Players began to approach a person who believes that an ally is the one he trusts with his back and shoulder, after which he said that this is why he wants to choose his own partner. Yuan turned his head towards the unknown, who believes that no one is suitable to be his ally. The main character remembered that this player was also in the dungeon. The blonde, clenching his hand into a fist, decided to attack the man in the white cloak and called him an impudent man. The hood opened slightly, revealing his brightly glowing eyes. With one blow he was able to attack all the men who approached him. The remaining players were scared when they saw the attackers fly into the air. While the unknown person continued to cast his spell, the men fell to the ground with a roar. The white hood fell from his head. Hargon, who is the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus, said menacingly that he was not pleased. The attackers' bodies continued to sparkle as the players wondered what skill the blonde was using against them. Yuan remembered how Hargon attacked everyone in the dungeon. He believes that the high-rank pureblood power he showed at the beginning of the 5th tutorial will be of great interest to the tower. The guy imagined a strong aura emanating from the baby. He knows that purebloods, born and raised in the tower, once chosen, begin their rise. At that moment, he remembered that, from the moment of their birth, they absorb the secrets of the tower, thanks to which they differ in level from other participants. After which he realized that right now the fair game had come to an end. He imagined the blonde hovering over the ancient buildings. The brunette knows that this player is the one who contributed the most in the 5th past life tutorial. The main character looked down and realized that he did not want to be associated with Hargon. He decided that he needed to get away from the gathering place of the participants. Yuan looked around with displeasure when he was called out. Hargon approached him, clenching his fists. The main character asked him what happened. The brunette bared his teeth angrily and asked the blonde if he was talking to him. At this moment, he thought about when the pureblood managed to approach him. Frowning his eyebrows, the blonde looked intently at the guy and said that he was addressing him specifically. He pointed his finger at the main character and asked him if he was wearing clothes from the robe of the fire spell. Yuan looked displeased at the interlocutor standing next to him, who noticed that his subject was not available in the tutorial. The guy asked him where he got it from. The brunette tilted his head to the side and talked about how he bought it for points. Hargon frowned deeply and looked at the main character in surprise. Standing opposite a guy dressed in a red cloak, the blonde wondered how he could buy such an expensive item. The pureblood asked him what level he had. Hearing this, Yuan told him that it was rude to ask such a thing. Worried, Hargon grabbed his hand and realized that the protagonist was right. He was surprised that the guy even managed to learn this in tutorial. The blonde raised his hand and said that he would no longer question him. The brunette began to move away from the pureblood, who invited him to create a team. Having refused, the main character wished him good luck. Drops of sweat began to run down the player's angry face. He turned around abruptly and asked Yuan to wait for him, assuming that he did not know who he was. The brunette admitted to him that he was not interested in this offer. Standing in front of the remaining participants, Hargon clenched his hands tightly into fists. The ground began to crumble under his foot. A huge stream of energy pierced through the forest. The blonde loudly demanded that the main character stop. Meanwhile, a monster with huge fangs opened its mouth. The player, shrouded in a strong aura, pointed his finger at him. Hargon hit the creatures with one hit. He fell to the ground with a crash after killing all the monsters. The guy, angry, bared his teeth. He didn't understand why Yuan was fast. Looking at the sunlit forest path, the blonde assumed that the main character used a speed-increasing skill. He thought about how many stats this player has. The guy imagined the image of a brunette and thought that he was a purebred. At that moment he was trying to remember the one who had nimble legs. Hargon, crouching, put his hand on his knee and suggested that Yuan had elves in his ancestors, after which he thought that he was a martial master. The blonde stood up and touched his cloak with his hand. He suggested that the main character is a relative of Hermes. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He realized that it was becoming much more interesting. The guy in the red cloak stopped abruptly. The brunette, standing on a tree branch, looked back and realized that he was able to break away from the purebred. The main character remembered the player in the white cape and realized that he was damn fast. He believes that the player used his brute Herculean strength to accelerate, because speed is not his special talent. Yuan jumped from a branch while deep in the forest. The brunette tilted his head as he remembered the manager's words that tutorial's balance sheet was in a worse state. He assumed that the man was not only talking about him then. The main character approached the entrance to the cave. He decided that this did not concern him. Meanwhile, bloodstains appeared on the ground when the guy destroyed the knoll. A system sign appeared indicating a 0.001% increase in the completion of Heaven Slaying Star. The monster tried to turn away from the player's attack, but it was destroyed, causing the completion of the Heaven Slaying Star to be increased by 0.001%. The brunette, looking at his opponent, frowned deeply. A system sign appeared stating that the completion rate of Heaven Slaying Star is 0.01%. Turning away, the guy walked away from the pile of dead monsters. He killed 10 gnolls, but his completion rate barely exceeded 0.01%. At this point, he assumed that he needed to kill creatures located higher in order to raise the level of his ability. The main character, holding the bag in his hands, began to scatter powder that muffled the smell. He understands that he did not come to this place because of hunting. Yuan, being in the cave, bowed and noticed that his body, from which the cold had gone, had recovered sufficiently, after which he decided that he had everything prepared. The guy's hand began to sparkle when he touched something. The brunette took out a red crystal, which is the giant's heart. He remembered that the manager asked to listen to him carefully. The gentleman in the red cloak brought the crystal, which was the giant's heart, to his mouth. He quickly took a bite of the item when he remembered that it needed to be consumed before completing the tutorial. The main character's heart began to beat loudly. His blood vessels were severely swollen. A system sign appeared indicating that the pure blood of a giant demon had been absorbed. Yuan suddenly grabbed his heart as the creature's blood began to enter his body. A warning appeared that a battle between a man and a giant and a demon was beginning in the brunette's body. The guy began to tremble all over his body when he felt that he was getting very hot. He grabbed the ground tightly with his hand when he realized that the fire spell robe was not even able to stop the fire inside his body. A system sign appeared stating that his fiery eyes began to resist the flames of the giant race. The main character, clutching his heart, fell to the ground with a roar. He assumed that his bones and muscles began to turn out and his blood began to flow in the opposite direction. The fiery eyes could not resist the flames of the giant race. Some creature approached the guy lying on the ground. He realized that there was no way to numb the pain, so he decided to endure it through willpower. At that moment, he realized that by enduring, he could gain the greatest strength. Yuan imagined an image of a man who told him that absorbing this item in the tutorial is tantamount to suicide. It was he who told him that the main character must first get fiery eyes, after which he said that if he could not do this, he should give up his heart. The main character remembered that he had only one chance. A strong aura began to emanate from his body as a sign appeared indicating that his strength would increase by 1 unit. The guy's stamina and strength again increased by 1 unit. A notification appeared about an increase in mana by 1 unit. Beads of sweat began to flow from the guy's face as his stamina increased by 1 unit. He wondered how much time had passed. Yuan's strength increased by 1 unit. The main character, trembling all over, tried to lean on his hand. He assumed that he should be getting better little by little. A system sign has appeared stating that fiery eyes conflict with the fire of the giant race, and also that the player is able to suppress it with the help of them. The brunette, trembling all over, knelt down. There was a notification that a gigantic fire had been received by satisfying the conditions of the hidden part. A devilish smile appeared on the guy's face. He did not understand what a giant fire was. At that moment, he realized that the skill that was supposed to appear was not arising. A strong aura began to emanate from Yuan, who was in the cave. He thought he would go crazy. Meanwhile, night fell in the dungeon. There are 707 hours, 54 minutes and 48 seconds left on the time limit board. The main character is sprawled on the ground in a cave. Drops of sweat began to flow from his angry face. He realized that a quarter of a day had already passed. The time limit notice began to blur in his vision. The guy assumed that he had done the wrong thing. At that moment, he remembered that initially this skill could be obtained after hunting 10,000 giants, whose blood it was necessary to wipe off. Lying on the ground, the brunette hit his cloak hard with his fist. He believes that skill does not come easily. Yuan clenched his hand tightly into a fist as he suggested that he should calm down. The guy loosened his grip. A system sign appears stating that the conditions of the hidden part have been met. Lying on the ground, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes glowed red as the pure blood of the giant and demon was completely absorbed into his body. A notification has appeared regarding the perfect absorption of a giant's heart in the tutorial area. Yuan began to lose consciousness when he realized that he had succeeded. A red aura began to emanate from the brunette in the cave. A system sign about receiving gigantization has appeared. A time limit board appeared with 696 hours, 18 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. Having stood up, the guy grabbed his head and realized that he had been lying there for about a quarter of a day. He remembered that he passed out twice in tutorial. The main character struggled to get to his feet because he decided that he should hurry up since the shortest history of clearing this tutorial is a week. He remembered the player who played a major role in achieving this shortest record. An image of a man appeared in Yuan's head, one of whose eyes was covered with a mask. He knows that Odin is the best gladiator and the leader of the enormous power of Asgard. Something began to appear in the guy's hand. He decided that he couldn't lose either. A table appeared with the rank of tutorial participants, with Hargon in first place. The brunette tilted his head to the side when he noticed that the pureblood was in first place, and also that the difference with other places was also overwhelming. He introduced a girl with a blue-eyed guy standing next to her. The main character knows that they are relatives who were born in the world of Pantemium, developed by magic and sword art. At that moment, he remembered that people from at least 2 worlds and more participated in the tutorial. An image of a brunette dressed in armor and being in second place in the ranking appeared in his head. He assumed that Yalch was a purebred he had never heard of. Yuan presented the image of some player whose name is Sunjeon. Looking at his name, the main character realized that he had absolutely no memory of the participant who came from the same world as him. The brunette turned his head to the side and suggested that these players could not climb the tower because they died at this stage. The gentleman in the red cloak touched his head and decided that his thoughts would not change anything. He believes that he needs to check his condition and quickly set out on the road, because even without this he was very late. A sign appeared stating that the main character, who is level 57, has 72 units of strength. He noticed that his strength and agility stats had increased significantly due to absorbing the giant's power, after which he decided that he should take care to maintain an even balance. He learned that the skill level of the giant fire ability is 0%. The brunette moved forward when he realized that his skill rank was not that high. He believes that if he didn't have the ability to attack, this skill would help him. Covering his face, Yuan climbed out of the cave. He tilted his head and thought about where he should go now. His eyes sparkled with a bright light. A notification about the Flaming Eyes skill has appeared. The main character quickly ran through the forest. Deep in the forest there was some kind of village. Orcs stood near the wooden structure. They looked intently at the guy who began to approach them. The monsters decided that this man would become their prey. The brunette confidently put his hand in front of him. He decided that the orc settlement would be suitable for him to test the giant fire skill. The entire settlement was covered in flames when Yuan used his ability. Green creatures with fangs, on fire, began to scream loudly. They assumed that they were attacked by that person. Attacking his opponents, the brunette pulled out a well-forged sword from his inventory. The orcs began to scatter when the main character attacked them. The gentleman in the red cloak cut the creature. Yuan was in 15,104th place in the ranking. His eyes glowed with a bright flame when he remembered that there were 6 days left. He decided that he could finish this tutorial faster than Odin. In second place in the ranking was the main character, who had 5,266 points. Hargon frowned deeply when he suggested that it was the guy whose name he didn't know. A sly smile appeared on the blonde's face when he remembered that the main character had not shown up for a while, causing him to believe that he only had fast legs. At that moment, he realized that Yuan was climbing the rankings extremely actively. The player in golden armor looked back at his partner, who noticed that he was joyful. Hargon said that he definitely wants to bring some guy. The blonde guy wearing a green cape smiled and asked his partner if he was talking about Yuan. Sunjun, being a member from the Earth World line, has excellent mana control. The blonde turned to the guy and asked him if he knew the main character. He, denying this, replied that they originated from the first country, after which he said that that player is very memorable after you see him in ranking. Hargon remembered the rating of the round and suggested that with such a speed of the protagonist, the top could change dramatically after some time, after which he called out to someone. The players stared at the pureblood standing in front of them. He reminded them that he had personally gathered them. The blonde raised his head and realized that he had created a pretty good team, in which the last place intended for Yuan was empty. The guys went after Hargon, who announced the start of the hunt. Meanwhile, a magic ball appeared in the participant's hand. He asked his uncle if this was what he wanted. Paladin, who was a mixture of a dark elf and a creature that hailed from Pantemium, moved his hand to the side and reported what he had found. Hearing this, the blonde menacingly replied that he was not an uncle. The players were standing around some kind of cliff when the head praised the guy and decided to take a look. Standing on the cliff, the pureblood began to use his magic. He advised his partner to move away so that they would not fall under his attack. Angry, Hargon clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Huge pieces of earth began to fly apart. A bead of sweat began to drip down Sunjun's face as he realized that it had taken him half a day to find the place. In the pit stood a player from whom a strong aura emanated. He asked the guys how much it would have taken to find her if Paladin had not helped them, after which he demanded that his partners come in. The men jumped into the cliff. The brunette suggested that they were in a fairly spacious cave. In the hand of the elf with gray braids, the magic ball continued to sparkle. He decided to move after looking around. Seeing his uncle's blue face, he asked him what was wrong with him. At that moment, Paladin realized that something strange was happening. The blonde frowned deeply when he realized that there was no response about the discovery of the dungeon. Hargon headed towards the cave entrance when he assumed that someone might have found it earlier. The guys started calling out to the captain. The pureblood looked back at a fair-haired guy who ran up to him and asked him to check ranking. Yuan was in first place in the tutorial rating. The blonde's pupils shrank with anger when he realized that the main character had overtaken him. Above Hargon, who was in second place, was Yuan. Meanwhile, the purple creature was broken into pieces. The blonde man attacked the caterpillars, which had green paws. Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, from which a bright light emanated, the heroine noticed that their leader was pretty angry. After that, she asked the guys who knows why he lost his temper. Someone suggested that an angry Hargon looks like he is brimming with determination. A ladder tilted her head to the side and said it was because of the excitement of competition. A blush appeared on the guy's face when the brunette began to approach him. The girl believes that they will not have a good hunt because the captain single-handedly kills a huge number of monsters. Hearing this, Sunjun said that this could happen. Yalch, who is a purebird from the tower, closed her eyes when someone suggested dividing the team in half. The guys looked intently at the head, from whom a strong aura emanated. He informed them that in the cave the road forks into two directions, after which he said that in each team Alador and Paladin will be responsible for finding the road and communication. The players looked blankly at the head, who began to list them by name. He told them to go to the right and assumed that they would have no problem since Yalch was coming with them. Iron swords appeared in the brunette's hands. Raising her weapon, the long-haired girl announced that they would see each other later. A magic ball began to sparkle in the player's hand as he used the mana concentration skill. The earth began to fall apart when the guy directed his energy at it. The caterpillars raised their heads when the brunette decided to attack them from above. Yalch, closing her eyes, cut all the creatures. The guys were surrounded by the dead bodies of monsters. Sunjun began to flex his fingers when, standing behind him, his partner asked how many hours they had been hunting. The guy realized that he should save his mana because now he can use about 2 concentrations of energy. Seeing a wooden door in a cave, the man asked why it was so huge. His partner suggested that behind it there was a room with a boss. Alador looked intently at the door and asked the guys what the boss room was. Sunjun said something similar happened in a game he played before, after which he said that in the world in which he previously lived, he saw many similar things, behind which the bosses were usually located. The guys looked back at Yalch approaching them, who asked them not to get lost. She believes that the time of relaxation is the closest moment to death. A wide smile appeared on the blonde boy's face as he agreed with his partner. He curled his lips, frightened. The brunette turned her head to her worried partner and asked him what was the matter. Hearing this, the guy told her about ranking. The guys got scared when they heard some noise. The whole cave was covered in fog when the guy with the gun told the guys that this sound was coming from the door. The brunette demanded that they control their actions and asked Sun-Jun to take a position from behind. Standing near the slightly opened wooden door, the guy suggested that the recent shock and the first place points were definitely related. Purple mist appeared from the door as the player guessed what was there. There were bloodied body parts of the creature lying around inside the room when a notification appeared that the guys had entered the boss's dungeon. They stared blankly as a system sign appeared indicating the completion of the sweep. Sun-Jun, who had a green cape on his shoulders, frowned deeply when he remembered the main character. The reflection of a person appeared in his eyes. On the wall of the room towered the image of a player with bright flames emanating from his eyes. The guy realized that this was Yuan. The main character in a red cloak was standing on a killed monster when a notification appeared about the completion of the cleanup. The brunette's eyes glowed with a bright flame. He remembered how he cut the boss's body with a sword. A huge caterpillar with spikes fell to the ground with a roar. A weapon began to appear in his hand as he realized that the monster was terribly tenacious. A system has appeared about raising the level of the main character, thanks to which his stats increased by 1 unit. Standing near the killed monster, the guy realized that he had used all his skills and realized his current level of combat effectiveness. He decided that he should definitely use the giant's flame carefully, paying attention to his stamina stats. The brunette kicked the caterpillar when he received 3,000 points for clearing the boss room and saw that the completion of the heaven-slaying star increased by 1%. He realized that the rate of increase in completion is low because even with the killing of the boss it increases by 1%. The main character climbed onto the monster and realized that he should mostly kill bosses because he didn't want to farm an insane amount. He realized that he could not understand what degree effect this skill gave. The brunette looked intently into the distance and decided that he needed to further increase his completeness. While on the dead boss, Yuan told someone that they were a little late because the creature had already died. Alador frowned deeply when her partner, standing next to her, suggested that the guy was able to kill everyone. Sun-Jun's face turned blue when he remembered that they recognized the captain as the strongest in tutorial. He realized that the main character was able to single-handedly take down the boss's room. There were traces of blood near the dead caterpillar. Seeing them, the guy thought about whether the person who came with him from the first world and went through the same tutorial really has the strongest skills. Approaching the killed body of the monster, the blonde player understood why the captain wanted this predator in his squad. He asked Yuan if he had any other companions. Hearing this, the brunette replied that he was one. A drop of sweat began to flow from Sun-Jun's face when he decided that this member was necessary for their team because he was dangerous to them if he was not with them. He asked him if he wanted to join their team. Sitting on a caterpillar with spikes, the main character lowered his head and thought about whether that Korean's name was Sun-Jun. The brunette looked somewhere in disbelief. Hargon's partners were standing in the boss's room. Yuan, seeing the small number of participants, assumed that their team had split up for a while to hunt. The brunette in armor lowered her gaze to the ground as the protagonist suggested that she was Yalch, who is in ranking after Hargon. He, realizing that the girl had reached the boss's room, assumed that she was not at tutorial level. The red cloak of the guy sitting on the tracks began to develop. He realized that the blonde had created a good team to work together because they had a great future ahead of them. Interrupting his thoughts, Sun-Jun called his name. He, frowning heavily, said menacingly that he was refusing their offer. The blonde player standing behind the brunette was upset, although he understood that it would be so. Yalch asked him if he was going to defeat the Baraganda boss alone. Yuan squatted while the girl looking at him reminded him that he had allocated a month for this tutorial. She believes that the round is set up so that they won't have any problems even if they kill the boss with a majority. The heroine introduced the participants who were fighting and talked about how the essence of this latest tutorial is teamwork. She thinks that the player should grow and gather many allies in order to combine their powers within the allotted time. Yuan looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. Pieces of stones began to fly into the dungeon when the master realized what they wanted. The girl with white hair folded her hands and said that she would contact the captain so that he would come because they were able to detect the main character. Hearing this, Sun-Jun assumed that it would become much noisier with his arrival. A bright yellow light appeared in the boss's room. Hargon jumped high when he saw Yuan sitting on the monster. He started calling him by name. The blonde approached the main character. The player became very angry when the brunette pressed his forehead with all his strength. The guy pinned the captain to the ground. Sun-Jun bared his teeth and looked at what was happening. Yalch frowned deeply with displeasure. The red-haired guy standing behind his partner looked intently forward. Yuan wanted to touch the blonde with his hand and asked them if they wanted to survive. The brunette tightly grabbed the handles of their weapons when the main character asked them if they planned to become rankers. Hearing this, Yalch thought about how a person, even someone who is not a pureblood, knows about them. The brunette became sad when he remembered the tower and the fact that Rankers was a creature that had overcome all the challenges and cleared all the floors. He knows that it has the power to enjoy power, glory, and eternal life. The guy raised his head and, apologizing, said that he was not interested in such a thing. He understands that someday he will have to become one, but this is just the first of the stages. The heroine grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly. She bared her teeth in anger and remembered that for people like her, who are not chosen by the tower, this was a distant dream. She knows that her king, the leader of the clan, is the ranker that everyone sincerely desires to become. At this moment she asked the main character how he differs from them. The brunette looked down intently as Yalch asked him if he was going to become a top ranker. He raised his hand up and admitted that he planned to become someone higher than them. The guys looked intently at the guy sitting on the monster, whose final goal is not some kind of tower top. He said that he wanted to break through the ceiling of this tower. Sun-Jun, standing near his teammates, looked at Yuan with concern. The brunette asked the gentleman what nonsense he was saying. The gold-armored player slammed his hand onto the ground with all his might. He called the main character by name. Hargon grabbed his head and asked the brunette what he was doing. Angry, the blonde approached the player, who told him that when he saw his attack, he thought that they wanted to kill him. The man answered menacingly that he just wanted to grab him. A drop of sweat began to run down the guy's face. Yuan said that he could only get scared when such a strong man flew at him. Yalch exhaled heavily as the brunette apologized to their captain. Sun-Jun didn't expect that the main character was convinced by this. Hargon started dusting off his hands and said that Yuan's speech about breaking through the ceiling was very insightful. He, remembering his father's words, said that a powerful force was hidden outside the tower. The main character lowered his head when the blonde informed him that his father was an incredibly great man. Hearing this, he wondered what he was talking about Zeus, who holds the position of King of Olympus. The brunette leaned dissatisfied on his arm when the blonde asked if he again refused to join their team. Hargon believes that a sardine cannot swim with a whale. Putting his hand aside, the blonde guy demanded that he not be considered some kind of sardine, because he would someday become the King of Olympus. Sun-Jun, standing near the heroines, called out to the captain. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face when he realized that the blonde man who claimed the direct bloodline of Olympus had great ambitions. At that moment, Hargon said that he could prove if he did not believe him. The guy represented a huge number of players when he invited Yuan to bet on which of them, having contributed more, could kill the boss. He told the main character that he could create a team at his own discretion, after which he said that in any case his team would not have more than 9 people. Leaning on his arm, Yuan looked intently at his interlocutor and realized that his proposal was stunning, because he would act with only 9 players despite the fact that his opponent could collect several hundred. The blonde said that if he wins the argument, then the main character will have to join their team. Tilting his head to the side, the guy in the red cloak asked Hargon what he would get if he won. Hearing this, the blonde promised to treat him like an older brother. The man in golden armor looked displeasedly at Yuan, who began to laugh. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face and he asked him what was good about such a younger brother. He decided that, in any case, he had to change the future. The guys approached the caterpillar when the hero sitting on it suggested that the Hargon card could become golden, which should be used in his case. He said that it would be better if the blonde helped him once. Hearing this, the pureblood asked him if he had enough. The brunette began to move away from the killed creature when Hargon said that if he could not fulfill his demand, he would give him his item. The main character replied that they would sort it out on the spot. The blonde, clenching his fist, struck with his hands and announced the conclusion of the dispute. Yuan's face turned blue when Hargon asked him not to disappear because they should meet later on the first floor. He, sensing that this player was constantly energetic every time they met, suggested that he could complete the tutorial in 10 days. The captain fell with a crash to the ground where his partners stood. He asked them if they had heard and said that it was not enough for them to act according to the schedule. Hargon, frowning, was very surprised when the main character advised him not to count the second and not to act in a hurry. The brunette, approaching the sign with a time limit, raised his hand. The display read 632 hours, 7 minutes and 46 seconds when Yuan announced the time stop. The guy asked someone what it is. He, looking intently at the main character, asked him about the reason for stopping time. Hargon was very surprised when the brunette said that Baraganda is not an island, but a sacred beast. Standing among the creatures, Yuan spoke about how they were parasites. He suggested that they settled in the body of a huge sacred beast and, absorbing power, tormented it continuously. Introducing a caterpillar with fangs, the main character said that Baraganda was about to sink again due to parasites. He said that seawater could kill them. Approaching the creature, the blonde turned his head and assumed that it was the king of parasites. Hearing this, Yuan said that it constantly gave birth and raised them. A bead of sweat began to run down the blonde's surprised face as he wondered if he should believe this information. He did not understand how a person with an unknown identity and origin knew information that was not even available to Olympus. Approaching the system sign, Yuan said that the temporary restriction no longer applies until the manager or his assistants return the system to its original state. This hidden part of Baraganda was told to him by Odin. Imagining the image of a man whose eye was covered with a mask, he remembered that the 5th tutorial was the struggle of time. He knows that his point is how many bosses will be killed in the time spent. The main character remembered a formidable player who had a necklace around his neck. He admitted to him that he did not kill the boss in a week. At that moment, Odin told him that stopping time was the only way out. The boy's red cloak began to develop when he decided that he needed to use his time wisely. He knows that, after sufficient strengthening, time will resume its course. At this point, the tutorial will end. Meanwhile, a sign with a time limit appeared. The players, baring their teeth, began to bother when one guy suggested that there was a bug because he noticed time stopping. The brunette asked him if it would then decrease sharply. The blonde guy with the brown bag raised his weapon and said that the time limit would start again. He menacingly asked the guys why they froze, because they needed to quickly raise their scores during this time. Meanwhile, in a room shrouded in blue light, the administrators noticed that the parasitic dragon had been killed. The creature remembered that this was the first time this had happened since Odin. Hearing this, his partner asked him if the manager still knew about this mistake. The green clown grabbed his head and assumed that the gentleman was busy with the scandal that he had with Olympus due to what had recently happened. Red asked that someone contact the manager because the main parasite is not in a place that can be stumbled upon. Meanwhile, night fell in the dungeon. Sunlight illuminated everything around. Pieces of stones began to roll down the mountain. White birds flew across the blue sky. A monster with fangs, shrouded in flames, tried to say something. The main character stuck his weapon into the boss's back. The other creatures became worried as their companion fell to the ground. One of them said that their leader was defeated. The guy pulled out the bloody blade from the boss's body. The creatures started calling him a monster. Yuan's eyes glowed with a bright flame when he asked them about who they call a monster. The brunette looked back in confusion as the creatures began to run away from him. Seeing a sign with a time limit, the guy realized that it had worked and assumed that the lackeys had finished sorting it out. He wondered if this could be solved by killing the main parasite again. After which he realized that the broken installation could not break again. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character took out a weapon from his inventory. He decided that he still won about 3 days because he got a lot more time than he thought. Yuan looked up at the sky and decided it was time for him to move on. He, looking at the mountain shrouded in forest, realized that he should head towards the tower in which the gods live. A strong aura appeared around the top of the mountain. A huge explosion occurred in the dungeon, causing a cliff to appear. Sun Jiun, putting his hand on his belt, told his partner that people had begun to gather. Valador informed him that by destroying the boss, the player could get high scores and get ahead. After which she suggested that those people who have some skills would take part. The green-eyed guy frowned deeply. There were guys standing near the mountain from whom strong energy emanated. He, taking into account the guy's mana, said that most of the players have reached level 20. The blonde member looked at Yalch, who informed him that this level was required to enter the tower. At that moment, Sun Jiun asked her if all tower players knew how to manage mana. Hearing this, the girl said that most of them are residents of the tower who do not have such an ability. Standing on the mountain and watching the players, the brunette said that the inhabitants were people born and raised in the towers, like her or the captain. She talked about how such people, once chosen by the tower and receiving the blessings of the system, become purebloods. The heroine tilted her head to the side when her partner asked her if they could kill the boss. She replied that she could not say this because initially she thought that this would never happen. The man in golden armor confidently stepped on the ground. Remembering the image of Hargon, near which her partner stood, she admitted that she could not even imagine how strong their captain was. Seeing the fog on the mountain, the man noticed that they were delayed a little. The partner said they wanted to make the most of the precious time. Valador was looking intently into the distance when the guy asked her if Yuan had come. Hearing this, she said that he was coming. Bowing his head, the main character began to approach the guys. Someone called his name. He confidently looked up and decided to look at something. Mana began to emanate from the guys, thanks to which he noticed that the flow of energy in Valador and Sun Jiun was different from what it was before. He realized that they had improved the levels quite well. The brunette tilted his head in displeasure as he approached Hargon, who had also improved. The blonde will call him by name. Smiling, the guy raised his hand up and asked him where his team was, after which he asked him if he was going to kill the boss alone again. Hargon grabbed his head sharply when Yuan said that in this case he would get more points. The pureblood said that although he himself is often called crazy, the situation for the main character is much worse. The blonde frowned deeply as he remembered ranking. He knows that their score difference with Yuan is somewhere around 7,000. The guy decided that he must catch the boss before the main character. The brunette looked back at the man who approached him. He, remembering that he did not have a team, told him that they were heading to clean up the boss. The men could not stand on their feet when the blonde attacked them. He suggested that everyone go fight together since they did not have a team. Angry, Hargon began to fiddle with his fingers and called the players pathetic midges. The frightened participants ran away from the main character when they assumed that he was on the purebred team. Yuan was glad that everything turned out this way because they annoyed him. At that moment the guy said loudly that he was just standing nearby. The gentleman in the red cloak approached the dark aura and, wishing good luck to the players, announced that he was heading to the boss. Hargon asked him if he is moving forward immediately. Hearing this, the main character replied that time in tutorial is precious. The blonde, angry, bared his teeth. He thinks that he is very interested in how he was able to clear tutorial in less than 5 days, for which he was given a month. Yuan approached the edge of the cliff when he was asked to go there together. Hargon pushed the protagonist into the abyss. He landed with a crash on the ground in the first boss room. Near the dragon with fangs, there were orcs with red creatures. A system sign appeared informing that the main character will have to find the boss and complete the given quest. Spears with wooden handles flew into the air. Creatures hiding behind shields appeared in the boss room. Opposite the monsters stood a crowd of players. A man in a black t-shirt asked his partner who they were among. The guy noticed that the number of monsters is simply unthinkable. The brunette, angry, raised his head and remembered that he needed to clear several checkpoints to meet the boss. The enraged creatures stared intently at their opponents. Yuan believes that this room contains monsters that cannot even simply coexist. At this point, he suggested that they could be captured. The main character took out a weapon from his inventory and remembered that he knew the location of the boss. His gun became engulfed in flames as he decided he had better break through quickly. He used a combination skill. The gentleman, shrouded in a strong aura, approached the monsters. The guy was happy that they would finally see how a person ranked higher in ranking than their captain fought. At this moment, Sun Jun realized that they would be convinced of Yuan's strength. The blonde man in golden armor folded his hands in displeasure. He frowned deeply as he decided to give Yuan a chance. In the dungeon, shrouded in fiery energy, some noise was heard. The red-haired guy frowned as his partner got very scared. He wondered where Yuan had disappeared to. Tongues of flame enveloped the entire space. The monsters raised their heads when the guy decided to attack them from above. Standing near Paladin, Sun Jun opened his mouth in surprise and asked her what happened. The bodies of the monsters simultaneously exploded when the main character stuck the weapon into the ground. The eyes of Yuan, sitting on the creature, glowed with a bright flame. Sun Jun realized that the main character is a monster who is worse than their captain. Hargon looked ahead gloomily, and someone said that this was a monster worse than the captain. Sun Jun opened his eyes wide and looked with silent surprise at the blonde, who was sparkling with lightning. He struck his fists against each other and said that he knew so. Fire and lightning appeared all around, and the guy in green jumped away from them. When the man in golden armor jumped up and thought that he could not lose, then turned to Yuan and told him to wait for him. Spears appeared out of thin air. He smashed them with an attack. Purple sludge poured from behind Hargon directly onto his head, causing his eyes to widen. The fiery blade struck nearby. The guy in red was in the air and cut the sludge with his blade. Several people rushed to the place where the fire and lightning came from. In front, Yalch cut the weapons that were flying at them, and behind ran Sun Jun, who said that he was not going to remain an observer. But there was nothing to be done, and the girl said that there were still traps, telling him not to let his guard down. Paladin and a ladder used fire and water spells. They directed them towards the purple source, telling the guy in green to push forward. He used his mana concentration skill and raised his hand with the blue ball up, shouting to everyone to bend down. Yuan dodged the blue blast. He looked behind him and thought that at least none of them had any interfering skills, and thank God they wouldn't die getting caught up in what was about to happen. And the guy in the golden armor called out to him, saying that there is something there. He landed in front of a huge door with something painted on it. Hargon raised his head, looking at it, and said that it was. He looked at the huge gate on which various creatures were painted, and he continued, saying that it was a strange picture. Mick felt the drawings. The man asked him if this was war, to which he responded by saying that it was possible, and thought that he himself was seeing this in person for the first time. He ran his hand over the drawing and confidently said to himself that the boss was behind this door. The blonde turned sharply to the guy who began to open the large door and asked in surprise whether he was again just walking silently, to which Yuan said that initially he was also going to act alone. He walked on, and Hargon stood behind him displeasedly and said that they were together now anyway, and asked whether he would get any better from this or something. A loud sound came from behind the door. The subordinates trembled behind the blonde. Sun Jun asked him what it was and whether it was the boss, and another man said that the body goes numb from one scream, asking what it was. The armored man stared ahead intensely, thinking that he knew what kind of boss this was, but it wasn't much, and he must be gigantic, and motioned for the group to enter. Sparks and lightning emit yellow light inside the cave. They appeared from the hand of a man in armor. He told the group to move away, and the guy behind him remained meaningfully silent. A large three-headed dragon was bound with many chains, and the guy asked what it was. The green creature looked at the people with a glowing green eye, baring its teeth. It rushed towards the team, spitting on the fence between them. Notifications appeared informing that this creature was called a chimera, and the next one said that they had entered the third boss room. Subsequent notifications contained the goal of killing the sealed chimera boss and the words that upon achieving the goal, the tutorial would end. Yuan and Hargon stood calmly next to each other. The man in armor noticed, saying that this was the last boss of the tutorial. The hero tensed, sarcastically thinking that this was the last boss, and remained silent significantly. A strange column with a pink glowing ball appeared in front of the guys, and they headed towards it, and the notification said that one person can free, subdue and control the chimera, and the time limit stops with the destruction of the seal stone, and the tutorial can be completed regardless of the conditions. The ball turned out to be a multifaceted pink stone, and the notification further stated that the owner of the chimera receives additional points depending on the number of participants killed by the chimera. The white-haired girl and the guy in green were unpleasantly surprised. Sunjun fearfully asked about the owner of the chimera, and the latter said that this was a test in which, at the same time as killing the chimera, it was necessary to protect the seal stone from people whom he considered allies. Yalch stood next to the blonde and MC, saying that there are 10 people here, and it's not difficult to keep track of such a number, so it's not difficult. Then she thought that even if someone does something unexpected, that is, the captain, and there is only one person faster than him. Yuan took a step towards the stone, to which the man in armor was very surprised. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder, asking what he was doing, and the guy in the red cloak told him to let him in. The chimera looked at them, and the man in armor got angry and asked if he was really going to betray everyone right now and if he had forgotten about the argument, saying that they should kill not the participants, but the boss in order to finish the tutorial. On what he said was that he would win the argument, and he would also finish the tutorial. And Hargon was furious. He asked what he was talking about and why he needed it then. The guy in the red cloak stood calmly in place and said that he knew that he would behave this way, so he was going to do it alone. He pulled out a blade, which left the blonde stunned. The hero smashed the stone into pieces while the second one screamed. A notification arrived indicating that the seal stone had been destroyed and the seal was being removed from the boss. The chains broke, freeing the chimera, and the message stated that the player Yuan had become the owner of the chimera. The creature exhaled steam. The group had a goal to defeat the chimera freed from the seal. She let out a loud roar. The captain looked furiously at MC, saying that he was sure, and the other interrupted him, turning to the boss. He extended his hand forward and commanded the chimera to destroy the wall in front of him. The creature moved forward with heavy steps, destroying the ground beneath it. It charged forward, causing a shock wave. Sunjun looked ahead in shock, shielding himself from the fragments with his hands. The hero calmly watched the boss, saying that as long as he controlled her, she would not attack them, because their enemy was completely different. The blonde asked the guy in surprise, and he said that a chimera is a monster created by combining different monsters located on the island. She raised dust around, and Hargon asked about who created the chimera. He let go of the shoulder of the guy in the red cloak, and he walked forward. The man in armor wondered who the real boss was then, if the chimera was not him, and the guy said that whether to go with him or not was their choice. He and the green creature headed into the hole in the wall. The captain was angry, and the surprised Sunjun asked him what they would do, and he said that first they would go after the guy. The group moved forward. The cave was filled with various bodies of strange monsters. Some were sewn together from pieces of different bodies. The man and woman from the group looked at it all, dumbfounded. The first asked what it was all about, and the second asked if these were really people. The man in golden armor thought that these were very long passages, asking himself where the one they were looking for was. Yuan walked with the chimera deep into the cave, painted red, thinking that the fourth room of the fifth tutorial, which the system does not notify in advance. He looked calm as he continued his thought and thought about the boss being here. A notification appeared saying that they had entered the fourth boss room. The group found themselves in a room filled with chains, cages, and other things. There were corpses of people everywhere, and among this chaos sat a man hidden behind a robe, and called him. The notification said that the boss was updating, and the guy cheekily asked if he had a midday nap. Old, dirty hands fingered the stitched flesh. It was an old man, hidden by a hood. His eyes glowed with red lights, and Yuan said that he was the creator of the chimera. The next notification set the goal of destroying the boss, the creator of the chimera. The green dragon was angry and was blowing off steam. The boss held his hands on pieces of meat, saying that this was the first time this had happened. He got up from his seat and turned to the group of people, saying that he would aim for the right to control the chimera, but not betray, but rather come to where he was. The creator grinned and said that this was interesting. The guys tensed up, and the old man asked about the fact that, apparently, there was Zeus blood there. The enraged Hargon looked at the creator of the Chimera, and he said that although he was a half-breed, he would do just fine, and the man in armor angrily asked him again. He extended his hand forward, loudly asking who the half-breed was here, and what. The hero said that it was the black magician Childa, who had long disappeared from the Ranker Tower. The blonde opened his eyes wide and asked if it was the same Ranker who was the examiner on the 50th floor. After thinking about what he had heard about him, he used hundreds of players who participated in the exam as experimental material, after which he mixed the blood of various monsters, creating a chimera. Yuan was still calm, while the captain mentally asked what such a person was doing in the tutorial, and he said that there was nothing to be afraid of, and by doing such things, he shamefully lost to one player, and then violated the law of the tower, and now he had almost lost his strength. The old man stood at a distance from them, and the guy continued, saying that because of what happened then, he was sentenced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. But even after this period, he could not regain his power, to which the boss asked about how does he know about him. The hero pointed to his face, saying that this. He looked at the surprised old man with his bright red eyes, asking if he remembered this. The three used their powers, pointing them at each other, and Childa screamed at the guy with the red cloak. The blonde was scared. He said that such mana. After all, he said that the old man had lost his strength, and he said that it was his strength with the loss. If he Ranker was in front of them now, they would have died instantly. Mick raised his head and looked at the enemy, and he loudly asked where he got these eyes from. Was he really a relative of that monkey? The withered man screamed, opening his mouth wide, and the guy asked him where this offended tone came from, saying that it was he here, as an examiner, who stooped to killing the participants and experimenting on them, and he shouted loudly, telling him to answer his question. Various pieces of creatures rose from the ground, and Yuan said that he did not come here to satisfy his curiosity. He moved his hand towards the chimera. Many stone creatures headed towards a group of people, and the captain asked what was going on here, to which Sun Jun said that he did not know what was what, and then asked the man if he could deal with them first. The blonde looked furiously at the creatures and agreed, shouting that they would sweep away everyone. The fight began. People attacked the sewn ones. A man hit one of them with his axe. The pink-haired one had difficulty defending himself from the pressure of the creatures. Pieces of the created ones flew to the sides. The guy in the cloak thought that these were level-raising chimeras that were supposed to appear on the lower floor of the tower in about 100 years. And, fortunately, one could only be afraid of their numbers. They are still not finalized. He walked forward, thinking that thanks to the fact that the guys fought well, as befits people from the top ranking. Yuan looked forward menacingly. A large stone coffin fell to the ground from the Coffin of Darkness skill. The boss took out a wooden staff and said that this was a coffin of absolute strength, and even chimeras would not be able to get out if they were imprisoned in it. And even though he lost his strength and fell, then asked if any participant in the tutorial dared to look at him from above. The coffin began to crack, and the old man continued, saying that he would not allow him to live or die. The coffin continued to crack, breaking faster, leaving him in mute silence. Mick broke the coffin into small pieces, which made him very surprised. The guy in the red cloak clenched his fist, and the boss loudly declared that this was madness and then asked again. He bared his teeth, paying attention to his hand and thinking that this couldn't happen and repeating it to himself. The guy's eyes glowed green and red, and because of the dust, it seemed to the withered man that he had a lion's head, and he asked if the guy was connected with Olympus. We see a white building without a roof, with large windows and a statue of an angel, and in front of all of this there is a long-haired, red-haired man with a club. Yuan thought about the head of the great god's Gigantomachy, the main role of the fight of the giants, explaining about the son of Zeus and the main hero of the 12th test, the cruel giant killer. This is a person who does not hesitate to punish evil, but is infinitely affectionate towards the weak, and a creature superior to anyone in strength, and the guy in the red cloak clenched his fist tightly and continued the thought, thinking that this is the hero he revered the most. His hand began to enlarge from the gigantization skill. The notice said that the giant's power was seeping into his hand, and the master's degree was low. Then there were reports that temporarily the stamina stats were replaced with strength stats, and the stamina was low and partial gigantization was being carried out. He looked forward angrily, thinking that as expected, even after eating the giant's heart and increasing his strength with endurance, this is his limit, but it will still be enough. The old man raised his staff, which glowed purple, and said that it was good. He would listen to the answer after he tore off his arms and legs, and even if he was a direct descendant of Olympus, he would remain a green youth. The hero extended his hand forward and told him to shut up. He struck, and another coffin began to appear behind him. A huge stone coffin bound with purple chains rose up. This was the boss using the triple enhancement darkness coffin skill. However, Yuan, with fire in his eyes, smashed it without much effort. The old man pulled his staff forward, telling him not to die for now and adding that he needed to hear a lot from the guy. Green attacks from the skill of charged poisonous fangs that the boss used flew at the hero, and he rushed to the withered one. He remembered himself in the skin of a lion and in a suit, gathering strength into his fist and thinking that gigantism was what he needed. But if he could not control it properly, then he would have to give up killing the creator of the chimera, even though he lost his power and was banished to the tutorial area. But he is dangerous. The guy hit the green attacks, smashing them and saying to himself that it was too reckless, then asking how many days it would take to learn how to control gigantization. He quickly broke up the next attack, saying that it would be difficult, but by no means impossible. Many green pieces flew off from him. Yuan exhaled. He went forward to the old man, and he was surprised and asked again, saying that something like this. The guy with the red cloak was half hidden in darkness. His eyes glowed brightly red, and the boss thought that even though he was related to Hercules, but destroy everything just with this power. He waved his staff, intending to use his power again. It was hidden by a large fence with spikes. It was a skill, a black wall of spikes. He smiled, thinking that this was his strongest defensive skill, and let the guy try to break through. However, cracks began to appear on his defense. He was surprised, thinking that his hands would definitely destroy the wall. The old man raised his staff upward, emitting purple power, and shouted that Yuan was crazy. Blow after blow, the cracks continued to appear. There were more and more of them. Childa was preparing to cast a spell. He tensed, asking himself if the hero had stopped, and then laughed and thought that in the end he was tired. The walls were broken by the guy's blows, and the boss thought that in an attempt to destroy the wall, he had broken his hands into blood. So, the guy in the red cloak rushed towards him and reached for his neck. He hit him hard. Red eyes hit him against the wall. The old man coughed as he lay on the ground, but he punched him right in the face, crushing it, thinking that this was their plan. The brunette hit the withered one again and thought that if he couldn't get fiery eyes and gigantization, then he shouldn't even think about trying to deal with him. Pieces were flying off the floor, and he was talking to himself that if he got one of the two, he would leave it to his own discretion. With fire in his eyes, he swung again, saying in his head that if he gets both, he will definitely deal with the creator of the chimeras. Yuan remembered Ogong, who was sitting on a stone. He turned to the long-haired one. The guy in the skin of a lion stood in front of the blonde and asked him why he didn't say anything, saying that he knew that he, who had risen to the 50th floor, killed the creator of the chimeras, to which the man sitting asked what to say to him. The armless man let go of the stick and said that he personally had nothing to add, and in any case with them. He raised a serious look, continuing the phrase, and said that with them everything is visible. There was nothing left in place of the old man's head, but he wheezed and said that he would not die anyway. The guy lowered his eyebrows, and he said that he was immortal. The hero unclenched his lips, saying that it's good. Well, fire poured from the brunette's eyes. He said that the boss was indestructible, as he was told, but then thinking that 1,000 years of experiments with black magic made him a body stronger than steel, calling it an undead chimera. He waved his hand, looking menacingly at the old man, and thought that, however, in a body into which a lot of things are crammed, everything cannot be evenly distributed, saying that in any case, with them everything is visible. Nick saw, with the help of a special skill of fiery eyes, certain stripes on the boss's body. The red-eyed one grabbed such a place, which surprised him. Yuan tore out the withered man's hand, throwing it aside. Childa screamed in pain. He raised his head from the floor, screaming for him to stop. The guy continued to tear pieces of the body amid heart-rending screams. The creator of the chimera again loudly asked to stop, but the other interrupted him, asking him again if it was enough. He held the creature's leg, twisting it, and asked how many people he had torn off the limbs of with these hands. The brunette remembered himself in a suit, clicking his tongue. The hero stood in front of 3 people. One of them told him to fight Surutra in the tutorial and get fiery eyes, and then absorb his heart and get gigantized. Mick looked at the hooded man with a grin, saying that this would give birth to an absurd person. Several notifications came to him, informing him that he had received an achievement that was impossible to believe. He destroyed the boss of the creator of chimeras, and due to receiving the impossible achievement, the calculation of the reward was delayed, and the tutorial was completed. The level was raised. Strength and agility were increased by 2, and stamina and agility increased by 1. The completion rate of Fatima of Heaven increased by 8.34%. And he wiped his hand, thinking that he did not expect that he would become this absurd person. Red Eyes stood up, talking to himself about perhaps he is also considered a boss, like Surutra, so the reward is impressive, because he raised 2 levels at a time, and thanks to the increase in the completeness of Surutra Heaven, his stats also increased. A new message from Surutra Heaven stated that Yuan is a talented person who is destined to conquer the heavens, and depending on the weight of the lives he chooses in the future, his fate and his value will change, followed by saying that his rank is a plus and completion is 10.30%, and there follows an increase in stats depending on the number and level of those killed. All stats are increased by 3, to which the guy thought that on average 1 additional stat is given every time completion increases by 5%, and upon reaching 100% he will gain at least 20 stats. The next stitched monster began to fall to the ground, and the brunette thought that for his level the effect was poor, but in reality everything was quite good. The group stood near the bodies of the creatures. One of them asked what it was and why suddenly everyone fell, and the man with the axe asked if it was all over and if they would rise again. Yuan moved his hand to the side and told them not to worry, saying that the boss was dead so they wouldn't get up, to which Sunjun said that this time he really thought he was going to die. Aladar worriedly walked towards the people and asked if anyone was hurt, and the man called them over and told them to look. Hargon stood still and looked forward while he shouted that Yalch was injured. The blonde frowned and remained silent significantly. Several people approached the dark-haired girl who was on her knee, and her wound glowed green. It was the fair-haired one who used the healing skill on the long-haired one, and the captain, standing next to MC, said that he would quickly finish everything, then telling the others to take care of the wounded, to which someone answered in the affirmative. The armored man turned to the guy in the red cloak and addressed him. He went ahead, telling him that they should leave for a while. High above them was the uneven ceiling of the cave. The blonde said that he would not ask who he really was and how he knew about the connection between that ranker and the tutorial. However, because of his choice. The two stood near the hole in the wall, and the captain continued by saying that because of his choice, someone was seriously injured. The blonde looked at him seriously, asking whether it was necessary to kill the creator of the chimeras. Yuan stood in front of him with his usual expression on his face, and the other continued, saying that the tutorial could be completed by killing only the chimera, and he said that usually, yes. The man in armor threw up his hands in dissatisfaction, repeating his words, and said that he could have set a new record without going that far. He clenched his fist, asking how far he had to go to calm down. The guy in the red cloak continued to silently look at the captain while he asked him if he would be satisfied only when he and all his companions died. The hero closed his eyes and repeated his question, then saying that we'll see how far he has to go. Mick thought about a place in which there were many corpses in armor, in which there was a purple sky with a black translucent creature, thinking that these are the outer gods, and outside the tower are the gods of other dimensions, and there is hopelessness obscuring the sky and the unborn who fell into a whirlpool of despair, stupid chaos. He imagined that creature with tentacles behind its back and glowing purple dots, saying to himself that there was a purple sky there. Yuan imagined many killed people, frozen on that field with their weapons, and thinking that in order to defeat at least one of these creatures, many rankers died, and no one knows how many more like them there are. He thought of himself, bloodied and tired, saying to himself that because of this he constantly needs to become stronger, and he must cut out the rotten parts of the world so that this world does not meet the end. After stopping and correcting himself, thinking that in order for the world to become stronger, he must drag it along with him, and wondered how far he needs to go for this. The brunette lowered his gaze and answered out loud, saying that he didn't know. The blonde asked him if he knew, to which he answered no, asking the captain if he was assembling a team with which he could go together, saying that he was not going to look for her for similar reasons. The man in armor lowered his eyebrows, and Yuan said that he simply could not go with someone, and Hargon thought that he needed an ally who would have to become stronger enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. He turned away from MC, mentally turning to him and asking what kind of thorny path he had chosen, and the guy in the red cloak told him to stop talking about the team, saying that this could happen to him at any moment. The hero turned to a tall man with a beard, and the captain began to leave, saying that the conversation with him was over, and he apologized to the long-haired man and asked how long he had been waiting. The unknown person said that the atmosphere was so tense. The tall man folded his hands, and Mick turned to the blonde, who asked who it was, thinking that it was some kind of beggar. However, the guy said that it was the manager of the tutorial, to which the captain exclaimed in surprise. He bowed before the bearded man, thinking about why someone so high-ranking at the level of the highest rankers, without finishing his thought, said that he was Hargon from Olympus and he was at his service, to which he simply agreed. Yuan exhaled and told him not to behave like that and to accept the greeting properly, saying that he had nothing to do with him. The manager looked angrily at the surprised blonde, saying that he didn't want to, given that he had more work because of them, and he was ready to tear out Zeus's entire beard right now. The long-haired man covered his face with his hand and said that just to think that he would again have to listen to others because of him. Then thinking that the creator of the chimeras had a contract for 1,000 years, and he died without preparing the next boss. The bearded man looked angrily at the guy in the red cloak and said that thanks to someone in the tutorial it would be possible to live for a while, and he asked if he had come to say this, asking for a reward. The high-ranking person extended his hand forward, a blue light shone in it, and he said that Yuan was in a hurry than it seemed. A small stone appeared in his hand, and he told the guy to decide for himself where to use it and how to guard it. Mick received a message that this is the Black God Stone, a shard of primordial darkness. It stores the mana of boundless darkness, and since it has not yet been refined, an excellent master is required. Classification. Ingredient item. With it is possible to conceal, change the mana of the darkness attribute. Increased mana resistance, increased mana by 20% and reduced mana consumption by 20%. The hero looked at the object in his hand in surprise and exclaimed in his head that this was the stone of the Black God. He imagined a man holding such a stone above him, thinking that it was the stone of the Black God, and its other name was a fragment of the helmet of Hades. This is one of the three main gods of Olympus, and his helmet is one of the strongest items of Olympus, and the basis for its creation was the Black God Stone. This is one of the items that definitely needed to be obtained by returning to the past, and he did not expect to get it right now. The guy in the red cloak turned to the captain, who was looking at him intently, and thought that he knew where the stone of the god of the seas was, and only a shard of lightning remained, but he was meaningfully silent. The blonde put his hands on his hips and asked about what he needed, and he was still thinking that he could collect them quite quickly. The tutorial leader snapped his fingers and asked if they were finished, then said that the conditions had been met, so now they were heading to the tower. The group flew into the air, and the bearded man said that others would be given a reward depending on their contribution, and although he was unpleasant, the Hargon reward was also quite good, to which the man in armor thanked the long-haired one. The high-ranking official looked over and told Yuan that this was the last meeting with him, asking if he would raise such a mess at the top. The guy smiled and said that he would take a look, to which the tall man said that this did not inspire confidence at all. He looked at MC's hand, in which he was clutching the resulting stone, and said that with such a thing he could cause even more serious chaos. The manager grinned and said that since he was bringing chaos. The group disappeared, leaving blue blurry forms in their place, and he continued, saying that it wouldn't even be bad if he became a wave that would shake up this tower. Everything went dark and new information notifications appeared, the first one saying that there were 598 hours, 55 minutes and 40 seconds left. The following said that Yuan took first place, Hargon second, and Yalch third. Then it was said that the scoring was over and the tutorial was ending. The hero received 67,488 points, and for each new record he received 50,000 additional points. Something purple appeared in his inventory. The egg found itself in the place of the purple spot. The guy received an unknown egg. Yuan appeared on the first floor. He looked up, wondering if the reward had come recently while moving, learning what else he had received in addition to the points. He noticed an egg in his inventory, surprised that there were such objects, because it didn't even have a name. The blonde looked ahead, saying they had arrived. They, along with the rest of the rankers, were in the area of the outskirts of the first floor of the tower in the step of the beginning. The more experienced ones looked at the newcomers, wondering what they were thinking here, because they believed that there was still a lot of time before the end of the tutorial. The brunette looked at them, realizing that the participants should now be called players. They came from different guilds, probably waiting here for further recruitment of players. Hargon took notice. She tensed, realizing that Olympus had also begun to act, because he saw several familiar faces, asking the brunette if he was going to join the guild, to which he answered positively. Hargon noted that he had no idea of finding a team, let alone a guild, but in any case he would keep his word since he lost to him in an argument. He remembered a recent conversation with the tutorial manager as he was about to discuss this. The guy remained silent when they asked him if something happened between Olympus and the manager. The young man turned to him, asking if he was talking about that Olympus, which he considered fair and correct, but the interlocutor did not understand what he meant. He opened his eyes wide when the guy told him to try to find out everything gradually and on his own, because it would be harder for him to understand everything only from other people's words. The blonde man was indignant at the leaving guy, asking if he was leaving again, advising him to first register the player if he was going to the village, so that they could somehow communicate. He became angry, looking after him. The young man waved to him when he told him to beware of jackals. Behind Hargon was an Olympian player. The blonde turned around as he introduced himself, saying he welcomed the Great Blood. A lot of people in armor were kneeling in front of him. The fair-haired one noted that he had seen the player somewhere, to which he thanked him for remembering him, giving him such an honor. Agamemnon looked at him and thanked him when Hargon clarified whether he was a follower of Ares, asking him to convey his congratulations as he had heard how he had recently become a top ranker. The player stood up, mentioning that he was a man who deeply respected family ties, so he ordered that the blonde's words not be passed on until his mother was found. He was furious when Agamemnon noted how the Celestial Lord was not particularly interested in children, especially considering that his mother's identity was unknown. Everything around him sparkled with his anger. The player bowed down, asking him not to react so sharply, because he should know the character of Mr. Ares well. He closed his eyes, saying that family ties are a created thing, and he wants to create a family for him too. The blonde looked at him with displeasure, realizing that he was a man. The one who neglects him is not the one standing in front of him, but Ares, realizing that he would in vain touch the lower one, because in this way he would only worsen relations with Olympus. The young man turned around, releasing the player. Agamemnon followed him up by inquiring about the brunette who had recently left, realizing that he was not from his team because he had left alone. Everything around the city was green. He replied that it was his friend, answering doubtfully, which puzzled the player. The generalized name for jackals is those who refuse to rise to the next floor. They attack in the step only new players, who are completely purged. Their most favorite prey is new players belonging to guilds. They call the end of the tutorial the harvest time. The brunette walked, realizing that they were already following him, and without fiery eyes, only by intuition, there were about 20 of them. He reached into his pocket, touching the black god stone, realizing that jackals were ideal test subjects. The jackals watched him from afar. Fadeo was their leader, saying that the tutorial ended faster than they thought. They were top class, a lot of people got good coins. The young man walked further, while the jackals wondered if he had joined the guild. Not finding his companions, they were not at peace in their souls, but someone objected, saying that he was wearing robes of a fiery spell. Fadeo looked at him while he looked at the red glow, while he was asked to pounce. He stated that the guy had disappeared. The jackals were at a loss because he had literally just been there. The cries of jackals were heard behind them. The young man attacked them from behind. They were discouraged by the sudden attacks, not understanding who was attacking. They were cut out from different places. Screams were heard everywhere. They demanded that he come out, but they realized that most likely it was a bait. The eyes used the hawk eyes skill. They glowed. He wondered if the illusion skill was being used. The young man quickly killed each jackal. Their screams were everywhere. They asked the head to retreat, while he was perplexed because he was a newcomer who had barely entered the tower, but with the skill of hiding. He extended his hand forward. The young man waved his hand again, beginning to attack. The brunette squeezed the throat of one of the jackals. He understood that this guy was not some kind of bait. He was a blade that would kill him. He was a top-class player. The brunette warned him not to irritate him with his long runs, because he would catch them right away anyway. Yuan approached him with a question, saying that he would let him go if he received an honest answer. The player at that time understood that if the player climbed onto the first floors, he would be fined, doubly indignant. In response to the player's threats, the brunette cut his leg, to which he heard painful screams. The jackal was writhing in pain. He was warned that if he continued, the guy would also have to continue. He listened while the brunette asked if he knew where to find the man called Cloudless. The young man clenched his blade as his victim, in bewilderment, tried to ask how he knew about it. The guy smiled, calling it a jackpot. In the evening, lights were burning everywhere in the village. Tea and buns stood on a wooden table, illuminated by a candle. The young man was sitting at the table, being on the first floor in the front location. He relaxed, realizing how good it was to be back here. He was lucky that he had found the necessary information and could calmly and slowly relieve the accumulated tension. The guy watched the calm evening atmosphere in the village. Yuan recalled clinking glasses with someone. He sat in the pleasant company of his comrades, quietly drinking. He held the bowl in his hand, smiling sincerely. Falling out of his chair onto the wooden floor, he decided he'd had enough of this sentimentality. The young man took out the stone of the black god, realizing that it worked on the laggards, like the jackals, but he was still far from perfecting the hiding of the helmet of Hades. Looking at him, the guy realized that his own abilities were still not enough, but there was also no master for processing. He had a huge reserve of mana, so he was jokingly called the Infinity Stone. The brunette took a closer look, realizing that if he maximized this one piece, then hiding would no longer be a problem. He recalled that Zeus was able to become a ruler because he received a piece of lightning, and Hades always fought only with a helmet on his head, objects with which the current Olympus and the distant future were created. He rose from the floor, realizing who was the one who was capable of working with such material. The guy smiled, saying that he had not seen him for a long time. The sledgehammer suddenly hit the anvil sharply, sparks flying around. A rather large man was forging something at the stove. He was the uncle of the main character. The young man held a ball in his hand. It was a player's set that was activated when the player's mana was entered. The young man wandered somewhere, assuming that what he wanted was somewhere here. He doubted it, realizing that he did not know the exact coordinates. He walked along the streets, where a man and a child were begging, asking him for a few points. The brunette walked by. The man asked him plaintively, saying that his child was starving. Someone put a dagger in the guy's back. The brunette immediately grabbed him. The man didn't even have time to finish. His henchmen arrived next, worried about their comrade, pouncing on the guy. They all ran towards him. Yuan fought them off, advising them to go upstairs if they were struggling to make ends meet. Rebuffing two more, he added that they should not dare to harm others. The brunette opened his eyes wide, noticing something. He found himself in a rather dark alley, realizing that he had found the place he needed. The guy walked inside asking for the owner. He walked into the forge, where it was quite hot, responding accordingly. The guy could be heard from behind the door, asking if he had to work until lunch. Someone noticed him. Kuzni came out, noticing him and wondering. He displeasedly asked if he was wearing clothes of a fiery spell, realizing that he was not from the locals, asking if he was lost. The young man answered in the negative, pointing to his products, asking, was he a blacksmith? In response, he was asked if he was going to buy equipment. The guy grabbed the sword. The blacksmith told him to choose if such things would fit, suggesting that they were better than those he had. The guy picked up a low-quality one, like a baton, because he was not very sharp, realizing that he had complete failed objects. The man wilted when the brunette said that he thought he was incapable of breaking. He picked up his sledgehammer with displeasure when asked if his name was Volcaro. Magic emanated from him. He asked where the guy came from, to which he received the answer that he should not be so wary. The guy took out and showed him his ball, proving that he had just climbed to the first floor, that is, he was a beginner. The blacksmith looked closely at the number indicating the floors passed, realizing that the interlocutor was not lying. The young man closed his eyes, realizing that it would be a disaster if he swung that hammer, but he would definitely have done it if he had said his real name, so he needed to be careful for a while. He was asked, what does he need? The guy took out a stone, declaring that he had come to make an item. Kuzni was surprised when he looked at the stone, asking him to take a closer look. He looked at the object in shock, calling it an unfinished stone. The guy asked if Volcaro could work with it. He assumed yes, but asked where he got it from. He was horrified when they told him that they received it as a reward for clearing the tutorial. They stood opposite each other. The blonde asked how many days it took to clean it up, to which the brunette replied that it was only 5 days and 2 hours, noting his highest score. Volcaro took a closer look at him, understanding why he had such expensive clothes on the first floor, noting that the guy was clearly not an ordinary guy. It was still hot in the forge. The blacksmith said that now he could only process it, because if you use cheap materials on it, it will only get worse, saying that you will need materials that can withstand the force in the stone. He asked in bewilderment if the brunette was ready to entrust it to him, even after seeing the lousy goods of his forge. Volcaro grabbed the stone, calling the customer a psycho. The blonde went to the anvil, asking if he was afraid that he would steal it, to which he received the answer that the young man reads people well. He saw his own reflection in the armor. He was told that if he wanted to steal it, he would have greed in his eyes, but now he looks extremely enthusiastic. The guy picked up the sword from the floor, saying that he was confident that he wouldn't break it, noting that he was quite understanding. He swung his sword, looking at him. The blade gleamed. The young man noted the perfect balance of weight with cheap materials and tight deadlines, a result achieved by the experience and skills of a skilled blacksmith who was rotting in such a hole. He handed him the weapon, saying that the blade could be stepped on and the handle could be roughly made, noting that the habit was being tracked. He held the sledgehammer in his hand with displeasure when he was told that he had forgotten to mess up the weight balance. The blacksmith turned to him and laughed, asking what he was doing. The young man threw the sword into the box with the other weapons. He was asked if he was purebred, to which he answered in the negative, but noted that he was something similar. Volcaro did not understand what he meant, but agreed to accept the order, pledging to do everything well since he trusted him so much. He said displeasedly that he had one condition, looking at the guy. The young man smiled when he asked to hide the place where this order was made and the existence of such an order in general, asking if he could handle it. There was a clear blue sky that day. On the plate there were scrambled eggs with sausages and vegetables. 3 points were spent for one person's breakfast. He sat in some shop, thinking that he had given his uncle his number and the work would take about 10 days. In any case, he needed to sit on the ground floor for a while so he could afford to wait. While spreading something on the bread, he, having collected all the information received from the jackals, learned that the collection would take place in 2 days. It would be convenient if he could catch everyone and kill them. He was about to eat a sandwich when someone sat down next to him. Hargon sat in front of him. When asked how he found him, he replied that he walked around the inns and looked for where he signed up, adding that he had many connections, so he took advantage of them. They sat opposite each other. The brunette chewed, realizing that the first floor was most subject to Olympus. For the relatives of Zeus there was also no particular problem, but the fair-haired one asked for a number, since he made the players set. He seriously replied that he didn't think that a man would ask him for his number, but the blonde didn't appreciate it, calling him the bore he had been before. A man approached them. The brunette noted that he was clearly not the jovial type. The blonde also began to eat. He was asked when he would go up to the tower, to which he was told that in about 5 days he planned to raise the level in the outer region. He reached for the cutlery, noting that the team needed time to work together stronger. The brunette rested his elbows on the table, as did the blonde, asking him for help with something. Hargon was chewing while he asked him to pull out the roots of a pack of jackals. The interlocutor replied that just finding them in a crowd is a problem. He tensed when he was told that only the 2 of them would go. The blonde demanded to explain in more detail, but the brunette replied that it was too early, so he asked him to come the day after tomorrow evening, then he would tell everything. He began to eat angrily, saying that they would go together, noting that he would come the day after tomorrow evening. The young man was about to get up. His opponent noted how quickly he ate. He said goodbye to the guy, saying that today he needs to be fast to get everything done, so today he will leave first. The brunette looked after him, noting that the guy liked the team assembled in the tutorial since he was going to develop it and rise together. He tensed when he noticed someone. The guy looked at the man in a black robe, saying that he was finished so that he would post the case quickly if there is one. The man put his hand on the table, saying that he was surprised by the blonde's sudden arrival. He took off his hood, shaking the young man's hand, noting that this was their first meeting and he was pleased to meet you. It was Agamemnon from the Olympus faction. The man grinned, looking at his interlocutor. He sat down opposite. The brunette noted that the blonde was the blood of the heavenly ruler, asking if he should at least say hello, but his opponent noted that he had come because of a mission to meet him. With a cup of tea on the table, he was asked if he came first in the tutorial, adding that Hargon was in second. They sat opposite each other. The man talked about the huge difference between first and second place, noting that, according to rumors, a monster had entered the tower. The guy thanked him for such praise. The man took the cup, saying that the blonde called them friends, noting how strange he called them. The brunette agreed, wondering if Hargon wanted to make friends, realizing that he had bribed him. Agamemnon looked at his reflection in the tea, calling refusing to join the blonde's team a good idea, because connections from the tutorial don't last long, because players who have risen higher and those who have become rankers are rare. He drank tea, saying that the guy was different and he had a chance, noting that he could become a great being in this tower, asking if he should climb with someone who fits the norm. The man put the cup on the table, inviting him to Mr. Ares from Olympus, and they will give him whatever he wants. The brunette tensed when the player noted that Ares was different from the blonde, that he didn't even know his mother, calling him a non-entity. He seriously stated that Ares is the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Mr. Zeus, a great being who has already become a ranker. He continued to recruit the young man, but he said to stop, slamming his fist on the table. Ares remained silent, while the interlocutor was drinking tea, realizing that Olympus was quite consistent with the faction, that it was trying harder to recruit new players. The brunette put the empty cup on the table, saying that he thanks for the tea and leaving, causing bewilderment. The guy stood up, answering the man's question that he was not going to join anywhere. A few days ago he refused the offer of the blonde son of Zeus, who personally invited him to the team. He looked at his opponent with a grin because he mentioned the norms, said that he was a non-entity, who did not know his mother, and ultimately a mudblood. Agamemnon got angry when the young man said that he, not being Ares, behaves as if Zeus and Hera were his parents. The brunette sternly cut off any objections, saying that he had only one answer. He stated that he would not cooperate with unworthy people like them. While still in the same cafe, the man was asked if he was okay. The man clenched his fist, simply furious. He angrily asked how many jackals could be mobilized now. The player replied that the jackals were now collecting money. In a few days it would be possible to collect the required amount. Agamemnon was perplexed how seriously they would have to prepare to kill one player. He remembered the brunette. He was told to think soberly, because this guy was ahead of the blonde, indignant if he could do it with a small number. Agamemnon grinned, ordering 100 men to be prepared first. He touched his face with his hand, saying that as soon as the harvest time ends, they will kill the main character. 2 days later, the sun illuminated everything with its setting rays. The guy asked how they would deal with the jackals. The blonde man followed him. He said that first he needed to meet with someone, whose discovery took a lot of time. In response to outside questions, he said to just follow him. Agamemnon fell silent, looking at the thoughtful guy. He became wary, noticing his fiery eyes, remembering a passage from the past, wondering if he was his relative. Also recalled was Childa, whose words clearly spoke of Ogon, the great sage equal to heaven. He remembered the guy and how he managed to become a top ranker in less than 100 years after ascending the tower. He was a fighter with the best qualities of ranker history. The blonde remembered the brunette, realizing that he used not only the ability of the Murats, but also controlled the same fire as his brother Apollo. The blonde saw his developing cloak, wondering who he really was because he did not enter Olympus, assuming that he was from another faction. The guy paid attention to his hand, realizing that there was also gigantization. He remembered Hercules, the only one who had this skill in Olympus. The descendants of the family of giants, the Vahai, have this skill. He wondered if Yuan could be from a line of giants and did not enter Olympus for one reason. Hargon was surprised when his name was called. The brunette stood at the door, telling him to respond properly, but he didn't really understand it. He looked at the one whom the brunette called a respectable master. They disturbed the man, who said that trading was finished for today. The guy diligently wrote down something, saying to leave his number, last name and first name if they were looking for something, but the young man said cloudless. The hand held the pen. He repeated, saying that he was looking for the cloudless one. He abruptly rushed to the exit with a curse, surprising those present. Yuan hurried after him, asking where he was going. Suddenly he grabbed the fugitive by the collar, not giving him a chance to escape. The guy broke his dagger, swung at him, he put his palm to his face. His eyes turned red again, the brunette told him to sit down. After that, he slammed the fugitive to the floor, finishing his sentence, meaning to sit still. Muon Chang looked at him in bewilderment, wondering where he got so much strength. He was a player from Murum that refused to climb the tower. With red eyes, Yuan held the fugitive, realizing that he was the king of the jackals. He tied him up while he was indignant, trying to convince him that he was confused with someone, but they objected to him, asking why he started running away. The blonde looked at all this warily while the fugitive tried to justify himself by mentioning the guy's eyes, saying that they scared him. The blonde asked if he was definitely their target, not supporting his categorical thinking about whether he was a king or not just because he escaped. The guy showed him the blade, asking if it looked like a regular one, telling him to take a closer look at the floor where it was. There was poison in place of the blade. The brunette noted that for such a level it was an extremely high-level poison. The tied-up Muon Chang sat in the corner. The guy said that it was forbidden to use it on the same players. Permission was needed to own it. It was difficult to find, wondering why the owner of a haberdashery store needed such a thing. Muon Chang revealed his true identity, wondering where the information leaked from. The guys looked at him. The brunette smiled when he asked how he knew his name, while the blonde was perplexed by his face and voice that had changed in the moment. The man displeasantly noted his insolence, asking whether he knew what kind of people were behind him. The blonde looked at the color of his hair and eyes in bewilderment, suggesting something. He opened his eyes wide, remembering how the brunette said to speak well. Suddenly everything around the blonde suddenly sparkled. He was angry, asking if it was true that Olympus had betrayed them. The brunette leaned over, asking, "Does he receive orders from Agamemnon, saying that he wants to ask him something?" The guy said that the heavenly ruler was interested in the affairs of the first floor, noting that his son had come to this tutorial. The man shook with anger. He was asked how long he would be a servant of Agamemnon, and not one of the great three gods. The blonde hung his head, not understanding what it all meant, while the brunette threatened the king of the gang with divine punishment. The man grinned when they reassured him, saying that if he could cope, then he too could be given greater responsibility as a member of Olympus. The blonde watched their conversation in shock. The man asked what he needed to do. Yuan sat next to Wunchin, who was sitting on the floor, and asked how many jackals there are in total. The man turned to him and replied that there were about 1,000 people. Yuan handed him a small note and told him to gather everyone by tomorrow night and come to the indicated place by midnight. The brunette leaned over to Wunchin and ordered him not to tell the people from the stall on Agamemnon and Ares about this, for his own good, and then asked if he could handle it. After that, the hero put his hand on Hargon's shoulder and called him to leave. The blonde frowned, not understanding anything. Night fell on the city, and in one of the houses words were heard that he was selling someone else's father well. Hargon stood angrily clenching his fists and demanded that the guy explain everything to a single detail. He heard the answer that he heard everything himself. Olympus and the jackals are collaborating. Hargon clenched his teeth angrily, trembling with anger, and asked, "Does the guy want him to believe this?" He exclaimed that this cannot be. He is selling the Olympus name. Yuan looked at the blonde and called out to him, interrupting. Turning away from his interlocutor, the guy in the raincoat said that he didn't know what kind of Olympus he was, but from now on, let him discard his attitude towards him and look carefully. Then the ins and outs of Olympus will be revealed to him. Hargon watched grimly as the hero's cloak fluttered. Yuan imagined the heroes he had met, thinking that, given that he had more work because of them, he was ready to rip out Zeus's entire beard right now. He remembered Wunchin, asking that Olympus had betrayed them, remembered the warriors, and thought that the guy wanted to know all the ins and outs. Let him try to find out gradually and on his own. Remembering the image of Agamemnon, he thought that it would be difficult for him to understand everything only from other people's words. Hargon stood on the gray stone path and repeated the ins and outs of Olympus. In the small town there were identical neat houses, a white tower, and a small bridge. The next day, Yuan was sitting in front of a large white building with an arch. Turning around, he said that if the person who had approached had stayed a little longer, he would have left alone. Looking at Hargon, he asked if he had thought about everything. The blonde man standing next to him replied that he was born and raised at Olympus. Closing his eyes, he remembered the large white statue of the deity and said that Olympus was his home and family and his father was his idol. He imagined a girl in white clothes sitting next to him and said that he did not have many memories associated with his mother. He did not even remember her face. However, he remembers her voice and the words he once said to her clearly. He remembered the woman's lips and the words that his son should not forget the pride that bears the name Olympus. He said his pride was called Olympus. Standing next to the brunette, the guy said that he had thought everything over. Either this remains his truth or he is betraying Olympus. Yuan sitting on the steps asked, what was the result? The guy raised his palm, from which golden lightning began to emanate, and said that Yuan was right or wrong, but the jackals must disappear. They are like parasites on the first floor. The fingers were surrounded by a golden glow. Yuan looked forward resolutely, clenching his fist surrounded by radiance. Golden armor appeared on his body, and he said that he would carve it with his own hands. A light was visible in the depths of the languid cave. A torch was burning on the wall. There were many people in animal masks standing in the cave. The man in the wolf mask asked the second one, "This cave has always been here, so huge, but somehow damp, and it also squishes under your feet." Another jackal noticed that there were so many of them. There were about 1,000 people here. The third said that they all scattered in all directions and for the first time gathered in one place. A man in a green suit approached them, hearing the words that team got a poisonous proc snake this time, and the surprised answer that it was worth 10,000 points. Someone said upsetly that their team was empty this time. Wuchen, the king of the jackals, in a green suit with a purple cape and a red animal mask, spread his hands and asked if everything was in place. The jackals turned to him. The one standing in front bowed. The Jackal King stood in front of a huge crowd of bowing people wearing animal masks and ordered them to raise their heads. The jackals looked at the leader and whispered, saying that this is Wuchen. He has never come in person before. Why suddenly? Another said there were rumors that someone very important was behind him. The next one said that thanks to him they were able to avoid control until now. Wuchen touched the hilt of his sword and said that from now on, anyone who opens their mouth. The Jackal King raised his sword and continued that he would lose his head. The captain of the jackal group threatened the others with his blade, telling them to shut up. Everyone heard the words that now they need to complete one task. Perhaps it is so complex that it will require the strength of all of them. Wuchen raised his fist in the air, exclaiming that he knows one thing for sure: tomorrow, they, the jackals, will finally be there. Raising his hands in the air, the leader announced that they would ascend. The crowd cheered and cheered with their hands raised. The leader pointed his hand at two cloaked and masked figures and said that he was introducing them to their benefactors. Standing in front of them were two men wearing green cloaks and orange masks with black cloth covering their hair. Wuchen bowed to them and thanked them for coming this far. He handed over a wad of bills in a dark envelope and said that this was a mere trifle, but let them accept Asgardian bills. Asgardian bills is a proprietary currency created by the huge Asgard Guild. You can buy it with points and use it as real currency. The man in the cloak held the money in his hands, hearing the words of the man bending in a bow that one bill had 1,000 points. This was the result of how much money they collected this time. He held the money, thinking that since Asgard, the currency was definitely reliable, and asked if that was all, to which he received an affirmative answer. The lips not covered by the mask formed a grin. The guy thought that even at first glance there were hundreds of thousands here. He decided to completely go over to the other side. And Agamemnon is waiting for this money. The masked man's hand became covered with a golden glow. He said that he would gladly accept the money. Wuchen thanked him. The Jackal King raised his head, hearing that there was only one thing left, and hastened to say that any of his orders, The masked man raised his hand with his fingers crossed and interrupted him, saying that all that was left was to say goodbye. He snapped his fingers. The entire space, along with the affected jackals, was engulfed in flames. It was a gigantic fire skill. The jackals were screaming, blazing, cursing, not understanding what was happening, shouting that it was fire. Wuchen froze, looking at the fire, not understanding how the fire spread so quickly. The jackals tried to escape from the flames, shouting that it was hot and driving each other out of the way, calling to run outside. The man wondered if there was really oil on the ground, but there was no smell. Looking at the screaming jackals, engulfed in fire, he assumed that it was a powder that masked odors. He turned around and said he was crazy. The guy kicked the head of a masked jackal and was asked what he was doing, to which he calmly replied that he was burning garbage. Wuchen looked at the guys, shouting that they were not Olympus, to which Hargon, who was fighting with jackals without a mask, replied that he was from Olympus. The flames reflected in his shining armor. He heard the question, then why? Looking angrily, he replied that the jackals were a defect of Olympus. He would destroy them with his own hands. Yuan cut down several screaming jackals with a swift blow of his sword. Hargon fought with the jackals who surrounded him, who shouted that they would kill him, demanded to be captured. There were only two of them. A fierce battle broke out in the cave. The guys chopped down and struck the burning jackals with lightning. Wuchen thought in shock that he had made a mistake. They decided to kill them. The Jackal King held a light ball in his hands, panicking, thinking that he needed to contact Mr. Agamemnon. A message appeared on the ball in his palm stating that it was impossible to send a message. He wondered why. He stood in front of Yuan, repeating the question, why doesn't it work? The brunette, hitting one of the jackals with a sword, asked, did he hope that in such chaos this thing would work normally? Yuan looked at the man with a fiery gaze and said that the game set transmits messages through mana, if the environment is completely filled with it. Standing in the middle of the blazing fire, Wuchen heard that then it would not work. He leaned over to disperse and shouted angrily, calling the guy names. With a cry, amid fire and flying stones, he rushed to the attack. Wunchin, without a mask with an angry face, shouted death wishes as he approached. Yuan stood without looking at him, right in front of him. Suddenly he turned, looking with his flaming eye. Wunchin froze in shock. He froze, raising his sword, thinking that the body did not move. The brunette with a sword in his hands approached and addressed him. With a sharp movement of the sword, leaving a trail behind it, he struck the man, saying that now they were definitely saying goodbye. In the darkness, huge columns of smoke rose among the mountains. Yuan stood next to Hargon, who was sitting next to him and was breathing heavily, and asked if he was okay. The brunette looked at the guy and heard a counter question, and they killed 1,000 people. The guy thought that he was like this not because of fatigue, but because of a huge sense of guilt. Hargon looked at the guy, who replied that it was nonsense. Yuan thought that yes, he had not been through war, so he was not used to killing. The blonde man sitting on the stone asked the hero how he could be so calm. The guy standing next to him replied that murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slave trading are the ways jackals make money. By killing one of them, you can save tens, hundreds of people. Is there any reason for him to doubt? The blonde looked at him and said that it was so, but Yuan did not allow him to continue, saying that if misplaced guilt could make him turn a blind eye to all this, there was no telling who would benefit from it. Hargon looked at him silently, resting his palms on his knees. He replied that Yuan's tongue is longer than it seems, and he is intelligent. The guy asked, "Is this a compliment?" The blonde stood up, clutching his head with his hands, and agreed. Yuan looked at him, thinking that he had felt this way before, but he was quite resilient and quickly perked up with just a few words. Yuan looked resolutely at the guy and heard that he was so correct and perfect that it was tiring, to which he replied that he, in turn, is completely different from what he looks like. Hargon stood opposite the hero, saying that he did not seem kind at all. The brunette replied that he would also take that as a compliment. The blonde replied that he was. Not everyone is capable of being the first to take on a task that does not promise any benefit. He remembered Yuan's actions at the beginning, when he stopped time or fought monsters, and thought that during the tutorial it was also like that. He acted, thinking much further than he did. Yuan stood nearby and said that since childhood he had been taught similar standards of human moral duty. Yuan lowered his head and said that he is a master at saying embarrassing things. An envelope with money appeared in the guy's hand, surrounded by lightning. He said that he had made a mistake about something. Why was there no benefit? Hargon looked at the bills and exclaimed, "What is this?" Yuan said that he had made a great contribution to this matter and asked if he would accept from. But if he doesn't like such huge money, he can refuse. Hargon looked at the Asgardian bills in fascination, giving a vague answer. The blonde grabbed the envelope, saying that they would divide it. The guy replied that he thought so. Hargon covered one eye with his armored hand and heard the question. He took second place in the tutorial, to which he replied that yes, so what? Yuan held the bills in his hands, looking at him. Then he asked what they gave him as a reward. An angry scream was heard. Why? A clenched fist fell sharply onto the table. Agamemnon clutched a mug in his hand, baring his teeth angrily, and asked why it was impossible to communicate. The man sitting opposite was clutching a white ball in his hands, saying that he didn't know. He was trying to contact Wunchin. Agamemnon was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. He thought that unless they were crazy, they would not dare to run away with their money. A man ran into the room shouting his name. He said he had found the jackals, but thought he'd better go with them for a while. Agamemnon with men in cloaks stood in the cave next to the charred bodies, asking, "What is this?" He looked at it in fear, asking, "Is it really Wunchin too?" There were mangled bodies lying on the floor in pools of blood, and he was told that perhaps there was more. He exclaimed, "Money, what about the money collected?" But they did not answer him. Agamemnon stood in the cave and raised his head up and shouted angrily. Yuan looked at the stack of bills that equaled 384,000 points and thought that he had gotten enough money. He sat at the table with a lit lamp and, holding the money in his hands, thought that even though he and Hargon divided it in half, even rankers rarely have such amounts. Well, thanks to this, you won't have to worry about accommodation. He brought the bills to his face, thinking that if he had his way, he would immediately run to Asgard to exchange them for points, but then the Olympians would find out that it was he who exterminated the jackals. From the very beginning, he became embroiled in the turmoil of the first floor. The banknotes in the guy's hand were covered with golden lightning as he hid them in his inventory, thinking that this amount would not be enough to buy all the materials, but you could find items from which it would be possible to mold a skeleton for the stone of the dark god. He could finish it faster than he thought. Yuan, dressed in black clothes, sat on the bed, thinking that the stone was the highest rank among the items he currently had. And somewhere at this very moment it acquires its true value in the hands of the best blacksmith. Lying on the bed, he stretched out his hand, surrounded by lightning, and thought that this was the problem. An egg with a purple pattern on the shell appeared in the guy's hand. The system said that it was an unknown egg. Whose egg? What would hatch? How to hatch it was impossible to find out. Hatching percentage is 0.0 hundredths. Yuan held the egg, thinking that the description was very vague. How to use it? Lying on the bed, the guy looked at the egg, thinking that items like materials might be unfinished or with an inaccurate description, but he had never seen such egg items. He remembered that for second place, Hargon received a Hand of Thunder, a high-ranking item even for rankers. He remembered the guy and imagined an unknown egg, thinking that in this case there must be something unusual in the egg. There is a high probability that there is something there, at least at the level of a dark god stone or even better. Yuan grimaced, touching his forehead with his hand, and thought that he couldn't even imagine. Suddenly he looked at the trophy in surprise. He looked at the egg with the purple pattern, wondering what kind of pattern it was. When he first looked at it, this was definitely not the case. Raising the object in front of his eyes, the guy peered at the pattern. He thought that he was familiar with this drawing. He sat up abruptly on the bed, frowning, his eyes glowing red. He remembered the external god. A blue alert appeared that an unknown egg was greeting him. He sat looking at him and said, "What is he anyway?" There was a wooden sign on the wall with a picture of a shield and a hammer. The guy exhaled. Yuan in a red cloak stood at the door, thinking that in just a few days there was so much to think about. He looked ahead thoughtfully, wondering what would hatch from the egg, an ally who would help him, or a creature that will destroy the world again. Yuan remembered a long-haired girl, next to whom was a huge bird and a dragon-like creature. He thought that creatures from eggs in most cases consider the parent to be the one they see first after hatching, and with whom they spend the most time in contact. Therefore, those few rankers who were lucky enough to hatch sacred beasts that were found with difficulty take them with them everywhere. If this egg can also be raised this way, if possible. Yuan pulled back the curtain fabric and thought that this was a very gambling game. Looking down, he told himself to stop worrying. Nothing will change from endless thinking. Now we need to focus on closer goals. The red-hot tongs were holding something under the water, and words were heard that he had come. Volcaro sat at his desk, looked up at the guy and said that there he was. The man put a small stone that glowed blue on the cloth and said that it was really very strong. He called the guy because he wanted to ask something. The man sat down on a stool opposite Yuan and said that he had to decide which weapons and armor he preferred. If a sword, then what kind, what length and thickness? Type of armor, what is your weight preference? Yuan asked why he was asking this. The blacksmith held a small glass neighbor with blue-black contents in his hand and said that a byproduct of the stone had appeared. Volcaro showed it to the guy and said that he planned to make an item with it. Since the stone has great power by nature, such powder will be more valuable than ordinary stone. Yuan looked at him, thinking that it was true. The Hades sickle was created from the powder obtained from processing a helmet fragment. The guy asked if he didn't need materials suitable for this. Volcaro stood up so abruptly that the chair fell and went deeper into the forge, saying that he did not have materials of the adamantium type, but he had something similar. The powder appeared as a result of processing, so mithril will suffice. The man took a long green block in his hand, saying that it would come out to about 1 kilogram and 800 grams, not such a large volume, but for equipment you can mix it. The system reported that this is mithril. The durability and strength are not excellent, but the monoconductivity is excellent. A rare metal with which you can even achieve mono resistance depending on the alloy. Classification of item ingredient. Yuan looked at the metal and said that mithril had a decent price. He thought that usually 600 grams are smelted into metal, here more than 1.5 kilograms, it will come out at least 300,000 points. Hades looked at him silently, holding a piece of metal in his hands, and the brunette thought that it would be enough for him if he exchanged the jackal's currency. But right now this is impossible. He will have to reluctantly buy only 600 grams. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin and heard advice to take out a loan. Yuan sat on a chair and asked, "Loan? What if he doesn't give the money and runs away?" Volcaro stood with the ingredient in his hands and said that in any case he wanted to create something from it himself. He offers it himself, so he won't be offended, even if he runs away later. The blacksmith said with a decisive look that, to be more precise, the value of the thing he entrusted to him was tens of times greater than some mithril. No, its value cannot even be calculated in points. Yuan looked at the man and heard that if he trusted him with his assignment, then shouldn't the man reciprocate with the same trust? The guy remembered Volcaro from his past life and thought that, as expected, he was the same as he knew him. The brunette smiled. A shining item from his inventory appeared in his hand. He stood in front of the blacksmith, holding a sword in his hands. He handed it to the man, saying, "One sword. It doesn't matter what the weight is, the main thing is that he can lift it. Let the form be something similar to this." Volcaro took the sword in his hands with a satisfied smile, saying that the blade is the one he is most confident in his skill in forging such a weapon. Under the dark sky stood a tall white building. It was a week later at the Olympus Factions Guild house. Agamemnon touched his hand to the armor on his chest. With a determined look, he reflected that he was full of doubts, so he did not expect such a chance to come along. He remembered standing in a cave full of dead bodies, and thought that destroying a pack of jackals was his test from the tower, after which he could get greater opportunities. He thought that if he arranged everything well, everything would be as it should be, and perhaps the ruler of heaven would take a closer look at him. A man in a cloak approached Agamemnon and, turning, said that all the players who were on the first floors from the 1st to the 10th had been collected. About 200 people. The man looked at him seriously and asked for support. The subordinate replied that, taking into account the intervention of the manager and the restrictions of the tower, support had arrived as expected. Agamemnon squeezed his blade and replied that it was good. Warriors in armor and with horses gathered in front of the White Faction building. He thought, let's go, Olympus army. Agamemnon in golden armor said that they were going to catch the criminal. With a blow of his sword, S1 cut through a huge snake and a giant tiger with several blows of his sword. A sign appeared saying that Heaven-Slaying Star's completion had been increased by 0.006%. Standing in the clouds of smoke, the guy turned his head, mentally noting that nothing was rising at all. The system tablet said that Heaven-Slaying Star is a talented person who is destined to conquer the heavens, and depending on the weight of lives he takes in the future, his fate and value will change. Rank A+, completion rate 10.50%. S1 thought that while he was waiting for the order, he spent 10 days only hunting, and, apparently, he really reached the limit of completing the peppered floor. The guy glanced to the side in surprise, mentally noting that through hunting he had raised only 1 level, and now, instead of senselessly killing time, a silver ball appeared above his palm. The information on it said that he had received a message from Volcaro that everything was ready and he could come. Looking at the small crystal shining with blue light, the blacksmith noted its beauty. He took it with tongs and rolled it before his eyes, noting that he couldn't get enough of it, because he didn't expect to see such a beautiful color again. The old man put the blue stone on the anvil, thinking that he had a wild desire to create a high-quality completed item with its help, but he muttered that it was no good. The man looked at the sparkling stone on the anvil. He froze at his desk when he heard a strange sound. Volcaro turned around, frowning his gray eyebrows. He grabbed his hammer by the handle, noting that as luck would have it, this happened today. The blacksmith, with a tool in his hands, headed towards the exit, mentally noting that he thought that this day would come someday, but it would be nice if he had one more day. The old man pulled back the curtain with his motor. A crowd of armed soldiers was waiting for him on the street in front of the forge. One of the men in golden armor sat astride a horse, saying that he did not expect to find him in this fetid hole, noting that it now became clear why he was so difficult to find. Looking at the arriving army at his doorstep, the old man asked why they were making a fuss here. The man on the horse replied that he himself knew the answer to this question very well. Pointing his sword at the grinning blacksmith, he called him the criminal Hephaestus. Hearing this, the other knights gritted their teeth, asking if this was the same blacksmith from Olympus. He said that he heard that some newbie was causing mayhem on the ground floor, but never in his life would he have thought that everything would be like this. His partner asked how they would capture the rancor, noting that no matter how many people they had. As the blacksmith slammed the sledgehammer into his palm, the man on horseback swung his sword and told them not to worry, noting that on the first floor, rancors receive a significant reduction in strength. Volcaro swung his hand, and the shock wave threw the knights aside. He asked about the limitation of strength. The old man gritted his teeth and his eyes glowed red. He told them not to make fun of him and to attack, and he would break all their heads. Several warriors with shields stood behind the man on horseback. He laughed and said that his lameness was a consequence of the punishment of the heavenly supplicant, and even completely without equipment he wanted to be a rancor. When a man in snow-white pants began to approach them on the battlefield, he added that besides, a guy with long red hair came out with the name Chryses, who was the highest ranker of Olympus from Apollo. Volcaro clenched his teeth in anger, and his eyes widened in surprise when he recognized the man in front of him. The red-haired man clutched the spear in his hand, and flames began to appear around him. The blacksmith asked him if he had become a rancor, noting that if he interfered in the affairs of the first floor, there would be an appropriate fine. The guy replied that he didn't care, and he himself was also a rancor. The old man waved his hand, holding a sledgehammer. He noted that at least this empty head had hearing. He clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes burned with anger as he told the rancor to attack. Chryses pursed his lips and frowned his dark eyebrows. A moment later, a huge flash appeared over the city. The knights, engulfed in blue light, began to scream in pain. Volcaro, with glowing red eyes, moved forward, emitting a vicious cry. He struck Chryses with all his might. A huge bright explosion thundered, accompanied by a shock wave. The guy grabbed the old man's sledgehammer with his hand, emitting an orange light. He began to say that he respected him. The blacksmith grinned, continuing the onslaught with his weapon. He listened to the red-haired man's words that even though he became a rancor a millennium ago, instead of making more power, he kept the hammer in accordance with his beliefs. The man asked if he really respected him only for this. Chryses deftly jumped back. Volcaro moves forward with a confident face, raising his arm to strike. When he attacked, the guy crossed his arms in front of him and flew back from the shockwave. The old man clenched his teeth tightly in anger, and his eyes shone with a pink light. A moment later, a stream of blows rained down on him. The man with shocked eyes clenched his jaw, and drops of blood flew in different directions. He jumped back and Kryzes swung his weapon, saying that the blacksmith was attacking players much lower level than himself, so the penalty would be severe. The guy bent his bleeding hand, saying that the fact that he respected him was true, and the fact that he was able to give up power for the sake of his gut and was able to give up everything aroused respect. Fire began to sparkle around his spear, which had a long blade at the tip. The red-haired man abruptly approached his opponent, saying that he did not want to fight him. When the hammer and spear clashed in battle, he asked him to throw everything away. There was a huge explosion and a bright column of purple light hit the sky. Clouds of dark dust filled everything around. After some time, it began to gradually settle. Volcaro held the hammer in his palm, and his hand slowly began to turn to stone. Starting from his feet, his whole body began to turn into stone, and he began to talk about a shield. Kryzes put a round shield in front of him, on which was depicted Gorgon Medusa. Looking at the image of the girl, the blacksmith noted that it was Aegis. When the blacksmith's embittered face turned to stone, the red-haired one said that even if it was only a duplicate, it was enough to suppress him in a tired state. The rest of the knights approached them as the stone statue fell to the ground. Kryzes looked at the defeated enemy, thinking that this was all over. The man in golden armor smiled with wild eyes, exclaiming that it had finally happened. Turning to his comrades, he pointed his hand at Volcaro lying on the ground. He said to quickly bring the criminal. Yuan curled his lips, saying that this would not work. After some time, the knights, having received cutting wounds, screamed in pain. The ranker stood in front of his comrade's stone body lying on the ground, listening to the painful screams. His dark brows furrowed and his eyes flashed red as he asked what lousy people are doing in this wonderful place. The knight in golden armor looked at him and asked if it was him. Looking at Yuan standing by the petrified Volcaro, he called him by name. The brunette stood in front of a large army of knights, listening to them talk among themselves about whether he was the player who set a new record in the tutorial. They said they thought a ranker had come. Kryzes cast a sideways gaze at him, while the knights indignantly asked who he thinks he is, since he interferes alone. The brunette looked at the ranker with his red eyes, thinking that he knew him. He mentally noted that the rankers had gone crazy fighting in such a narrow street. Standing on a small dilapidated street, the guy thought that if the battle dragged on and the administrative authorities intervened, then Olympus would lose an impressive part of its influence on the first floor. When the knight asked him what he was doing, he thought that he needed Volcaro at least for the sake of Gigantomachy. The petrified blacksmith lying on the ground moved slightly when the man asked, "Is Yuan really going to wait until the petrification wears off?" The brunette replied that perhaps it was so. Agamemnon frowned and clenched his teeth tightly, wondering if this old man had just moved. He looked at the metal shield with the image of a girl. He thought that Aegis petrification works once a day, but since it is just a copy, it is unknown how long the effect will last. Looking at the motionless blacksmith lying on the ground, he thought that if the petrification subsided and he could move, then Volcaro's body began to slowly stagger on the ground, and the man realized that he could not waste any more time here. The rest of the knights turned to him when he asked why they were just standing there, after which he ordered them to kill Yuan and bring the criminal here. Agamemnon began to unsheath his sword as one of his subordinates began muttering that they too would be fine. The man waved his hand and in one motion cut off the warrior's head. Lowering his weapon, he furrowed his brows and asked the others what they thought about the fine. Passing by the knights, holding his shining sword in his hand, Agamemnon said that he would appoint as manager of the first floor the one who would kill him and bring the criminal. Clutching weapons in their hands, the warriors began to move towards the brunette, and everyone began to say that they would kill him. Yuan put his blade forward, and tongues of bright flame appeared around him. A system sign appeared with information that the magic sword absorbs the power of giant fire. The guy waved his hand, directing a barrage of fire at the knights. The people engulfed in flames began to struggle in agony and scream in pain. Yuan furrowed his dark eyebrows and his eyes sparkled as he began to use pathfinding through his fiery gaze. Agamemnon ordered a retreat and then attack again. The brunette rushed forward sharply, inflicting many cutting blows on the warriors. The guy stopped, waving his sword among the opponents. The system notification stated that the fiery eyes resisted the mana of the fire element. Another warrior was destroyed when Yuan cut him down with his sword. He cast a sharp, menacing glance back. Putting his hand forward, he released a sphere from his palm, which flew towards the same one. A moment later they collided and began to melt. There was a huge explosion and a white flash enveloped the street. Yuan looked with round, surprised eyes, noting the level. He asked if they really thought they could take it with sheer numbers. The warriors began to run towards him when the guy withdrew his hand with the sword, asking why they froze in place and did not attack at once. Agamemnon furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he did not understand what was happening, since all the players here had reached at least the 10th floor, and even though this guy took first place. The man looked at Yuan's angry face, with orange fire blazing around him. The system notification stated that the fiery eyes were taking control of a giant fire. The knight thought he couldn't believe that this was just a newbie. The brunette waved his hand, holding the sword in it, and used the skill, sending pillars of fire at his opponents. The brunette furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, exclaiming the name Volcaro. Standing in front of a huge stream of fire, he turned to the petrified blacksmith and indignantly asked how long he was going to sleep. There was a large fiery flash. A man's foot stepped onto the destroyed stone floor. The system tablet stated that fiery eyes resist sun shards and flame spell robe resists sun shards. After reading this, the guy realized that he had decided to join the game. Chryses waved his hand and entered the battlefield, asking Yuan how he is related to Hephaestus. The brunette covered his face with the back of his hand and replied that he was his client. The red-haired man waved his palms, and bright flames began to appear in them. He asked the guy if he was interfering only because of such relationships. Yuan waved one hand through the air and his blade began to disappear, and he thought that a rancor is a rancor, and although the penalty has taken a toll on him, he feels this overwhelming aura. He mentally noted that there were followers in front of them now. Apollo, seated on the throne of fire, and relaxing even for a second means turning into a mountain of ash. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist, using the gigantification skill. He thought that even taking into account his injury and the penalty he received due to the attack on him, now he could only withstand 5 of his attacks. He mentally noted that, fortunately, he had good brew characteristics, and his resistance to fire was high thanks to his fiery eyes and robes of a fiery spell. The guy pulled his fist to the side, looking at the Chryses approaching him on fire. He thought that he could handle it, since he withstood even Suritra's destructive flames. The red-haired one noted that he had a skill that was inaccessible even to good rankers. The guy launched his spear, which was covered in hot fire, at the enemy. He asked what a person who has barely entered the tower can do. Yuan put his hand up, absorbing the flames. As the heat enveloped his palm, several system signs appeared, stating that gigantification, flame eyes, and flame spell robe resist the sun shard. However, the flames only became more raging, growing upward. The brunette began to breathe heavily, holding his battered hand in front of him. The system indicated a failure of resistance, resulting in a burn. He mentally noted that he had thought that the ranker's attack could not be withstood by simple force. The guy jumped to the side, avoiding the hot flame. He thought that if he at least had ice crystals, he could increase his resistance. He waved his hand, throwing out several blue clots of mana and muttered indignantly that he did not have even a second to rest. Clumps of mana flew through the stream of fire. The flames began to quickly cover the roofs of the city. There was dark acrid smoke everywhere. The hem of the red flame Yuan was burnt, and next to it lay the petrified Volcaro. System notifications stated that the fiery eyes were resisting the shard of the sun, but the resistance failed. The guy froze, his mouth parted in a silent scream when the system notified that he was suffering from second-degree burns. He thought that this way his body would be completely fried. Through the dense fog he looked at Chryses, who was being hit with electric shocks. He mentally noted that his penalty for an attack of this level would also be serious. The red-haired guy clutched his wounded shoulder with his hand. Yuan sharply clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that there were 2 more times left. He furrowed his dark brows and his eyes glowed red, mentally noting that if he held on just a little longer. He approached the rancor and attacked him. Their fists clashed in attack, and the brunette's eyes widened. Yuan was abruptly thrown aside. The red-haired guy coughed up blood. Freezing, he began coughing loudly as he began to be shocked again. Clouds of dust began to rise inside the dark, damp building. The exhausted brunette lay near a pile of rubble. As he began to rise, he clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he had underestimated him, based on the fact that they were on the first floor. He thought that even though the rancor was injured and given penalties, he was fierce. In a pile of objects, he noticed a blue light, thinking at that moment that there was still a little time left to fight, but it was hard to cope with, and if he endured it 2 more times. Yuan grinned maliciously, saying that he was wondering where he had fallen, but this time I was in the Volcaro workshop. Looking at the small blue crystal lying around, he said that he was lucky. The true stone of the dark god is a fragment of primordial darkness that stores the mana of boundless darkness. The red-haired guy sat on one knee in the middle of the tall white room. The voice told him that he himself would understand what a fine was when he went through this. He noted how great the power was flowing in the tower. Chryses, catching lightning strikes, stood and groaned, thinking that Apollo had bet he was right. Bent over, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, mentally noting that the tower seemed to be alive and something was eliminating and restraining excessive force in order to protect the ecosystem of the lower floor. While the guy was holding his chest with his hand, Agamemnon came up to him and said that he had done a great job. The red-haired man mentally noted that the will of the tower is its penalty. The knight frowned and said that he needed to hurry up and take the criminal under escort, as well as find the victims and heal the wounded. The others accepted the order. When the warrior looked towards the huge hole in the wall and asked what about Yuan, Chryses said that it was better to leave him. Hearing these words, the man perked up and gave a puzzled look, saying that then he was determined in the future. The guy said that the work is completed, and they have already caused chaos on the first floor and violated the laws of the tower, so he wants to avoid unnecessary killings. A huge explosion thundered and pieces of the wall flew in different directions. A dark male silhouette appeared. In one hand Yuan held his blade, and in the other hand a blue crystal sparkled. Cries, coming forward, covered Agamemnon with his hand as he muttered that he was not yet dead. The guy frowned when the knight asked if he still thought it was worth letting him live. He replied that it was impossible and that this man was dangerous. Looking at the dark-haired guy with a dark aura coming out of his clenched hand, he said that the mana of the darkness attribute is a special case, and for this mana to be felt from a dying person. Agamemnon quickly stepped forward, saying that the ranker was already very tired and should rest until they deal with him. Suddenly the man's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, at that moment, clots of mana flew into several of his soldiers. The man's hand is light on the petrified Volcaro. Clutching his blade in his hands, Yuan held the body of his comrade. Looking at his desperate attempts to escape, Agamemnon mentally noted that petrification does not affect consciousness, and the effect will soon dissipate. With his mouth wide open, he began to scream angrily, asking the others if she was just going to stare. The soldiers ran towards Yuan when their commander gave the order to kill. The blue stone in the brunette's clenched palm began to glow brightly. The light began to expand, filling the space. The bodies of the knights running towards him began to dry out, and their eyes glowed blue. Cries, with a grin on his face, glanced towards Agamemnon, saying that he had just an unimaginable thing with him, and the tower summoned a monster. The knight asked him how he could speak so calmly now. The shocked-eyed warrior clenched his teeth tightly as the ranker pointed out that he had previously said that they would figure it out on their own. He asked if his role was originally limited to suppressing Hephaestus. The man asked, doesn't he now consider this absurd? Cries rested his hands on his knees, asking him to relax his face. He furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth in anger, saying that he was also going to see everything to the end. While Yuan was swinging his blade, stones began to fly in different directions. The brunette froze, glancing to the side. He assumed that Cries had come. When everything around was filled with fire, he saw a red-haired guy walking towards him. Ranker moved his hand to the side, concentrating mana. Ranker raised his hand and a fireball appeared in it. He thought that controlling the mana of two attributes at the same time was difficult even for a worthy ranker. Looking at the confident face of the brunette opposite, Cries thought that it would be nice if such a personality was on the side of Olympus, because he is a brightly shining enviable stone. While everything around was engulfed in flaming orange flames, the red-haired one clarified the name of the enemy. He said that he had better join them, because if his goal is equipment, then they will give him more than he left for the criminal. The guy replied that something like that could not be his goal. Ranker moved his hand forward and flames began to play on it as Yuan said that he had already given the answer to that person. He noted that it was a pity that he refused. A stream of mana began to flow in different directions from them. The brunette, holding out his blade in front of him, asked the enemy if he could still barely fight. The red-haired man waved his hand with a smile on his face and grinned, saying that he did not expect to hear such words from a newcomer. He thought that perhaps, in about 100 years, he would talk with pride about what happened today, that as soon as he got to the first floor, he somehow fought with him. Bright flames raged around Cries in different directions, when he thought that then he would already be the same Yuan ranker, and then rise even higher. Concentrating mana in his hands, the guy clenched his teeth, and his eyes glowed yellow. He mentally noted that if he survives, of course. Yuan, with a confident face and frowning his eyebrows, tightly clutched the blue stone, mentally noting that the red-haired one had decided to destroy. He wondered if he was going to take Volcaro away anyway. As their attacks collided, creating a bright flash, he thought that if Volcaro joined Olympus, then the next Gigantomachy might not happen. He thought that he needed to hold out at least in order to prevent this tragedy. Ranker moved his leg to the side, creating support as dark lightning began to strike him. He grinned, and his eyes glowed with a bright yellow light when the guy pulled his hand away. Swinging, he launched a large fireball towards his opponent. Yuan clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the flame approaching him. Cries' eyes widened in surprise when he was told that he was truly incredible. There was a loud explosion, and a huge stream of hot fire rose over the city. Agamemnon furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, muttering that he was ignorant. He thought that using a force of this level on the first floor was unacceptable, and it would be a real miracle if the fire did not destroy him. Looking at the red-haired ranker stuttering from a fire in the rubble, he wondered what was wrong with the fight. Seeing Yuan lying bleeding on a stone to the side, the knight laughed and noted that everything was ready. A blow of blue mana flew into his side as he said that even though he was Yuan, but with such a blow. The man turned his shocked gaze to the side, and blood gushed out of his mouth. He flew aside when Volcaro hit him with his hammer, laughing at his overconfidence. The blacksmith furrowed his gray eyebrows and bared his teeth, noting that nothing was ready yet. Agamemnon swerved to the side and the hammer crashed into the ground next to him. He noted that the old man is no longer even afraid of a fine. He began to crawl back from the blacksmith when he said that he was talking about something like a fine. The warrior cast a frightened glance back, and his body began to shake when Volcaro said that he did not know about the others, but he would definitely finish him off today. With a glaring look on his gloomy face, the old man swung his hammer, listening to the plea for mercy. As the man struck the knight, a man appeared right in front of him. The blacksmith clenched his teeth tightly and frowned, seeing how the intruder blocked his blow with his hand, saying that it was too rowdy. The old man muttered that as luck would have it, he appeared right now. Agamemnon raised his frightened gaze. The manager stood right in front of him, holding back the onslaught of Volcaro. The man waved his hand strongly and asked his opponent how long, in his opinion, he had to watch a huge faction create chaos on the first floor, after which he suggested that they go upstairs if they wanted a decent fight. The green-haired hero looked back displeased when Volcaro suggested that there was some kind of misunderstanding between them, because he was not going to fight. An exhausted military man in armor bared his teeth when the manager addressed him. He, confirming the man's words, replied that that was how it all happened. The manager, hitting the brunette with his hand, removed the helmet from his head and asked him to give something to Zeus. Wunchen's forehead glowed pink as the man touched him and said that he would rip out all the hair on the god's face if he did something like that again. The guy standing in front of the manager fell to the ground with a crash. He demanded that he not forget anything. Seeing this, Volcaro began to laugh and admitted that he liked such a spectacle. The armored soldier grabbed his head when the man suggested that he would convey everything verbatim, because the manager was able to implant his request into him. A devilish smile appeared on the older man's face as he remembered the insignificant Olympus. He believes they have completely crashed. Meanwhile, the main character in a red cloak was fighting in a dungeon covered in bloody light. A system sign appeared indicating that the creature's teeth had begun to emerge. The guy's whole face was covered with bruises when he realized that he was becoming more dangerous. He assumed that the monster was going to take advantage of his moment of weakness in order to devour him or protect him. At this moment, a notification appeared that the creature was once again entering a sleep state. The eyes of the brunette lying on the bed were covered with bangs. Someone asked him about when he lost consciousness. Hearing this, the main character asked him if he was talking about him. The gray-haired man, angry, frowned and asked Yuan what he wanted to say. Volcaro looked displeased at the guy who called him uncle. The elderly man asked him what kind of speech this was. Seeing how the brunette grabbed his head, the man asked him if he was okay. The guy replied that he was still not very well, after which he asked his uncle how he was. At that moment, the gray-haired man menacingly asked him how much longer he was going to call him uncle. Volcaro looked at the main character angrily, which made him feel uneasy. He said he couldn't call him aunt. Baring his teeth, the man lowered his head when the brunette said that he could contact him in any way because he still owed him his life. Hearing this, the elderly man demanded to be silent and called him unscrupulous. Hephaestus made a displeased face. Volcaro awkwardly turned away from the guy sitting on the bed as he thanked him. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised, which is why the man menacingly asked him how many times he needed to repeat it in order for him to understand everything. At this moment, Yuan remembered that the gray-haired man had not even said this twice. Hephaestus grabbed the blade of a weapon with a wooden stick when the guy asked him who could turn him into this species. Hearing this, he noticed that the main character was more timid than usual. The elderly man grabbed the handle of the iron weapon tightly and admitted that, in fact, his name was not Volcaro. He said his name was Hephaestus, who was the blacksmith of Olympus. Yuan stared at his interlocutor, who suggested that he was not at all surprised by his confession. The gray-haired man swung his weapon when the guy said that he was very surprised by his words. Hearing this, the elderly man assumed that he did not know how to lie or did not even try. Hephaestus made a displeased face when he remembered the image of the main character. He realized that this guy knew his true identity, which is why he initially suspected him of being from Olympus. At that moment, he realized that this was not at all true, and also that the brunette was not an ordinary player. A man standing at a wooden table said that the Olympians would go to the bottom for some time because of what happened this time. After which he said that this is why he decided to rent a good forge for a few days. The gray-haired man tilted his head to the side and admitted that his principle is that it is worth paying many times more for the help of a friend or an enemy. He asked the main character to wait a few days. The brunette sitting on the bed looked intently at the man who promised to make him the best blade. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. Yuan, dressed in torn trousers, came down from the bed and said that he understood everything. He decided to do something after the sword was completed. Volcaro tightly clenched his hands into fists when a guy approached him and decided to climb the tower. He told him that he would wait. The brunette winced in fear when the angry man demanded that he go to the hospital first. Meanwhile, the blue sky was cloudless. The creatures with fangs emanated a dark aura. The main character in the red cloak confidently held his weapon when he realized that he could already move a little after being in the hospital all day. He thought that he would personally engage in battle with Olympus only after the 10th floor, but the plan did not work out a bit. A blue light appeared near the guy who had jumped to the ground when he realized that this was still of great benefit. He believes that since Olympus will have to do everything with an eye on the manager, it will be difficult for them to operate freely on the first floor for at least several years. After which he realized that his relationship with his uncle had become similar to what it was before his rebirth. The brunette clenched his hand tightly into a fist as he suggested that everything that happened would greatly affect the upcoming second Ganymede. In the guy's hand lay a blue crystal. He finds it difficult to constantly control it. At that moment, he realized that the difference in power between this item and Kaini was enormous. An inventory window appeared near the protagonist as he suggested that, no matter how different the crystal is from the completed helmet, the difference depends on the user. A system sign appeared stating that the Stone of the Dark God is a fragment of primordial darkness. Yuan noticed that after processing there were 3 changes, which consisted in the fact that the phrase that the item was not purified disappeared from the description, and there was also an increase in the percentage of resistance, gain, and consumption. The main character imagined a castle that was absorbed in red light. He knows that the final change is the summoning of Hell, which defines Hades himself. After which he remembered that Hell is the source of God's power. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength when he assumed that due to the limitation he could not call upon his full power. But even so, he was able to understand the true essence of the power of the Dark God Stone. He realized that the Stone of the Dark God was closer to the conductor of power than to the storage facility. The main character, who had a sword in his hand, stood on the path. He realized that, thanks to learning to use this item, he was beginning to understand it to some extent. At that moment he decided to start again. A message appeared on the silver ball from Hephaestus, who asked Yuan to come to him. Seeing this, the master realized that the time had come for the sword. Meanwhile, strong energy was emanating from the building with the wooden staircase. Entering the room, the guy bowed his head. He suggested that a fairly large workshop costs a lot of money. An iron chain mail coated with gold appeared in his head. He knows that his uncle's high-quality items cost several tens of thousands of points, even those that are the worst option. After which he remembered that the man receives part of the amount from sales of his items at Olympus. Brunette suggested that only 1% of the rankers are rich. The guy in the red cloak began to walk down the stairs in the forge. Noticing that the room was quiet, he assumed that the man had already finished. Volcaro, standing near a container with a hot flame, handed Yuan an object. The main character remembered that the elderly man always gets straight to the point as soon as he enters. The brunette began to shake the wooden box and asked Hephaestus what it was, since they agreed on the blade. The man told him to open the box. The gentleman opened the lid of the wooden box, which turned out to be empty. Standing near the table, the gray-haired man looked displeasedly at the main character, who asked him if this box was a surprise. Hearing this, Volcaro demanded that he look more closely. The guy took out a transparent object and asked the blacksmith what it was. He assumed they were slippery gloves. A system window appeared in front of the brunette, informing him that there were thin gloves made of a special material. Have excellent monoconductivity. The main character asked the man if he created them with a mixture of mithril. Hearing this, he said that he had sharp eyesight. The brunette put a transparent object on his hand and realized that the blacksmith had not inserted anything into them. He wondered why the old man had made them at all, since it is quite difficult to make transparent objects. Yuan began to put the item on his hand. He noticed that there was a long slit there. The magic crystal began to sparkle brightly when it was placed in the glove. Hephaestus turned away from the joyful guy with displeasure. He said that he could not explain to him the principle of use, because he did not have enough time or materials for this, which is why he had to do it superficially. After which he allowed the main character to use this item at his own discretion. Hearing this, the brunette assumed that the blacksmith wanted to make it easier for him to wear the Stone of the Dark God. The protagonist grabbed the object, which was covered with cloth, when Volcaro asked him to now look at the blade. Various symbols were engraved on the black weapon. Yuan opened his mouth in surprise when he noticed that the weapon was perfect in every millimeter. He felt his hands filling with strength even from holding the weapon. The guy swung his weapon when the men asked him to personally choose a name for the weapon. A system window appears notifying that the blacksmith Hephaestus is requesting the name of the clinic. The main character lowered his head when he saw that he needed to choose a name. The blade of the iron weapon sparkled with bright light. He realized that this item contained not only the thick blackness of the powder of the Dark God Stone, covering the green color of mithril, but also the effects. The brunette clenched his hand tightly into a fist and raised the weapon when he decided that it would be called the Sword of the Dark Knight. Drops of sweat began to flow from the elderly man's face. He realized that Yuan didn't have much taste in names. A system notification appeared about the receipt of the Dark Knight's sword, which Hephaestus gave to the guy. Various symbols were engraved on the handle of the iron weapon. The brunette did not choose this name for the weapon because of its appearance or its effects, but because it is a dark divine sword specializing in darkness and night. A system alert appeared stating that the Sword of Knights was created from mithril and a byproduct of a special stone. Yuan knows that in addition to the mana storage ability that the item itself has, its recovery percentage is beyond common sense. A devilish smile appeared on the brunette's face as he suggested that he would not get tired fighting with this weapon in the endless darkness. He realized that it truly exceeded all his expectations. The blacksmith's face turned blue with anger when he realized that the guy had completed equipping the weapon with that name. He realized that the main character looked wildly pleased. Yuan began to closely examine the handle of the weapon when the master realized that they fit together perfectly. While in the forge, the man turned his head to the side and asked the guy if he planned to climb further. Hearing this, the main character replied that it would be right. A bead of sweat began to drip down Hephaestus' angry face as he asked the guy what he planned to do with Olympus. Yuan replied that he was going to spew it out. He put his finger up and said he would do it from above. The elderly man, clasping his hands, looked intently at the brunette, who announced that he would do it to the very bottom. The gray-haired man tilted his head to the side as he realized what the main character was actually planning to do. Steam emanated from the huge furnaces of the forge. Volcaro noticed that the main character seemed impartial, even though he was now hit by a huge wave. And he also believes that this amazing guy does not hesitate at all. After which he said that they had finished and decided not to accompany him. The main character in a red cloak walked out of the door of the forge. He lowered his head and noticed that Hephaestus, as then, said goodbye to him dryly. The iron weapon with a black handle was shrouded in smoke. The brunette believes that there has been a connection between him and his uncle for a very long time. He remembered standing in front of an elderly man and asking him if he had created weapons from adamantium, even pieces of which were difficult to find. Hephaestus reminded him that he had lost the ball. The brunette looked at the bloodied gentleman in disbelief. He told the main character that to fight these damn external creatures he needed a sword of at least this level. Clenching his fist, the blacksmith extended his bloody hand towards himself. The guy asked him why he melted the hammer because he could have used his own fists instead. Hearing this, the man admitted that he was tired. The gray-haired man bared his teeth and frowned deeply. He asked Yuan to stop talking in vain and take away the weapon created for him. Returning to reality, the main character in the red cloak confidently grabbed the hilt of the sword. He remembered that that man, having torn the weapon out of his heart, gave it to him. The guy near the blacksmith's door bowed. He realized that he was glad to meet his comrade again. Meanwhile, the ancient building was covered in fog. Near the table on which various objects lay, system alerts began to flash. In a green-lit room, the heroine, who is the overseer of the Coliseum Trial, sat at a table. The long-haired girl took a bite of a chocolate bar when she realized that Yuan was a new player who had arrived on the first floor 12 days ago. A magic ball appeared, on which a photograph of the main character was depicted. She learned that his tutorial recording was the best in history, which made this player's potential rated S class. After which she remembered that there were many good participants among the newcomers this time. Holding a chocolate bar in her hand, she suggested that although Hargon also had good skills, she was more interested in the guy who took first place in the ranking. The blonde heroine frowned deeply. Shiri watched the brunette as he walked away from the forge. She remembered that this guy came one for the test, which was recommended to be taken with a team. At that moment, she assumed that there was no person equal to him on this floor. A smile appeared on the face of the guard in an elegant black suit. She believes that he will not be able to pass the test, which is beyond the power of even the rankers. After which she decided to give him a chance to try. The player stood inside a huge building, which was the test hall of the first floor of the Coliseum. The main character looked back with displeasure and suggested that this task was testing the strength of military skill. He believes that this is a simple test, in order to pass which he simply needs to defeat the enemy. Yuan looked closely at the rating. He expected Wukong to be in first place. The guy felt uneasy when he decided to compare this with his recording before his rebirth. He remembered that at that time his entry was only in 12th position. Now Hargon was in 12th place in the ranking. He believes that the player he is happy with performed very well in this task because he was able to go through 16 rounds. The main character grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly. He believes that Hargon's position is now even higher than it was before his rebirth, because he was able to receive the Hand of Thunder, thanks to which he rushes upward as if on wings. Yuan swung his sword hard and remembered that he didn't know which floor his comrade was now climbing to. He believes that he will soon be able to catch up with him, after which a system notification about the start of the test appeared. The dungeon was completely covered in dark fog as an alert appeared that the player needed to defeat their opponent. The brunette knows that this is a test, the end of which cannot be foreseen. His eyes glowed red. He knows that the more opponents you defeat, the greater the reward he can receive. After which he remembered that those who tag in rankers are required to challenge their limits. The creature, who had a ponytail on his head, looked menacingly at his opponent. His small eyes sparkled with bloody flames. The monster swung his weapon hard. Its huge fangs protruded from the creature's mouth. The guy's sword glowed with blue light as he used his mana sword skill. He, having cut his opponent, tried to stay on his feet. The creature's body split into two parts. The ponytailed monster fell to the ground with a crash. A system alert has appeared stating that the completion of Heaven's Slaying Star has increased by 0.008%. A notification about the first floor test appeared. The brunette confidently swung his weapon and remembered that this was where the test of the first floor ended. He believes his real mission begins now. Yuan tilted his head as the system asked him if he planned to challenge the next test. The main character replied that he was abandoning him, after which a notification appeared about the opening of the next test and the start of the second round. The blonde matron frowned and opened her mouth in surprise. She believes that this could not have happened. The moment the player fought the orcs flashed through her mind when she remembered that Hargon was also able to handle killing a couple of creatures. She believes that this is a historical event, because the brunette was able to pass the test much faster than Wukong, who is the all-conquering Buddha and a great sage equal to heaven. The guy, while in the Coliseum, jumped high. The creatures scattered as he landed on the ground. Yuan was cutting up the flying monsters when the girl noticed that he was fighting non-stop. The warden assumed that he was not using powerful skills to conserve his stamina and mana. The main character plunged the tip of the sword into the body of the next enemy. Shuri suggested that he does not seem to see the test that he is passing, but looks much further. The player's rounds began to increase as he tore off the creature's head. The heroine realized that he was striving for the record of the highest rankers. The brunette frowned deeply when the system asked him if he accepted the challenge of the next test. He answered menacingly that he should leave him. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword when the flames began to come out of it. A notification appeared that the fiery eyes were taking control of a giant fire. The trial field was covered in bright flames as the player used the giant fire skill. The iron creature lowered its head down. Seeing this, the brunette noticed that it was holding, which is why he decided that there was no point in delaying it for long. He jumped on his opponent. Pieces of armor began to fly around as a notification appeared that the giant's power was beginning to seep into his hand, causing a decrease in skill level. There was an alert that due to low endurance, partial gigantism began to act. The man's iron sword began to crack. The iron-armored creature grabbed its body as the sword was thrust into it. The monster's helmet shattered into pieces. Yuan decided to run up to the man kneeling. The hero with a wounded face lowered his head and admitted that this was his second defeat. He said that that gray-haired young man was also incredibly strong. The guy looked displeased at his interlocutor, who told him that for the first time he met an enemy who rose again and again, no matter how much he was wounded or pierced. He believes that back then there was barely a noticeable difference in strength, but now this player seems much stronger to him. Hearing this, the brunette suggested that if the enemy's sword had not been so worn out, he would probably have had an even more difficult time. The opponent recognized the victory of his opponent. The main character touched the face of a man dressed in iron armor. The boss thanked him for allowing him to experience battle once again. A notification about a level increase has appeared. The guy touched his opponent's face with his fingers, thanks to which his stats increased by 1 unit. A system alert appeared stating that the completion of Heaven's Slaying Star was increased by 4.78% because the player was able to complete 19 rounds. Holding the hilt of the sword, the brunette lowered his head. He said he was able to catch up with Wukong. He looked back menacingly and decided that now it was the turn of the 20th round, which no one could pass. The system asked the player if he plans to challenge the next challenge. Yuan confidently replied that he was leaving him. The main character looked intently at the notification that if he did not answer within 30 seconds, he would be transferred to the next round. When he saw him, he realized that he was not even allowed to catch his breath. There are 18 seconds left on the scoreboard. He believes that if enough time was given for rest, there would be no point in testing the Coliseum. The guy in the red cloak confidently grabbed the handle of the weapon and said okay. He frowned deeply when, with 10 seconds of rest remaining, he said he was giving up the challenge. A notification appears indicating that the player is challenging the next challenge. An alert appeared indicating the start of the final test. The brunette was very surprised when the entire battlefield was engulfed in red fog. The iron gates, from which the strongest mana emanated, opened slightly. Yuan felt how powerful anger and energy cleaned him to the bone. He, using his magical abilities, strongly tensed his muscles and assumed that the one he was thinking about would appear here. A message appeared that the giant's power was beginning to be absorbed into his hand. The player's sword blade was pointed at the entrance, from which ominous energy was emanating. The creature with bright yellow eyes frowned deeply when the notifications for the boss of the final challenge appeared. Baring his teeth, the brunette tried to hold on. A huge black snake approached the main character. Debris of the earth began to fly around when the guy realized that the creature was suppressing him, even though he had used the power of gigantization. The monster glared at his opponent, who nearly fell. Yuan, trying to stop, dug his nails into the ground. He remembered Ogong, who frowned deeply when passing the 20th test of the first floor. A huge beast stood in front of the man, from the blow of whose tail he lost consciousness. He understood that his vitality could survive this, but otherwise it would be his instant death. He, seeing only one head and tail, was able to understand that this was the one he was thinking about. The player confidently grabbed his weapon. He didn't expect such a boss to be at the final test of the first floor, after which he asked himself if he might have made a mistake then. Someone called the main character by name. The brunette, frowning, bared his teeth when someone asked him if he thought that this monster could not be recognized. The snake's body was covered with horny scales. The guy knows that a creature with 8 heads and the same number of tails is so huge that it can embrace 8 mountain peaks and valleys because it is a divine or demonic monster, close to the genus of dragons, and also being a long-standing fragment of an external god. The brunette grabbed the handle of his weapon tightly and remembered that this monster had been sealed long ago by Susanoo. He didn't expect to see him at the final Coliseum test. A drop of sweat began to flow from the protagonist's face when he realized that the gentlemen of the manager were really working hard. The eyes of the creature looking at its opponent glowed with a bright flame. A notification appears that the player needs to get rid of Yamato no Orochi's 8th head. At this moment, Yuan wondered who set this level of difficulty. The dragon with fangs opened its mouth. The guy tried to run away from his opponent's attack. The brunette looked back menacingly when he remembered that this creature had one small head. He believes that with his current body, if he shakes his head incorrectly once, he will end up dead. Pieces of stones flew towards the main character, who was running with all his might. A creature with a long tail began to swing it across the battlefield. It hit Yuan so hard that he couldn't even stand on his feet. The guy tried to slide his heel along the ground. He raised his head and saw a huge tail flying towards him. The enraged boss firmly pressed his tail to the ground. Yamato no Orochi was surprised when the player approached him from behind. He called his attacks not that significant. His sword began to glow blue as he spoke about how the Orochi he knew was not like this. The brunette used the stone of the dark god. He hit the monster on the head so hard that he was able to wound him. In a dark fog, the player bared his teeth and suggested that he had hit his opponent too shallowly. The dragon opened its mouth and screamed loudly at the top of its voice. He began to swing his body with all his might. The main character grabbed the handle of his weapon tightly. He realized that even the energy of the dark god stone invested in him could not overcome the scales of the creature because it was very durable. They quickly rushed past the creature. The brunette hit him in various parts of the body. He realized that this test was impossibly difficult. The gentleman in the red cloak flew to the side. His eyes began to sparkle with bright flames of anger. He knows that the tower never gives up impassable tests. The angry player's pupil constricted as he assumed that the object remained in Orochi's body. He decided that he had to find it. Shuri, standing on the balcony of the Coliseum, closely watched the battle. A drop of sweat began to run down her worried face. She doesn't understand why the player at some point stopped attacking. Seeing the angry dragon on the battlefield, she assumed that the guy realized his arrogance. She believes that he has already achieved an impossible result. An image of a brunette who found something appeared on the magic ball. The girl wanted him to retreat because, in her opinion, it was enough for him to hurt Orochi. She frowned and looked to the side. Yuan's eye sockets became covered in bright flames. He hit the dragon with all his strength with his weapons. The player began to run away along the creature's scales. The monster moved its tail as the enemy approached it. The angry guy's weapon flashed green. Lowering her head, the girl put her hands on the fence and assumed that he was now taking aim. She became worried when she realized that he was near Yamato no Orochi's heart. Shuri knows that there is the only spot where the creature's scales do not grow. Raising his weapon, the brunette approached the creature, or rather its only weak point. The gentleman frowned deeply. He stuck his weapon into the dragon's spot. The creature screamed loudly at the top of its voice. Standing on the monster's body, the protagonist continued to thrust his sword into its body. Orochi opened his toothy maw as his eyes turned white. A dark aura began to emanate from the dragon's body. The creature fell to the ground of the battlefield with a crash. The brunette didn't understand why it still couldn't subside. Trembling all over, the heroine clenched her hand into a fist. She believes that this could not have happened. The battlefield was covered in black fog. The heroine remembered that Susanoo was able to put to sleep an evil snake that has magic and is capable of enveloping 8 mountain peaks and valleys with its body. She knows that to do this, he used an indestructible mysterious sword that was enchanted to seal creatures. The warden knows that Susanoo left a wound on Orochi's heart that did not heal, which is why it became his only weak point. An exhausted Yuan continued to hold the hilt of his weapon tightly as he realized that the myth had been revived. The main character in a red cloak was sitting on the dead body of the enemy when a notification appeared that he had dealt with Yamato no Orochi's 8th head. There was a message that as the level increased, the completion of the heaven-slaying star increased by 12.85%, due to which several units were added to the player's stats. a notification about the completion of the last test appears. The brunette, head down, became sad when it was announced that his achievements had been recorded in the Coliseum. A window appeared with the stats of Yuan, who reached level 69. He put his sword in its case when he remembered that he had increased his level on the 19th test. At that moment, he realized that at levels above 60 it would be difficult to climb with only one passable hunt. The guy got off the scales of the monster he had killed. He realized that now he was still 31 away from level 100, after which he realized that his level was growing faster than he had imagined. The main character raised his head in displeasure when someone called him by name. A blonde girl in a black dress approached him. Seeing her, he realized that the elf with 6 blades on her lower back and behind her back, hiding her traces of presence, could pass quickly and unnoticed. At this point, he assumed that it was Shuri, who is the first floor trial supervisor. She, looking intently at her interlocutor, asked him if he was Yamato no Orochi's, but abruptly changed her mind about asking this, after which she asked the player if he knew about the dragon's weak point. Standing near the monster's body, Yuan said that the tower could not give out impossible tests. He admitted that even though this was the last stage, it seemed to him that this level of difficulty would be overcome by him, which is why he decided to take a closer look. The brunette pointed a finger at his forehead. He told the girl that this is how he found the solution. The main character nodded his head when the fair-haired matron asked him if he had fiery eyes with golden pupils. Hearing this, the guy said that they had not yet reached this stage. Shuri, frowning, pulled out her lips and thought about the fiery eyes with gigantization. She believes that this player has the skills of the highest peak level rankers. The girl, bowing her head, grabbed her chin and asked the participant whether he was the heir of the great sage equal to heaven. She admitted that she was now convinced of something, regardless of which faction the player belonged to. The brunette looked displeasedly at his interlocutor, who told him that the supervisor of the test could not disclose not only the course of the battle, but also information about the participant who took part in it. At this point, the guy assumed that she had completely misunderstood him. The heroine confidently grabbed the handle of the weapon and said that she wanted to give him an additional reward from the manager. The gun was in a rusty case. She said that the manager asked to give this item to a player who can pass all the tests of the first floor, after which she admitted that, looking at Orochi, she thought that the day of handing over this sword would never come. The main character grabbed the new weapon tightly. Shuri, realizing that the owner of the sword had been found, invited him to check it himself. The rusted blade of the weapon was very short. The blonde heroine approached the guy in the red cloak and called the sword low quality. The brunette's reflection was in the blade of the weapon as he realized that the item was in the Coliseum. A window appears stating that Tosca's blade is a fragment of a sword used long ago by Susanoo to imprison Yamato no Orochi's. The main character put the weapon in his inventory when he realized that it was now clearer to him what to do next. The matron suggested that he speak to the manager if he was dissatisfied with the award. Hearing this, Yuan told her that everything was fine because he was happy with everything. He knows that this is only a bonus since the real reward is given separately. A notification appeared that a player whose all stats have increased by 2 units receives 20,000 points for completing all tests on the first floor, after which a message appeared about receiving Tosca's blade and Orochi's 8th heart. The brunette stared intently at the small object from which a strong aura emanated. At this moment, a window appeared that the 8th heart of Yamato no Orochi's, sealed and divided by Susanoo, has powerful power. A red crystal hovered above the guy's hands. He knows that the strong poison stored in the heart cannot be taken in the usual way. The main character remembered that, by neutralizing the poison, he could receive a miracle cure that even the highest rankers would desire. A bright yellow spiral appeared near Yuan's hands. The girl admitted that she was not sure that the heart was given as a reward. After which she, congratulating the player, said that the value of this item cannot be calculated even in points. When system alerts appeared ahead of the guy, Shuri decided to give him one piece of advice and asked him not to take it thoughtlessly, for which the brunette thanked her. The main character wanted to touch the window that appeared. A notification appeared that the creature had begun to react. Yuan was very surprised when the monster began to complain of hunger. The entire battlefield was covered in fog as a message emerged that the creature was revealing itself. The blonde heroine worriedly grabbed the hilt of her sword and asked the player what kind of energy was this that enveloped them. The guy noticed that the egg was not hatching. His pupils constricted as he realized what was meant by the appearance of himself. The monster's eyes appeared in the dark fog. Angry, the matron raised her head. She does not understand how the creature could enter the Coliseum, which is protected by the power of the tower. The gentleman in the red cloak ran up to Shuri, who decided to attack the monster. He asked her to give him a second. Baring his teeth, the brunette stood next to the creature when he demanded that the girl wait a little. A notification appeared that the monster had begun to consume Orochi's 8th head. The beast's pink scales were covered in blue mana. There were huge spikes on his body. Dark fog surrounded the boss's dead body. The blonde heroine assumed that he was absorbing the corpse. Lowering her head, Shuri frowned as she realized that she had never seen such a creature. She, having told the main character that Aracha's corpse belonged to him, said that this no longer concerned her. Then I asked him if this was his ability. A drop of sweat began to flow from the brunette's face when he confirmed the warden's guess. The creature's body began to disappear from the battlefield. The guy admitted that he himself was not sure about this. The monster, whose body consisted of eyes, opened its mouth. Yuan, looking intently at his opponent, asked him if he was full. A notification appeared that the creature began to nod its head and sing a song. The entire Coliseum was consumed by black energy. The gentleman realized that the terrible monster was behaving like a young child. The creature's eyes disappeared as the guy thought about who it really was. A message appeared indicating that the creature was falling asleep. The brunette, sorting through his inventory, turned his head. He noticed that only now there was some kind of reaction from the monster. A tab about the egg was opened on the system window, thanks to which the main character realized that the percentage of its hatching had increased. The warden began to approach the guy and asked him if he understood what had happened recently. Hearing this, he replied that he had figured it out a little. A slight smile appeared on Shuri's face. She, believing him to be a descendant of Wukong, began to doubt her thoughts due to his recent strength. The girl believes that heaven would not hide a power that looks bad. She extended her hand to the brunette and promised that she would not divulge anything that happened on the battlefield. They looked at each other intently. The heroine said that she would pray for him because she wanted to hear news about him from the upper floors. The protagonist frowned when he realized that she had the same habit of saying goodbye to those who passed the test. The matron extended her hand to the guy. He believes that she is a naive but straightforward, strong and beautiful warrior. They shook hands firmly. The guy admitted that he was glad to meet her. Meanwhile, a rating appeared in the Coliseum arena. In first place was Yuan, who was able to complete 20 rounds. Night has fallen in the city. Someone told their friend about the change to the first floor top. Hearing this, he replied that the person who took first place in tutorial got there. The blonde warrior extended his hand when they asked him if a monster like Wukong, who is a pureblood, had entered the tower. The guy said that this player is from some land. The blonde man in the iron mask, baring his teeth, said that this participant takes first place in every test. Warrior believes that he will become the rankers in just a few decades. Meanwhile, fog rose above the labyrinth that is the test of the 9th floor. Something was trying to break out through the ground. The main character, holding on with all his might, cast a spell. A notification appeared about passing the 9th floor test, thanks to which a new path opened. The guy was walking past huge rocks when they announced that he was getting a reward for first place. The brunette looked back and remembered that he had made several passages in the maze, even though the purpose of the test was to find the road. He assumed that he had spoiled the difficulty for subsequent subjects, after which he realized that he needed the reward of this test. A smile appeared on his face when he decided that it was time for him to slowly move towards the meeting. Drops of sweat began to flow from the elderly man's face. The guy in the red cloak was already sparkling with happiness. Entering the forge, Yuan approached the table and reminded his uncle that a month had already passed. He said that he had come to pick up his order, which he had entrusted to him. The blacksmith Volcaro stood angrily and looked ahead, silently piercing his interlocutor with a searing gaze. Yuan smiled and looked at the old man sitting in front of him. He stood opposite the blacksmith, who was at work, and the hero, looking at him, turned to his uncle, saying that a month had passed. The hero smiled, saying that he came for what he had entrusted to him. The man diligently continued his work, angry at what the guy called him and ordering him to wait until he finished, and the hero sat down on the table, waiting for his uncle. The blacksmith's hammer clattered loudly as it struck the anvil. Suddenly Volcaro glanced at the guy, looking him up and down questioningly. He asked the guy sitting opposite him if he was hot, and the hero, hanging his head, replied that it was hot. After that, Yuan looked up at the old man, thinking that it was very hot inside the workshop, and the man himself looked completely normal, and he became interested in how high his resistance to fire was. Continuing to work, the old man suddenly asked whether it really took 10 days to test the 9th floor, and he did not understand why it took so long. Standing opposite the hero, the blacksmith angrily asked if he wanted to take back what he ordered. The guy looked at his uncle, asking him if there really should be only one exit in the maze, although it took some time to create new paths. Hero introducing himself, thinking about rewards. The blacksmith suddenly frowned, saying that he never does anything like ordinary people, because now Volcaro became interested in how the character would pass the next test. The guy grinned, saying that he would tell it the next time he came. Turning away from the hero, the man asked him what he would need for the next test. The blacksmith held in his hands a blade made from various materials, and it also has the worst mana conductivity. But the blade was forged well, and the man said that for the first time in his life he made such a weapon with not excellent mana conductivity. but worse. Pointing the weapon towards the hero, the old man added that as low as mana conductivity, resistance is equally high. So he focused on the materials from which he usually creates armor, and Yuan thought that he probably made it from ore such as Fail, Tara, and Obsidian. The young man was holding a sword in his hands when suddenly his skill began to activate, and the blacksmith was talking about how it was a failed creation with the worst mana conductivity. But considering that this is what he required, it was a pretty outstanding successful creation. He held the sword in his hands while a holographic window popped up, informing him that there had been a failure in the skill civilization and an unknown force had blocked the mana, while the character admired the blacksmith's creation. After that, he approached the man, saying that he liked the order, and the man said that it was also an interesting challenge for him. Shaking the hero's hand, the old man added that no one else would come up with the idea to create weapons from materials for superior armor. Suddenly, a notification popped up saying that Yuan had paid the blacksmith 10,000 points. The money suddenly appeared in front of the man, who resisted and became angry, not understanding why, but the hero assured the old man that he should take it, because if he gets used to free things, then a terrible misfortune will happen to him. Smiling, he looked at the old man, saying that the hedgehog would come to him. Evening. City. A portal appeared in front of the workshop, into which Yuan began to enter, while notifications came to him that the record of passing the test of the 9th floor had been verified, and 10 points had also been paid for using the portal. The hero was only required to choose a destination. The man lowered his gaze, thinking that he was finally heading to the double-digit floor. Standing opposite the portal that appeared in front of the guy, he announced that he was going to the 10th floor, and immediately the right to enter was checked. Gradually, the movement to the 10th floor began. The guy saw a view of the world of Murum, populated by many people, and the starting point of the 10th floor was the northern city of martial arts. The man presented the map, realizing that this is a huge continent that is surrounded by the sea, and the Murum ecosystem was created by the existence of strong people. The testing of the 10th floor, unlike other floors, began immediately after lifting. VZHMKSH, one of the men raised his hand, shouting that recruitment was being announced for the Dragon Clan, and the only requirement was desire. When the brunette suddenly interrupted him, shouting loudly that all swordsmen had access to the gentleman's blade room. A mulatto appeared, who reported that the clan of Heavy Steel was ready to train the body of anyone so that it would become as strong as steel, and no one could be found to lift into the tower with more excellent art. Suddenly, there was a notification about the announcement of a test on the 10th floor, where it was necessary to choose a class to join and pass the test of the selected clan. In front of the young man, there were many people who invited him to different clans and a test in which everyone is trained in the martial art of the chosen clan and must undergo its test. The young man stood opposite the people, realizing that due to the fact that this test was absolutely different from all previous ones, many players were never able to pass this floor. So they stayed here, and he thought that this place was no different from Bazaar. Lowering his gaze, the hero heard a voice behind him asking him if it was his first time in Murum. A huge man stood in front of the young man, smiling and noting that judging by his clothes, the character's skills were not bad, and he asked the guy if he had the skills. Straightening his hands, the mulatto assured that their meeting was fate and he was obliged to join their clan of the Blue Blade. The very word clan confused the guy, and he looked at him anxiously. The clan members stood near Yuan, saying that the history of the Blue Blade clan begins long before this tower, and looking at those present. The guy thought that the large clans were not interested in such a place, and even if they were, they would not come in person. The head of the clan extended his hand, addressing the character and asking him if he was listening to him, but the man apologized, saying that he was aiming for another clan. The angry mulatto looked at the guy, asking him if he really just ignored the Blue Blade clan. He immediately reached for his weapon, saying that he had not planned this. Standing opposite the enemy, drawing his sword, the head of the clan said that at first glance it was clear that the guy was acting cautiously and he was lucky to get here. Although the hero didn't know who he thought he was, not knowing what the Blue Blade clan was. Yuan stood proudly in front of the enemy, thinking that he had gotten himself into an irritable situation, because the man was showing his strength by pressing on the barely standing players, and this was a good way for small clans to attract attention. Suddenly, the main character, who stood resolutely opposite his opponent, said, warning that if he touched only the player who had risen, it would have a bad effect on the reputation of the clan. But the head replied that these were correct judgments, but only in Murum, the world of strong people, there is a way of life, and a man cannot afford to stand silently when his clan is insulted. The man threw an angry look at the guy, saying that it was too late to beg for mercy. Suddenly, the main character approached the man, saying that he did not intend to do this, but since he was behaving this way, he would allow himself to do so, and the head stood opposite him with a sword. Yuan looked coldly at his opponent, who was calling him. Suddenly, the guy noticed his crazy look, not understanding what was happening to the head of the clan. The man's face turned red and became covered with beads of sweat. Everyone suddenly began to whisper, not understanding that he was standing like that with the soldiers. The hero was on his knees, head bowed, while they attributed to him his obsession with strangers. He stood up abruptly, not wanting to listen to anything like that anymore. The head rushed forward, dispersing the crowd and shouting loudly. His face expressed anger and despair, and the man thought about how ashamed he was. The hero convinced himself that he had yet to meet Yuan. Day, forest. The main character started somewhere at full speed. It was the 10th day after being raised to the 10th floor. While rushing, the guy suddenly thought that he had an awfully long distance to run because he had walked over 10,000 li in 10 days. The young man was in the middle of the forest and thought that this was a huge problem in the world of Murum. A heavenly mountain suddenly stretched out in front of him, and standing on a cliff, the character thought that there was no suitable means of moving, so he had to run through everything on his own feet. Resolutely looking around, Yuan realized that he was almost there and it was better to hurry. At sunset, the sun illuminated the treetops. The man continued to walk through the forest. His steps were fast and swift. He stood in the clearing, looking around. The character looked up, thinking that in total there were about 20 participants and each of them had their own good skills. Suddenly, whispers and voices were heard from the darkness, exclaiming, not understanding what the guy was doing. Standing in the clearing and looking in the darkness, the guy declared that he was not an enemy, but the voices continued to whisper, realizing that the hero had come here, knowing what kind of place this was. Looking around, the young man loudly asked if this was the heavenly mountain of the new region, which was the base of the divine demon cult. The guy was surrounded by people with weapons, answering that he himself knew where he had come. The hero raised his gaze to the people who appeared, without answering anything and thinking that he had already experienced something similar during a skirmish with jackals, although these cases were still not comparable. In front of him appeared a building that belonged to the divine cult of the heavenly demon, and this clan has long been competing with the Murum Alliance, the unification of the entire Murum world, although now they are deprived of the opportunity to go beyond the heavenly mountain, but this clan can be called leading in heaven and earth. In front of Yuan appeared Hammock, who is a pureblood from the heavenly demon divine cult and had walked over 40 floors. The man looked at the character. I note that judging by the energy emanating from him, he is not some kind of rabble. The clan surrounded the hero, asked what floor he is from and if he wants to join, then he should say his name and floor and demonstrate his skills. One of the participants looked piercingly at the guy. After this, the young man introduced himself. He stood proudly in front of the cult, saying that he had come to take the test of the heavenly demon divine cult, and a notification appeared that informed him that the test was beginning. A conversation could be heard through the treetops, and one of the participants said that no player had fought for a test of the divine cult for a long time. Standing in front of the guy in the red robe, the clan members began to think about the guy's purpose, since he deliberately came here to such a distance, and probably he should know why the players are so avoiding their test. Looking at Hammock, who had his back to him, the young man replied that it was because the probability of passing it was extremely low, but the pureblood did not agree with him. He suddenly turned around, looking sternly at the hero and declaring that the probability of passing was not only not low, but non-existent. Everyone looked at Yuan, and they explained to him that so far not a single player had managed to pass the test, and so an unspoken law appeared on these lands, not to accept the test of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. And listening to all this, the guy thought about joining clan is impossible if you are not a player from high floors. Looking sternly in front of him, he convinced himself that no matter how strong the cult was, it was quite logical that their authority had fallen. The head of the clan called the young man behind him, showing the way. Looking at the man's hand, a notification suddenly arrived, which reported that the hero was entering into a disposition, and then that the guy was resisting the influence of the disposition. Standing in front of everyone, the young man walked, failing to resist. The man walked along, while being informed that if he followed the wrong path, he would fall under the influence of the illusion effect. Looking at the head, who extended his hand, the young man thought that the road was absolutely different from the one they had walked on so far, and they needed to find the real road among a dozen others. And suddenly the man warned the young man to be careful, because he had taken one wrong step he will get lost and no one will be able to find him unless the heavenly demon himself intervenes. Looking angrily at Yuan, he added that he should be extremely careful. Suddenly the hero disappeared before everyone's eyes and everyone began to look around, realizing that he had only just been here. The fog permeated the entire wooded area. The character looked ahead, using the fiery eyes skill. He walked forward, surrounded by red flames. Looking back a little, the young man thought that more than 10 times he had come to a crossroads and did not understand how long this road was. The fog gradually settled on the forest. Something suddenly attracted the guy. He looked ahead, realizing that there was a fork in front of him. The man used the fiery eye skill and realized that both paths were real. The hero looked ahead in alarm. I understand that there is not a single fake, and therefore he will not fall under the influence of the illusion, but the correct answer must be here. Suddenly he winced and, listening, realized that the wind was coming from the left. He looks at the crossroads and at the left side in front of him. With slow but decisive steps he walked forward. Walking along the left path, Yuan thought that the further she advances, the more her surroundings change. Suddenly he found himself in a small building. Near him there is a huge machine that has been working for a long time. Entering inside, the figure of a certain man appeared in front of the guy sitting on the floor. Looking in front of him, the young man realized that in front of him was a living legend of the world of Murum. Before him was an ancient high-ranker who lived long before the Murum world entered the tower. The old man suddenly growled sarcastically, realizing that the hero had come. Standing behind the man, suddenly a notification came that the guy had passed the first test of the heavenly demon. Looking in front of him, the young man thought that even the door was closed, but the wind was still blowing in the room and, perhaps, he was not seeing what should really be in. Probably, in reality, he was not standing in a small room. Suddenly, the old man who was sitting in front of the guy asked him how he guessed that this was also part of the test. Standing proudly in front of him, Yuan replied that he understood this from the very beginning. Because where are the views on a test in which it is enough to simply follow another person, and it seemed to him that the man himself should have been watching him from the moment he entered the disposition. Sitting opposite and without turning his face, the old man said that he was surprised at the boy who was able to find his own way. Suddenly everything cleared up and a bright blue light splashed into the guy's face. Heading further, the young man realized that he had passed this test. As he walked, the sweat left the guy's face and he thought that there was no system window with the result, and perhaps the old man's question was also part of the test. Making his way through the thicket as a child, the main character suddenly said that he already had a presentiment of how tired he would be in trying to please him. Looking at the pigs that stood in front of him, the young man thought that in some clans it was said that demons lived in the divine cult of heavenly demons. Looking around the area, the character himself realized that this was all nonsense and an ordinary village in front of him when suddenly someone's voice called out to him. Hammock stood in front of him, baring his teeth, asking the guy how he ended up here. Looking behind him, the hero understood that he did not want to waste his energy telling what happened after the meeting with the heavenly demon and replied that he finished it first. The man looked around. I realized that he went through the disposition on his own, and even faster than all of them who knew the way, and immediately answered something. How he went through it doesn't matter. Walking further, the hero replied that he was tired from the road and it was better to go faster, asking whether the famous divine cult of the heavenly demon would provide accommodation for the night. Hammock suddenly turned around, because one of the members asked that he had never seen or heard of strangers going through the disposition, and the head himself answered that even he had been walking along the learned path for 50 years. Baring his teeth, the man tried to understand what the guy was doing. After some time, a bucket of water was already standing in front of the hero. Yuan washed his face with his hands. Then he sat down in a huge wooden basin and sighed with relief. Suddenly he turned around and glanced into the distance. Looking at the walls, he thought that if the test were easier, then there would be many people willing to join and they would also enjoy the dawn through contact with other worlds. Dipping his head into the water, he thought about that stubborn old man, realizing that he had his own reason. A holographic panel appeared in the room on which an egg was depicted, while the main character was thinking that no one could figure out what was hidden in this place. But he was sure that his work was not in vain. Looking at the panel, the young man was surprised that the egg was moving and feeling warmth without the divine cult of the heavenly demon coming to the earth. But she did not sit still for a second. The man realized that the best thing to do on the 10th floor was only to test the heavenly demon divine cult. The clan members stood in the clearing and one of them said that there were rumors that the level was sky high and it was impossible to pass it in. According to these rumors, the reward there was also unimaginable. Introducing the old man, the guy understood that the heavenly demon appeared in the world at the very beginning of this war and even before the creation of the mainspring, and therefore he could not obtain any information. The hero sat with his head down and thought that all that remained was to meet him in person, and while one of the participants asked him that if we were talking about Murum, then doesn't the Great War look tempting? Another man, standing next to the knight, answered that if you were part of even a small temple, even of the most influential kind, there is a chance to receive even the greatest book on martial arts, and suddenly the knight answered that the reward is good, but isn't victory achieved through hard work? Everyone stood, while one of the participants asked if there was anyone present here who managed not to win a single victory in the Murum War, and everyone was silent. Suddenly a man approached Yuan and asked him if he was really getting into trouble. The guy cast his menacing gaze while his interlocutor talked about why they started this competition. The embittered people present were suddenly approached, asking who organized this war, but one of them replied that no one asked him to immediately jump to the next floor. The man became furious, shouting loudly that he did not know this. The hero himself was smiling at this time. He thought that with his character, he could not accept the fact that he had missed the Great Murum War. Continuing to plunge into the water, the guy thought that no one could find out what was hidden in this place. Looking at the panel, the man assured himself that his work was not in vain. Continuing to look at the egg, the guy noted that it really didn't sit still for a second after coming to these lands. A month ago, after a few days of clearing on the first floor, the character was holding an egg in his hand. He lay with it on the bed, thinking that the size had increased several times compared to what it was before. Looking at it, the girl thought that it was suspicious because it had the pattern of an external god on it, but after it devoured the remains of the Orochi, he was definitely convinced of only one thing, namely that this is really the egg of an external god. Imagining himself standing, the young man thought about how what would hatch would look like, but he could not determine this, because external gods do not have a specific form and are incomprehensible creatures that appear to the subscriber, fueled by his emotions such as fear. Holding the egg tightly in his hands, he thought that if they were with him now, they could discuss this together. Covering his eyes, the main character thought about whether to save the life of the one in the egg. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes wide because a notification came on the panel saying that the egg was nodding. Yuan jumped out of bed, realizing that as soon as he thought about whether to leave him alive or not, the egg immediately wanted to answer, which means he heard everything else, but ignored it. Peering inside the egg, the hero thought about whether this was true. After that he tried to use his powers, I apologize in advance. But the panel on which the egg was showed that it was afraid. The character attacked him while the egg screamed. The man sat on the bed in rage and tried to do something. The panel only reported that the egg was shrinking from everything the guy was doing. Continuing to cause damage, the man was able to release something power as usual with Orochi and recognizes him as the master. Moving his weapon away, the warrior tried to understand whether he was prevented from inflicting damage or whether he himself was unable to do it, and he thought that the only thing he could do was watch. Present tense. The guy dipped it in water and it was reported that the egg felt warm. Yuan sat in a barrel with an egg, asking it if he liked it, and it nodded. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man was surprised that the egg was now responding. And a second later the guy was notified that it was falling asleep. Sitting in a barrel, the hero turned to the egg, saying that all month it had been sleeping and it only lasted a couple of words before it fell asleep again. Opening his eyes and looking ahead, the character tried to fit into his head the connection between the external god and the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Suddenly he asked himself whether he had inadvertently entered the tiger's den. The next day came. Huge building. Inside, 4 people were sitting at the table and there was a meeting of the 4 heavenly lords to discuss the agenda, and suddenly someone announced that the topic of today's divine cult meeting was quite interesting. Lord Spear, who was sitting at the table, said that the challenger had first appeared and 30 years had already passed. Beachelm looked gloomily, answering that it was 30 years and 4 years to be more precise, and someone wondered who Yuan was. Lord Dao extended his hand, saying that although they live with roots in the heavenly mountain, they cannot be so uninterested in the affairs of the tower. Lord Sword looked at everyone menacingly, saying that someone should tell about this person. The old man listened sternly as they told him that this guy, the Nasketch from the tutorial, was turning the parking lot upside down on every floor, and the Lord himself noted that the peak was hard to believe. Sitting at the table, suddenly someone said that the records recorded in the tower do not lie, and this is not the case when one can come to a conclusion only through their conversation. Lord Spear raised his hand when given the floor. Suddenly he stood up and walked forward. In front of the 4 lords stood an army of people who were gathering. They stood, taking their positions and thereby attracting the attention of the lords. All the people bowed when they saw the legendary people in front of them. Suddenly the doors opened and someone began to enter the building. The lords began to look at each other, realizing that this was the same Yuan in front of them. The guy entered the hall and his robe fluttered in the wind, while people said that in front of so many warriors there was not a single drop of excitement. And even in front of the lord of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, he was strong in spirit. Raising his gaze, the main character saw 4 lords in front of him, realizing that these were people who had reached the pinnacle of the divine cult in each sphere. Standing in front of many people, he understood that the second test would be carried out by the lords and not by the heavenly demon. And suddenly one of the elders replied that this was to be expected from a person who had passed the first test of the head of the cult. One of the lords stood in front of the stranger while they said that the guy was really unusual and announced the second test. Yaryong appeared in front of everyone, looking into the distance and asking something from the heavenly lord. Standing near the 4 lords, he asked permission to check this man himself. The lords looked at each other, pondering this proposal, and after that they stood in front of the man, telling him to act according to his own intention. Yaryong appeared in front of the main character and the guy realized that he was very strong. He walked towards the warrior forward, wanting to try and test himself. The character himself became alarmed, realizing that this did not look like an official test. Sword frowned and agreed, realizing that there shouldn't be a test without a reward. The lord informed the player that he would give him a scarlet bloody pill as a reward. The enemy asked the hero how he did this and the man smiled. He reached for the weapon, saying that was fine with him. The panel reported that the test had been accepted. Yaryong rushed to attack while being notified that some of the restrictions were being reduced, and then some of the fine was also being reduced. The guy needed to defeat the enemy and receive his calling. A window popped up in which there was a reward, namely a scarlet bloody pill, which was the best medicine among all available. The guy at that time stood opposite his enemy, drawing his sword. He looked at him proudly, thinking that the fine had been settled up to the 30th floor level and for the sudden test of the 10th floor difficult level. Looking at the lord standing in the distance, the main character thought that if people of the level of heavenly lords were against him, then this was the order of the heavenly demon for passing the first round of the test. Standing in front of his opponent, Yuan gathered his strength, but suddenly Yaryong asked him if the guy's name was really that. Pointing the weapon at the player, he said that the young man had passed the test of the heavenly demon. Holding the blade in front of the alarmed hero, he said that he did not understand what the heavenly demon saw in him, but the hero sternly replied that judging by how much the man talked, he clearly did not receive this recognition. He chuckled and rolled up his sleeves. This angered the enemy, who bared his teeth at the hero. At the same second there was a blow. The opponent attacked with a sword, menacingly piercing the participant with his gaze. At this time the guy pulled away from the blow. The awesome Yaryong glances menacingly at the young man. Yuan also looked at him. They continued to fight sternly, moving from place to place. The opponent's legs were next to the legs of the hero's robe. The man rushed at the guy, shouting that he could not get a confession. He grins, saying that he vowed to devote himself entirely to the divine cult and spent his whole life on the origin of the test. Remembering that test, he said that he put his life on the line and, rising in the tower, tried to become a warrior that would return the clan, studying the arts and tempering, since he threw his tests. Continuing to attack the young man, he did not understand why he became recognized. He shouted loudly at the entrance of the fight about who Yuan was if he had achieved recognition. But the main character grinned, noting that his opponent was no longer a child at all. He suddenly drew his sword. A loud sound of iron was heard and the opponents grappled. Yaryong tried to repel the guy's attack, but the hero immediately pulled away, throwing away his opponent's blow. Looking at the pitiful guy, the main character repeated his question again. At the same second, the character loomed over his opponent, swinging heavily. His fist flew at his opponent with all his might, while the giant's power latched onto his hand and partial gigantization began. There was a blow without strength and the enemy fell. Blood appeared on his face and he fell down in a terrible grimace. Looking at the lying Yaryong, the main character said that he was simply weak, so he was not recognized. Suddenly he turned to the heavenly lords. Sword looked at Yuan sternly. His jaw trembled. All the lords suddenly shouted in unison, admiring what the guy did without even using a sword. The men stood proudly in front of the winner, saying that there was no point in making bad assumptions. Immediately, the heavenly lord beamed with a smile, asking that the hero be given the Alp red pill. Standing in front of the one who was rewarding him, a notification appeared informing him that the pill had been received. The hero had his victory box in his hands and he looked at it, realizing that he had hardly tried to get it. The heavenly lord stood opposite him, asking if he realized the value of this medicine, because usually a player from the 10th floor was not even allowed to touch this item, and they did not understand why during the test he behaved as if it was a child's game. Suddenly people asked him if he had ever studied martial art and what clan it belonged to, but Yuan replied that he was just teasing. After that, Sword looked at the guy, deciding to explain to him the essence of the next test. Beeklam stood opposite the winner, saying that he would conduct the second test of the divine cult. After that, he added that these are unusual duels, he only needs to withstand 3 of his techniques. The guy stood opposite the Lord, who was talking about how the test would take place in 3 months or that everything would have to be provided to pass it besides miraculous medicines and good techniques. Looking at the heavenly Lord, the protagonist knew that this man was considered the weakest of the 4 lords, and if strength alone was taken into account, the man was not inferior to the others. He stood in front of the lords, thinking that there would be penalties, but this is a battle with a ranker and the difficulty level makes it feel like they really don't want to let anyone pass the test, and suddenly Yuan replied that he was ready to start now. Everyone was horrified to hear this. Suddenly, one of the lords intervened, saying that his opponent was a ranker and the hero's rash decision looked like disdain for the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The main character who stood in front of them apologized, but Beeklam gathered his strength, declaring that he would fulfill the guy's wish even though another lord stopped him. Sword looked sternly, saying that the test could only be changed by a heavenly demon. But the lord again stated that he would give 3 months and during this time he needed to prepare himself. Looking at the men, the hero realized that nothing could be changed. Huge room. Everyone whispered, saying that in front of them was the same stranger who looked down on the lord. Yuan walked forward, listening to people whispering. The sweat disappeared from the guy's face when he heard active whispers. Sword walked in front of him and the character dreamed that this was the person who was second in power in the clan and he was personally seeing him off. Walking behind the leader, the man asked if this was an order from the head of the cult, but the Lord replied that it was not so. Without turning around, he answered that he had not met such people for a long time and thought that the young man would pass the test of the head. Glancing at the old man, Yuan thought that the Lord himself wanted him to pass this test. Walking behind Sword, the man thought that the sensations were different from when other clans wished for someone to join for the prosperity of their clan. Suddenly they stopped and the guy's thoughts about sincerity stopped because the Lord announced that they had come. The old man, without turning around, said that if he wants to prepare, then he should visit the martial arts storage room. Books about military techniques and weapons are stored and the hero will ask the guy why he suddenly needs a hospital and Yuan replied that he will look at the weapons and books later. Continuing to walk, the main character checked with the Heavenly Lord about whether they would provide him with everything in addition to high-class martial arts and miraculous medicines. And the Lord agreed. Standing in front of the gray-haired old man, he replied that he would regret it. In a small courtyard near the building, many men in blue traditional costumes were sitting, holding dishes with ingredients in their hands. The chief physician of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, Chuan, looked forward wearily, remembering how surprised he was that Yuan wanted everything. The guy confirmed that everything goes from here to there. He lowered his head. The brunette standing in front of him was putting all the ingredients into his inventory. The doctor thought that there were at least several hundred Kim here. This would be enough for the cult to resist the alliance. How is he even going to use all this alone? The doctor excitedly repeated that all the medicines that he had left after 3 months would need to be returned. Only he can use them if the medicine he returns is spoiled. Yuan extended his hand, transferring all the medicines in the form of pills and roots into the inventory and said that he would have to reimburse their cost from his own funds. He remembers this very well. The pots and bowls standing among the men were empty. Yuan, turning away, said that they would see each other in 3 months. Lord Sword was silent, and Chuan, standing next to him, pitifully reminded him not to forget to return all the leftovers. The brunette thought wearily that he had said that he remembered. There will be nothing left anyway. Among the mountains there was a picturesque green forest. The torch was burning. Yuan held a torch in his hands while standing in a black traditional costume in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's training cave. He looked around and thought that everything here was arranged in such a way that it could only be opened from the inside, and from the outside you could now only get here by breaking the entrance. Ideal. The hero opened his inventory. Roots, capsules, balls and pills appeared from there. He was sitting on the ground. A whole bunch of medicines had already accumulated around him. Yuan picked up the gray medicine. The system announced that the deer antlers had been accepted. The next notification said that poison resistance was slightly increased for 24 hours. Aster root taken, poison resistance increased for 21 hours. The panchak flower was taken and resistance to 98 types of poisons was obtained for 46 hours. The guy sat on his knees among many different medicines and flowers, leaned over and cleared his throat. With a gloomy, dissatisfied look, he forcefully stuffed herbs and roots into himself, reflecting that he had never gorged himself so much on medicinal herbs before. What a shame, getting hit in the stomach with a sword during a fight would be better. Yuan put his hand to his stomach and thought that it seemed like the mixture of some medicines was poisonous. He tried not to take mixtures that would be deadly, so everything is limited to colic. I thought it was all for his sake. Finally, the brunette took out a small red stone from his inventory, which was surrounded by golden lightning. This was Orochi's 8th heart. The 8th heart of Orochi, sealed and divided by Susanoo, contains a strong poison. With a smile, the brunette took the red stone in his hands and said that he was wondering where he could get enough medicine to neutralize the Orochi poison. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky here? The system reported that an unknown egg was opening its mouth. The guy looked in surprise at the image of an egg on the alert. He imagined how the purple egg was going to devour his Orochi heart and gloomily said that he was at his own again. No, just think about it and he will turn it into scrambled eggs. The system reported that the egg was terrified. When the system reported that the egg was going to sleep, the guy sitting among the grass and medicine said that he would continue. The system reported that the 8th Orochi heart had been accepted. The next alert is a message that the poison is spreading throughout the body. The guy opened his eyes, feeling the poison moving through his veins, as if he was surrounded by a pink filter. It was as if there was a thick red haze before my eyes. The system reported that an attempt to resist the poison, the status of poisoning. The next notification said that poison resistance had been increased by 1. Then the message repeated several times that mana had been increased by 1. Coughing, Yuan covered his mouth with his hand. There were pink and purple spots before his eyes. He was coughing. Trembling, he fell to his knees and thought he needed more medicine. The system reported that mana had been increased by 1. His trembling palm was covered in blood. The system reported that mana had increased. She repeated it again, mana increased by 1. Yuan hit his head on the floor. The system again reported that mana had increased. The guy was breathing heavily, thinking that the growth of mana was simply abnormal, really. The golden notification of the system was called the Master of Mana and reported that one of the legal abilities of the manager who dominates mana is rank S+, the degree of mastery is 3.05%. Mana regeneration increased by 10%, mana resistance increased by 10%, mana induction power increased, and mana control increased. The guy thought that he was still wondering what kind of control this was, but now mana seemed to be flowing in him on its own. With trembling hands, the guy squeezed the medicine, thinking that he might be able to absorb all of Orochi's mana and heart to the last drop. Trembling, he sat up, taking the medicine and reflecting that he didn't think it would be so difficult. The guy's face was smeared red. The system reported that mana had been increased by 1. The guy said that this would definitely take a lot of time. The system repeated repeatedly about increasing mana. A month later, 2 figures stood at a cave hidden in the green forest. One of them stood with his hand on his side and said that a whole month had already passed, and nothing had been heard from him. He thought that he would at least go out once to study some secret technique or something like that. It felt like he was going to sit there for the entire 3 months. Hammock frowned and thought that no one who gets to the 10th floor misses the opportunity to learn secret martial arts techniques. He must understand this too, so what is he doing? He imagined the Heavenly Lord standing in a martial posture and thought that in order to stretch his ossified thoughts, the Heavenly Lord went to a secluded hall and trained so hard that the heavenly mountain shook every day. He then imagined Yuan standing confidently and thought, what about him? He has been so quiet all month that he even wonders if he is dead now. Yaryong said displeasedly, I wonder why he needs all these medicinal herbs. The man standing next to him exclaimed in surprise. The men were amazed to see that the entrance to the training cave was opening and dark smoke was coming out of it. A guy came out to them and asked if they had come to meet him. The men looked at him in surprise, recognizing Yuan. The guy predatorily bit into a piece of fried meat. He was sitting at a table full of food, and warriors were sitting with him. The guy with an exhausted look was chewing a steamed bun and heard the question that he had been starving all this month, but there should have been enough cereal balls in the cave. The brunette squeezed the meat in his hand and replied that since he planned to go out at least once, he did not want to eat something tasteless. Yaryong thought in surprise that he took the supplements. Does he have 3 stomachs? The brunette with a beard frowned, asking that he had really been trying with medicinal herbs all this time. Hammock gloomily said that he did not see any injuries or signs of poisoning either. Suddenly he froze, struck by a hunch, and thought that this was an antidote. Sometimes items with excellent effects are not used due to the strong poison they contain. He presented several stones of different colors, surrounded by a black haze. The man thought that most people prefer not to use something like this, but if they give free access to antidotes, then they can take it. But just how powerful must the effects in poison be to require so many drugs? Yuan got up from the table and said that it was very tasty, and he had to go. Hammock asked where he was going, back to the training cave. Yuan replied no. Looking at him, he asked where the martial arts archive was. A staircase led up to the gray stone building. It was the territory of the cult of the martial arts archive. Several men in armor stood at the archive. The guy thought they were impressive guards. He came closer and stopped, thinking, they are also players. Some look close to the level of rankers. The martial arts archive for all schools is the most important place. Yuan thought that information that is the origins and foundations of the school is stored here. Moreover, it is the archive of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the first person in the underworld. A man in a long light traditional suit approached him, bowed and asked, Mr. Yuan, right? He was warned about his visit. He will accompany the guy. The door to the room opened. The hero and his companion entered a spacious room filled with shelves and tables with books. The man said that they were there. Yuan looked around in admiration and asked if he could read all these books, to which he received a nod in confirmation. He drew attention to one of the doors and said that behind this door there was a section into which entry was prohibited. Otherwise he could freely use this room, but he should take his time and look around. The hero walked along large rows of shelves. The guy was sorting through the books, thinking that these books with low-level techniques could be given access to an outsider. This archive is 3 or 4 times larger than the Namdang clan's archive. He had visited many archives of martial arts schools, but had never seen anything like this. Yuan opened one of the textbooks, where there was a diagram of a fighting person, and thought that he had only one thing left. There were 2 months left before the test. He needed to cope with all this in a month. The guy threw away one of the books, thinking that this was not it, and thought that he needed to find a way to withstand Lord Fist, one of the 4 lords of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, one of the strongest masters in the world of Murum. Yuan placed his palm on the brown textbook and thought that he was sure it was here somewhere. He imagined a fair-haired man with a beard sitting with his hands in a round symbol, and thought that this was the origin of the heavenly demon cult, a technique created by Jian Mujin, heavenly demon. He opened the book and looked at what was written there, his eye glowing red. He thought that this was the beginning of a heavenly demon. There was a small green cup and saucer on the table, and the question was heard, the whole month. The man approached the sitting Lord Sword and replied that yes, he had been in the training cave for a whole month. Now he spent a whole month in the archive reading books on martial arts. He remembered how the guy's fingers flipped through the pages of the book and said that he went to spy on him. It seems that he decided to read all the books. But this is impossible, not only in 3 months, it can hardly be done in 3 years. Yuan stood leaning against a table among many shelves and holding a brown book in his hands. Lord Sword tilted his head and thought that just like the time he collected medicinal herbs, his actions were very specific. The man spread his hands and said that it was just like wasting his time. It still didn't seem like he was worth the attention of the heavenly demon. A man with a long beard hissed displeasedly, raising the cup to his lips, and said that yes, he could neither predict nor understand his actions. But that is why he places more and more hopes on him. The door to the room opened. Yuan came out of the archive. The man who accompanied him approached him and said that it was only noon, but he was already leaving. He usually stays late, to which the guy replied that he had just finished his business. With a satisfied smile, he said that he got everything he was looking for. The man said that the more unpredictable he was, the better. A month later, a red robe hung on a stand. Words were heard that he spent the first month in the training cave, the second in the archive, and in the third month he locked himself in the cave again. The muscular man spread his arms while 2 assistants wrapped them in bandages. This was the waiting room in front of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's training ground. Lord Fist put on his burgundy outfit and said that he really wasted his time. Was there any point in his 3-month isolation? The man put metal bracers on his hands and said that everyone seemed so excited about the appearance of the new star, so he would try very hard not to kill him. There was a large rectangular area in the open air. This is the training ground of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. 2 guys talked with a smile. One said that he had not seen such a thing for a long time. The second said that it was not every day that they were given the opportunity to witness the skill of a lord. The guy thoughtfully raised his finger to his chin and said that he heard that Yuan is also quite famous. Large guilds are almost fighting for him. The second one was surprised. The man was walking down the long orange stairs. He approached the site and in the stands people whispered that this was the truth of Lord Fist, that this was the first time they were seeing him in person. The pressure was simply incredible. The Lord gloomily said that the cult had noticeably weakened. These are simple kids. Stopping on the stairs, he shouted very loudly so that everyone would shut up. He frowned. Fire emanated from his eyes. When Lord Fist shouted that the upcoming battle was not just sparring, it was a test of the heavenly demon himself. Let them show respect. The man walked down the stairs onto the sandy platform. On the other side of the field a door opened. Yuan appeared on the site with a flowing red cape on his shoulders. Looking ahead, he asked what was wrong with the atmosphere, to which he received the answer that he was late. The guy took the sword in his hand and said that it seemed to him that he was on time. Usually the main character appears last, to which he received words that he was still the same buffoon. Lord Fist held out one hand, clenched into a fist, which was covered with blue lightning, and said that okay, they would get straight to the point. He is curious to see how much stronger he has become in 3 months. The system announced the start of the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. The guy stopped, holding a sword in his hands, and said that he would regret giving him 3 months. The system informed him that he needed to withstand 3 Fist Lord Pung Biklam techniques. The man stretched out his arms, surrounded by a blue and blue glow with white lightning that rushed towards the guy. Gritting his teeth with zeal, he waved his hand. The system reported that this was the first technique. Yuan froze in shock, surrounded by lightning. Stones flew around from a powerful shock wave, destroying everything ahead. This was the first technique, destructive heavenly lightning. The platform was broken, and blue lightning came from the debris. But the dent was further away than the guy was standing. He managed to jump back and now exhaled. Yuan picked up the sword, thinking that this was only the first technique. Getting hit would be very dangerous. Biklam clenched his fist covered in lightning and said that he managed to evade. It was a wise decision. Threatening his fist, the man said that if he tried to block this technique, he would turn into mincemeat. Yuan thought that mana, which in the world of Murum they call Kai, for a ranker already limited by the 10th floor penalty to have this level of strength. He's determined for a reason. The guy imagined the battle with Chrysis and his angry face, thinking that this was his second encounter with the ranker, but the level was completely different. Chrysis was wounded in the battle with his uncle, and his penalty was greater, not to mention that he is much weaker than the Fist Lord. The man put his 2 outstretched palms next to each other, around which a blue light swirled, and said, "What now?" The system reported that this was the second technique. Yuan said that he should try to avoid this too. The palms quickly changed their position, forming a seal. The guy was surprised to think that his fists were accelerating. The space around the man was filled with power that swirled around with lightning and white flashes. Lord Fist extended his fist forward, using the 100-gram punch technique. Yuan gritted his teeth and dodged, using his fiery eyes skill and activating battle prediction. He dodged, and a blue flash flew past. The next blow created a big wave. Lord Fist said that he dodged again and thought to himself that this guy was not only fast, it was like he read his movements. He looked at the determined Yuan and thought that it must be the skill that made his eyes scarlet. Standing in front of the guy, Lord Fist laughed, thinking that with a skill that gave the ability to read his attacks, it was no wonder he was so confident. The Lord smiled, lightning emanating from his eyes. He said it was just ridiculous. The man jumped back and said that the world of Murum was too big to be skipped with just one skill. He extended his hand, covered in blue light and lightning. Lord Fist thought that as long as he was under the same sky as him, he would not be able to dodge this technique. The man stood in a decisive pose, lightning and blue waves of magic swirled around him. Lord Spear, standing on the balcony, chuckled and said that this would definitely hit more than just the training ground. The sky became overcast with clouds, and people asked in surprise where these clouds came from. It became so dark. Lord Sword said with a frown that a barrier needed to be created to protect the spectators. Lord Spear waved his hand, saying that he would take care of it right away. Yuan, standing on the platform, looked forward in surprise. He turned to the stands and thought that even the heavenly lords were busy. This technique must definitely be special. The sky darkened, the clouds thickened, forming a huge blue ball. The guy thought that such an attack would hit the entire training ground, and he would have to return from it. He scuffed his foot on the ground and thought that because of the wide area, the blow itself should be weaker, so he blocks it. The guy's hand holding the sword glowed green and became larger. The giant's power seeps into the hand, partial gigantization. Surrounded by blue flashes, the man asked that he decided not to dodge. This could be the right decision. He shouted angrily that it wouldn't work with him. The eyes of the man who was clenching his teeth angrily glowed green as he swung his hand surrounded by lightning, and he sharply directed it forward, directing unprecedented blue force into the blow. This is the third technique called Origin Storm. A huge explosion occurred on the site, scattering white and blue shock waves, bright flashes and stones around. The blue fog cleared, and the broken platform became visible. The man fell to the ground next to his friend, saying that he almost died. Another cult follower covered his mouth with his hand in shock, and his comrade winced, dodging, and said that this was the level of power of the Heavenly Lord. It was very dusty on the site, blue lightning flashed. The question was heard, what happened to Yuan? The hero stood confidently with red eyes. He clenched his teeth and held his sword tightly in his hands. The system reported that the second test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult had been passed. The brunette's hand was covered in blue lightning. He thought that the strength was quite consistent with a martial artist who rose in the tower as a player and became a ranker. He thought he was able to block the attack, but the mixture of martial art and skill is simply incredible. Lord Fist stood opposite the hero on a broken platform. The blue glow became paler. He said that this was how he blocked the attack. The man looked at his opponent, thinking that he believed it would be possible to block her, however, for someone of his level to block and still be completely fine. Lord Fist smiled, raising his head. He was surrounded by red lightning and asked if the guy wanted to continue the game. The system popped up a notification window asking if he wanted to continue the test. Yuan looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that he could see him sparkling because of the penalty. The brunette smiled, thinking that now he plans to fight in earnest. Yuan took the sword in his hand, surrounded by a white haze, and replied that this was exactly what he wanted. Lord Fist glared at him, asking where he got the Heavenly Demon beginning technique from. Yuan's figure was covered with many light discharges. He replied that this could hardly be called the beginning of a Heavenly Demon. It was nothing more than an incomplete shield. A man standing on the podium exclaimed in amazement, saying that he had heard that he had spent the entire month in the library. That means he found it. Looks real? Lord Fist looked shocked too. Lord Sword looked forward carefully, thinking that this was the basis of the Heavenly Demon origin, also known as materialized mana, the form of something that has its own self. Even if it is in its basic form, when it can hardly take shape, it is certainly the beginning of a Heavenly Demon. Yuan, what else is he capable of? A bright thought emanated from the guy's body and cloak, curling in clouds. He said that since it didn't seem like the enemy wanted to make the first move, Yuan resolutely opened his glowing red eyes and said that he would do it himself. Bright blue lightning bolts appeared. Lord Fist put his elbow forward, which had a noticeable bright flash, and there was a guy with a sword nearby in a fighting pose. Yuan thought that thank God there was an effect. What a pity, if he had the true origin of a Heavenly Demon, he would even be able to subdue it. Bright lightning and traces of the attack scattered everywhere. The system reported that he had withstood Lord Fist Pung Beeklam's 47th attack. Lord Fist gritted his teeth resolutely. His hands were surrounded by blue lightning. He cursed and thought that it should be an ordinary shield, but he was not comfortable fighting the Heavenly Demon's martial arts. The man threw a punch, which was parried. Flashes echoed everywhere. He thought that the guy's technique felt different than at first. The incomplete technique gradually weakens. Yuan looked at the enemy resolutely, holding back the blow, and heard him say that now they will fight honestly. He replied that he didn't think he'd hear that in a battle between a player and a ranker. A huge fist crashed into the black sword. The enormous force of the impact threw the combatants in different directions, leaving a bright white trail. The system reported that the guy withstood the 59th Lord Fist technique. Yuan touched his palm to the ground. He breathed heavily, looking with red eyes, and thought that he had enormous strength, and with time he regained his pace. Had he adapted to the Heavenly Demon beginning technique? Or has the technique begun to weaken? The opponents rose to their feet. Lord Fist said that the 59th technique, he should be ashamed of himself. The man's eyes glowed with golden lightning as he clenched his teeth angrily, saying that it didn't look like this would last much longer. He clenched his fist, surrounded by colorful lightning, asking the guy, doesn't he think so? Yuan used the gigantization skill and his hand became big and green. He thought that the penalty was increasing. This time the technique would be powerful. The system notification said that the giant's power was seeping into his hand. Low endurance, partial gigantization. The heroes collided in a powerful attack, sparks, lightning, and red flashes flying around. 3 blue balls of mana appeared above the opponents from the used skill ball of mana. The flashes gradually dissipated. Lord Fist clenched his teeth and red drops appeared from his mouth. He raised his hand, forming it into a fist, next to which there was a bright flash of blue magic. The area was covered with huge clouds of smoke and flashes from the explosions of the attack. There was dust and broken stones everywhere. Lord Fist frowned at the guy, thinking that even if he had half-mastered the beginning of the Heavenly Demon, for a newcomer who recently ascended to the 10th floor to be able to fight him on the same level, he is truly abnormal. The man raised his hand to strike, surrounded by blue flashes and lightning. The area was cracked by another bright explosion. The Lord thought that he was also crazy for enjoying this fight. Lord Fist spread his arms out to his sides, his robes fluttering. With his eyes blazing, he screamed, urging the guy to attack. Yuan stood surrounded by flashes of blows and mentally cursed. The legs in the dark suit slid across the platform. The man shouted, asking why he was hesitating and where did all his arrogance go. Yuan was amazed to see his opponent swinging his fist, surrounded by a blinding light. A huge shockwave threw the guy aside. The system reported that he had withstood the 89th Lord Fist technique. There was blood on the guy's face. He sharply dodged the fist flying towards him. Lord Fist delivered a swift blow that flew near the guy. The man smiled contentedly, looking insidiously at the brunette, and said that he was finally becoming more cheerful. Yuan frowned at him, thinking that the Heavenly Demon's origin had almost expired. He cannot counterattack because even one blow will mean the end for him. The guy replied that he wasn't having so much fun anymore. He swung his sword, deflecting a blow from the Lord, who had shouted at him not to make a weakling out of himself when they first started. Lord Fist threw many punches, asking, is he still going to dodge? Yuan bent down, dodging the blows, heard a wish for good luck in this, and thought that prolonging the fight was not beneficial for him. He needed to end it. He watched intently with his red eyes, thinking that he only needed to somehow close the distance between them and force him to interrupt the attack even for a second. The muscles of his arm were filled with strength from the gigantization skill. He intercepted the man's fist with his hand as the system alerted him to concentrate all the giant's power in his right hand. His feet slid on the ground as he tried to stand. The guy thought that he only needed one loophole. The system reported that strength points are temporarily converted into endurance points. Cracks, bright flashes, and golden lightning spread across the ground around the fighting warriors. Yuan thought he only needed a second. The veins on the gigantic arm bulged from tension. Yuan held Lord Fist's fist with his hand. The man opened his eyes in surprise, thinking in disbelief, did he block the entire attack? From such a close distance. The Lord's eyes glowed green. He thought, how could this be? Suddenly the man thought, what does that mean? The sword he was holding. Yuan held off the enemy's attack while holding a black sword in his other hand. Swinging, he delivered a sharp blow, leaving a bright trail behind him. Lord Fist looked at him in surprise. There was a wide horizontal cut on his chest, and dark smoke was coming from his hand. Yuan frowned at him, breathing heavily. He lowered his hand, which regained its previous appearance. Lord Fist touched the wound on his chest and thought it was some kind of absurdity, shed blood in a duel with the player. There were red blood stains on the man's palm. He thought that no, first of all, he himself had opened an opening for him to stab him in the chest. The Lord mused that if they continued like this, he would definitely win through a few techniques. But this is a test, not a duel. If Yuan had a little more time, if his level and stats were a little higher. Lord Fist lowered his hands and bowed his head, saying that he was admitting defeat. The system notification read, that Fist Lord Pung Beeklam admits defeat. The training ground was covered in cracks, and a surprised cry was heard from the stands that the Lord had admitted defeat. It couldn't be. This is truly a miracle. On the red podium stood men in traditional dress next to a large drum. Lord Sword stood thoughtfully above the platform and thought that yes, this was literally a miracle. Perhaps this young man is worthy. One of the men standing next to the elder began to say that this test was against the rules. Lord Sword interrupted him, saying that let him. Their task was only to observe. The opponents headed towards the exit from the training ground. The elder turned away and continued that the heavenly demon himself was now watching them. The system notification said that he had passed the second test of the heavenly demon cult perfectly. Yuan was breathing heavily, the wind fluttering his red cloak. The system reported that he had obtained the heavenly demon spirit skill. In a spacious room with shelves and wide windows, the question was heard, is it really worth leaving them like that? Lord Spear frowned as everyone rushed to the library to search for the sky demon technique. Lord Sword, sitting next to him, replied that it was not scary. Looking down, he said that this technique was clearly in the section with basic martial arts techniques for a reason. He presented an open book and a warrior who was sitting in a meditation pose, and said that at first glance, it is no different from breathing and meditation techniques. The elder asked how many people they think will be able to distinguish the necessary equipment from the mass of similar ones simply by reading, not to mention mastering it correctly. Lord Dao stood nearby in golden robes and replied that he understood, so finding and studying it was a test in itself. Lord Sword replied that this was the case, so Pung Beeklam had nothing to be ashamed of. Lord Fist sat with his leg crossed over his knee and looked forward seriously after hearing the elder's question that who could have predicted that he would find and study the heavenly demon technique within just 3 months. The man smiled and asked, should I be ashamed? The men frowned in confusion as they heard him laugh. The Lord clenched his fist, remembering the guy's determined face, his fight, and thought that in those conditions he was looking for a chance for a counterattack and found it. Yuan, one day he will become a top ranker. Lord Fist smiled contentedly and said that maybe someday he would surpass even the head of the cult. He had not had so much fun for a long time. Lord Dao folded his hands on his chest and replied that it was so thoughtless to say something so blasphemous. Lord Spear added that you would look at the man and you would not say that he had lost at all. Lord Fist was lying on the bench, telling the lords why don't the two of them fight Yuan. Do they have any idea what an honor a duel with a future cult leader could be? He was told that he was too noisy. Lord Sword looked ahead seriously, thinking that the leader would soon have to meet with him. For the final test, the system window with a horizontal scale said that the mana level was 98. Yuan was lying on the bed, his hand was bandaged. The guy looked at the ceiling, reasoning that it was a shame that his mana had not yet reached a 3-digit figure. He thought the cuts on Beeklam's arm and chest were shallow. He remembered how he struck with a sword, and how a wound appeared on the enemy's chest, how he touched it. And I thought that if Lord Fist had not admitted defeat, he would have lost 100% in the end. Although he held it with his right hand while throwing a punch with his left, the problem was not only the difference in strength. To fight rankers you need something more. Yuan sat up on the bed with a jerk, thinking that it was okay. The main thing was that the second test was successfully completed. He looked at the bandaged hand and told himself that the wound should heal within 2 days. He embarrassedly remembered how the doctor bandaged his hand, shouting displeasedly that he had also taken away all the medicine, while the guy said that that's why he was grateful. Yuan thought that he was glad that he was regenerating quickly, otherwise he would have to listen to the grumbling again. The green information window indicated that it was a heavenly dragon spirit, a special cult technique created by its leader, the heavenly demon Mujin. Grants dominance over lower ranks. Rank A, mastery 0.33%. The effect of splitting the soul to create a clone. The strength of a technique depends on the amount of mana invested. Yuan said that, anyway, the skill is of the brunette sat on the bed, looking at the green information window and thinking that he got it on his own and did not receive it as a reward. Not bad, even most rankers wouldn't give up on a class skill. The last test that Mujin polished to perfection. Yuan looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that this would not be a meeting with an illusion, as in the first test, but a personal one. There was a knock on the door of the room, and a question was heard, was Mr. Yuan there? The man said that the heavenly demon was calling him. Evening fell on the building with traditional roofs. 2 figures walked up the wide steps towards the majestic building of the main palace of the head of the heavenly demon cult. The man bowed to the guy in the red cloak and said that the head had ordered that only he should enter. Yuan has crossed the threshold. He entered a spacious room, dark with black smoke, and thought where he was, he did not feel his presence. The guy looked around the room, thinking that he believed that for now it should be difficult for him to detect the presence of a ranker. The system reported that an unknown egg was grinning. Yuan was surprised by this. At the small steps he saw a darkening entrance. A purple swirl appeared in the dark haze. A man in red robes sat on a throne, surrounded by a black haze. The Mujin sky demon exuded a glow, its eyes glowing purple as it addressed the guy, saying that here he is. Yuan stood at the steps and bowed to the man, saying that he was told that he called him. Mujin, sitting on the throne, replied that this was so and asked how his hand was. Yuan showed him his bandaged hand and said what he saw. The sheathed black sword exuded a dark purple aura. The system reported that the effect of the Dark Knight sword was activated. Nighttime speeds up wound healing. Health recovery rate plus 102%. Mujin frowned at this with his shining violet eye and chuckled. He said it was a good sword and he wouldn't mind having it. Yuan clenched his fists confidently as he stood in front of him and thought that he was still just as insatiable when it came to swords. Looking at the old man, he said that this is impossible. There is one uncle who will eat him alive if he does not save his own weapon. Near the throne stood a table with a closed vessel. Mugen asked, "Is this sword forged by Hephaestus? He has the right to say such speeches." Yuan asked if he knows him. The old man's hand glowed purple. He replied that personally, no, he only had the opportunity to test several swords forged by him. Then he said enough chatter. Mugen rose from his throne and said that it was time to begin the final test. Yuan asked in surprise, does he mean right now? He waved his injured hand and asked awkwardly, even despite the condition of his hand. The man asked if he had recently said that everything was fine. Yuan exclaimed that moving is not a problem for her, but fighting is. Mugen stood surrounded by thick fog, and he replied that it didn't matter, he wouldn't need the hand anyway. The fog became thicker, surrounding the figure of the gray-haired man. Yuan thought it was crazy. He hoped to enter the final test in the best possible condition. The guy looked forward into the fog in surprise. The guy's eyes glowed red. He thought in surprise that this was an illusory barrier. Then I heard the question, what is it? Why doesn't it go away? Yuan moved through the fog-filled room, thinking that this time he was different from the last, something more reliable and elusive. Yuan was amazed to feel someone else's influence. The system reported that the fiery eyes resisted the funeral incense. The pink notice said the resistance had failed. Yuan, surrounded by fog, coughed, thinking that he could not break through. Before he had time to think that if he got caught, he might faint, a strange hand grabbed him by the cloak. Yuan quickly found himself on the top step of the room. The system reported that he had entered the Heavenly Demon Grotto. The next notice announced that the final trial of the Heavenly Demon cult was beginning. Yuan covered his face with his hand while he was enveloped in a thick black fog. He squinted out from under his arm, frowning his eyebrows. In front of Yuan stood an old man, in the middle of a dark, fog-shrouded space. Mugen slightly turned his head to the side, calling for the main character. The guys were standing in a dark cave, causing Yuan to raise his hand, illuminating the area. A light was lit in the protagonist's hand. Mugen asked the protagonist if he had properly mastered the Sky Demon spirit. Yuan said that it was prescribed to him as a skill. Mugen told Yuan that this would make it easier for him to control him, mentioning that with skills, the world has become more convenient. The old man walked with a serious face while the protagonist walked behind him. The old man told the main character that he enjoyed his recent fight, wishing him good luck in the future. The main character looked at the old man's back with bewilderment, knitting his eyebrows. He didn't understand why the old man wished him luck. System notifications appeared in front of the protagonist's face, causing him to widen his eyes. The egg grins, the egg swallows saliva. A bright purple aura light formed in front of the guys. In the center was a cloud of violet energy. The main character looked at the aura in bewilderment, clenching his hands into fists. He thought that he was sure that this was a force from outside the tower, and he barely caught the energy of the external god, understanding why the egg responded to the appearance of the heavenly demon. A notification has appeared. The gigantization skill is shaken by an unknown force. Mugen knitted his eyebrows, squinting at the bundle of energy. He said they call it the sacred flame. Mugen said that a long time ago there was a prophecy that began to be passed down from mouth to mouth from the moment the celestial demon cult settled on the celestial mountain and found this flame. Violet flames glowed against the background of the palace. The old man said that the cult exists to protect this flame and find its owner. Mugen stood with his arms outstretched, above which were purple flames, representing the images of heavenly demons. Mugen said that the first heavenly demon, and the second, and his teacher, all devoted their lives to this until their graves, and the same with him. The protagonist stood in front of the old man as the sacred flames emitted a purple aura. Yuan asked the old man if he really believed in the prophecy. Mugen said that before they were declared a cult, they were a religion, and as with any religion, as soon as the faith weakens, so does the support. Mugen represented images of other people, and a high tower with a dragon flying next to it. Mugen noted that after many years, stronger factions than their cult appeared in the tower, as well as stronger people. The old man stood on the path leading to the mansion. He said that as a sky demon charged with protecting the sacred flame, he was left with no other choice, and anyone who wishes to join the celestial demon cult is required to undergo tests to prove themselves worthy. Mugen showed his teeth slightly, looking at Yuan with a serious look. The flame illuminated the cave in which the guys were. Yuan asked Mugen that he created these tests to protect the flame. The heavenly demon said that it was so, and under the cover of the tests, he could further hide and protect the sacred flame, and that is why the tests are so difficult. The main character stuck his chest forward, looking at the old man with a serious look. He asked who else had come this far. Mugen said that it was the Blade Lord, Shin Muguk, and he had seen all this. Mugen recalled the image of the Blade Lord sitting on his knees, looking exhausted. He said that Shin Muguk failed. The old man raised his palm up. A more powerful stream of aura began to emanate from the sacred flame, enveloping the space. Nugent told Yuan that now is his last test, which he must endure and hold out in the sacred flame until it accepts him. A system notification has appeared. Withstand the sacred flame. The protagonist watched in shock as he was engulfed in purple flames. System notification. If you refuse to pass, the test will end early. Nugent stood with a pathetic expression on his face against the background of violet flames. Yuan thought that it was indeed difficult to ask him to go through this fire, noting that there was one hermit who spent 40 days in the crucible, but he received this test only when he approached the top of the tower. Yuan thought about what he could endure there, and whether he would survive there at all. Nugent narrowed his eyes at the main character, pursing his lips. The protagonist remembered his recent fierce battle with the Lord of the Fist. He thought that even if he could withstand Lord Fist's attacks with the heavenly demon technique, in the face of such power, it would all be useless and there he would be an ordinary person. The old man carefully watched the protagonist, standing next to the flame. The old man glanced sideways at the main character as he passed by. The main character pursed his lips as he looked at the purple flames, turning his eyes red. He thought that this flame was growing, fueled by fear. System notification. Fiery eyes resist the sacred flame. The red cloak was shrouded in a purple flame aura. System notification. Fire spell robe resists sacred flames. The main character thought that it was a force that only took the form of a flame. Yuan was rapidly approaching the flames, surrounded by a powerful aura. He noted that she gnaws and burns those people who are afraid of her. The aura became thicker and more impenetrable. Yuan thought that he should convince himself that he was not hot. The flame continued to contract and reach towards the main character. System notification. The egg opens its eyes. The egg reveals its fangs. The main character stood under the purple aura of flames, looking at him. He told the egg to sit still, and if he ate everything, there would be nothing left for him. The main character with a malicious grin looked at the flames, frowning his eyebrows. He pressed his hand to his chest. Yuan thought that he had not had such a feeling for a long time. The protagonist stood amidst a powerful aura, causing his cloak to develop. He thought that the feeling that something worse than death might await him ahead, the fear of beings from beyond, the outer gods, and the memories of those days when he fought with them. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that if he was afraid of this, he would not have the right to own it. Yuan pierced the fire with his gaze, his eyebrows knitted together. The violet flame was getting closer and closer to the main character, enveloping him. Yuan said that he doesn't know who he is, but if he is an external god, then he's already sick of the sight of them. The main character stood confidently on his feet amidst the violet aura. He noted that the only thing weakened after going back in time was his body. The main character recalled himself from the past, resting his boot on the ground. He recalled endless wars with the outer gods. Yuan remembered his image, in a black cloak, standing with his back to the violet aura. He thought that leaving behind his sword in the crumbling world that he had clung to with all his might for survival, he had returned to the past in order to set things right. The main character recalled his past life, battles with enemies, standing side by side with his comrades. Yuan thought that the hopelessness that obscured the sky and the unborn, the despair that fell into the pool, the purple sky and stupid chaos. Yuan noted that the decision he and his comrades made as a result of long battles and bloodshed was a decision that they had pondered together hundreds and thousands of times. Yuan added that the time of rising from the very bottom in the tower and returning to the past, all this did not weaken him, but only made him much stronger. The main character stood next to the violet flame, pressing his fist to his chest. He said he only came there for one reason. The protagonist, with a determined look, looked at the flames with his mouth open. He said he came back to defeat them. Black lightning began to emanate from the purple aura, enveloping Yuan. The flames violently consumed the main character. Yuan bared his teeth, clenching them tightly. The flames became thicker, enveloping the protagonist. Yuan pressed his palm to his chest as a drop-shaped crystal appeared on his hand. The violet flame took the form of clots. System notification. The test of the Sky Demon cult has been passed. The main character stood in the middle of the cave, surrounded by clots of sacred flame. System notification. Received title, Deputy Head of the Celestial Demon Cult. System notifications. Received 100,000 points, Strength increased by 1, Agility by 2, Endurance by 1, Intuition by 1, Mana by 1. You received a skill at a level higher than Giant Fire. The skill is destroyed. The main character raised his head up, looking at the sacred flame. He thought that the skill had changed. System notifications have appeared. Skill acquired, Sacred Flame. The 11th floor is available to you. You can move to another floor. The protagonist's face looked quite exhausted, looking straight ahead with narrowed eyes. He thought he had passed the test, and weren't they supposed to fight? Yuan thought that he really got this flame. Nugent watched the violet flame, which gradually began to disperse. He thought that Yuan had given up since the fire was dying down quickly. Nugent widened his eyes as he looked at the falling flames. He thought that Yuan might even die. The old man saw the black silhouette of the main character around which clots of flame were circling. Mugen thought that Yuan had survived after all. The main character stood with his head bowed, clenching his hands into fists. Mugen thought that moreover, the sacred flame was not returning to him. The protagonist slowly approached the heavenly demon. Mugen asked Yuan what happened. The old man widened his eyes in bewilderment. Yuan began to fall in the face of the heavenly demon. System notifications. Deputy head of the celestial demon cult, you receive full power and the right to command the cult members. This title can only be taken away by the celestial demon. Type, title, level, B. System notice. Sacred flame, a fiery head start that does not fade, creates a huge flame without wasting mana and power on the power of emotions towards opponents recognized as enemies. It will not harm those you do not want to harm. Level, S+, completeness, 0%. Effect, aggravation wound. Mugen recalled what happened to the main character, who passed the test with the sacred fire. Mugen sat in his chair, with his head bowed. A few days later, the sky demon raised an eyebrow, looking at the floor with a serious gaze. He thought that the main character actually managed to get the sacred flame. The doors to the heavenly demon began to open, from which a faintly noticeable light squeezed through. The main character opened the doors, appearing in front of the heavenly demon. The sky demon and Yuan moved to the gazebo by the water. Mugen noted that Yuan quickly woke up and did not notice any burns on him. Yuan asked Mugen that, by the way, he doesn't have to stay there anymore, noting that he now has the sacred flame and he thinks that he has already fulfilled his duty as a heavenly demon. Mugen extended his hand towards the cup of tea while Yuan looked at him. Mugen said habits don't change that quickly and the thought of going somewhere else worries him. There was a beautiful white tea set on the table. Yuan told the old man that he had received the title. The old man told Yuan to just accept it and he has both the sacred flame and the spirit of the heavenly demon, noting that he is worthy of the title. The old man lowered his head, bringing the cup towards himself, while the main character sat motionless. The main character said that even if he becomes a ranker, he will not join the cult. The old man stated that this was his right, and this was not an obligation, but a reward for passing the test. The old man raised his menacing gaze at the protagonist, his mouth parted. He noted that while things are far from what they once were, the cult has long been an opponent of the Murum Alliance. The main character looked at the heavenly demon carefully, pursing his lips. The heavenly demon said that the ability to control this power would also be a valuable reward for him, on a par with the sacred flame. The protagonist thought that fortunately, it didn't look like he was planning to make him the next sky demon. The main character began to get up from the table. He said that in that case he would accept this award with gratitude. The heavenly demon looked at the protagonist who had stood up. He asked him why he was leaving so soon. Yuan replied that he must return to the beginning of the Great Murum War. The main character grinned maliciously, looking at the old man. The old man asked Yuan what he planned to participate in, to which Yuan replied that it was possible, adding that then he would go. The heavenly demon was left sitting alone in the gazebo at the table. The heavenly demon could not believe that this was really all, and these strong shackles that he had been shackled with for so long disappeared. The old man closed his eyes, pursing his lips. He didn't understand what to do now. Mugen opened his eyes, squinting and looking straight ahead. He said he had one more thing to do. He thought that this was what the cult had longed for long before the arrival of the sacred flame. The weather was clear over the mansion, and white clouds floated across the sky. Mugen said that it was probably time to return to Murum. White clouds floated over the mountainous and forested areas. 11th floor, Taklin. A small brick building stood among the trees. The guy squeezed his palms tightly. He asked for it to happen just this once. A guy with green hair sat at the table, closing his eyes. Halaman player. A system notification has appeared. 11th floor challenge. Total number of participants, 416. Player Halaman. Teammate, participants, 208 of 208. Halaman was glad that it appeared. Halaman pursed his lips and scribbled the list with his fingers with a mad look. He thought that Loss and Melly from his squad were definitely there, thinking about the others. Halaman widened his eyes in horror, baring his teeth. He didn't understand what had happened. A system window with hieroglyphs was open in front of the player's face. He thought that there were a lot of people in it whose names he was seeing for the first time, and even people who were blacklisted due to bullying. The player stretched out his fingers, pressing the Team B button. He thought to check what was happening in that team then. A list with hieroglyphs from Team B opened in front of the player. He noted that they had a role player there with rare healing skills, and a descendant of the Namung clan, who easily passed the 11th floor test. Halaman thought that the entire second team was busy with names that everyone had heard at least once. Halaman sat on a bench in the building with his arm out to the side in front of the system window. He didn't understand why he had such bad luck with teams, noting that he had already failed this test 3 times and now it was even worse. Halaman said he needed to take another look at his team, noting that things couldn't be that bad. Halaman noticed the name Yuan in the system window. Halaman wondered if this was the same Yuan. The player bit his lip, eyes wide. He thought that he had heard that this was a very tough guy, but it was simply unrealistic to overcome the difference in strength with a team of 200 equally tough guys. He thought that Yuan was also very unlucky. The man hit the table with his palm. He was indignant because of 30 points. The main character stood behind the indignant man who was at the counter. The man didn't understand why they were charging so much for housing. The employee replied that it was apparently recent, but it had always been like this. Yuan thought it was so childish. The protagonist looked dissatisfied at the system window with hieroglyphs. He thought that he had heard all these names before, representatives of large guilds and purebloods. All talented people were placed in Team B, but he was thrown into Team A. The main character recalled the black silhouette of a man from whom a white aura emanated against the backdrop of the battle. The protagonist thought that the supervisor on the 11th floor was Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus. The main character thought that they were taking revenge on him for the past. Yuan thought that they didn't just want him to fail the exam, but to die altogether, noting that they had planned it that way. The main character looked at the counter from which the angry man was moving away. The main character thought that he smelled so bad of foul brood. The worker called the next one. The main character walked up to the counter, looking at the man. Yuan asked the man if there were any rooms left available, to which the employee replied that only the best number costs 100 points. The man rested his head on his hand, widening his eyes at the protagonist. Yuan said he doesn't care. The man jumped up from his chair, looking at the protagonist, who was fiddling around in his system window. Yuan asked the employee if he could exchange currency with them. The man said that of course it was possible, asking what currency needed to be changed. Yuan threw a stack of paper money onto the table. He said that he needed to exchange the rate of 347 Asgard for 1,000 points. The main character looked at the worker with a serious gaze, as if emitting golden light. Yuan told the employee to take the commission into account and convert everything into points. The man opened his mouth wide, covering his face with his hands from the bright golden light. A system notification has appeared. 366,320 points received. Notifications appeared against a background of golden coins. Total points 931,420. Do you want to call 6? A 6 in the form of a circle with wings appeared in space and smiled broadly. 6 asked Yuan how she could help. The main character was sitting in the room on the bed, looking at the 6. Yuan thought that the manager of the 11th floor did not have very good taste, noting that this was still better than the disgusting, grinding jester. Yuan told the 6 that he wanted to use the store. The 6 flew briskly near the main character. The 6 told Yuan to tell him what he wanted, noting that they would find anything. The protagonist thought that it was acting too friendly because it smelled money. Yuan said that he would just take a look first. 6 snapped his fingers, smiling widely. She said she accepted his request. A system window opened in front of the main character. 6 said that we need to open a store. The main character touched the store, rewinding the list of items. He thought about adamantium, the material item that would complete the Dark God Stone, adding that he needed to find it and it should be on sale. Yuan widened his eyes, knitting his eyebrows. Yuan saw the product adamantium in the system store. He noted that he had found it. The main character was sitting on the bed, in front of the system window, through which stones were visible. Yuan asked the 6 how much it cost. The 6 folded their hands, looking at Yuan with a malicious smile. She said that adamantium is a high-quality material. The protagonist turned his head, looking at the flying 6. 6 asked the protagonist why he would buy a material item, noting that they had many better ready-made items. The protagonist said that finished items are expensive, and it is much cheaper to buy the material and make the item. 6 said that she understood his train of thought. 6 smiled insidiously and widely, looking at the main character. She said that, however, adamantium as a material is a very expensive item, noting that it is a material that never breaks and can not only conduct but also enhance mana. 6 asked the main character that this was amazing, noting that this was the only material of its kind in the whole world. The main character looked at the 6 with a menacing look. He thought that this scoundrel was well informed. The main character raised his head, looking at the fluttering 6. 6 asked the protagonist that it could be used to make a very good item. The main character thought that the 6 was saying the right things. Yuan presented a gray stone surrounded by a purple aura. He thought that there were less than a dozen blacksmiths skilled enough to work with such strong and hard material. Yuan thought that this is why this wayward material is considered the ultimate dream for blacksmiths. The main character put one leg up on the bed, watching the 6. The 6 asked Yuan that he was familiar with Hephaestus. The main character squinted at the 6, his mouth parted. He asked what it mattered. 6 said that it was very large, and in such conditions he would be able to create as many first-class items as he wanted. The dim light illuminated the children in the room. 6 said that usually people face the problem of finding a blacksmith, and even when they find one, they have to pay crazy money for production, asking Yuan what's wrong with him. 6 smiled widely, holding up a finger in the air, emitting a pink aura. 6 told Yuan that why the price of adamantium should be higher for him, asking him if he understood. 6 said that to sum it up, for 1.5 kilos of adamantium, 1.5 million points would be a fair price. The main character sat motionless on the bed, lips pursed. Yuan lowered his head slightly, covering his eyes with his bangs and opening his mouth slightly. He said he didn't have that much money. 6 happily took the calculator out of space. She told the protagonist not to worry, and he could take out a loan at 11.5%, adding that since he had a high credit rating, they would give him 10%. 6 looked at the main character with a wide smile, holding a calculator in his hand. The main character said that there is no choice left. 6 noted that this is a wise decision, and in this case they will take out the missing amount on credit. The protagonist raised his hand, closing the system store. He said he would buy it somewhere else then. 6 looked at Yuan in confusion, smiling slightly. She said they could give him a small discount, noting that he might not know it, but it was very rare material that would be hard to find anywhere else. The protagonist said that it was okay, and for now he could easily climb the tower without him. The 6 smiled in confusion, looking at the main character with a downcast gaze. Yuan noted that he still has a lot of time, and there are other 6s on other floors, and there are also auctions, adding that in the worst case scenario, he can simply buy another item. The protagonist lowered his head down while the 6 frantically moved its wings. The protagonist said that it was a pity, of course, but it was better to just forget about it. 6 confusedly asked to wait for the main character. The main character opened his mouth slightly. He noted that he recently said that we need to forget about it. The protagonist looked with a rude look at the confused 6. He said he wouldn't buy it. The 6 told Yuan that he could drop up to 1.3 million, to which Yuan replied that it was not necessary. 6 offered a price of 1.2 million, to which the protagonist noted that he would not buy. The 6 offered the main character $1 million, noting that they couldn't go any lower, otherwise there would be nothing left. Yuan told the 6 that they were tired of it and would then buy it for 850,000. The 6 pursed their lips furiously, emitting a purple aura. 6 thought that the main character was still a scoundrel. The protagonist looked at the 6 with an indifferent face and crossed his arm over his leg. 6 thought that who knows when he will come across such a large client again, and he must hook him. Yuan noted that he would not pay more than 850,000. 6 folded his hands, letting tears flow from his eyes. He offered to negotiate with Yuan for 900,000, noting that 850 is already a minus. Yuan sat on the bed with a square face, squinting at the 6. 6 said he would sell it to him for 850,000. 6 smiled with an upset face as he hovered above the adamantium item system window. The main character said that for 850 it's still okay, to which the 6 replied that then he would carry out an exchange. System notifications have appeared. 850,000 points spent. 1.5 kilograms of adamantium obtained. The main character sat motionless on the bed, looking at the 6. He thought it was good that he could buy it a little cheaper than the market price. 6 asked Yuan if there was anything else he could do to help, to which Yuan said that that's all. 6 began to disappear into space, emitting a purple aura. 6 told the protagonist to call him if anything else was needed. The main character thought that it was clearly not happy. The main character looked at the system window, which displayed adamantium. He thought that all that was left was to convey this to his uncle. The main character waved his hand, closing the system window. The protagonist thought that he did not know what test these Olympians had prepared there, so he could not go there without the Stone of Darkness. The main character presented the image of Hephaestus with a hammer. He thought that working with adamantium would not be easy even for his uncle, and could take from 1 to 3 months. The main character sat alone in the room, on the bed, with his head bowed. He thought that he would need to meet with him as soon as he was done with the test, noting that there was a week left until the test and he had some free time. The main character turned his gaze to the side, opening his mouth slightly. He was thinking about going for a walk. A man in a blue robe and a white shirt stood against the backdrop of a mansion. Direct pureblood heir to the noble Namgung clan, whose father is the executive director of a mid-sized Murum guild. A leader who attracts everyone's attention with his outstanding talents, skills, and hard work. Nicknamed the genius player Namgung Hoon. A huge monster with multiple eyes on its head was attacked by a powerful attack. 3 silhouettes of guys were visible from the distance, standing opposite the dead monsters. 11th floor dungeon, Agria Labyrinth. The brown-haired man asked that this was the most difficult dungeon on the 11th floor, to which the brunette replied that they were probably the first to pass it so quickly. Hoon polished his blade while his comrades talked among themselves. Brown said that reaching the very end, of course, should be doable, but it was somehow very easy. The brunette told the brown-haired man not to forget who was there with them. Hoon looked at his comrades with a menacing look. Captain Namgung Hoon. Hoon said that they need to hurry up, as they need to clear this dungeon quickly in order to rest before the test. A crowd of warriors moved around the dungeon. Brown said that it didn't seem like they had to worry at all about preparing for the test, asking his teammates if they had seen the opposing group, noting that their entire team was a complete misunderstanding. The brunette said that they have Yuan. Hoon said that he was a serious opponent, and he heard that Yuan was even able to pass the Heavenly Demon Cult's test. The warriors followed the captain, talking among themselves. The brown-haired man asked what was the point, noting that bad luck ruined everything for him at the very beginning. Hoon told the guys to stop and not relax, as they need to give their best in any circumstances. The black silhouettes of the warriors were barely visible from under the clouds of dust. The warrior said that he would take this into account. Another fighter said that their Hoon is so reliable. Hoon walked forward with a serious and thoughtful expression on his face. He thought that he had never seen Yuan in person, but he kept hearing about it. Hoon moved forward rapidly. The captain thought that he did not know where Yuan came from, but this again speaks of his own abilities. A dim purple glow could be seen nearby. Hoon thought that he hoped that during the trial he would have a chance to fight him. A terrifying purple aura moved in the darkness. The captain widened his eyes, sensing danger. The captain waved his hand, stopping his warriors. He ordered them all to stand. From the darkness appeared the skeleton of a huge monster from which violet flames emanated. Not far away stood the black silhouettes of warriors looking at the monster. One of the warriors asked what the fire was, and another asked that this monster died on the ceiling. Hoon quickly bounced off the ground, rising higher. The captain swung his leg, hitting the monster with his knee. A huge monster fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The captain sat on the monster while his warriors stood below. One of the warriors asked that someone had already completed the dungeon. Another warrior noted that it was strange and it was obviously burned, but there were no signs of fire around. The captain ran his hand along the deep cut on the monster's body. He thought that it was not just burned, but there were marks on it from a blade, which was about 4 inches long. The monster's skin softened due to the heat, which made it possible to kill it with one blow. The captain looked at the bloody wound, imagining the black silhouette of the fighter who killed the monster. The captain did not understand who would be able to kill the boss with one blow, if not a ranker. The captain thought that a ranker would not clear out a dungeon of this level. The captain widened his eyes in horror, pursing his lips. He thought that he couldn't explain it any other way than that it involved a ranker level master. The captain sat on the burned monster while the warriors stood below, looking at him. Hoon said that they are returning since this dungeon has already been cleared. A system window appears. Agria thread of the Spider Queen has excellent mana conductivity and great elasticity, stronger than steel type material. A silver skein of thread floated in the air, emitting a slight glow. The main character extended his hand, putting a skein of thread into the system window. The protagonist grinned maliciously, looking to the side and humming a melody. He thought that such a skein must be worth at least 1,000 points, but he could just save it and use it later. The protagonist extended his hand in front of him, releasing purple flames from it. He thought it exceeded his expectations. The main character stood against the backdrop of green trees and an orange sunset, looking at the flames. He thought that since he did not understand the principle of its use without trying it, he wanted to practice before starting the test. The protagonist noted that the firepower is not that great due to the fact that the completion is low for his level, but this is not the most important thing. Yuan recalled how he directed the flames at the huge monster and then struck it with his blade. Yuan stated that the flame grows by absorbing the opponent's emotions, and this skill is difficult to control regardless of the person's willpower, since the power directly depends on the strength of the emotions. Yuan clenched his hand into a fist, hiding the purple flame. He thought that this had always been the most terrifying part of the Outer God's skills, but now that he had it, he realized that he couldn't ask for a better skill. Yuan thought that as the mana and completion increased, the skill's power would also increase. The main character represented a gray stone, money, and a system window with a skill. Fate of Heaven, a talented person who is destined to conquer the heavens. Depending on the weight of the lives he gains in the future, your destiny and his value will change. Rank, a plus. Completion, 91.67%. Skill increases depending on the number and level killed, increasing all skills by 3. The main character thought that he also raised the completion of Heaven's Fate quite well, and for the 11th floor, he achieved more than he expected, and he still has a long way to go, but he is growing faster than planned. The protagonist was in the building, climbing the stairs. He thought he hoped things would continue to go smoothly. The main character went up to the 2nd floor, noticing a crowd of people. Halaman looked at the main character in shock, his mouth parted. Halaman's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised. He asked the main character that he was Yuan. The protagonist looked at the player with a pathetic expression and knitted his eyebrows. He didn't understand who it was. Yuan asked Halaman what's next. The protagonist stood in front of the people while the player raised his hands. The player told Yuan that they were all from Team 2 and his name was Halaman. The player told Yuan that he was sure that he already knew that the distribution of the teams did not work out very well, and half of the players dropped out of the challenge before the start. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking intently at the player. Halloman noted that the remaining half had not yet given up because each of them had heard his name at least once. Halloman looked at the protagonist with concern, his mouth slightly open. Yuan asked what's wrong with that, to which Halloman replied that Team B is full of skilled people, but he is sure that only he can cope with them. A crowd of people stood opposite the main character. One of the players said they didn't leave because they believed in him, to which Yuan replied that most likely they simply did not have enough points. The players looked at the protagonist with a frightened look, baring their teeth. Yuan said that the penalty for failing the challenge ranges from hundreds to thousands of points, a significant amount for low-level players. Halloman opened his mouth wide, looking at the main character with a crazy look. Yuan said that since just giving in is a waste of points, they want to at least try to stick to someone reliable by asking them if he is right. Halloman objected, asking him what he was saying. Halloman spread his arms to the sides while Yuan turned away from him. Halloman said they only wanted to discuss strategy for the trial with him. Yuan told the players that if they don't want to die, it's better to just give up, since passing the test is not such an achievement to risk your life. Halloman bared his teeth, looking at the main character with contempt. Yuan told the players that if they had nothing more to say, they should leave, as it was not very pleasant to see a crowd of strangers outside your room. The protagonist opened the door to the room from which a window could be seen. Halloman asked the protagonist that he too was planning to give up, to which the protagonist replied that he would not do that and would try his hand. The main character looked sideways at the player, narrowing his eyes. Halloman told Yuan that he recently told them to give up. Yuan noted that this only applies to them. The players stood in the corridor opposite the main character's room, while Halloman extended his hand towards his room. The players looked at each other in confusion, discussing with each other. The player was confused about what to do, noting that it didn't look like Yuan was going to cooperate. The brunette didn't understand why he had to say that. The brown-haired man said that he was giving up because it was better than dying. Halloman bit his lip, gritting his teeth. One of the players said that they should leave, noting that it was a waste of time to get there. Halloman, looking crazy, looked at the protagonist's door, raising his eyebrows. Hypnos sat on a white sofa with the system window open in front of him. The list of teams and participants was opened in front of Hypnos. He thought that no matter how you looked at it, the power gap between the two teams was simply huge, and he would definitely be cursed for some time for such an unfair test. Hypnos closed the system window, clutching his head with his hand. Hypnos wondered how this promising Yuan managed to get into trouble. 11th floor trial overseer, Hypnos. The warden looked straight ahead from under his brows, pursing his lips in displeasure. He thought that by order of Grand Olympus, he must eliminate the Yuan player, and if he successfully carried out the order, he would be generously rewarded. The warden smiled insidiously, baring his teeth. He thought he would gladly accept this task. The warden summoned a white bull to ride, from which a golden glow emanated. The warden said it was time to move out. A sphere appeared in front of Hypnos' face, which he looked at in surprise. He did not understand who needed him to write right before the start of the test. On the gray metal sphere was a message from Hera. Hypnos was surprised that Hera wrote to him. Deep night enveloped the dense forest. Dark forest, Ililam. The main character stood among the team, looking at the system window with the number of participants. He thought there were 51 members on their team. The players frantically waited for the start, standing with frightened faces. Yuan thought that fewer players had given up on the challenge than he expected. The main character lowered his head, hiding his gaze behind his bangs. He thought that in this blatant trap it would be possible to limit himself to a smaller number of victims. Yuan raised his gaze, looking straight ahead. The warden greeted all participants. Hypnos stood on the stone with his arms spread out to the sides, while the participants stood in front of him on both sides. The overseer said his name is Hypnos and he is the 11th floor trial overseer. Hypnos noted that there is a clear lack of participants in Team A, but alas, this does not change anything. Hypnos smiled sarcastically, raising his hand upward, from which white lightning emanated. The warden said that he would not delay, and the test would begin immediately after a brief explanation. A red flag appeared in the warden's hand. He said the essence of this challenge, capture the flags. The warden held the flags in both hands, holding them out in front of him. He said that the rules are simple, and firstly, if you take several flags and connect them, the number will show the number of flags they collected. Hypnos connected the flags together, seeing the number 2 on them. Hypnos held the flag in front of him, showing it to the participants. He noted their question as to where they could get these flags, adding that long ago the forest behind them was created by the steward specifically for this test. The warden presented images of various monsters found in the forest. He told the participants that it was inhabited by a huge number of monsters of various levels, and flags were scattered throughout this forest. The warden noted that they were right on the trails, in the ravines, on the trees, and even on the monsters. The armored member smiled maliciously as he looked at the warden. Hypnos told them that they had no idea how much trouble he had to go through to prepare for this test. Hypnos spread his arms to the sides, revealing flags in front of him from which light emanated. He said all they had to do was collect as many of these flags as possible. Hypnos smiled insidiously, flashing his snake-like gaze. He said that the team that collects the most flags by the end of the challenge will be declared the winner, asking the participants that it is simple. The participants looked at the warden with serious faces, listening to him carefully. Hypnos said that however, the challenge is called flag capture and not pick up, and therefore, in this challenge, it is possible to take flags from the other team. The members of the other team looked at the warden with horror and panic. Hypnos said that the method does not matter, and they can steal, threaten, kill, and loot, anything will do. The warden presented red flags and the king's crown. He said the last thing is that 2 kings will be chosen for this challenge and 1 player will be randomly selected from each team. The number of flags collected by the king will be doubled. Black silhouettes of the participants could be seen in the forest, and a purple light emanating from the warden. Hypnos told the participants that they do not need to be afraid. They do not have chess there, and the death of the king will not declare the team a loser. However, the stronger the king, the better for the team, of course, adding that he wishes them good luck. Hypnos noted that nevertheless it is always and in everything of great importance. The main character looked at Hypnos irritably, pursing his lips. He thought that this luck was only in words, but in fact in team of the weakest player would be chosen to play the role of king. Hypnos extended his hand in front of him, forming a purple magic circle. He said it was time to start the test. Circles of different colors formed under the 2 teams. A purple lightning bolt appeared above the participants' heads, followed by system notifications. The 11th floor challenge begins. Capture the flags. The opposing team's flag can be captured in any way. The team with the most flags after 24 hours wins. Contribution points will be calculated from the number of flags you collect, and the reward will be given in accordance with the number of contribution points. If you deliver the flag to the king, your contribution points will be doubled. If the king loses the flags, your contribution points will be burned. A system window appeared about collecting flags of 2 teams. The player's hand glowed with golden light. He didn't understand what was happening. Halaman looked at his hands in shock, glowing with golden light. He was surprised that he became king. The participants surrounded Halaman while the protagonist watched nearby. Halaman didn't know what to do. The main character thought that he was looking into water. Yuan closed his eyes, baring his teeth in displeasure. He didn't understand how Halaman even managed to get to the 11th floor. Halaman hurriedly ran after the main character, who was heading towards the forest. Halaman asked Yuan where he was going, noting that he needed to protect the king. Yuan asked Halaman why he was asking for salvation. The main character stood on the ground, wearing black boots. He said that he needed to collect the flags, and if he didn't want to die, he should stay there and remain calm, adding that he didn't have to worry since none of Team B would come to his head yet. The main character flashed his red eyes, heading for the flags. He thought it was time to move out. Hoon squinted to the side, frowning. The members of Team B took their time to complete the test, talking among themselves. One of the participants said that it was easier than steamed turnips, and the difference in the number of participants was too huge. Another player said that we need to get this over with quickly and go celebrate together. The participants smiled joyfully, looking at each other. Hoon thought that he understood that they were relaxed due to the fact that there were almost 4 times fewer players on the opposing team, but they let their guard down. Hoon closed his eyes, turning his head away. The captain opened his eyes, looking to the side in surprise. One of the people asked the captain if he was worried. A girl with long hair and a white dress appeared in front of the captain. Angel Roll. Hoon called the angel by name, to which the angel replied that it was a great honor for her that he remembered her name. Hoon looked at Roll as a green aura enveloped him. The captain narrowed his eyes at Roll, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that she was healing and strengthening him. Roll closed her eyes, put her hand in front of her and smiled slightly. The captain thought that he understood why there was an angel attached to her name, and even among the small number of support class players, her skills were rare. Roll told the captain not to worry too much, adding that the difference in strength was indeed great enough for them to relax. The captain stood opposite the angel and a green aura emanated from them. Hoon asked the angel if she thought this was strange, noting that no matter how random the selection was, the difference was too huge. Angel suggested it was just a coincidence. The angel stared at Hoon with her blue eyes. Hoon said that in his home world there is one saying, "In the valley of rivers and lakes, nothing happens by chance." Hoon and the angel turned towards their team. Angel asked Hoon who the king of their team was, noting that from what no one knew, it was some mediocre player. Hoon asked the angel that she thought that in such circumstances anyone would care who was their king. Hoon narrowed his eyes, looking at the ground with a serious gaze. He thought that he had already seen someone shining with gold at the very beginning of the test. Hoon recalled the image of a man in a black cloak, from which golden light emanated. He thought that this was somehow strange since he has an excellent memory and he does not forget anything that he saw even once, but he could not remember his face. Hoon imagined a man wrapped in a cloak, hiding his face in the darkness. Hoon didn't understand what he looked like. Halloman sat on a rock, looking at the system window. Halloman turned his head behind his back, his eyes wide. The participants said that there weren't as many flags scattered along the trails as expected, and they knocked most of them out of the monsters. Halloman looked at the participants, emitting golden light. The participant noted that they still collected a lot, and now it is enough to defeat the king of the opponents for the situation to change dramatically. Halloman presented the image of the main character against the backdrop of red flags. He thought it was right, and they had someone on their team who could do it, a player who had probably collected most of the flags they had. Halloman recalled moments when he and his players came to him asking for cooperation. Halloman thought that the first time they met, it didn't look like he was going to cooperate, but since he was the king, it would be difficult to defeat Team B without protecting him. In the middle of a small clearing in the forest, Halloman sat on a rock opposite the participants. Halloman thought that Yuan left alone indifferently, but since he ordered him to wait quietly, it means that he will return soon. One of the players said that this forest is really huge, and it is very difficult to find the right path in it. A small fog appeared in front of the dense, huge forest. The participant asked the guys where they thought Team B's starting point was, to which the player replied that he had no idea, suggesting that it would be better to take a short break, noting that anyway they were going to go together again at midnight. The players looked to the side in fear, their mouths slightly open. Black silhouettes covered with a red aura could be seen from the bushes. One of the participants noted that they heard them. Cal put his hand out to the side, smiling wickedly and sparkling his eyes. He told his guys that he was telling them to watch their step. System notifications have appeared. A squad of the opposing team has been detected. Protect your flags from enemy raids. From afar, the black silhouettes of two teams could be seen in the forest. Cal said that it bothered him that team had Yuan, but no matter how strong he was, even he couldn't do anything without the king. Cal said that what's more, if they capture the king, they can get a lot of contribution points. Team member pulled a sledgehammer from the system storage. He told the guys not to be afraid, since there were also 10 of them. The member bared his teeth, widening his eyes at the enemy team as he was attacked. A member of the enemy team used a lightning attack to cut off a player's head with a blade. Halloman watched in horror, his eyes wide. The masked participant looked at Halloman with a bloodthirsty gaze. He noted that there are now 9 of them. The two teams collided on the battlefield and a fierce battle began. The enemy fighters grinned maliciously and laughed maliciously at their opponents. They joked ironically about where they were going to run. Halloman looked worriedly at his ally, who was about to save him, as he heard cries for help. He looked at what was happening in shock as his blood splashed throughout the air. One of the opposing fighters cut Halloman's ally in half. He was angry and wanted to kill the king. Halloman fell to the ground and began to twitch his legs. The enemy's bloodthirsty gaze was directed directly at Halloman, whom he was about to slaughter with a sword. Halloman screamed in fear and fright. The temporary king bared his teeth and cowered, closing his eyes, realizing that he was about to be killed. The main character came to the rescue and cut down the enemy who intended to kill Halloman. Yuan looked at the temporary king with contempt, with his eyes glowing red. He mentioned that he told him to sit still and not go out. He ironically noted that he should have been listened to. Halloman looked at Yuan with tears in his eyes, emitting an aura of fire from himself. Halloman, sitting on the ground, watched as the main character proudly spread his sword to the side. The other fighters of the killed partner were stunned by the death of their friend and looked at Yuan with anger. They realized who was in front of them and understood that he was already a problem for them and killed their comrade with one blow. The army of enemies tensely greeted the protagonist approaching them, noting that now they should first retreat. The fighters began to run in different directions. However, this did not save them, and they received a fatal blow. The main character, leaving behind a blue light trail, was heading to finish off the army of enemies. The main leader of the opponents shouted to his guys about why they decided to flee, because there were more of them. The masked fighter swung his daggers and intended to kill Yuan, telling his boys to try and help him. The main character cut enemies with his long sword with quick movements. The masked fighter received a fatal blow and was cut by a sword. Yuan swung his sword bloodthirsty, cutting through the bodies of his enemies as his comrade watched. The enemy bared his teeth and watched with great fear as Yuan cut his friends. The protagonist calmly looked forward with his bloodthirsty gaze with a red light. The sharp sword, along with the red capture flag, flew into the air with cries of mercy. Yuan looked down on the enemy fighter, who raised a red flag above himself as an acceptance of defeat. The guy begged for mercy, explaining that he only had 2 flags, but his guys had many more. The main character carefully watched the guy who was shouting that he would give up all his flags and to be released. Notifications popped up stating that only 2 flags and 20 contribution points had been received. Yuan stood in the center of the battlefield with a red contribution while the rest of the fighters watched him from all sides. Yuan cast an angry glance to the side, asking the fighters what they were going to do. He asked them if they would give him everything they had or if they were ready to fight. The enemy fighters looked stunned and lost at the news that they might die. The guys asked Yuan how many things he wanted to take from them. Notifications appeared that 1 flag was received and 10 contribution points were received. A bunch of red flags were fluttering in the wind and shining. Another notification that 1 flag and 10 points were received. The main character held the capture flag in his hands with a joyful face while Halaman watched him, emitting an aura from himself. He was very glad that they were allies. Halaman thought to himself that he was being very inappropriate, grinning at Yuan for his rude behavior. Halaman looked lost and downcast, as if he was upset. There was a cry that the first half of the game was now over. Halaman stood opposite the main character in the dark space of the forest. He was surprised that they had moved on to the second phase of the trial. He understood that only 4 hours had passed since the start of the test. The testing site was a dense and dark forest in a mountainous area. Yuan wondered where the other teammates were. Halaman replied that they were divided because first it was decided to collect more free flags. Halaman stood next to the protagonist, who was hiding behind his red cape. He replied that it was good, at least until they got lost. A red flag fluttered in the wind and the number 27 was painted on it. Halaman stood next to a huge Yuan, who reached out with his hand towards the yellow screen. Halaman was very surprised that he did all this alone, since he was able to collect such a large number of flags. The screen indicated that Team A had 64 flags, and Team B had 105. Yuan realized that they only had 64 flags, even including the ones he had just collected, so he guessed that there should have been 67. Yuan looked attentively at the screen through his long bangs. It was expected for him that they had already gotten to the full capture the flag part. The protagonist turned to the temporary king and looked at him. He turned to Halaman and said that by this point everyone had already collected enough flags, so the enemies of Team B had already decided that it would be more effective to hunt the players of the second team than monsters. Halaman's eyes bulged and looked in fear at the true leader, who said that the enemies would probably still come for the king like the other part of the enemies recently. The protagonist looked down on Halaman, who was emitting the aura of a king. Yuan asked if they had another king. Halaman replied that there was one. The main character cast a cool glance towards the temporary king, telling him not to move further than 20 meters from that moment, explaining that even he would have a hard time winning without the king. Yuan looked at the frightened Halaman as his red cloak fluttered in the wind. Yuan asked the guy's name, telling him to stay close to him for more than 20 meters. Halaman replied that he understood everything. He noted that the real game will begin right now. The dark, dense summer was shrouded in thick clouds. Hoon asked his guys that they just ran away and gave up their flags. The two fighters stood opposite their leader, Hoon, who lectured them. They replied that they didn't even have time to follow Yuan's attacks and he finished off their best fighter with just one blow. Another guy noted that he didn't even have time to notice at what moment the leader of the enemy team managed to draw his blade. Hoon closed his eyes and furrowed his brows deeply, hearing from the fighters that Yuan's eyes looked demonic and they were literally shaking. He was indignant that his fighters looked pathetic, despite the fact that Team B had mostly mid-level players and they fled in fear from Yuan, although they were outnumbered 10-1. The leader of the enemy team looked forward with contempt at what was happening. He wondered what would happen if they walked in groups. They would be defeated alone. Team Hoon stood opposite the angel and her fighters. Hoon said that there were 10 of them against 1 Yuan, but this was of little use. Roll mentioned that Hoon said that Yuan had met the king of Team A and in that case, there was a high probability that he would protect the king from now on. A blonde with long hair looked carefully at the fighters of Team B. She ordered Hoon to contact Salamov, Kaichel, and the rest of the skilled players right now. The leader in the blue cape looked forward at the angel along with the other fighters with contempt. He asked her that she wanted to switch to that very strategy. He replied that they still had plenty of time and they couldn't just run away. He explained that despite the losses, they still had a lot of great players on their team. Hoon stood opposite Roll in the company of other fighters. He advised that this was all taken into account, not to mention the decisive variable in their face. The armored fighters looked attentively as they were asked if there were any other good offers. The bald fighter with scars on his face also stood without an answer. The two teams stood opposite each other in streams of blue aura when the English said that it would be decided. Roll smiled slightly and raised her hand. She suggested that Team B catch both the king and Yuan at once. It was 12 hours since the start of the tests. Several notifications popped up stating that 1 flag and 10 contribution points had been received. The main character, together with Halaman, who was sitting on the ground, watched the fleeing enemy fighters. Halaman watched what was happening with an exhausted look, his mouth slightly open. He understood that this could no longer be called a competition between two teams, and it most likely looked like 200 people trying to catch a monster called Yuan together. The main character was holding a flag with the number 100 in his hands, grinning a little. A red flag with the number 100 fluttered in the wind in an aura of discharges. Yuan understood that 100 flags or 1,000 flags were already a lot, but it was too early to hand them over to the king. The main character looked carefully at Halaman, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. He realized that they were unlikely to have any serious problems because Halaman was constantly moving under his supervision. He thought that if suddenly the temporary king's flags were stolen or killed, then everything would be bad. Yuan watched as Halaman grimaced and leaned over slightly. The main character realized that it would still be better to give the flags to Halaman right before completing the test. The interim king noted that everyone was already afraid just by the sight of Yuan. Halaman, with an anxious expression on his face, glanced sideways at Yuan, asking him if everyone realized the situation and sensed everything instinctively. The protagonist looked contemptuously to the side, lips slightly pursed. He understood that the guys he met were from Team B, who had recently become players, and when they saw him they immediately gave up their flags. Yuan stood in front of Halaman in an empty field surrounded by thick trees. He wondered if the other players knew about him too. Yuan asked the king if the guys had already exchanged information. 2 white pieces radiated a magical aura against the background of black pieces on the chessboard. He realized that the entire B team probably already knew that Yuan was with the king. The main character understood that they were all teammates, so they probably exchanged player set numbers and most likely agreed to simply give away the flags and run away if they crossed paths with him. Halaman stood opposite the main character, whose red cloak enveloped his silhouette. Halaman worriedly wondered why the players would do this, since they wouldn't be able to win if they just gave away their flags. Yuan replied that they were probably up to something. Suddenly, Yuan tensed up and his eyes glowed red. He caught a fast-flying arrow in the air that was heading straight for Halaman. The frightened king looked dumbfounded at the tip of the arrow, which Yuan managed to catch. Halaman immediately fell to the ground in fear while Yuan held the red arrow in his hand. The protagonist immediately clenched his fist and broke the arrow in half. Halaman was screaming about what it was now. For the main character, everything became clear why the enemy players avoided battles and tried to save as many of their teammates as possible, realizing that they were betting on the arrow. He understood their strategy of encirclement, which had been used in their world since ancient times. Yuan looked forward coolly and a red aura flowed from his eyes. He, the protagonist, stood by the stones in an empty field with Halaman when a cobweb was wrapped around in space. Halaman's eyes bulged and looked in fear at the main character, who explained that they should kill everyone and not have mercy. Yuan swung his sharp sword over the head of Halaman, who thought that Yuan would get even with him and told him to stop. He waved his hand sharply and a blue protective sphere formed around Halaman. The king sat with his head bowed and his fists clenched as he had a protective magical dome around him. He didn't understand what was happening. Yuan warned Halaman not to go beyond this circle and to understand that if he goes beyond it, he will die immediately. The protagonist put the sword back as Halaman stood in the middle of the drawn circle. Halaman asked in bewilderment that he was told to just sit quietly in that place. Yuan noted that he should have listened more carefully, because if he heard poorly, he could probably die. The main character repeated his words that he told him to just stand still. Yuan looked at the king angrily. He explained that he told him from the very beginning, because if he didn't listen to him and planned to walk around, he would definitely die. Yuan stood opposite Halaman, who was in the center of the drawn circle, and there was a dialogue between them. Halaman sadly asked that this was the only order he had to carry out. Yuan agreed and explained that if he went forward, he would no longer be able to help him. Halaman was worried about whether he could survive, but the leader immediately reassured him. Yuan turned around sharply and stomped his foot on the ground. He rushed to get away from Halaman, who rushed forward, trying to call out to the warrior. The sharp tip of the Yuan blade appeared in front of Halaman. The main character looked at Halaman angrily, holding his blade in front of him. He repeated once again the words that he should not go out anywhere. At the same time, against the backdrop of the deep night and bushes, a dialogue between the fighters of the enemy team could be heard. One of the fighters wondered that they should have attacked the king first. Another fighter answered him that 55 fighters from the entire squad were gathered for the Battle of Yuan because he was so strong. The fighter immediately wondered if they would have an advantage if Yuan had to both protect the king and fight. 3 fighters were hiding in the bushes and discussing a plan of action, looking around. The bald guy with a scar explained that this was just an assumption, because even if the main character is their opponent, then with the death of the king this whole battle will stop. The guy sitting on the ground carefully peered into the distance and ordered his teammates to shut up as he noticed that Yuan had just gone deep into the forest. The silhouette of the main character was moving away from the king, glowing with the aura against the backdrop of the forest thicket. They noticed that the strong warrior had left the king alone. A guy with a mixture of brunette and blonde named Vark, throwing a spear behind his head, walked forward with a proud gait. He ordered his guys to move away and not disturb him. Vark smiled maliciously, baring his teeth slightly. The fighters understood that Team B was full of famous players, and also very strong ones like Hoon and Roll. They realized that in this situation, even the large guilds had to monitor the progress of the tests. Vark swung his spear, throwing it behind his back. He realized that if he won Yuan, he would become a star that everyone would pay attention to. He threw a spear with fast speed at the main character, standing behind the bushes. He shouted that this weapon would definitely be more powerful than an arrow. Vark rejoiced at the fact that he launched the spear perfectly. Suddenly, an air wave knocked down the spear and Yuan's silhouette became blurry. The spear froze in the air. Vark looked forward angrily when a blue ray of magic aimed at his nearby partner's head and killed him. Vark bared his teeth and looked angrily at what was happening. Vark turned back and saw that all his fighters had received damage and began to die. One of the fighters greatly contorted his face, receiving a powerful discharge of aura. Vark realized that Yuan was in a different place and attacked from the side. Suddenly, the Vark saw Yuan approaching him in front of him while his fighters lay on the ground. The main character bowed his head and looked contemptuously at the Vark, telling him to tell him about the location of Hun. Another group of fighters hid behind the bushes waiting for Yuan to attack, realizing that he was disappearing and disappearing. A blue magical shield enveloped the forest thicket and a notification appeared using the 1000 Miles White Eye skill. They realized that Yuan's skill was very good, because his stealth skill didn't even leave any trace, and they thought that they wouldn't be able to detect him until he appeared right in front of them. The fighters thought about whether Yuan could belong to the assassin class. Suddenly, the silhouette of Yuan appeared behind one of the fighters, looking forward angrily. The other fighter replied that he didn't think so, because assassins didn't use long blades and dressed in dark clothes, but Yuan didn't. They understood that his skill was very good. The main character suddenly appeared and found himself surrounded by fighters in a small clearing. They did not understand when he managed to appear in front of them. The protagonist replied that the good scouts who also used the Heaven and Earth network strategy turned out to be worthless. He added that there were a lot of nuances, but the problem was that there were very few of them. The blonde boy looked forward disdainfully as there was a crowd of black silhouettes behind him. He ironically asked if there really weren't enough of them. Yuan looked to the side with his red eyes and finally saw Hun and Roll. Hun and the angel moved forward in the company of a squad of fighters. Hun asked the main character why he went off alone, abandoning his king, and decided to ignore the challenge and focus on winning the battle. Their company continued to move forward directly towards the main character. Hun replied that no matter how things turned out, he was really sorry that everything turned out that way. The leader in the blue cape came close to Yuan and stood opposite him. Hun explained that although this did not happen by his will, he noted that, unlike Yuan, he had a good team. He added that this is why he was not ashamed of the circumstances. The protagonist looked carefully at the fighter of the other squad, who added that it was a test in which some were lucky and others were not. Yuan tried to understand what Hun was getting at. A huge number of black silhouettes of people crowded into a vast clearing among trees and bushes. Hun was glad that he would not have to drag out the dialogue and immediately told him to surrender voluntarily. He noted that he would not like to win in this way. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and ironically thought that this was all that Hun was going to tell him. The main character took out his sharp sword and extended it in front of him, standing opposite the leader of the enemy squad. He sarcastically noted that contrary to what he had heard, Hun was too talkative. The brunette took out his huge blade and frowned at his enemy, realizing that he expected that their conversation would clearly not go so smoothly. He told everyone to move back as he was going to fight Yuan. They stood opposite each other, bearing their sharp blades in an empty clearing. Yuan asked if Hun wanted to have a one-on-one duel, explaining that he didn't care about the number of opponents. Hun ironically thanked his enemy for his compassion. The brunette stomped his foot on the ground while Yuan carefully watched him from afar. The main character frowned and angrily watched Hun's attack from under his brows. They clashed their blades in a fierce battle. Yuan looked expressively at Hun, noting that the player from the 11th floor had a lot of strength. Hun emitted a blue aura from himself and swung his huge black sword. The protagonist was curious to know the characteristics of the enemy. The main character continued to repel Hun's angry attacks and their swords intertwined in space. Hun bared his teeth and looked at Yuan angrily, trying to deal him a crushing blow. The brunette knew about the technique of the imperial sword of his clan, realizing that the sword of their clan was heavier than the sword of any other clan, with which it was possible to deliver crushing blows in any direction. He understood that this was only possible if he was able to hold such a sword in his hands. The protagonist deftly deflected Hun's blows with his sword, and sparks of metal flew around. Hun didn't understand why there was such a difference in their strength. Yuan glanced with his red eyes from under his brows as sparks from the impact of the swords filled the space. The main character swung his sword, repelling one attack after another from Hun. The brunette at that time realized that he was tightly gripping his sword in his hand, but still he did not have enough strength. Hun suddenly became angry and lit up with a bright green aura. Their fight was very fierce and streams of aura and sparks scattered around. Notice that Hun's body was enveloped in an archangel's blessing as strength and stamina increased. Notification that his body was becoming lighter and mana recovery was accelerating. Hoon looked bloodthirsty at his enemy, baring his teeth heavily. The angel extended her hand and channeled the flow of aura as Yuan fought Hoon in battle. The main character shouted to the leader of the enemies about what a cowardly move this was. Roll explained that if Hoon can't win now even with buffs, then the game will be over. Angel glared at the fight, holding her hand out in front of her and using her aura. She explained that the opponent, that is, Yuan, was already determined to finish the fight. Hoon looked to the side angrily, not understanding what exactly the angel meant. The brunette cast a stunned glance towards his opponent. Yuan extended his blade to the side using his violet flame skill. Hoon imagined images of ancient monsters, understanding what was happening in the dungeon of the Agria. In the reflection of Yuan's red pupils was the silhouette of Hoon, who knew that this could not all be a coincidence. The main character looked forward sarcastically, emitting violet flames from himself. Hoon realized that Yuan was in that dungeon. Hoon stood opposite the main character, who was surrounded by an aura of purple flames. The brunette understood that there was some kind of catch here, because the technique that Yuan attacked him was not at all similar to the one that could leave traces in that dungeon. He suggested that it could be the technique and skills of a completely different person. Hoon looked forward intensely, feeling the violet flames attacking him. He thought that with this level of power, there was no way Yuan could defeat the Agria dungeon with one blow. Hoon's eyes bulged and he looked in shock at his opponent, from whom a purple aura emanated throughout the entire space. He suggested that he might be making things up, because if he wasn't, then it was obvious that Yuan could succumb. The main character held his blade in his hand while in a cloud of purple aura. The angel hovered in the air and directed her hand with magic at the fighters. Roll was in the air with her arm outstretched, emitting a green aura from herself. Yuan did not understand why the guys interrupted the fight. The angel ordered to retreat. She realized that there was no point in continuing the fight, because otherwise they would all die. She looked ahead intensely. Yuan thought about telepathic communication. The main character was enveloped in a purple aura while standing opposite Hoon on the battlefield. The main character was surprised that Hoon decided to admit defeat, especially the first. Hoon solved just one question about whether Yuan cleared the Agria dungeon. The protagonist responded positively to the question in a sarcastic manner. Yuan looked forward carefully, lowering his blade, realizing that they had changed their minds about fighting him. Hoon put his sword back. The company of warriors stood to the side and watched as their leader stood opposite Yuan in the field. They were surprised to hear about the Agria dungeon on the 11th floor, which they had already tried to go through. They realized that it had been cleared by Yuan. The fighters immediately surrounded their leader, who stood with his eyes closed. They were perplexed because he did not explain anything to them. One of the fighters explained that no matter how strong their opponent was, they could not give up even before a full-fledged battle, noting that if they acted together, they might have a small chance of winning. Hoon looked to the side angrily and ironically said that there was no need to talk about victory here because Yuan single-handedly reduced the gap between the teams. He noted to the guys that it looked very worthy for Yuan to pass this test. The brunette began to leave the battlefield with his eyes closed. He explained that if Roll was going to continue the battle, it would be without his command, and he told them to leave. She harshly criticized Hoon for being a coward, even though she considered him to be a true leader. The angel looked after the departing Hoon, who answered her that she could say anything, because he valued the lives of his comrades more than his pride. All the fighters turned around and rushed to leave the battlefield. They understood that their leader was honest, realizing that they were sorry to lose. However, they still appreciated their leader Hoon for this very reason. They realized that they could always take the test again. The fighters began to circle around the angel. The main character stood with a sword when an angel stood in front of him in the distance. Roll explained, just in case, that they should have made do with fewer losses, because such a warrior should not get involved in such childish games. Angel recalled the moment when silhouettes of people could be seen in the empty, bare forest. Yuan understood that they would need strength in order to fight the external gods together. She imagined the image of Hercules, realizing that among the fighters there had to be those who would eventually become rankers, so there was no point in slaughtering her own army. The main character recalled the image of him sitting in a suit with an exhausted look. He realized that if Hercules had been in his place, he would definitely have been able to get out of the battle without killing anyone, because he had the skills that would allow him to do so, because he was a hero who never broke his promises. Yuan understood that it was precisely for these qualities that he respected him, but he still understood that he himself could not be such a hero. The main character peeked out from under his long bangs with a malicious grin. He replied that he had hoped that they would leave voluntarily, but now it was difficult to imagine how it would all end. He understood within himself that he would try to resolve the conflict, but if it didn't work out, then nothing could be done about it. The angel joined her palms, between which the light shone brightly. This was a divine defense skill. She directed the light of the blue aura directly at the main character, who stood in the distance in the form of a black silhouette. She shouted to the guys to all attack him at once. Yuan took out his blade and emitted purple streams of aura from himself. He ironically noted that he would still have to join children's games. The fighters began to attack the main character, emitting their multicolored blue auras from themselves. The fighters observed the violet fire glow from Yuan's aura. They understood that this fire reflected all their skills. Angel shouted at them to just break through the fire because there was only one Yuan. The two fighters grimaced their faces in horror. They saw a huge silhouette of an angry monster made of violet flames. The protagonist stood with his blade while a purple aura emanated from his silhouette. While the warriors shouted that it was a demon, the protagonist realized that to them the sacred flame looked like a demon. The fighter tried to swing his sword at the violet flame. He was aware that the fire was absorbing their fear and growing, realizing that if it grew too much, it would be difficult for him to contain it, so he wanted to channel it correctly. One of the fighters, under the yoke of the aura, raised his sword into the air and shouted that he would need to kill Yuan. The protagonist knocked the fighters off their feet with his violet flame. He realized that the fighters were only able to withstand the flames thanks to their enhancement skills. Yuan looked forward attentively at what was happening. Streams of multicolored aura scattered across the space between the fighters and the silhouette of an angel. He was curious to know how many enhancement skills Roll could use. The angel raised her hands into the air and sent blue flames into the sky, about to use the skills of her angel wings and the strength of a giant. The angel was very angry and bared her teeth, holding her hands with magic above her head. She didn't understand what was happening at all, because despite the fact that she used power-ups that were universal for all players, nothing happened. She saw that as soon as the players reached the flame, they all froze in terrible fear, as if they were faced with an illusion that they could not break through. Streams of violet aura scattered throughout space. She understood that they would not be able to not only defeat the enemy, but not even get close to him. The angel opened her palms and directed a stream of light aura into the sky. A huge glowing sword appeared above Yuan's silhouette in the form of a punishing sword skill. Roll glared at her opponent, angrily screaming that he was finished. A huge magical blade tried to pierce Yuan's body from the sky. He immediately grabbed his blade and squeezed the hilt. Roll opened her eyes and looked in shock at what was happening, not understanding how this was possible. With a deft movement of his hand, he cut the huge magic sword into pieces. She realized the absurdity of the situation. A huge bright explosion occurred in space. Fragments of the golden sword scattered across the sky and fell on the field on which there were silhouettes of fighters. The warriors looked at what was happening with alarm, realizing that it was worth retreating, since it was pointless to continue because otherwise they would simply die. They remembered the words of their leader that he spoke about the value of the lives of his comrades, which meant more to him than his pride. The angel stood with her hands down while bolts of lightning flashed near her. Roll looked at what was happening with disappointment, realizing that Hoon was right after all. The fighters rushed to flee the battlefield through thick clouds of smoke, realizing that they had to retreat since there was nothing to count on. The protagonist looked at what was happening with anticipation. The angel understood that if everyone here died, then they would lose even if they captured the king. Angel stood next to the fighter. The main character shouted to them that if they planned to surrender, then let them give up all their flags, and in that case he would have mercy on them. Angel asked in surprise whether Yuan could hear their telepathy. He replied that he did not need to listen to her, because it was clear from their faces what they were talking about. The main character held the handle of the flag. The fighters asked what he would do to them if they just left. He replied that he would definitely not let them go. Yuan threw the flag over his shoulder and looked at the guys with contempt, snapping his fingers. He suggested that they not waste their energy and just give all these flags directly into their hands. A notification appeared stating that 1 flag and 10 contribution points had been received. There was also a notification that several flags and contribution points had been received. The angel handed her flag into the hands of the main character and asked him if he really did not intend to kill anyone. Roll stood opposite the main character on an empty field. Angel added that even though Yuan took all the flags from them, they can still get some more. She also noted that the protagonist was completely alone, even without a king, for the remaining time. Yuan wondered what Roll really wanted if she didn't want to ask him to kill. Roll looked attentively at the main character. She had heard that Yuan had refused to support the major guilds, but one of them, called Heaven, was on a completely different level. The protagonist looked at the angel with contempt. He didn't have time to listen to her proposal before he sharply replied that he refused any offer. Roll looked offendedly at Yuan, who looked away, realizing that he had been rejected too quickly. She asked him to give his number as a last resort. He refused here too, understanding what they really wanted from him. Angel tilted her head and looked slightly downcast. She asked what was the reason for his refusal, because she tried for the sake of his own future. She explained that since he did not refuse to be tested in such unfavorable conditions, this meant that he clearly had a specific goal. She advised that it would be impossible to climb the tower alone. She imagined an image of a long tower. She added that good comrades, the full support of a strong guild, and even much more would not have helped Yuan rise. The angel explained that someone of the level of the main character should have understood from the very entrance to the tower that he could not cope with his own skills because he needed something more. The two of them stood opposite each other in an empty field among thick clouds. She asked him a question about why he was still trying to overcome such a difficult path alone. Yuan looked forward carefully, realizing that Roll did not know how to give up, and he believed that it was thanks to this that she was able to rise so quickly in the tower. He was still aware that guilds and sponsors would only be obstacles to what he had to do next. The main character imagined himself in an inverted image in a gear against the backdrop of a high tower. He knew that the guilds fighting each other for the rights to the tower could destroy everything due to pride, mistrust, and desire for control, so he could not accept their helping hand. He knew that he had to become strong on his own so that in the worst case scenario, he could become the center to unite the tower. The two of them continued to have a heated dialogue in the empty clearing. He wondered why everyone was interested in this question, answering that there was no particular reason for it. He just knew that it was possible for him to rise without a team and a guild. Yuan looked forward angrily, with his shoulders thrown back wide. He explained that he not only can, but is obliged to do this. At this time, against the background of a dense dark forest, Halaman's screams were heard about when Yuan would return. At that time he was standing in a circle near the forest ridge. The king looked alarmed and bared his teeth in fear. He was scared to death because of the darkness. Dense coniferous trees surrounded the entire forest. He didn't understand how much longer he would have to wait. Suddenly a bright beam of light appeared in the forest. Suddenly, a fiery stream of flame flashed in front of Halaman. Frightened and exhausted, Halaman looked to the side, dumbfounded. He heard the enemy shout that Halaman was able to evade, most likely due to reflexes, but little could be said about him. Halaman watched as a squad of enemies approached him. One of the fighters noted that the king was directly asking to be killed, realizing that he was simply standing still. A squad of fighters walked through the dense forest straight towards Halaman, who was standing in a circle. They wanted to finish quickly and move on. They talked about what they heard, that the second group, even with Roll and Hoon, could not cope with Yuan, which was not so simple. Halaman began to retreat back and almost went out of the circle. Halaman was surprised by what he heard, not understanding how Yuan fought Team B alone against all these outstanding people. The king turned sharply back, looking at how he had almost stepped outside the circle. He recalled the leader's words that if he left, he would no longer be able to help him. Halaman grimaced his face in fear, looking around. He understood that he would be quickly captured if he ran, and if he tried to fight, he would definitely have no chance of winning. He clenched his fist tightly in despair. He understood that if he managed to gain a little time without leaving the circle, then Yuan would definitely come to the rescue. Halaman was about to draw his sword when a screen appeared in front of him. He realized that the best choice would still be to believe and do as the main character said. A squad of fighters was already approaching Halaman, shouting from afar for them all to attack at once. They noticed that Halaman was shaking with fear and tried to understand what he was up to. Another partner told them to simply not pay attention to the king's antics, reminding them that they would split the contribution points from their victory in half. Halaman stared ahead intently as a stream of airy aura rushed from him. The fighter shouted that he already knew that the flags would be divided fairly. The king shielded himself with his sword and hands from the daggers flying at him. From such an attack he backed away and almost went outside the circle. Halaman bent down slightly, watching as the fighter tried to pounce on him from the air. He knew he couldn't leave the circle. The enemy knocked the sword out of Halaman's hands and he began to fall back. The fighter climbed into the circle of Halaman, who was already lying on the ground. The fighter was even surprised that it was too simple. The fighter grabbed the clothes of the exhausted Halaman, who was baring his teeth. He muttered to himself that as long as he did not leave the circle, everything would be fine. The fighter did not understand what exactly Halaman was saying, but still ironically expressed pity for him. The fighter knocked Halaman to the ground and swung his dagger as a white aura surrounded the circle. The fighter said goodbye to Halaman, telling him to consider himself just unlucky. The other fighters watched as a stream of white aura threw their fighter out of the circle high into the air. Halaman held his throat and breathed heavily, not understanding what this thing was, like a ghost that helped him. Sky Demon beginning skill card. White, bright smoke surrounded Halaman, who didn't understand what exactly it was, but was still happy that he remained alive. The main character was looking around at this time. He walked through the forest and recalled the dialogue with Roll. Roll then told him that in many ways he was truly admirable and expressed a belief that in the future they could be on the same side. He was aware that he had ended up wasting a lot of time due to the conversation taking longer than he had planned. Yuan closed his eyes and lowered his head, looking calm. He understood that no matter how it was, he was glad that the conversation ended on a good note, and thought that as long as Halaman kept his word, then there should be no problems. He sharply cast a contemptuous glance to the side, remembering another nuance. Yuan peered into the depths of the dark forest. He shouted that it was all over and it was time for the mysterious guest to be born. A dim aura light appeared in the dark forest. The ghost asked the main character how long ago he was able to notice him. Yuan replied that it has been a very long time. The ghost appeared in a black cloak and purple fire instead of eyes. The ghost noted the resourcefulness of the protagonist, as he had already heard about it. The ghost watched Yuan, who stood in the distance. He knew that Yuan used flames of this magnitude, yet he did not leave a single burn on himself. It wasn't just the fighter's strength that impressed him, as he had never heard of a skill that could burn extremely specific targets like a controlled flame. The ghost with the purple flame looked forward. Yuan shouted about what the test supervisor forgot here in this form. The two of them stood opposite each other in an empty clearing fenced in by the forest. The warden asked if his face could be seen. The main character answered very clearly. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, realizing that it was all thanks to a skill that was able to see even through the ranker's disguise. The warden sighed heavily through his violet flame mask, realizing that this was not something to joke about. Hypnos grinned mischievously after his mask disappeared. He replied that he was truly amazed, because he had decided to become king as soon as the test began. The main character looked carefully at Hypnos, who stood in the distance in pitch darkness. Hypnos added that he did not expect Yuan to go alone against Team B. The protagonist looked at the warden with contempt through his long bangs. He knew that Hypnos was a ranker from Olympus, famous for his hallucination skills. He realized that if the manager found out that the ranker had interfered with a routine test, then it would become a real problem, much more serious than the noise from the ground floor. He knew he would have to deal with this somehow. The main character bared his teeth slightly, smiling sarcastically. He noted that he had no idea that such a luxurious trap would be prepared for him. The main character emitted a stream of purple aura from himself as a warden watched him in the distance. Hypnos watched with a worried look, hiding under his hood. He understood that an ordinary player, when releasing such a volume of mana, would fall asleep immediately and his characteristics should not be so high. He wondered how all his strength was based on sheer willpower. Hypnos recalled a pop-up message saying that Yuan had to be killed at all costs. He knew that the most prominent faces of the huge guild were fixated on some single player, and he also thought that it would be too much to send a ranker after his head. He now realized why the highest authorities decided to play it safe. Hypnos was surrounded by his yellow aura while Yuan was surrounded by his dark purple aura. Hypnos used the Dark Knight skill. The protagonist stood on the ground with his legs spread wide. Hypnos said that this skill caused hallucinations in all living beings in the area and caused everyone to fall asleep. They stood opposite each other, surrounded by their aura. Hypnos said that this skill of his was much stronger than the recent one and asked his enemy if it was difficult for him to fight. Yuan looked woozy and began to lean forward. Hypnos wanted the main character to stop resisting and give up already. The protagonist closed his eyes. Hypnos was going to reward him with a very sweet dream. Hypnos watched as Yuan stood with his head down. The warden in his hand with a violet flame was about to pull out a dagger from his clothes. He noted that if Yuan, a low-level player, said that he fought an Olympic ranker, then everyone would probably think that he was lying. Hypnos brought his small knife to the chest of the protagonist, who stood with his head bowed. He explained that even if they turned a blind eye to the difference in levels, the Great Olympus usually does not even look in the direction of some bullies, let alone meet. But now he was here. The warden noted that Yuan took the time to occupy such a place of honor. The warden once again wrapped himself in his purple flame hood. He sarcastically joked that he could even brag if the protagonist managed to get out alive. Hypnos brought a knife to the protagonist's bowed head, expressing regret to him. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword and thereby wounded the ranker. Hypnos grimaced violently as he felt a strong cut from the sword. He immediately flew back as Yuan stood opposite him, who noted that the wound was not deep enough. An angry Hypnos noted that Yuan was pretending, considering his act cowardly. The main character looked away contemptuously, noting that Hypnos could not talk about it. He mentioned that he himself did not particularly like to brag about battles with rankers, but still, the battle with the cowardly and vile Olympic overseer could be told to everyone for the sake of laughter. Hypnos was in a bent position, holding a cut on his chest. He noted that such incitement will not change the outcome. Yuan sharpened his blade, looking at the black silhouette of the ranker. Notifications popped up that Yuan was affected by the Dark Knight skill and stamina recovery was accelerated by as much as 200%. He clutched his blade tightly, saying that this would still change the outcome of the battle. There was also a notification that he was affected by the Dark Knight skill and mana recovery was accelerated by 100%. There was also a notification that the mana boost had reached 100%. Yuan looked at his opponent angrily when a huge silhouette of the moon appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire field. He noted that the time of night was not only Hypnos' favorite. He clutched his weapon and thought that the Dark Knight sword really shows its true value in the dark, and it had many limitations, but Yuan looked forward seriously, ending his thought by saying that in ideal conditions it could not be found weapons are stronger. The two stood at a considerable distance from each other. The guy in the red cloak thought that the blue-haired one was a close mage, and he uses darkness attribute mana, which is perfect for illusory skills, and even though he was able to hurt him. The man with purple eyes held on his chest, looking displeased at MC, and he thought that even though he was able to wound him, he was an Olympic ranker. The dark-haired man used his magic, purple mana appeared around him, and his hand enlarged, glowing green. He thought that, however, he was quite confident in his abilities against this type of opponent. The two stood opposite each other. The warden was the first to rush at the guy. He, in turn, rushed back. They swung at each other, ending up almost close to each other. A huge shockwave spread around them, breaking the stone floor. Yuan jumped away from the blue-haired man's attack. He struck again, but the red-eyed one dodged, leaning back with his body. The dark-haired one swung back. He dealt a powerful blow to the warden, but he turned out to be a purple illusion. The guy turned around in surprise. The real Hypnos was nearby, attacking the guy who was trying to jump away, thinking that another one had appeared. He was almost able to hit the guy, bringing the blade closer to his head. A burst of purple mana pushed the man away. He winced, thinking that it was very hot. The ranker landed on the ground away from the purple cluster. The fire rose upward. Mana moved towards the violet-eyed one. She attacked him, and he jumped away, avoiding damage. Blue-haired touched it, not understanding anything, and thinking that the fire had suddenly become even more fierce and he was getting hotter. He squeezed the palm in which there was fire and was surprised. Hypnos jumped away from the purple fire, thinking that it didn't burn, but for some reason it felt hot, and he thought that it was just controlled fire, but he wondered if the fire was reading his emotions and reacting to them. The warden looked at his hand extended forward in shock and thought that the strength changes depending on the strength of the fear experienced, and this is annoying. The man with purple eyes pushed away the fire, preparing to attack. Yuan rushed towards him, swinging his sword and thinking that the ranker was immediately visible, and he did not expect him to blow out the flames like that. They struck one sword against the other, causing sparks to appear between them. The rivals crossed swords. The blue-haired man swung his sword again. He lowered his head, looking furiously at the second one from under his brows. The warden moved and struck at the hero, pushing the two of them back. They hit the man's sword, and he thought that, after all, Hypnos looked at the face of the guy with red eyes, thinking that he was very talented. He used the moon sleep skill, which caused a huge moon to appear above them, and thought that the dark-haired man should die here. Cracks appeared on the moon. It exploded, breaking into pieces, and Yuan calmly stood in place. He lowered his head slightly, asking the man if he was afraid of the manager. The blue-haired one stood at a distance and said that he served only Olympus, to which the second one said that this was funny, and he said that he could say what he wanted, and the green youth would never understand the higher goal. The guy in the red cloak held a sword from which black mist emanated, and, repeating the words about the highest goal in his head, he thought that they could not even imagine what a heavy load was placed on his shoulders. He frowned, remembering many parts of his history and imagining a large mechanical clock, and thought that they had better remember that anyone who goes back in time in this way will be forced to shoulder the weight of the entire tower. So the returnee must withstand everything, the burden and determination of the desperate to fulfill this duty, also that this world, in which tens and hundreds of worlds live and exist, as well as billions and tens of billions of beings, will never again stand on the brink of despair. The cloak fluttered behind the guy, who thought that even he, having made this promise to the people left behind, is not sure that he can proudly stutter about a higher goal, then talking about what he may not understand, but at least he knows one thing for sure. Hypnos looked furiously at MC, and he said that the essence of the highest goal lies in self-sacrifice and not sacrificing someone else. Yuan remembered himself next to that mechanical watch, thinking that like him, he had gone back in time, only to go through all this hell again. He smiled, asking if he didn't agree that it was much cooler this way. The enraged man used a powerful attack, smashing everything around him. The warden stood in the middle of the destroyed stones and began to laugh. The blue-haired man looked at the place where the guy had previously stood and asked if it was cooler, saying that he did not dare talk about such a thing, having no idea about the great intentions of Olympus. He looked ahead, thinking that this act might be an unacceptable crime for the tower. Hypnos closed his eyes, saying to himself that this was all for the sake of Olympus. Yuan was behind the man, piercing his back with his blade. Mick pierced him right through, drawing blood, and he turned to him with difficulty and uncertainty. The hero looked at him with lowered eyebrows, and the warden flew forward with a heart-rending scream. He held his wound, turning to the guy, asking him how he did it, thinking that the moon's dream is a skill that makes fear come true, even if his eyes can break through his illusions. The dark-haired man clutched the bloody one in his hand sword, and the blue-haired man thought that he could not help but be frightened by the sight of all these blocks falling on him. He loudly asked what kind of eyes they were, and the guy in the cloak said that they were very good eyes. He smiled at the corners of his lips while the ranker shouted that this was not the end, and since illusions did not work, he could use something else, But Mick interrupted him, denying his words. Yuan looked at him seriously, thinking that it may only be half completed, but this skill is the best counter to hallucinations, and that is why in this fight he was so self-confident, then saying that this is the end. Hypnos grabbed his chest with his hand and clenched his teeth as the electric shocks of the penalty began to hit him. Yuan clutched his blue glowing blade in his hands as the warden indignantly asked what kind of eyes these were. He replied that they were very good eyes. The man shouted that this was not the end, and since he could not use illusions, he could use more. The brunette's lips stretched into a grin, and he replied that this was not so. The guy flashed his red eyes, saying that this is the end. As Hypnos raised his sword above his head, a large black silhouette with glowing eyes appeared above him. A moment later, his purple sword began to show cracks. The warden looked up in surprise, seeing a bright flash and how his sword crumbled into pieces. He immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head before the manager. The man immediately demanded an explanation. Rancor gritted his teeth in anger and glanced back, muttering that the thing is that. Standing to the side, Yuan crossed his arms over his chest as he listened to Hypno's apology to the leader, saying he was sorry. The manager asked if Olympus ordered him to do this. The blue-haired man lowered his head and began to beat his chest with his fist when the man began to ask Ares or Hera. The warden exclaimed that he himself, and it was his initiative. The manager grimaced, looking down at him with a gloomy, dissatisfied look. He asked if he was trying to take all the blame on himself. Hypnos replied that this is not entirely true. He raised his pitiful eyes when the man said that even if this was so, Olympus still could not avoid responsibility. The manager loomed over him with a large dark silhouette, saying that he was relieving him of the powers of the overseer, and moreover, he was taking back all the rights given to Olympus to the 11th floor. The blue-haired man began to exclaim that this is already. The man looked at him with eyes burning with anger, loudly asking how he dares to raise his voice at him. A moment later, Hypnos was thrown aside. He fell sharply to the ground, hitting his head. The Rancor rested his hands on the stone when the manager began to say that the attempt on the subjects was an unforgivable crime for the warden, and as punishment he spent 1,000 years between life and death. The blue-haired man tried to get up, loudly calling for the manager. A moment later, his head was pressed to the ground and stones flew to the side. Yuan stood next to him, listening to the curses addressed to him. Through the stones surrounding him, Hypnos saw a brunette wave at him with a calm face. A moment later the man went underground. The manager noted the re-meeting with Yuan. Later opposite the guy with a long red cloak, he called him by name. The brunette closed his eyes and nodded weakly when the man said that, as he had heard, he was indeed a difficult guy, but he did not understand what he was counting on when entering into battle with the Rancor. Yuan replied that he had to go through a lot of tedious things due to the lack of proper control over what was happening. He raised his eyes and glanced at the manager, thinking that they could all be called the rulers of the tower, since they have powers at the level of high-ranking officials. But as long as the laws of the tower are not violated, there is no point in being afraid of them. He asked if a lot of strange things happened during this test, starting with the very distribution into teams. The man frowned and crossed his arms when the brunette said that he understood that the warden was the representative of the stewards at the trial. He asked if he really wanted to say that it was his fault. The guy noted that someone must be responsible. The manager furrowed his eyebrows and grinned with a grin, noting his audacity. He added that he couldn't be said to be wrong, and he promised to give Yuan a handsome reward upon completion of the trial. They stood opposite each other in the open area, and the brunette asked if he was going to renegotiate his promise later. The man replied that he was a manager and the guy should not compare him with anyone he had met so far. Looking at Yuan, he noticed a dark silhouette in the bushes, after which he noted that they had many witnesses here, so they should stop chatting. Hoon watched what was happening from the side, and the manager, hiding in a bright red flash, said that a huge storm of change was approaching the tower. The guy and his team went out onto the Yuan field. He thought they had come here lightly since he had spotted their king here, but they ended up witnessing something incredible. He, along with his comrades, began to ask whether all this was really a setup and that Olympus organized it. Someone noted that even if this was the willful act of the overseer, it is still a scandal. Hoon furrowed his eyebrows and cast his blue eyes to the side, listening to questions and reasoning that something so large-scale cannot be the initiative of one person, and in the top is 100% involved in this. Someone asked whether in this case it should be kept quiet. The guy stood with his back to his comrades when they said that if the public found out about this, the tower would plunge into chaos. He asked them if they were going to blow things up into a conflict between Olympus and Murum. Yuan stood aside, silently observing the events taking place. One of the participants exclaimed that this was not so, and then asked how this guy could even withstand a Rancor who was also strong enough to be appointed a warden. The brunette thought that he could hear them perfectly. Hoon pursed his lips, frowning at Yuan. He mentally noted that this was not the first time that a ranker had lost to a player, and Sun Ogong had also been able to defeat a ranker when he was still a player. He thought that considering that his opponent was the Olympian, Yuan, standing in front of the guy with the red cloak behind him, he thought that he would definitely bring with him an even bigger storm than Ogong had once done. He asked him what he planned to do now, noting that this incident would raise the ears of the entire Olympus, and every member of this giant guild would be hostile towards him. Hoon perked up in surprise when asked how he planned to deal with all the enemies on his own, the brunette replied that he would fight until he defeated the rulers of Olympus, Zeus. The player looked away when asked what his problem was with the Olympians. He replied that he only helped the blacksmith, who did not want to forge a tool for them, and since then they have been hunting for his head. Hoon's eyes widened in surprise as he came to the conclusion in his head that the blacksmith associated with Olympus was most likely Hephaestus. Frowning his thin eyebrows, he closed his eyes, mentally noting that he had heard from his clanmates about recent incidents in his head, but could not think that the hero of these events had been right in front of him all this time. He replied that it was clear to him. The guy turned around and walked back, finally asking the brunette to be careful, because no matter how unique he was, his opponents were Olympians. His friend asked him where they would go next. A new message from Namgung Jinwoon appeared on the guy's silver sphere. He started saying that there will be a Great Murum War soon, so Hoon furrowed his eyebrows and told everyone that they were returning to the Namgung clan. Tears streamed down Halaman's cheeks as he clenched his hands into fists with a smile on his face, exclaiming that he really thought he was going to die today. Yuan stood in front of the guy who was inside the drawn circle. He noted that he did not die. The player muttered that it was so, but the brunette looked at him with his dark eyes, saying that still, covered in yellow energy, Halaman threw a scared look at him and asked if he had done something wrong again. Yuan lowered his head and with a slight smile on his face continued that he still did not give up and persevered, noting that he tried hard. He handed him a red flag, on which was marked the number 618. The player was surprised by such a number. The guy with green hair pursed his lips, looking at the flag in confusion. He thought that if he accepted so many flags, he would get a lot of flag points and a good reward, but that's not what makes him happy right now. Halaman's lips began to tremble as he thought that what made him more happy was that the person who made the most contribution under such extreme circumstances praised him. As he accepted the flag from Yuan's hands, he thought that he was very happy that he was able to be on team and fulfill your role as king. When he accepted the flag, the number on it changed to 1236, after which system notifications began to appear. Crimson signs began to appear around the floor, indicating that the test was completed. The guy with green hair looked up in admiration as he read the information that Team A collected 1236 flags and Team B collected 2, resulting in them winning. The new notification stated that for unknown reasons the player was receiving additional contribution points. Yuan looked at the sign with surprised eyes, reading that he also received 10,000 contribution points, and he had access to the contribution point store. The bright sun began to rise over the high mountains. The system notified that the rating of the 11th floor has been updated, and he has access to the 12th floor, and now he can move to it. The guy looked at the golden tab of the rating, where he was in first place, and after him were Zeus, Hercules, and Odin, the number of points of which was almost 2.5 times lower. He sat on a small bed in a hotel on the 12th floor, studying the ratings. The brunette muttered that he had a little more than 20,000 points. He thought that he would be satisfied with 10,000, but it turned out even twice as much. Yuan remembered incoming notifications that he was receiving additional contribution points for unknown reasons, and assumed that this was most likely from the manager. He mentally noted that the amount was simply insane. The guy scrolled through the rating and saw that Halaman was ranked 36th and had 6230 points. He thought that this was a high bar even for most strong rankers, and since he had risked his life to fulfill his role, he received the reward he deserved. The brunette brother also noted that Hargon took 6th place with 7860 points and noted that this is not bad. Yuan's mind began to show flashbacks along with the blonde, and he mentally noted that he initially showed great promise, but as he climbed up the tower, he became more and more powerful. He began to remember the guy's angry and offended face, wondering if he was really so spurred on by what happened in the tutorial and on the first floor. The ranking table slammed shut, and the brunette thought that he was probably not the same as he had first met him, and that he would like to take a look. Leaning his palms on the bed, Yuan grinned, imagining Hargon behind him. He said he was very interested. The Namgung clan greeted their guests with a large wooden pagoda. It was the largest association after the Heavenly Demon Cult, and the center of martial arts leading the Murum Guild. Silhouettes of several men appeared, including Hoon. This is a noble family, from which many rankers came, including the highest ones. A man was sitting at a work table on which many scrolls were scattered. He was the one who led the once dying Namgung clan to glory and prosperity. An adult man with tied hair and a small beard, wearing an emerald cape on his shoulders, was named Namgung Jinwoon. In front of him, on his knees and with his head bowed, sat a guy, telling him that the test on the 11th floor had turned into an unimaginable tale that even the manager had to intervene. Hoon raised his head and looked with blue eyes, saying that he thought it was a very good idea to announce such a thing through the players' recruitment, so he came ahead of the deadline. The head of the clan, without taking his eyes off his desk, said that the Olympians preparing for Gigantomachia found Hephaestus, but due to Yuan's interference they were unable to recruit him. Water slowly dripped from the bamboo into the ceramic container while the man said it was a headache. Jinwoon and Hoon began to rise simultaneously. The head remembered that the guy told him that their team had a sponsor from Asgard. The player answered in the affirmative and said that his name was Gibbons. Jinwoon said that in this case, it is only a matter of time before Asgard finds out about everything. The man stepped aside and clasped his hands behind his back, thinking out loud that apparently Yuan is a rising star who will find himself at the epicenter of an involuntary storm. Looking around the part of the room where there was a shelf with various books, he said that he thought the Great Murum War would make a lot of noise this time. A bright purple flash lit up. It came from the Yuan-bladed spear he held above his head. At some distance there were many round targets. The guy pushed off the ground with his foot. As he began to quickly move forward, his eyes glowed red. The brunette swung his weapon and ignited it at the target. Several targets shattered into many pieces. The rest of the players looked at what was happening with shocked eyes, noting that even from afar he hit the target and even noticeably accelerated. A moment later, several targets were smashed again. The guys with discouraged faces said that this was just crazy and asked how many targets he was going to hit. Someone noted that it looks like he will definitely set a new record. Yuan fluttered in the sky surrounded by many fragments. The system notification stated that he had destroyed 1,000 targets. The guy exhaled while the remains of mana hovered around him. He thought it was perfect for practice, and he was more than confident in his spear throwing technique, but he had never had the chance to create and control spears from sacred flames. The information on the sign said that the test of the 19th floor had been passed, and he could move to the next floor. Yuan's level has been raised and his strength, stamina, and intuition stats have been increased by 1 point. The guy stood on the ground, looking at the large system window next to him, after which he received a notification that 5,000 points had been credited. He thought that there were almost 5 minutes left, and since the targets stopped appearing, it seemed that there were none left at all. The brunette frowned and pursed his lips, thinking that the minimum for completing the task was the destruction of 100 targets, but he destroyed 10 times more, and in relation to this the reward was very modest. Sitting some time ago in a hotel on the 12th floor, he spent 22,000 contribution points. He mentally noted that on the 11th floor he received more points than he expected, thanks to which he was able to buy the desired item. But since the speed of his growth and his achievements so far exceeded all expectations, he quickly reached the ceiling. Yuan went to the side, separating himself from the rest of the players. He thought that in order to receive normal rewards, he needed to reach the 20th floor and above, and although every 10 floors there are difficult challenges, the rewards for them are worthy. He mentally noted that what he needed to do on the 20th floor test was all difficult, so it was better to slow down the climb for a while. Looking at his mana stat, which was 99 units, the brunette thought that now was the perfect time to raise his mana to 3 digits. Yuan mentally noted that now the most effective way to increase the mana level is to get an elixir worth 1,000,000 points. An image of a silver pearl appeared in the guy's head, and he thought that it was an elixir that was created in Murum only once every 3 years, and was called the Great Pill. The brunette imagined a large stone square, thinking that he could get it in the Great War of Murum. He left the rest of the players as he walked through the large archway, mentally noting that it was only a few days away. Yuan glanced to the side, saying that it was time to move out. The day before the start of the Great War Murum, 10th floor. The bright sun illuminated the big city with its rays. A guy with long white hair stood on the street, and next to him a girl smiled joyfully, saying that this time a lot of people came again. The guy noted that it's not for nothing that this is the main event in Murum. Everyone is already in a festive mood. There were pies on the table, and next to them on plates were chicken legs sprinkled with green onions. A local resident suggested that Hoon would probably win this time, and that he had heard that he was called a genius even in the Namgun clan, and they, by the way, were organizing the war. His comrade replied that he was still from the Murum Guild, and they were not even the largest guild. Many people walked along the streets of the city, while someone assumed that in this case, Hargon would probably win. They told him that they said that he had long since risen to the 25th floor and was waiting there for the competition. While a man was running down the street at high speed, someone said that this was just madness, and in 10 years he would probably become a ranker. The blonde guy slammed his hands hard on the table, scaring the man sitting behind him. He exclaimed that he had great news that this Great Murum War would involve Yuan. The guy climbed up on the bench with one foot, sitting down next to the two men. One of them noted that it seemed to him that he was just climbing the floors, after which he asked if he was really interested in this. The fair-haired guy replied that he, too, was wondering why a player who had already refused both to join the largest guilds and to accept funding would take part in a competition in which everyone goes for the sake of this. Sitting at a table near a small commercial building, they assumed that this was for the prize, and the guy is completely confident in his victory. The man said that it was not for nothing that recently, if you heard about some event, then his name was always mentioned there. To the side stood a white pagoda several stories high. The man suggested that since Yuan was going to participate, he was sure that the guild would pay special attention to the war, after which he offered to bet points on how many guilds would try to recruit him. He was asked to shut up and leave. The girl with pink hair was dating and her eyes widened when she was rejected and asked to leave. There was shock in the eyes of the guy with dark skin and dark hair when he was also asked to leave. Then the refusal sounded to the guy with long blonde hair. Opposite the brunette in a black kimono stood a tall man with blue skin, who was the head of the Earthly Branches Guild, a ranker and a dragon named Branel. Yuan also asked him to leave. He crossed his arms over his chest with a dissatisfied face when the dragon spread his arms, asking if he should first be let in to talk inside, because such conversations do not take place on the threshold. The brunette thought he was annoying. The ranker perked up when a man appeared behind him, saying that he had heard that the Earthly Branch clan had been having a hard time lately, but for the head of the guild to come in person. Branel recognized the man. A blonde man in a white suit appeared in front of them, with a large golden cross on his chest. The dragon named the man Surreal. The blonde noted that he had finally met Yuan, and then said that he was from the Zion Guild, asking if he would be kicked out too. Standing at the large door opposite several people, Yuan noted with displeasure that a high-ranking archangel had also come here. He wondered if this guy was really that talented, and then said that he would be the 13th today. Walking closer to the brunette, Surreal pulled out a card, telling him to contact him if he ever changed his mind, as there would always be a place for him in their guild. In his head, he noted the player's audacity. Yuan replied that he would not contact them even if he gave it to him. The blonde was surprised when someone grabbed the card with their hands and exclaimed that this was a Yuan-style answer. Hargon snatched the card from the archangel's hands and looked at the brunette with a smile, asking what about him. He asked if he should drive him away too. The guy winked and smiled charmingly, burning the business card, saying that he and his friend had not seen each other for a long time. Yuan told him to leave too. Hearing this, the blonde perked up and indignantly asked if he was serious about saying this. Yuan replied that he was serious. The dragon and Surreal mentally noted that even Hargon from Olympus, with whom he seemed to have gone through a tutorial, had come here. The two guild heads stood to the side with grim expressions as the blonde grimaced in displeasure when the brunette said he was joking and asked to pass. He exclaimed that the guy doesn't know how to joke at all. The front door slammed loudly in front of Branel and Surreal. The archangel lowered his head, squeezing the hall with anger, and the fair-haired guy behind him exclaimed that this was too much, and he couldn't believe that Yuan didn't even let them into the doorway, undermining the honor of their guild. The dragon asked not to take it to heart, because not only were they rejected, he suggested going back. There was a small container of water on the table. Hargon loudly assessed the size of the building. He was walking not far from Yuan in a large room with wooden carved walls, asking if he had already collected so many points and become a rich man. The brunette replied that the points were still being downloaded, and since he had stopped climbing the tower anyway and went down below, he should rest in comfort. The blonde turned towards the door in shock when he heard a knock followed by a scream asking Yuan to talk. Yuan asked him not to pay attention, because if it was something urgent, they would break down the door. Hargon pushed back his chair and began to sit down, saying that although he had rented a good room, it was unrealistic to relax in such conditions. He asked how many of them come to him. The brunette replied, "Today is very difficult, and perhaps this is because of the Great Murum War." He sat down on the chair opposite the blonde, and he lowered his head, saying that the guy was quite famous, and it was quite easy to figure out where he lived if you looked around. Yuan said that if he had just asked, he would have told him. He closed his eyes and nodded weakly when Hargon exclaimed that there was no fun in this, as he wanted to surprise him with a sudden visit, but judging by his face, he was not particularly surprised. The two of them sat at a wooden table, and the brunette asked what about his team. The blonde replied that they were at an inn, and he came to the meeting alone. When the guy asked him if no one had misspoken, the player replied that no one at all, and all his guys were talented in their own way, and all of them would definitely become rankers. The brunette looked up and pursed his lips when Hargon changed the subject, saying that he heard that Yuan got into a big fight. He asked if he had prevented Hephaestus from being taken away. Sitting opposite the blonde guy, he put his hands on the table when he asked that even though it didn't concern him, did he know who his father was. He said that a lot of information reached his ears, and when he heard it, he seriously thought that the player was crazy. He asked what problems he had with Olympus. Hargon furrowed his light eyebrows and looked with a confident look as Yuan noted that the guy who came regardless was telling him this. The blonde replied that he was not one of those people whose opinions depend on others, and besides, the incident affected Hira the most. He placed his hand next to the small cup, noting that Ares did too, but he didn't really get along with the two of them, but that was his. The brunette asked what about Zeus, and did he know about it? The guy replied that it was the first time he had heard someone call his father by name so frivolously. He furrowed his eyebrows again and began to talk about how his father was focused on getting through the last floor of the tower. The back of a man dressed in large armor appeared in his head, and he noted that he had not been on Olympus for a long time, so he did not know what they had there. Yuan opposite him clenched his hand into a fist and remained silent, thinking about the last floor of the tower. He thought that now the 100th floor is called the last because no one has yet been able to pass it, and that is why the players who reach it are called rankers. He thought that he was very interested in how their faces would change when they found out about the existence of ceiling. The guy ran his foot along the carpet, rising from his chair. He was told that, be that as it may, Olympus is all ears because he saved the criminal, so from now on he needs to be more careful, and he himself will try to talk to his father while the opportunity arises. Yuan noted that he sees that he, too, is calling his uncle a criminal. Hargon began to get up when Brunette stepped aside and said that he needed to go somewhere, after which he asked if he would go with him. The blonde asked where he was going. He froze and his eyes widened in surprise when the player replied that he was going to the center he mentioned. At that moment, Hephaestus was holding a blue stone with pincers in his workshop. The light from the bright flame illuminated the forge as Hephaestus rhythmically struck the anvil. Reaching out his hand, he took the iron hammer. The man struck the hot metal again. Pausing for a moment, he exhaled loudly as sweat ran down his entire body. He looked at the metal sheet on fire, with claws on one side. He wondered if he should overdo it, since 3 days had already passed. The blacksmith thought that his hands were itching if he did nothing. He moved away from the hot flames and began to wipe his face with a towel, thinking that half of the pile of things that came to his mind were blades, but he could not simply give up his resolve. The man looked at the pile of armor and shields lying on the side, mentally noting that the weapon he had given to this idiot last time. He corrected himself, noting that he had given it to his benefactor. Hephaestus glanced at the open door, thinking that judging by the rumors that reached the first floor, it seemed that he had once again made a brilliant climb up the tower and said that he would soon finish. The man perked up, and his eyes widened when the voice asked from the side if he was here. Yuan appeared in the forge, and the old man indignantly asked if they taught him how to knock first. Hargon also entered the room after the guy. As he began to descend the stairs, Hephaestus looked towards the brunette and asked who the guy was. The blonde stood in front of the blacksmith and told him his name. He replied that he was just a copy of his father. The blonde furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth tightly, asking if they would call him little brother. The man noted that their family discord is too serious to call each other so affectionately. The guy spread his arms to the sides when emerald energy began to shine around Hephaestus after he asked if he, too, came for his soul. He exclaimed that this was not true at all. The blacksmith furrowed his gray eyebrows in irritation when Hargon noted that he didn't even have enough strength for this, and he just came to see you. The old man asked why he needed this. His eyes widened in surprise when the guy suddenly said that he had no trust in Olympus. He wondered if the blood and flesh of Zeus did not trust Olympus. The blond man with a gloomy face lowered his head and clenched his fist, saying that he had been taught since birth that his respected older brother was a criminal. He added that he also learned that his friend had saved him. Hephaestus rubbed his gray beard with his hands as the guy said that he had opened his eyes to a lot, so he wanted a meeting in order to form his personal opinion. The man mentally noted that when he looked at him, he saw that his eyes and gaze were the same as his father's. Looking at the light-eyed blonde, he imagined an image of a tall, blonde-haired man in his head, wondering if it was because he mostly took after his father. All three stood in the forge, and Hephaestus decided to ask what the verdict was. Hargon, looking at his friend, replied that he could not say anything yet, since he only saw the face. He raised his head and looked with confident eyes, saying that he had heard that he had stopped forging for them, but this was not always the case. The guy noted that on Olympus there are still a lot of objects bound by him. Standing opposite the man inside the forge, the blonde asked what prompted him to stop. Yuan looked at the blacksmith, who hesitated for a moment. The brunette closed his eyes and lowered his head as Hephaestus began to speak. The guy turned around and walked towards the exit from the room when the old man began talking about the beginning of Gigantomachy. An image of a large, tall man in armor appeared, his hair tied into a ponytail. Giants are one of the few races that occupied a dominant position in the tower due to their natural strength and greatness. Two large groups of people gathered in the open area, and their representatives came out to the center. Although there were people who were afraid of them, pointing a finger at their power as some kind of deviation, the Olympians, who owe their existence precisely to the giants, followed them. Among one of the parties stood Hephaestus, dressed in armor. The giants perceived the Olympians as comrades or even friends. The man furrowed his gray eyebrows as he recounted how he considered the giants his friends in return, until one day, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. An unknown person stuck a sword into his back, while another one was already peeking out. The blacksmith said that he received a blow to the very heart with his own weapon. Gigantomachy is a war that was started by the Olympians with Zeus at their head when the giants began to be rejected. The reasons for this horrific war were simple and brutally political. The two races carried out a massacre on a large field, killing each other with their weapons. The opinion of the giants from the outside was not good, and the greedy human nature longed to appropriate for itself all the power that previously had to be shared. An image of Odin on the battlefield appeared. The giants of Asgard, the giants of Olympus, and members of both guilds went to war against each other, and thus the war grew. Many dragons flew around the tower, and at its foot lay the corpses of dead warriors. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air like thunder, and the ground around the tower was flooded with rivers of blood. Hephaestus squeezed his comrade's hand, telling him that his giant friends had been sacrificed. He cried loudly, holding his dead comrade in his arms, and said that all this was for the sake of raising the status of Olympus. Also that the Olympians can wash themselves away from collaborating with the giants. While the hot fire was blazing in the oven, the man finished the story by saying that since then he had stopped working for Olympus. Yuan stood silently aside, listening to the blacksmith's words that this was what prompted him to stop forging weapons. The brunette glanced to the side, thinking that before returning in time he had told him this story with marks on his eyes, and now he was most likely overwhelmed by the same feelings. The blacksmith furrowed his gray eyebrows, and the guy realized that he was simply restraining himself, clenching his hands into fists to save face. Hargon perked up with a grim face as the man told him that, however, decades ago they had told him to start making weapons again, and he assumed they needed them for the remaining giants. The guy indignantly asked if they were going to repeat Gigantomachy. Hephaestus replied that he thought it was still in the preparation stage, but there was a possibility. The blonde looked at him with shocked eyes as the man told him that this was the end of the story and he had to decide whether to believe it or not. The blacksmith said that he could think that he was wrong and mistaken. When he turned his back to him, she said that she still continued to confront Olympus. Yuan began to walk down the stairs when the old man waved his hand and noted that he definitely didn't come just to introduce them, and then suggested they go to the warehouse. Walking past Hargon, the brunette cast a sidelong glance at him. Walking away after the blacksmith and leaving the guy alone, he mentally noted that now it would be better for him to be alone with himself. The blonde's palm was relaxed. After a moment, he sharply clenched her fist. Yuan and Hephaestus walked along a corridor with stone walls. When the two of them went down the stairs, the blacksmith said that Hargon seemed like a nice guy, and he understood why he had brought him. The brunette closed his eyes and exhaled noisily when he was asked if he planned to take him as an ally. He replied that his praise could be trusted, and then invited him to join. The man turned around and gave him an irritated look, loudly asking him not to attract him. Yuan asked if his assumption was correct that he still doesn't trust him. Looking at the guy over his shoulder, Hephaestus replied that he was now in an unstable period and it was impossible to predict which side he would choose in the end, so first he wanted to take a closer look at him. The blacksmith approached the large door, which was closed with several shining chains, and said that it was better to try not to blab about it anywhere. The large lock came off and the sealing chain was removed. When the man opened the door, a black and blue aura emanated from it, after which he said that the Yuan order was there, although the nature of the item was a little complex. Behind Hephaestus, several thin chains were visible, restraining the magical power of the item. He said that given the way the guy named the sword, he decided that it was better not to trust him this time, so he named it himself. The man looked at the black glove chained to several chains and said that it was Kaini. The brunette approached the created item, thinking that the helmet created by his uncle in the past was also called Kaini, so he thought that an item of a different shape would receive this name. When Yuan grabbed one of the chains with his hand, the blacksmith said that he spent all the adamantium he brought him, and he also placed the true stone of the dark god on the outside of the glove, but it could not be seen. The guy asked if he could wear it. He grabbed the glove and began to put it on when the man responded positively, noting that it was so thin that he couldn't believe it was made of adamantium. Hephaestus frowned his gray eyebrows, mentally noting that he fought with the ranker back on the first floor, so there is no doubt about his strength. But the problem with Kaini is precisely that she will accept the owner not by strength, but by whether he is worthy. When a faint light began to appear around the glove he was wearing, the blacksmith wondered if he could handle it. Yuan began to turn towards the old man, saying that he was really able to remove. Suddenly, the brunette saw that he was completely alone in an empty dark space. A yellow-green flash began to appear above his head. A moment later, a large yellow-red eye with a vertical pupil opened. The huge eye looked straight at the brunette. A gloomy voice asked him who he was. The main character, standing near the brightly lit creature, raised his head. He believes that he himself should ask this monster about this. Baring his teeth, the guy frowned deeply when he realized that this was Kaine's test. He introduced himself to the monster by his name. A blush appeared on the brunette's face when the creature called him another time. The gentleman thought about what other time are you talking about. Yuan in a red cloak approached the blessed eye and suggested that it could speak of his time travel. He asked him who he was and what he wanted from him. The monster's dark pupil narrowed. He, introducing himself as I, said that his mouth is not his words. The main character looked intently at the creature from which a dark aura emanated. He asked him if he could not speak because he was an eye and not a mouth. A bead of sweat started dripping down the guy's face as he decided that this sounded really annoying. Imagining an ancient building with pillars, he remembered that he didn't know much about Olympus's 3 divine items, including Kaine's created from a fragment of the dark god. Bright red spots could be seen in the fog. The brunette knows that Kaine's disappeared right in the invasion of the outer gods, because even what Kronos told him about him are pitiful scraps of information. The gentleman imagined how the iron armor was flying near the eye, and remembered that in the past it was Hades' helmet. He realized that now it, being a being sealed in the shard of the dark god, had become a gauntlet. Yuan clenched his hands tightly into fists as he decided that he really wanted to take advantage of this chance to learn more about Kaine's in order to better understand its power in the future. He, realizing that he would not be able to have a normal conversation with the creature, hoped that he would be able to find the best use for it. At this moment, the monster began to talk about some kind of egg. The pupils of the main character, from whom dark energy emanated, shrank when I asked him where the egg came from. A system notification appears that the item is starting to wake up. A window appeared with information about the egg, the hatching process of which was 13.58%. A spherical egg with blue spots sparkled with a bright pink flame. A notification appeared that the egg began to scream. The guy standing near the system window was trying to stay on his feet. He raised his head menacingly and noticed that dark energy had simply colossal density. Yuan realizes that if he just touches her, his body could explode. Pink spots appeared on the brunette's body. Although he avoided it, he decided that it was too late. While fighting the monster, the gentleman was enveloped in dark pink energy. He realized that he would have to block the attack with his sacred flames. The main character looked back worriedly. He guessed it wasn't an attack at all. A glowing egg emerged from the system window when a notification appeared that its hatching rate had increased. A dark aura began to emanate from the item when the hatching percentage was 14.12%. A notification appears that the hatching rate is 15.23%. A message appears that the completion rate is 17.97%. The guy looked back at the system window with displeasure when the hatching percentage reached 41.29%. A notification appeared that the egg began to hum. A bead of sweat started dripping down Yuan's face as he realized that the hatching rate had jumped by almost 30%. He believes that it is much larger than when it devoured Orochi's body. Some sounds came from the brightly lit system window when the brunette asked him if it woke up because it was hungry. At this point, he realized that it must be the egg of an outer god, which is why he believes that I may well know where they came from. The gentleman turned to the consecrated creature as he realized that it had greatly upgraded the hatching of the object. He called out to the monster. The main character raised his head up and asked him if he knew what kind of egg it was. The monster's red eye socket began to turn black as the guy begged for it to tell him anything. The pupil narrowed sharply, trying to say something. The main character looked intently at the green eye, from which a black aura emanated. He raised his head worriedly and asked the monster to wait. The brunette frowned deeply. A bright blue light appeared in the dungeon. Someone called out to my uncle. An iron object, from which strong energy emanated, flew towards the guy. An elderly man holding an object in his hands. A bead of sweat ran down his worried face. Shocked, Yuan began to tremble all over, then the object approached his head. The man asked him if he was okay and told him that his friend was enveloped in dark energy. Standing opposite him, the guy tilted his head down as the blacksmith was glad that he was okay. The brunette realized that he had almost died. Hephaestus, baring his teeth, raised his head and asked the guy how the glove fit. The gentleman replied that everything was fine, because the material turned out to be so good that he didn't feel it at all. The dark-haired guy closed his eyes, lowered his head and realized that he was focused on meeting the creature and not on the sensations of the material. He remembered that he only heard I tell him that it was watching him. At this moment, the main character began to doubt because he did not know whether the creature said something else. Yuan was wearing a black glove. He realized that the fragment of the dark god, or Kaine's, held an unexpected secret. The gentleman remembered that, including the fragment of the stone of the dark god, he remembered only 3 items. Strong energy emanated from the fragments of stones. The main character understands that in order to find out more, he needs to get 2 more fragments. The brunette clenched his hand tightly into a fist when he realized that he could get something from the remaining 2. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. He realized that next he had to find part of the trident. A concerned blonde man entered the forge and asked them what had happened. He told them that the workshop was shaking. Hearing this, the man admitted that he knew nothing about it. Hargon stared at the iron tool as the blacksmith told him about lightly tapping the hammer. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brunette headed somewhere when he was called by name. The blonde approached his interlocutor and suggested that the glove was some kind of new item. He asked the gentleman if he was okay and what the blacksmith was talking about just now. Hearing this, Yuan replied that he didn't know anything. Hargon, looking at his interlocutor, frowned deeply when he asked him if they had fought with the man. The fair-haired guy's pupils narrowed when the main character suggested that, in this case, if he fell under the blow of the blacksmith's hammer, he would die. The blonde confirmed the protagonist's guess. Standing behind, Hephaestus took care of business while the guys talked to each other. The gentleman, having calmed the guy down, admitted that he himself really did not understand what had happened. The brunette turned his head to the side when he asked his interlocutor if he had already collected his thoughts. Hargon said he is still a little confused as he thinks he should meet his sister and brother first. A drop of sweat began to flow from the protagonist's face when he asked him which specific relatives he planned to meet. He asked the blonde if he had any idea how many brothers and sisters he had. Hearing this, Hargon said that he wanted to meet Apollo and Artemis. The bodies of the gods, dressed in iron chain mail, were shrouded in a strong aura. The protagonist knows that Apollo and Artemis are Zeus's illegitimate children, as is Hargon, both of whom are among the top 10 strongest high rankers of Olympus. The guy knows that they both took a direct part in the Gigantomachy. The blonde began to scratch his head in concern when Yuan realized that he wanted to meet with those who personally witnessed the Gigantomachy. Hargon raised his head when the brunette suggested that the guy decided to carefully look into this issue himself. The blonde said that he wanted to focus on the Great Murum War. The warrior moved his hand to the side and admitted that, first of all, to increase his influence, he wanted to make sure that as many Olympians as possible knew about him. Hearing this, the main character was surprised that he cared about such things. Hargon, baring his teeth, bowed his head and said that he is not Ares. He talked about how, wanting to acquire his own power, he had no choice but to constantly prove his worth. The guy imagined iron guns hovering over a bloody field. He said that the competition will feature many more skilled participants than in previous times, which is why there will be many rankers in the stands. After which he said that he could not pass by such a huge scene called the Great War of Murum. The blonde hit his fists with all his might and asked Yuan if he realized that more than half of the rankers would come to see him. At this moment, the brunette noticed that the guy looked inspired. Baring his teeth, Hargon approached the main character and said that this time a particularly important player would participate in the war. Hearing this, the gentleman in the red cloak asked him who he was talking about. Presenting a man with long hair, whose body was covered with an aura, the warrior announced that there would be a deputy head of the celestial demon cult. A devilish smile appeared on the blonde's face as he clarified with his interlocutor. Does this awaken the spirit of competition in him? A drop of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's worried face. He wondered if Hargon was talking about him. The main character imagined a cloud of energy hovering over the city. He knows that the title of deputy head of the heavenly demon cult gives him the right to command any players who are part of the cult. After which he remembered that the problem was that the celestial demon cult was practically inactive in Murum, because they only settled on the celestial mountain due to the stubborn desire of the celestial demon. At this point, he assumed that the demon's long-standing wish had been fulfilled since the cult decided to go out into the world. The guy presented the image of an angry bearded man. He didn't expect that the old man of the heavenly demon would choose the Great Murum War with his first step. Yuan believes that if the cult really gets off the ground, they will be able to greatly help in the war against the outer gods later. Meanwhile, in the forge, flames were coming out of the cauldron. The blonde believes that they wouldn't take someone ordinary for the role of the deputy head of the heavenly demon. After which he, assuming that it was rankers, realized that he would not have met the requirements of the participant. Hearing this, the brunette admitted that it was him. A bead of sweat started dripping from Hargon's face as he questioned the protagonist. He replied that he was the deputy head of the heavenly demon. Standing opposite a guy in a red cloak, the blonde man spread his arms to the sides. The elderly man looked back at the guys with displeasure. The blonde suggested that the main character, who is the deputy head, has the title of heir to a small noble clan. After which he asked him if this was a reward for testing the cult of the heavenly demon. Yuan bowed his head and remembered that the final reward was the sacred flame, but at the same time he was given the post of deputy head. Hargon asked him if he should have tried this test. The blonde put his hands on his belt and asked the main character whether his value would skyrocket if the public found out about it. The brunette replied that, in any case, he had no plans to join anywhere. Hearing this, Hargon said that this is just his opinion because the guilds think completely differently. A devilish smile appeared on Hargon's face as he promised Yuan that tomorrow would be fun. Green flags with hieroglyphs on them floated in the sky as the opening ceremony of the Great Murum War began the next day. The system announced that, thanks to the war, they would be able to find the best warrior among tens of thousands of players. Spectators sitting in the stands joyfully watched what was happening. The presenter said that even among the spectators there are plenty of outstanding players, despite the fact that now all attention is focused on the best rising stars in history, after which he asked them who would win this time. The green-haired girl in armor confidently turned her head. The system asked, who can get an item worth millions of points? In the huge battle arena there were houses with blue roofs. The start of the qualifying stage was announced. A system window appeared stating that 10 players must enter the arena at the same time. Seeing that the warriors began to enter the battlefield, someone loudly said that the players were ascending to the stage. The man noticed that among them was Xiaomun, who had just recently ascended to the 10th floor. The warrior in the blue cloak clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Someone noticed Yang, who was a member of the Blue Blade clan. The man had a wide smile on his face. He is glad that many people know about him, albeit from the bad side. Yang quickly headed to the arena when he remembered that he was able to climb to the 18th floor. He knows that only players up to the 25th floor can participate. The main character turned his head to the brunette with a ponytail. The man understands that he must somehow occupy a high position in the ranking in order to raise the reputation of his clan and attract the attention of the head of the guild. Someone remembered the brunette in a red cloak and realized that they had already met him once. Yang, surprised, almost fell and also called the main character names. The audience noticed that Yuan had entered the arena. The green-haired warrior angrily raised his head and realized that he was in the worst qualifying group possible because the main character was in it. A notification appeared indicating that there were 10 seconds left before the start of the qualifying round. The brunette looked back at his opponent as he decided to get rid of him. Yang called out to the player in the red cloak. At this moment the system counted to 4. The man in the blue cape grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly and asked the guy if he remembered him. He admitted that he had not forgotten the humiliation that he then caused him. The arena began to transform when the qualifying round for the Great Murum War was announced. The warrior believes that fate always sooner or later brings sworn enemies together on the first wooden bridge. The green-haired player bared his teeth in anger. Yuan, approaching the enemy, attacked him. Saliva began to drip from the tired Yang's mouth as he realized he had been hit in the jaw. The main character raised his head up and asked the man who he was. Hearing this, the warrior realized that he did not even remember him. The participants in the battle stood aside while the guys continued to fight. Behind the warriors, who were trembling in fear, stood Xiaomun, who, seeing the black hair and robes of the fire spell, assumed that Yuan was in the arena. The participants in the battle ran to the side when the guy admitted that he didn't care whether they attacked him altogether or one at a time. He asked them not to delay, because he wanted to finish quickly. Holding a sparkling weapon in his hands, the main character looked menacingly at his opponents. He promised to attack them personally if they did not do so themselves. The frightened players lowered their heads. The men winced in pain as the brunette attacked them. The warriors looked at Xiaomun, who was standing opposite him. They tried to tell him where their enemy was. The ponytailed player bared his teeth with a frown. He realized that he couldn't keep track of the protagonist, who was too fast. Blood splashed from the test participants. The man assumed that Yuan was heading towards him. The player grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly. He put his weapon aside as the guy in the red cloak approached him. Xiaomun looked up and was surprised that his opponent wasn't attacking him properly. The man fell to the ground when the brunette attacked him. He realized that his opponent was treating him like some kind of child. The battlefield was surrounded by bloody bodies. The test participant began spitting blood. Xiaomun sat on the ground with his head down and noticed that he couldn't even move due to his broken ribs. At that moment he realized that out of the remaining 8 people, not a single one was killed. A guy in a red cloak began to approach the man with a ponytail. He realized that Yuan took pity on his rivals. The brunette confidently put his weapon aside when the notification appeared that he was entering the finals. The main character turned his head worriedly and realized that he should wait for the competition. The blonde, whose eyes sparkled with a bright light, fought with his opponents. A yellow aura enveloped the entire battlefield when it was announced that Hargon was making it to the finals. The brunette folded his hand in displeasure. He remembered that the guy who climbed the floors rose in the rankings every time. Bloody bodies lay around the battlefield, shrouded in yellow light. The main character realized that Hargon's growth rate is very fast, because he was recently able to reach the 25th floor. At that moment, he realized that this warrior was superior to everyone, since he was in no way inferior to players of much higher levels. Yuan put his foot to the side as he thought about Hargon's mana and skills. He realized that the guy was a copy of Zeus. A brunette in a red cloak quickly ran up the stairs when someone recognized him. He raised his head when the stranger asked him to stop where he was. The angry, green-haired man pointed his finger at the guy who asked him who he was. He replied that his name was Yang from the Blue Blade clan. Someone grabbed the man's shoulder sharply when he asked Yuan how he dared to do this to him recently. The unknown person began to apologize. The guy stepped aside when he saw a gentleman in a blue cloak. He assumed that the student of his clan treated the main character very rudely. The brunette frowned deeply when he noticed the overwhelming aura emanating from the man. He asked him what he needed. The warrior, who had an iron cape on his shoulders, told the guy that his name was Sobek, after which he said that he was the head of the Blue Blade clan. He said that he came to offer Yuan to inherit their martial arts school. Standing in the corridor of an ancient building, the main character asked what school he was talking about. He tilted his head to the side when he suggested that the head of the Murum clan should at least be an ordinary ranker, after which he confidently replied that he was not interested in his proposal. Yang stood behind his head, who admitted that he had heard about Yuan's failures. Hearing this, the brunette asked him why he had come, since he knew in advance what answer he would receive. A sly smile appeared on Sobek's face when he said that the Blue Blade was not a guild. He said that although they are part of the Murum guild, they are much closer to a cult. The main character looked intently at his interlocutor, who suggested that he could hardly know about this because the Blue Blade clan has a very long history. He, admitting that they were now in decline, said that it was their clan that was the main heir to the Murum traditions. Hearing this, the brunette called them not so great, since even he does not know about them. The guy in the red cloak stepped on the marble tiles when the man promised him that he would be the one to lead. After interrupting him, Yuan wished them luck and said goodbye to him. The head, from whom an ominous aura emanated, put his hand on the brunette's shoulder. Sobek suggested that he did not fully understand his words. The man began squeezing the man's shoulder when he said that this was not a proposal. The main character turned his head to the side. He assumed that one day he would have a conflict when joining the guild. The brunette frowned deeply when he suggested that the leader did not know what was happening to the rankers who attacked the participant in the Great War, Murum. He asked him if he was afraid of the Nambung clan. Sobek, baring his teeth, continued to squeeze the hand of his interlocutor, who believes that touching the player means touching the organizers. The man asked him if he had hope for the Nambung clan, after which he admitted that he would not be afraid of them, because his brother is the head of the Eagle clan. The main character turned his head to the side when he realized that someone was covering for this man. He asked him if his brother knew that he was using his name like that. A wide smile appeared on Sobek's face as he asked the player not to tense up. He told him that he just wanted to get along with him. The blue-eyed warrior frowned deeply and said that he would find out the good conditions of their clan after he listened to him carefully. Yuan grabbed the man's hand tightly and reminded him that he had already given him the answer. He again said that he was refusing the offer. The warrior's body began to sparkle as he, knowing the rumors about the guy, realized how strong he was. He wondered what kind of fine he would have to pay. At this moment, the brunette asked him if the head believed that he relied solely on the Nambung clan. A drop of sweat began to fall from the man's face when the main character gave him a negative answer. Sobek tensed all his muscles when the guy squeezed his hand tighter. He admitted to him that he relied only on himself. The interlocutors moved away from each other. The man tightly grabbed the handle of the weapon when he admitted that the main character was not bad. He, remembering that he had always tried to apply force in cases of refusal, realized that now it would not be easy for him. After which he was glad that they would not come to them soon because the Great Murum War was in full swing. The brunette looked intently at the head, who decided not to drag out the fight because he still had a fine. Yuan said that he has someone else he can rely on. The man became worried when, standing behind him, the Lord asked the main character what he was doing after being delayed for a long time. Beeklam, bowing his head, put his hand on his heart and called out to the deputy head. The red-haired hero approached the brunette when Sobek remembered that the guy did not belong to any of the clans. At that moment, he remembered that in all of Murum this title is used only in the first place. The Lord approached the protagonist when his opponent realized that Yuan was the deputy head of the cult participating in the competition. Knowing that this guy was the only one who could pass the tests of the Heavenly Demon cult, he did not understand how he could get the position of deputy head. At this moment, Beeklam asked the brunette what he should do with the person who started a fight with him. A strong aura began to emanate from the angry warrior as he asked whether to kill the enemy now. The main character, having refused, said that they had not even started to fight. Trembling all over, the man grabbed the handle of the weapon when he realized that if he challenged the player, he would lose in 9 out of 10 fights. He understands that even victory would bring him one problem, because of it he will become an enemy for the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Sobek left the sword aside and apologized to the enemy because he did not know that he was the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon. 3 men stood in the corridor of an ancient building with high stairs. The enemy admitted that he would never have approached Yuan if he had known that he was already part of the clan. Hearing this, Beeklam demanded that he not equate them with any clan. The elderly man turned away from the guys and, apologizing to them, said that he was leaving. Frowning, the main character watched him closely. Walking along the corridor, on the ceiling of which there were various patterns, the brunette asked the guys if they had started a rumor that the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon would take part in the Great Murum War. Hearing this, someone started laughing. Beeklam walked behind the man in the red cloak and said that they made a fuss because everyone was happy that they were going out into the world of Murum. The brunette felt uneasy when the man grabbed his head and admitted that he was one of such inspired cultists. At that moment, Yuan realized what his assistant's true character was. The red-haired hero put his hands to the sides when the guy said that the head of the Eagle clan was covering for Sobek. After which he said that after the test was over, he would need to deal with them carefully. Looking intently at the gentleman, the man smiled and announced that after the end of the Murum War, the Nambun clan would organize a dinner party at which it would be possible to discuss everything with them. He believes that any interference should be removed for edification. The main character knocked on the door when the assistant asked him if he would like to come for dinner too. The guy admitted that he doesn't particularly like social events. The gilded wooden door opened slightly as someone allowed Yuan to enter. In the illuminated room stood a blonde man dressed in a red cloak. Holding a clay teapot in his hands, he praised the main character for his excellent work. The brunette sat down at a small table on which there was a pendulum and asked Mugen if he had come to watch the qualifying round. The elderly man, believing that the guy would have won anyway, said that there was nothing to see. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when the man asked him, didn't he? Yuan placed the clay bowl under the stream of tea and admitted that it would be so. The guy felt uneasy when he was enveloped in an ominous aura. A bead of sweat began to fall from his worried face as he realized that the mana of the heavenly demon was pouring into the cup along with the tea. He felt as if he were under a waterfall, as if a ton of weight had been placed on his shoulders. The clay bowl was almost filled to the brim with liquid. Yuan suggested that this is one of the tests. The clay bowl began to crack as the guy decided he needed to endure it. The brunette bowed his head as everything around him was filled with dark energy. He believes that he cannot break. The main character struggled to hold the clay bowl into which liquid continued to be poured. He noticed that Kaine's mana began to spill out. Near the teapot, standing on a wooden stand, mana was dissipating. Yuan theorized that the flow of energy was reacting to his emotions. The brunette raised his head sharply and looked at the elderly man, who said that he was now definitely sure. The main character in a red cloak closed his eyes when Mugen asked him why he was participating in the Great Murum War, because he should not participate in child massacres. The guy admitted that he still lacks a lot, because he needs a great pill. The gray-haired man turned away and looked at the city when Yuan said that he was not a real martial artist. He admitted that he is dependent on the system, because his stats matter. Hearing this, the man said that the Great Pill was a good elixir, thanks to which the Murum War reached enormous proportions. Beeklam looked back angrily at his interlocutor, who asked him why he had come. He replied that it was time for the heavenly demon cult to descend from the heavenly mountain, after which he said that they were planning to recruit newcomers, as well as conduct a test in order to strengthen their position and expand their influence. The brunette sat at the table with his arms folded when the man announced that he had decided to take an active part in the life of Murum, because with the improvement of technology it had become easier for them to move to the mountain and back. A devilish smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he asked the head if he was sure of his decision. He recalled that he was not suitable as a deputy because he did not plan to stay anywhere for a long time. Frowning, the gray-haired man turned his head when Yuan said that even though he would not be able to perform his duties, he would exercise his rights. He suggested that this would make the cult members unhappy. Hearing this, Beeklam recalled that he was the head of the heavenly demon cult, after which he said that as long as he did not recognize him, no one would dare to pass against his will. The main character asked if he thought so if there was a risk that the cult could fall because of him. The elderly man looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. Sunlight streamed into the room from the huge window as the men talked about Gigantomachy. Looking at the brunette, the head said that he personally did not take part in it, since he spent a long time on the heavenly mountain. He said everyone knew about it at the time, after which he asked the main character whether he wanted to prevent the Second War, to which he received a positive answer. Beeklam realized why the brunette had previously called himself Olympus's enemy. Yuan stared at the man and asked him if he was willing to risk losing his cult due to a conflict with Olympus's. An elderly man asked what was the point of being afraid to go out to sea because of the risk of getting caught in a storm, after which he replied that when confronted with this, they will find out. The guy raised his head and didn't understand why the head was so sure of this because he was still a stranger to them. He believes that even relatives who were born and raised together are not always ready to walk together along a thorny path. Baring his teeth, Beeklam turned away when the main character thought about why he so frivolously agrees to walk this path with him. The man asked the brunette to remember something since he was trying to understand his motives. The main character looked worriedly at his interlocutor, who said that everything else did not matter. He demanded that the guy keep one thing in mind. Beeklam addressed the brunette as the deputy head. The room began to be enveloped in blue light as the leader told Yuan that he was now a member of the Sky Demon cult. Soft light spread throughout the room and porcelain lined the shelves. The man's hand put down the bowl, and someone asked why the head of the Blue Blade clan was so gloomy. A man in a black robe sat surrounded by other men, and his interlocutor stood in front of him. The seated one said that the Great Murum War was once again a great success, and this time they had so many amazing participants. To which he said that he was right, and one can take as an example the Prince of Olympus, a descendant of Asgard and Heavenly Angel. One of them added saying that Yuan could also be included in them, because he really wants to get his hands on him, and said that it would be great to bring him to their Shinnu clan. A man in a blue robe drank from a mug, and a man with a beard said with a smile that he had heard that before coming here, he even managed to pass the test of the cult of the Heavenly Demon, and then added, saying that it was really impressive man, but then wondered why he preferred the test of the cult to other clans. The one who drank put away the bowl and, interrupting the past, said that this man was the current deputy head of the Heavenly Demon. Someone present anxiously asked whether he was really the deputy head, and then asked the head of the Blue Blade what he was talking about. Everyone immediately lowered their gaze, and the man in blue clothes said that a ranker from the cult of the Heavenly Demon addressed him by this title, and it is not often possible to meet such a talented young man, and therefore he would like to greet him as a sign of respect, but that ranker blocked way and ordered not to approach. Then he fell silent, looking away into space, and the man with a beard sitting next to him looked at him, and the guy standing next to him moved his hand to the side. The first asked how this was possible and asked what the problem was in just saying hello. But the one who was next to him said that the cultists had always been like this, and asked him if he remembered this, and then said that their character could not simply change in the Murum Guild and the cult of the Heavenly Demon. From the very first we didn't get along at all. The blue-eyed man looked at them with his eyebrows drawn together and thought that for the holders of power in Murum, the demonic cult is an enemy, which could shake their long-won authority. Then he exhaled heavily and thought that in other words, no one here would accept Yuan. Afterwards, he folded his hands and calmed down and told them that everyone here understood that the protagonist was a strong opponent, and asked if they could not allow the deputy of the Heavenly Demon to win this historically important Great War of Murum. And the man sitting a little further from him said that they could not do this, and then asked if he had any plan. He threw a knife at the chicken, which shook the table, and said that he had an excellent plan, and asked why don't they do this in the finale. In a large city with a design similar to Chinese, life is in full swing 2 days later. Hargon kicked his butt and said that he was surprised that the final was postponed, and also mentioned that the competition mode was suddenly changed to a general brawl. A hero stood at a distance from him, and he turned to him, mentioning that even Murum was changing little by little, and asked him what he thought, to which he said that who knows. Then he turned around and sternly said that the sooner they finish, the better. The fair-haired man frowned and said that this was so, and in one-on-one fights, as was the case before, they would have spent too much time. Afterwards, he still continued to wave his leg, and Yuan asked him why he again abandoned his guys somewhere and came here, to which he said that they went to have fun and see everyone, because today was the last free day, so they ran away very joyfully. The protagonist asked him if this meant that they would not participate in the finals. The blonde created a sphere above himself and said with a smile that this was so, and they refused to participate at all as soon as they found out that he would also be there, and then mentioned that this was also wise in its own way. The sphere located above them immediately made a ringing sound and showed an inscription that said that there were 5 minutes left before the start of the Great War, Murum, and he said that it was time for them. The blonde man got out of bed and was surrounded by lightning, after which he said that they needed to hurry. The hero nodded with a smile and told him that they really needed to go, and then thought that apparently he was looking forward to this day. At the finale of the Great War, crowds of people gathered, and screens with the participants were lit. The protagonist walked in a red cloak with Hargon, and the people standing next to them were horrified and called them by name. The returnee looked at them with his eyebrows drawn together and thought that today even more people were staring at them, and wondered if this was happening because next to him was a guy with impeccable origins and appearance. Seeing a blonde man with a serious face in front of him, he thought that the chatterbox had not uttered a word since they left the inn, and it seemed that he was slowly tuning into his own wavelength. An unknown person approached them from behind and turned to Yuan, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked if he remembered him. The blue-eyed, stately man looked at them confidently, and he addressed him by name. They came closer, and the hero told Hoon that it was hard to forget him, and Hargon asked him if they knew each other. The man with the tail looked at him and said that they went through the test of the 11th floor together, even if they were opponents at that time, and the fair-haired one mentioned that this means that he was able to survive even with Mika's opponents. They shook hands firmly, and the heir to Olympus named his name and title, to which he said that a considerable number of players call themselves his heirs. But the blonde just put his hand to his chin and said with a smile that their family was a mess, to which the Chinese warrior thought that this was a completely unexpected reaction and said that everything was clear to him. But then he turned his gaze to Yuan and knitted his eyebrows, remained silent meaningfully, and then thought that he was definitely the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult. He remembered the way the heads talked and looked at them from afar, while a man with jet black hair asked if this happened at the right time and said that as soon as someone passed their test, the cult immediately began to act. Afterwards, a view of the gazebo standing on the water from afar opened up, and he continued by saying that now the same cult is also going to win the Great Murum War. Even without being part of their guild, another said that apparently they decided that it was their time. Once Yuan passed their test, and then said that he considered the cult to be cowardly scum. Everyone immediately looked away, and the man with a predatory look said that perhaps it was because of this that the final was postponed and the format of the event was changed. But he was interrupted and someone loudly and clearly asked what was wrong with that. Hoon stood outside with his arms crossed and asked if the cult had broken any rules, and then asked if they were trying to pull off any evil schemes outside the arena. Afterwards, she knitted her eyebrows with aggression and tilted her head and asked what was wrong with the well-deserved victory of a strong fighter, and said that one cannot categorically reject someone just because he is not from Murum, because they are people of honor and justice. Someone was smoking a pipe and said that he was still naively babbling nonsense. Jinchen took the phone aside and told him that if he was afraid, then it was better for him to simply not interfere. And then he smiled, and the warrior thought that he was a vile snake, and this time he came out so openly only because he was ordered by the clan, and since the second most important clan Murum is participating, then most of the other clans are already in cahoots, and so that the adults childishly hiding behind the scenes and weaving their vile intrigues. Afterwards he thought that at least they would all be crushed by this guy. The hero looked at him and asked him if he wanted to say anything. Afterwards, he looked questioningly at the Chinese warrior, and he continued to think that at least he should give him a hint, and told him that he had experienced his skill himself, so he had nothing to worry about. But after he began to move away from them, and without turning around told him to be careful in the finals, just in case. But then they received a notification that the finals of the Great War would soon begin, and they asked all finalists to immediately go to arena afterwards. When they were already in the aisle, the announcement was repeated, and the blonde asked about what Hoon said, and asked why they should be careful. The air was filled with ash particles, and he said that it was better to go in first. The light shone brightly from the tunnel. A huge area opened up before us. Hargam looked in front of him with a smile and said that now he understood why he said this, but the hero remained meaningfully silent. Many warriors directed aggressive glances in their direction, and he cautiously continued, asking if he was popular. The man with red eyes looked at them and thought that this was childish. The fair-haired man straightened his glove and said that the protagonist here was the only opponent for him and asked not to let someone else beat him up. And he pulled out a dagger and invited him to take care of himself. They shook their fists with a smile, looking in front of them, and he continued by saying that this was because this would never happen to him. A man in a long red robe walked quickly forward. His white hair was flying behind him, and he heard in the distance the voices of people who were saying that everything would soon begin and this great war would be unforgettable. And then asked that since it had happened that way, why not leave these new rules for good? And another laughed and said that this was a great idea. The man in blue lowered his head lower and turned to the head of Eagle, saying that he had made a huge contribution, and they gave almost all the glory to the cult of the heavenly demon, to which he said that he had not done so much and it was all thanks to them plan. They were sitting at a table near which there was a balcony, and someone said that he would like to pay them a visit. Another person supported them, and he said that they were always welcome. While everyone was having fun, one man sat at a distance and was meaningfully silent. The bearded man looked down sadly and thought that this is all complete rotten stench, and now Murum is ruled not by those who are stronger in wielding a sword, but by those who are better with words. Looking at the pale man talking with another man, he thought that the fact that someone like Kyung rose to second position and acquired even more power than the Namdoon clan was entirely his own incompetence. As he watched the animated conversation, he continued to think that he would take responsibility and bring change to this place and make this great war a turning point. Everyone present immediately perked up and froze. When the gray-haired man entered the room, everyone was looking at the field, and someone aggressively mentioned that Yuan was there. One of those present wrinkled his face in anger and asked how they managed to miss one person altogether. But that man in a red robe interrupted him and mentioned that it seemed that their deputy head was doing a good job. Afterwards, he frowned and said that he was a little late in greeting and said that he came at the invitation of the Namdoon clan. The protagonist stood in the middle of the field. He gently looked to the side and he continued and first introduced himself, and then said that he was the head of the cult of the heavenly demon. Everyone immediately looked at him with alarm and stood up from their seats. The head of the blue blade began to shake with anxiety and asked why the head of the cult. But he was interrupted by a man with a beard standing behind him who greeted the guest and said that he was waiting for him. He looked up and said that he had come a long way. Everyone immediately felt the oppressive aura and grabbed their weapons, while the heavenly demon remained meaningfully silent. The old man looked at one of the grappling men and told him menacingly that if he drew his blade, he would immediately die by his hand. The leader put away his weapon, and the man in the red yukata put his hand on his back and said that this was a wise decision. Then he walked a little further and said that based on everything he had heard, it seemed that the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult was still winning, and then asked whether it was not absurd that the heavenly demon cult would win the Great War. Afterwards, the gray-haired man turned to them and asked them about what happened to their faces. The men were horrified, and he continued with a smile and asked if he looked angry, and said that there was some kind of misunderstanding and asked why he would be angry. Afterwards, a fire lit up in his eyes and he confidently said that all the same, the obstacles that they had so diligently erected would be destroyed. Yuan dodged the axe flying at him. The weapon slammed into the floor next to him. His eyes opened wider and he thought about it, that this could be a magical weapon, but then he paused and thought that in the world of Murum, this is called a Kai weapon, and this guy must be very talented to be able to use it, and thought that now serious attacks begin. But then a spearman attacked him and he was able to block the attack. The attacker opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth. Then he quickly somersaulted back and closed the distance. He stood on his feet, and the protagonist asked if it seemed to him, or if everyone was only aiming at him, to which the one who jumped back asked him not to be offended by the injustice. Several warriors stood in front of him and the spearman said that the cult of the heavenly demon was a long-time enemy of the alliance. The red-eyed man put the fan to his lips and smiled, thinking about whether the conditions of the final were really changed for this purpose, and then he thought that he didn't know who had thought of this before, but the method was simple and very effective. Afterwards, he watched the battle of a man with a mace and a guy with an axe and thought that if you put several thousand people to fight at the same time, then it is quite natural that the crowd will attack the strongest opponents, and therefore those who do not know all the ins and outs will not, they will suspect nothing unusual. Afterwards he looked at the hero and thought that his efforts were commendable, and he said that there was nothing to be offended by. Afterwards, he imbued his sword with aura and clearly said that a mess is a mess and activated the magic sword skill. Then a notification came out that an unknown force was blocking mana. He moved the sword to the side and surrounded it with an aura, and a notification came out that the effectiveness of the magic sword was partially reduced. The red-eyed man carefully watched the movements of the sword and thought that it really lived up to its glory, and the creation of a Kai sword of this size was only possible with a mana level above 60. He stood behind his comrades and thought that, unlike what was said in the rumors, his skills were not even close to the level of the ranker's skills, and yet he was overrated, and he could definitely be dealt with. Afterwards, the long-haired man opened his fan and thought that it was time to finish the calculations and said that it was time for them to start. Then he pointed his fan at Yuan and everyone rushed into battle when he said that they needed to attack all together. But then a sphere of lightning began to form in the air. Hargon hit his opponents with sparks. An empty area formed around him, and people were thrown back, and then he turned to the Bipod. The blonde looked at them aggressively, and behind him stood the stunned returnee, who continued and asked if they thought this was too much. Pale came a little closer to them and asked if, after this recent action, they could consider him to be on Yuan's side, after which he asked what would happen if so. Red Eyes frowned and said that he hoped that their clan could maintain good relations with them, but he was interrupted. The fair-haired man grinned and said that he didn't know who decided this, but that person was definitely an idiot. The long-haired man immediately frowned and became alarmed. Lightning began to sparkle around the air of Olympus, and he asked with a smile whether he should choose a side, and said that people from the Eagle Sea Otter have always been distinguished by long tongues, which made him furious and indignantly asked how he dares to utter such dirt. But after that he jumped out of his seat and said that what they do is the same as his words. Flying up to his opponent, he swung his charged hand. With a powerful blow he threw the pale man far away from him. The red-eyed man's hand was singed and he thought about the overwhelming power. Afterwards, he took the fan aside and said that he would take over the rest, and they needed to deal with Yuan and join, but he was interrupted. The blonde struck him again with lightning speed. Then he sent him on a short flight. After the electric one looked cautiously behind his shoulder, the one who flew away asked if Olympus was hostile to the hero, and he asked how he knew this. Afterwards, he looked at the crowd and thought that there was already an informant in Olympus, and then said that the protagonist must have already noticed. Accelerating even more, he thought that they were really taking on too much. Afterwards, the blonde struck a lightning strike at the enemy, from which sparks flew. The red-eyed man's fan was slightly scorched. The black-haired man tried to defend himself from many blows and thought about what was going on, and then thought that Hargon, who inherited the blood of Zeus, was talented, but he was a brilliant player and the future head of Murum. And literally a moment later he received a series of blows that knocked out his banana. Red Eyes almost lost his creation. At this time, the heir to Olympus made a lightning strike right on his stomach, and he thought that he never thought that he would be so helpless in front of him. But then he came to his senses and tried to rest his feet on the ground. A native of the Eagle clan blocked another blow with a fan and said that if he had not suddenly intervened, they could have easily killed Yuan, to which he asked if they were serious. They think so. There was a dense cloud of smoke behind him, and with a smile he asked him if they thought that they would have enough strength just because they would attack him with the whole crowd. Somewhere in the smoke a blue aura began to be visible. The hero parried many blows and fought with a magic sword, and then he looked away, and a moment later the returnee struck another blow at the enemy and he flew to the side. and while the red-eyed man blocked Hargon's fist with a fan and tried to withstand it, he said that he was sad to watch such rootless bastards use such dirty tricks, but then asked how they could allow themselves to be outdone by a guy who fights on similar level. The fan began to break and the black-haired man indignantly asked what it meant. Afterwards, the heir of Olympus broke the fan and hit him, throwing him back, and he thought that this was simply impossible and thought about what he wanted to say about Yuan being stronger than him. A ring of sparks scattered from the blow, and a native of the Eagle clan flew back, gathering into a ball and thinking that he was a real monster. After flying several meters, he fell to the ground. The red-eyed warriors saw him lying on the ground in blood and were dumbfounded, and their leader said that he had lost and begged him to stop. All the warriors immediately dropped their weapons and shouted that they were surrendering. They began to quickly flee the battlefield. The hero stood in front of his comrade with a weapon in his hands and told him that it looked like they were the only ones left and asked if he was ready. He slapped himself on the chest and said that this was so and he had waited long enough. The protagonist looked at him with a calm gaze, and he looked at him inspired and told him that it is not for nothing that they say that fruits collected at the right time are the most delicious. But then Yuan lowered his weapon and his interlocutor became furious. Gray-eyed said that he understood that he was already tired of waiting. But then he said that he wanted to ask him about two things, and he asked about what the hell and asked him to be quick and not spoil the mood. Looking at the many corpses, the man in the red cloak asked if he regretted going against Olympus again, and the blonde said that he was not an idiot and perfectly understood the consequences of his actions. They continued to stand opposite each other and the fair-haired one said that he, of course, did not regret them and asked what else the hero wanted. And he said that then he would ask a second question and then asked if Hargon had forgotten how he killed him with one blow in the past. And then the blonde remembered the moments from their battles and exhaled with a pale face. But then he knitted his eyebrows and thought that he, of course, could not forget about how he was immediately defeated by a guy who was not even a ranker and until now he had not even used the sword hanging on his belt. And even the magic sword his is quite weak and it is obvious that he is holding back his strength. Afterwards, he pressed his foot into the ground, breaking it, and said what he remembered and then asked how he could forget. And then he stood in a fighting stance surrounded by lightning and asked to be allowed to ask a counter question and asked if he looked the same as he did that day, to which he said that it was not so and he seemed even smaller. Hargon clenched his fist and said that he understood him and thought about the power that he hid and then thought about pulling it out. Afterwards, the heir to Olympus approached him with his fist raised. The blow reached the sword and rested on it. Sparks began to fly from their battle. The warriors standing nearby closed themselves off from the light and the bald one asked what was happening and said that this was some kind of madness. And the other asked if they were really players and asked if they were rankers. The hero's sword moved quickly. They crossed blows once again. The yellow-eyed man smiled and, turning to his opponent, asked him to use more force. Then he struck the sword again with his fist. They both rose from the ground after that. Sparks and large amounts of energy began to fly off from their battle again. After that, only a thick curtain remained. In the distance, a man with black hair was in critical condition, begging him to hold back his power. On the other side stood the head of the blue blade and blocked the wave with his weapon. He gritted his teeth and thought that now this was finally worthy of being called the finale and he never expected that Hargon would have such power. His hand trembled and he continued and thought about the son of Zeus, whose name along with his was extolled as worship and this awakened the spirit of competition, but in the end trying to compete with him would be pointless. The armored man stood in the distance and watched the fight and thought that with such a level, even several players of equal strength would not be able to defeat him. Watching the hero's movements, he thought that it seemed to him that even Yuan had a hard time. When he once again parried the blow with his fist, the head of the blue blade thought that the protagonist was able to defeat a ranker with such skills. Afterwards, the returnee noticed in the reflection of the sword a fist flying at him. He was thrown several meters away by the blow. Gray-eyed stopped on the ground and thought that he was very playful. But that blonde man moved, leaving a trail of lightning behind him, and he continued to think about how much dexterity he had. The heir to Olympus hit his opponent from above, and he parried the attack with his blade. Afterwards, the fair-haired man raised his fist and knitted his eyebrows and thought about what was needed again. But then the protagonist grabbed his face with his hand. Yellow eyes looked at him with aggression and swore at him out loud, while Yuan looked at him with a slight smile. From their battle, a rays of energy began to scatter again. The hero held his sword with an aura surrounded by sparks. They stood opposite each other, and the man in the red cloak told him that he was quite strong. And Hargon said that this stick, even like an unfinished sword, was about to break and then asked if he was ready to continue. A cut appeared on the fair-haired man's hand and he said that he didn't understand whether this was all he was capable of and asked about why the hell he was anyway. But he was interrupted. A moment later, the eyes of the heir to Olympus saw this and he was surprised. Afterwards, while he was checking the wound, the protagonist said that he not only took blows. Looking at his opponent, the blonde thought that he didn't even care about such a powerful lightning strike, and although it was unpleasant to admit it, physically he was one step higher than him. Hargon began to approach him and thought that magically he would be several levels higher and asked to start again, to which he said that he was ready to do this as many times as he wanted. The heir of Olympus planted his foot on the ground, breaking it beneath him, and thought about breaking his weapon first. He attacked him again, hitting his sword with his fist. Afterwards, the fair-haired man raised his fist and, with burning eyes, clenched his teeth and prepared to hit. Then he struck with monstrous force. There were cracks and chips along the sword. Soon the weapon began to burst, and he struck again and finally broke it. He looked at the falling sword with a smile and thought that he had achieved his goal. But then Hargon opened his eyes wide, and he said that it was not bad. Hargon thought that he should have been one step away from victory and wondered why he sounded so relaxed. But then a huge amount of purple energy burst out of the hero. He swung his fist, and the fair-haired man thought that mana absorbs all lightning. A fist flew into his face and he thought that this was simply absurd and too late. From this blow, blue energy scattered. The heir to Olympus flew far back. The protagonist stood motionless and waved his hand. But then something caught his attention and he heard groans. Afterwards, Yuan turned his head to the side and saw a man foaming at the mouth and said that he was surprised that he was still holding on and said that he didn't have time and needed to finish. But then he was interrupted by a notification banner appearing. The notice stated that the winner of the Great Murum War is a hero. Many screens with his face appeared. He held a broken nameless blade in his hand. The returnee brought it to himself and thought that it was an ideal sword for practicing mana control, but it broke faster than he expected. Then he remembered the gray-haired man with a hammer and thought about that. That, as he ordered from his uncle, he had the worst mana conductivity, and remembered how he told him that since he asks, he will bind him and do the worst of the worst. Seeing Hargon lying on the ground in front of him, he thought that thanks to the suppression of his mana, he should have looked approximately equal to what was lying, because rankers are difficult to deceive with a simple game, but he had to be convinced, although the last blow was a little worrying. A doll with a simple face jumped out and said that she needed a minute of attention, and said that the winner of the 834 Great War was a hero. She put a microphone to his face and asked him how it felt to win, and he said he had fun. They stood in a field full of defeated warriors and the toy asked if that was all, to which he said that it was so. Afterwards, a small creature in a suit raised the box with the sphere and said that they had heard him and in that case it was time to move on to the award. Yuan accepted the sphere and she said that, as everyone knows, the main prize of the current competition is a scarlet medicinal pill, and if you believe the manufacturers, this one turned out to be of especially high quality. Gray-eyed looked at it and thought that it gave off a lot of energy and would take quite some time to assimilate. He introduced this pill with smoke and thought that next was the 20th floor, and before everything planned, he still had a lot of things to prepare, but first of all, it was time to start with raising the characteristics. Afterwards, a notice came out about the Great Scarlet Healing Pill, which is an elixir created every 3 years in the Shaolin Temple and created from hundreds of ingredients and according to a recipe known only to the monks. The system announced the guy as the winner of the Great Murum War. His face was shown on the screens, after which it was announced that the winner of the 834 Great Murum War was the player Yuan. Smoke and dust rose into the air, creating a haze. The commentator asked how it felt to win, to which the guy said that he had fun, after which the man asked if that was all. The gray-haired man and the guys behind him frowned angrily after the guy confirmed the commentator's guess. The long-haired man bit his lip, furrowed his eyebrows and wondered why Hargon would side with him, since he was the son of Zeus and should be Yuan's enemy. He looked back at the men, who were smilingly discussing that a truly strong fighter had won, and that the next competition had ended with great success. The gray-haired man watched them irritably, listening to one of the men say that this was good luck for the martial arts world, after which he thought that just a minute ago they were throwing mud at the celestial demon cult, and now they were calling the deputy leader of this cult a good fortune for the martial arts world, after which he noted that this was ridiculous. The dark-haired man spread his arms, looked into Jinwoo's face, and angrily asked what he was planning to bring a demonic cultist. The man calmly replied that it was rude to call him a demonic cultist, because he was called a heavenly demon. He frowned slightly, adding that he did not drag him, but only officially proposed an alliance. The long-haired young man shouted that this was what he was talking about, because there could be no alliance between the Murum Alliance and the demonic cult. The man interrupted his words, threateningly asking whether it would be better to let the Murum absorb Olympus. An aura filled his body and he furrowed his brows, adding that Murum's affairs should be decided by Murum. Jinshin stumbled back slightly, gritting his teeth tightly, and looked at the other person while the people around him were discussing what Jinwoo meant. Jinwoo released his aura, illuminating the room a little, and interrupted the guy's excuses, saying that it was a disgrace to his head. Jinshin looked around in fear. He looked at the real people behind him, thinking that his interlocutor already knew everything. The men looked at him with disdain and anger. Jinshin added that, however, the man remained silent because he could not stand against his faction, which included more than half of the Murum. He looked back at the white-haired old man, thinking that now that Jinwoon had a heavenly demon on his side, he had gained both a foundation and a force against him. The old man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, furrowed his eyebrows and smiled slightly, showing his teeth. Jinshin realized that now their era is coming. He looked in front of him. The people around him clenched their teeth angrily. He thought that he, the head of the clan, the general and the great strategist. Jinshin finished the thought out loud, saying that such an end was not acceptable to him. Suddenly, the gray-haired man interrupted the altercation, saying that their family quarrel seemed to have subsided, so he wanted to ask one question before leaving. Frowning angrily, he looked ahead of him, asking which one was Moon Sobek. One of the blue-robed guys trembled when he heard these words. He looked ahead in fear. His body was shaking. Sobek thought that he was finished. A few days later, night fell on the training cave. A light fog covered the bottom of the huge gates. Yuan stood under the high ceilings of a cave full of darkness. Looking in front of him, he thought that he was lucky, because it is usually not so easy to get into the cave. Renting this place for only 10 days would cost an exorbitant amount of points. In his head there was a voice of a man who said that for the winner of the Great Murum Awards such a privilege is quite natural, and that the Namdong clan are serious guys. He looked down at his leg, adding that when he first got to the tower, he dreamed of becoming a Namdong Lancer ranker. He seemed so great. The young man sank to the floor, folded his legs and opened the system window with a scarlet healing pill, adding that now the clan members seemed small to him. In the system window that appeared with the item, there was a description stating that the pills consisted of an elixir that was created once every 3 years in the Shaolin Temple, and it was created from hundreds of ingredients according to a recipe known only to the Shaolin monk. The effect of the pills was that after taking the user will receive a fair amount of mana. The amount of mana was equal to 99. He looked at his hand with a calm expression in his face, thinking that he had only one stat left to reach 100, but it definitely wouldn't be easy, because he remembers this from a past life. The guy added that the benefit, bring my pill, it greatly depends on the person taking it. Holding the pill in his hands, he began to remember moments from his past life, after which he thought that in Murum everyone talks about Kai circulation and breathing techniques, but in fact, the most important thing is concentration. He swallowed the pill, thinking that the question was how much mana a person could withstand. He calmly swallowed the pill. Streams of mana formed in the air, heading towards the young man's body. The guy clenched his fist, around which energy began to swirl. He thought that he felt pure and invigorating mana spreading throughout his body. He kept his head down while the magic raged around his body, thinking that as pure as it was, the resistance was just as great. Mom began to gather into a clot next to his chest, while the guy thought that it seemed that she was somehow being restrained by his mana master skill. But this was not enough. Mana filled the entire space around him. The guy frowned, having difficulty containing the mana inside him. His face appeared under. He thought that, as it seemed to him, his chances of increasing his stats were at least 50-50, but at this rate he risked failure. A drop of the photo rolled down his chin, falling down. The system window with the mana level froze in one place. On the 20th floor, in the Sea Kingdom of Portuja, a double-sided axe struck the ground with great force. A group of people were on one of the 12 islands. Neptu, one of the men, prayed for salvation, asking what they had done wrong, and why strangers were doing this to them. One of the robbers told them not to shake the air in vain, after which I wondered if all giants were so cowardly. The dark-skinned guys looked at the robbers in fear. One of the men said that this giant, by human standards, was not yet 10 years old, and at the same time they were already 4 meters tall. The other added that it was probably becoming more and more difficult for them to hide because of this how big they grow. The man with the yellow bandage on his forehead crossed his arms and said with a smile that they should have behaved more obediently when Asgard was still supporting them, and that they should not have messed with the demons. The bald guy added with a smile that they should not waste time, after what I ordered to tell them what I know. One of the giants asked in fear what he meant. Horang smiled evilly, telling them to tell about the legend of Portuja, the Stone of the Sea. The red-haired man imagined a stone hovering over the city, which was enveloped in dense mana, and thought that there was one fascinating legend in the Sea Kingdom that said that whoever found the sea stone would become the god of the seas. The dark guy looked at the guild members and called it nonsense. The man with red hair said that he himself did not believe everything in the world, but he also heard a more specific rumor. The giants looked in fear as the man pulled out the blade, saying that according to rumors, it was the giants who hid the Stone of the Sea somewhere, after which Horang added that he had heard a rumor from Olympus, so this inspires confidence. The dark-skinned guy exclaimed that he should know about their relationship with Olympus. Horang interrupted him, saying that he was doing this precisely because he knew very well about it, if the interrogation gave any result. Then they were lucky, but if not, the 20th floor and without that is subject to Olympus, and they will not care if 1 or 2 giants die. He imagined the tip of the blade to the shoulder of the frightened guy. Suddenly he stopped in surprise, without finishing the sentence that if they don't want to die, they should tell where the stone is. He was interrupted by Yuan, who called this barbarism in a peaceful age. The men turned to the dark silhouette of a guy standing on a ledge. The red-haired man looked around with displeasure, insulted the guy and told him not to try to play the hero. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows in surprise, recognizing Yuan. A young man in a red robe looked at the people below. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his fiery eyes. His body was overwhelmed by mana, the guy's senses sharpened by 10% and then by 25%. He remembered the training in the cave when the aura was raging around him, and he thought that there was no point in slowing down the absorption. The witch herself was striving for it. Keeping his eyes closed and absorbing the energy around him, the young man was able to increase his mana level to 100 units. The system announced that the characteristics threshold had been overcome and opened a unique skill. The young man came out of his memories and opened his scarlet eyes. The feeling continued to intensify by 30% and then by 50%. The space in front of him was covered with a green mesh, and the silhouettes of people were illuminated. The young man activated his newfound sensory field skill, which allows him to receive information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters. The guild fighters looked at the young man in fear. The man in the yellow bandage thought that there could be no mistake, and that this was the winner of the last Great Murum War. The giants looked tensely at what was happening. The red-haired man called the guy by name. Yuan descended to them on the ground, holding a black blade in his hand, and asked what it meant to play a hero, after which he added that from their point of view, this is what it looks like. With explosive force, he lunged forward, pushing off the ground. Heading towards the opponents, he raised his sword back, adding that he would prove to them that he was not playing. The system description window stated that Touch Field is one of the strongest touch-type skills, which can be on par with the Golden Flame Eyes skill, and that Yuan owned it before returning to the past. The guild members trembled slightly as they watched the young man rush towards them. The bald man pulled out his axe from behind his back, gritting his teeth. The young man came close to him, after which they clashed with blows. The man raised his eyebrows in fear, clenched his teeth, and thought about where the guy got so much strength. Yuan stood on the ground. The man raised the axe behind his back, stood up and told the guy to confess and what faction he was from. And although he doesn't know which clan the young man belongs to, he shouldn't get involved in their affairs because they have their laws too. Orang put out his hand, interrupted his colleague and turned to the guy, saying that he had already seen his face. The red-haired man stood in front of his ally, looked at the guy and asked if his name was Yuan. Orang clenched his teeth, grinned, frowned and said that the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult himself had come to them. Dior, standing next to the girl, asked if it was true Yuan. Orang turned to the ally who had insulted the young man by saying that he had barely made it to the 20th floor and that they were not like all the small fry he had encountered so far. The red-haired man reassured him. Insert next to his shoulder, he quietly said that this is the deputy head of the cult, so that someone can accompany him and sit in ambush. Orang turned around, the bald guy hid his weapon behind his back, and said that the giants were very lucky. Yuan held a blade in his hand, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The red-haired man thought that he was like a thorn in the side of Olympus, and that they were lucky because there was a reason to further rob them. He furrowed his eyebrows and smiled sarcastically, thinking that he needed to immediately go to the warden of the 20th floor. Night fell over the forest. The young man stood on the path. The giant boys stood next to him, nervously clasping their hands. The girl thanked him for saving her. The dark children looked him in the face. The young man replied that no matter how young they were, killing a couple of people should be a piece of cake for giants, and then asked why they did not try to fight. The giant boy furrowed his brows, saying that he seemed to be well aware of them, after which he asked who he was and whether he came from Olympus or Asgard. Dior put his hand to the side and turned to his sister, who said that whatever it was, the young man saved them. The boy replied that it was so, but he was still a man, so he would not help them for nothing. Yuan confirmed his guess. The young man with a calm expression on his face looked in front of him, while the giant boy shouted that he had guessed about it. Dior asked if he also wanted to find the Stone of the Seas, and why people did not believe them, because they said that they knew nothing, after which he said that all people are the same. The young man turned to them. The boy asked why they only believe in all sorts of nonsense, and they have to suffer. Yuan interrupted his question, saying that he knew that they had no seas for me, and that he had come to meet another giant. The guys trembled slightly, surprised to themselves by the young man who said that he wanted to meet with their elder Urfa. The giant boy clenched his fist to the core, saying that the elder does not accept anyone, especially people, so the guy should leave, because, as Yuan said, if he wants, and even someone like him. The boy corrected himself, saying that he could kill even a crowd of people like him. The guy calmly looked into his face. I think that this is true, because giants cannot be called weak, yet they are gifted with enormous strength from birth. The girl watched in fear as her brother, frowning, put his fists in front of him. The young man added that they could put up very serious resistance, but unnecessary ones, and disagreements with people could lead to a new wave of extermination of the giants, so they have to restrain themselves. Dior turned around, pulling his sister with him. The young man added that although he was a hammer, he was a very wise fellow. The boy said that it was time for them to leave, to which his sister asked him to wait. Dior was surprised to notice the white sphere in the hands of his sister, after which he asked if she had really contacted the elder. The girl answered in the affirmative, explaining that the young man still saved them, so she thought that at least it was worth letting the elder know. She lowered her head slightly, apologizing to the young man. The girl stretched out her hands, holding the sphere, and said that it was not up to them whether he could meet with the elder or not. The guy looked at the sphere with a calm expression on his face. The balloon displayed a notification about a new message. The wolves pushed off the ground with force. The flock ran past the trees. Buar and Enwire were sitting on two wolves. The boy looked away, saying that he didn't understand anything. Following them, Yuan rushed along on a huge wolf. The boy wondered why the elder even wanted to meet him. He furrowed his brows as he looked ahead. The girl also wondered if the guy had the taming skills of the druids, and how he managed to subdue the big wolf so easily. The boy remembered how the wolf and the young man looked at each other angrily, after which the guy dealt one blow to the animal, throwing it aside. Buar looked to the side dissatisfied. His sister smiled joyfully, saying that be that as it may, she doesn't think that he can be called an ordinary person because he showed himself well in the Great War of Murum. The boy asked what now, because he even not a ranker, and still he doesn't like it, after which he added that what he knows about the elder is very suspicious. The boy looked ahead with a calm expression on his face. The wolves continued to run between the trees. The girl turned to her brother, asking if he was going to fight the young man, after which she insisted that he not even think about it. Buar said that he knew about it. The wolves lunged forward with explosive force. They jumped off the cliff, their silhouettes flying through the air. The animals and children landed on the floor. The boy and girl got off their animals. Buar wanted to say something. Suddenly he noticed how the wolf began to lick the puzzled guy, and shouted for the animal to stop, because this was not food. Yuan turned his head slightly. The boy said that in general they were already there. The heroes appeared before the great tree of Adam, which was illuminated by blue moonlight. The boy put his hands on his belt, asking with a smile if the young man liked the view, after which he said that this tree could neither be felled nor burned. Yuan looked up at the tree with a calm expression as the boy explained that according to the elder, it was one of the world's trees, although he didn't know if it was true or not. The guy remembered how the Adam tree was engulfed in flames, and fierce battles were fought at its foot. The young man thought that the giant tree, which was believed to be impossible to either fell or burn, burned to the ground in the second Gigantomachy even before his return in time. The guy lowered his head down, from where the boy shouted to him, asking why he wasn't coming down. The young man replied that he was already coming. Yuan landed next to them, resting his hand on the sand. The boy said that from now on he needed to carefully monitor his behavior. In the form of one wrong move he would be smeared into a cake, after which he told the young man to follow him. The blue crystals shone brightly under the moonlight. Blue rays fell on the village of giants, hidden from prying eyes. Local residents looked at the young man in shock, not understanding why a man was in the village. The heroes passed by the giants looking at the young man. One of the men wondered if this was a guest. The girl turned to the guy, calmly saying that he didn't have to pay attention to them, because he was the elder's guest, so he had nothing to fear. Stone stairs led to a large house on the hill. The guys approached the giant stairs. The boy put his hand to his chest, asking if the elder was inside. The door opened slightly. Cold air poured out of it. The elder said that the guy could come in. The door swung open. A squally wind rushed out from inside, lifting the leaves of the trees into the air. Yuan thought that they had finally met. The guy climbed the stairs, looking into the open doors, behind which the dark silhouette of a man was visible. Yuan mentally called him a high-ranking player who lived even before the first Gigantomachy. Looking forward with a calm expression on his face, he added that this is the one who is called a living legend among the giants. Urfa sat majestically on a chair, stroking the giant wolf with his hand. The man greeted the guy, calling him a human child, and said that he was glad to meet him. The young man came closer to the old man and stopped a couple of meters away. The elder asked what his name was, because he was already getting old, and therefore his memory was starting to fail him. The guy introduced himself. The young man with a calm expression looked into the elder's face, imagining Hephaestus with a candy in his hand, after the old man's words that he had already heard about the young man, because the baby Hephaestus often mentioned him. The man's hand stroked the sleeping wolf. The elder asked if the guy was at enmity with Olympus, after which he noticed that he was not even a ranker, but a young man who had barely reached the 20th floor, so this is surprising. Urfa lowered his gaze and said sternly that, however, it is not a matter of courage, but of recklessness. Blue mana hovered near the ceiling. The young man stood opposite the elder, who said that if life is dear to him, he should stop going against Olympus because for them he is a pathetic crumb that can simply be brushed away at any moment. The old man's mana began to drop lower. The young man lowered his head and said that he heard that the elder was a pacifist. He smiled slightly, looked into the man's eyes and said that, however, in reality he was just afraid. Urfa looked at the young man with disdain. The mana in the room suddenly began to rage. The elder menacingly asked whether the young man dared to mock him. The guy's legs crashed through the wooden floor. Yuan said that he may have already heard, but Olympus is in the midst of preparations for Gigantomachy. He, standing under the yoke of the aura, asked if the man planned to just sit and wait for them all to be exterminated. Urfa looked at the guy with interest, narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that his mother refused to harm him. The guy with a calm expression continued to look into the face of the elder, who paid attention to his eyes, noticing that his gaze was very firm. The guy didn't raise an eyebrow. Urfa added that there wasn't a drop of fear in his eyes. The man stopped his pressure. The aura around him began to dissipate. The elder said that the young man was indeed as fearless as he had heard. Yuan did not move an inch, thinking that he had managed to absorb the mana of the man. The elder said that the boy was right, because if he only hides, holding his breath, then their extermination is only a matter of time, after which he noted that it could even happen tomorrow. Urfa affectionately touched the wolf's head, adding that he heard from Hephaestus that the young man was looking for the legendary Stone of the Seas, but contrary to incoming rumors, the artifact was not with them. Yuan raised his head and looked into the eyes of the elder. After his words that, however, he knew where the stone was, the young man asked why he decided to tell this. Urfa lowered his gaze, calmly answering that he had two reasons for this. Firstly, thanks to the recommendation of the baby Hephaestus, he can be sure that the guy is not at one with the Olympians. Frowning his eyebrows slightly, the man added that the second reason was that. Yuan listened to the old man with interest. The man looked down at the guy's hand clenched into a fist. Rays of moonlight fell on the stone stairs. The guy walked down the hill along them, holding his right hand behind his back. He looked at her, thinking that the man had just looked at Kaini. Looking at his hand covered in blue mana, the guy remembered the end of their conversation, when the man said that the second reason was that the young man was the strongest player of the current era. Yuan stopped, adding that no matter how much Uncle Hephaestus praised him, he was clearly overrated. The guy jerked away from the tree trunk, rising up. He wondered if the elder had really carried out his test to see if he was worthy of the Stone of the Seas. Insert on one of the branches, he thought that, one way or another, he would soon find out the location of the Stone of the God of the Seas. The young man frowned slightly, looking up. Holding his head up, he looked at the majestic branches of the tree, noticing that it was huge. The youth imagined Ogam, who was training on the branches using the staff, and thought that he didn't know if it was as strong as the staff of the sage equal to the sky. But at the current level, it would be difficult for him to leave even a single scratch on this tree, and this means. The guy spread his legs wider, stood up and created a huge amount of magical charges, ending the thought with the fact that he could have a wild ride. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he would not be able to control so many lights of the illuminated flame, and soon they would go out of control, scattering in all directions, after which he decided that since this would happen anyway, Yuan opened his scarlet eyes, activating the prediction combat and touch field. Graphic frames appeared around each magical sphere. The young man's senses sharpened by 50%. The magical spheres began to move little by little, being tracked by the guy's ability. With several jerks, the young man dodged each explosion created by his own projectiles. Yuan make another dash, moving further away from the purple explosions. Suddenly another shell fell close to him. The young man gritted his teeth and, looking at the site of the explosion, lost his orientation in space, thinking that due to the simultaneous use of several high-ranking skills, he was quite dizzy. The guy put his hand on the floor. Taking off from the tree, he made several turns in the air, dodging projectiles, and then landed a little further away. One of the magic missiles hung above the young man's head as he looked at the floor. The purple sphere fired a powerful blast downward, creating an explosion. The smoke gradually cleared, the purple flame barely smoldering on the tree bark. The guy rested his hands on the tree, sitting on the floor, and thought that just a little more and he was hurt. He smiled tiredly, thinking that he had only applied enhanced feelings from the sensory field to his fiery eyes, but everything around him began to be read very clearly, and as he thought, the blow of these skills turned out to be above all praise. One of the giants approached him from behind, while the guy was trying to get to his feet, thinking that the trouble is that the more his senses become more acute, the more his brain is overloaded, so he will need a lot of practice. The giant called out to the young man and said that it turns out he was here all along. Quant frowned with disdain. He and his ally looked at the guy. Quant called the guy an ant. A group of giants stood opposite the guy. Quant said that it means the guy is all cool, but he only heard rumors, so it's unknown whether it's true or not. The young man silently looked at the guys. The boy's ally said that the guy was invited by the elder himself, and Quant personally saw that Bayar brought him to the village. The boy exclaimed, asking what the difference was. Yuan was thinking about how the guy called him an ant. Quant exclaimed, saying that humans are their enemies. Blue magical flames illuminated the room. The elder sat dozing in the room, the same phrase repeated in his head over and over again. The man frowned in irritation as a voice in his head repeated that humans were their enemies. The man had a dream about how a wave covered the bodies of the dead. Urfa stood in the path of the giant wave, his allies cursing the Olympians and screaming in pain. The man was shaking with fear. His comrades shouted that the tsunami was approaching them again. At the top of the giant wave, the silhouette of a man with a trident in his hand could be seen. The giants shouted that the god of the seas had already arrived. The man looked menacingly into Urfa's eyes, a blue aura bursting out from under his eyelids. Suddenly, the elder's hand twitched, and the dream dissipated. The wolf stood on his knee, approaching his face, and thereby woke up the elder. The beast closed its eyes in pleasure when the man stroked it, saying that everything was fine. The elder thought that he could no longer count how many times he had this nightmare, after which he wondered if it turned out to be so clear because of the arrival of a human child. The man stood up from his chair, thinking about Olympus and Yuan. Soft rays of moonlight penetrated through the bars in the ceiling. People outside shouted that a fight had started and asked who was fighting. The elder looked at the bars out of the corner of his eye, when suddenly the residents shouted the boy's name. He lowered his gaze, calmly thinking that this time everything would not be the way he wanted it. Fog was visible from the wooden lattice. The silhouettes of people standing on a branch could be seen on the tree. The elder mentally turned to the god of the seas. Yuan stopped the giant's fist, clenching it tightly. The elder called the name Poseidon. The young man with a calm expression looked into the eyes of his opponent. A light fog surrounded their battle instead. Quant pursed his lips tightly, frowned and looked at the guy in surprise. The young man smiled slightly. The giant narrowed his eyes angrily and called him a puppy. The guy began to clench Quant's fist, thereby interrupting the question of whether he decided to mock him. The guy twisted his hand. The giant writhed in pain. Quant returned his hand to its previous position, saying that some ant dare not do something like that to him. Those around him discussed that the guy was able to forcefully suppress their colleague. The young man pulled Quant's hand towards himself. The giant fell off his feet and fell forward. The giant standing nearby looked at him tensely. The young man said that there were only 5 of them, so they should call all their friends. He looked at them sternly, adding that he would play with them as long as they wanted. Buar quickly ran to the scene of the fight, wondering how many people had already gathered. The brother and sister stopped out of breath and looked towards the battle. The spectators discussed that the young man was able to defeat even Tulkar and Vulcan. One of the giants wondered how dozens of giants could not defeat one person, no matter how famous he was. The young man's hand grabbed his opponent's clothes. He placed his foot on the floor, pulled it towards himself and pulled the giant along with him. The next second he hit his opponent on the floor with great force. The giant with red hair frowned angrily, clenched his teeth and looked at the guy. The young man grabbed the giant's chest, pressing on it. The system announced that the giant's power was seeping into his hand, after which partial gigantization was activated. The guy's hand was enveloped by a green aura. He looked at the enemy with a calm expression, saying that he asked to attack not one at a time, but all at once, after which he asked why they did not understand him. The young man stood up from the defeated enemy. A large number of villagers stood around them. Enwire clasped her hands, silently listening to her brother's words that, although she asked him not to fight with the young man, but if he himself asks for it. The girl raised her eyebrows tensely, looking to the side. Buar finished the question with what should they properly respect the guest. The silhouettes of the brother and sister approached the young man. One of the village residents helped the defeated giants get up. The young man raised his head because the crowd began to discuss their brother and sister who had come. One of the residents said that it is rare to see the descendants of the giant god fighting. The young man thought that this was the first time he had heard about this. Dior frowned and began to stretch his shoulder. His sister calmly looked ahead. Yuan thought that these two were quite impressive. The boy began to wave his arms as the young man approached him. He said that his fists were itching from the first second they met, after which he offered to check what the famous Yuan was capable of. The guy said that they should not be shy. A scarlet aura began to emanate from his eyes. The guy said with a smile that in any case they would not be able to admire each other for a long time. The boy smiled in anticipation, frowned and said that he liked the guy's mood. Dior raised his hands above his head in a jump, preparing a blow. The young man stood in a stance, looking at this, after which he activated his fiery eyes and sensory field. The young man watched without raising an eyebrow as the sensor field predicted the future trajectory of the strike. Yuan took a step back, dodging the boy's punch, whose fist created a flash after hitting the tree. The young man carefully watched the boy's movements. Buar raised his leg, preparing to strike. He pushed off the ground with his hands, kicking the guy. The young man put his hand up in defense. His hand trembled slightly. The young man looked at it, thinking that there were 3 boys than he expected. Suddenly Buar shouted to his sister, preparing to strike. The young man quickly looked back at her. He substituted his blade, parrying the girl's blow. The impulse threw the hero several meters back. He raised his head in shock, thinking that it was rather unwise to try to fight them with physical strength alone, without using mana. But since he wanted to train them to fight, then he only needed to use those skills that he needed to practice. The boy threw another blow, which the young man dodged again. He gritted his teeth and asked the young man if he knew why he never argued with his sister. The guy jumped into the air and raised his leg to strike, and Wire also raised her arms above her head, preparing for the strike. The boy replied that the girl was stronger than him. Yuan stood calmly under the oncoming attack. The guy's blows created a powerful flash. The children looked at the sight of the impact. The bark of the tree was glowing with a blue aura. The young man rose into the air. The guys looked down and wondered where he had gone. Magic boots like Hermes appeared on the guy's feet. He looked down at them. The system window with the description said that these were long-lost sandals that were imbued with the power of Hermes. They increase the jumping power by 50%, make it possible to make one double jump in the air and once a day to use the special skill of the heavenly step. The guy remembered the moment he received the artifact, frowned slightly and thought that this was a skill that he bought for contribution points on the 11th floor, and also the last skill that he needed to work out. He headed down with explosive force, thinking that he had already made the jump, so all that was left was to use the heavenly step. The young man found himself between brother and sister. He slashed the girl's hand with his blade, and Wire raised her hand to the wound in confusion. Looking at it, the boy shouted out his sister's name. The guys covered their faces with their hands. The young man rose into the air with lightning speed while the boy screamed, asking how he dared to do this. Bior viciously teethed again, frowned and called the young man a brat, after which he told his sister that they should crush him. The girl agreed. While in the air, they encountered blows over and over again, flying at high speed. The people watching this recoiled in horror when two beams left by the opponents flashed over them. The boy shouted to them to stay away. Yuan found himself between two opponents who raised their arms. The guys delivered their blows, from which the young man again escaped. He jumped a few meters away from them. The children tiredly sank to the ground, resting their hands on it. The boy said that it was quite difficult to soar in the air, and he could not predict where the young man would go. The girl added that the guy, moreover, dodges all their attacks in advance, after which she asked if it could be that he foresees them. Bior began to gather strength. His hand was announced by red lightning. The boy thought that the guy wasn't even counterattacking them, and although he doesn't know what the hell he was up to, but he lowered his head and walked with heavy steps towards the guy floating in the air, ending his thought with that he will no longer allow everything to go according to the guy's plan. The girl looked back at her brother in alarm, turning to him, after which she thought that he was subject to a fine. Yuan watched what was happening with a calm expression on his face. The girl asked her brother to stop. The young man thought that the boy was not even a ranker, so holding back his mana with a penalty meant. Yuan squinted his eyes, activating the battle prediction, and thought that the boy was going to hit with all his strength, but Dior swung his fist. His whole body was enveloped in an aura and red lightning and white light emanated from his eyes. The young man decided that he would not dodge this blow, but would go straight ahead. The opponents came close to each other. The boy began to prepare for the strike. The system announced that the Fiery Eyes skill was calculating the path. The young man thought that he just needed to find time to attack. The giant's fist came close to the young man's face. The guy looked around very quickly in all directions while the skill calculated the path, thinking that this was a hurricane of mana. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, furrowed his eyebrows and noticed something. He stepped to the side, dodging the boy's blow, creating a powerful shock wave that sent dust into the air. The boy looked ahead in shock. He pursed his lip. Yuan found himself behind the giant's back and leaned his sword against his neck. The boy held his hand up, displeasedly asking if the young man had really stepped right into his blow, after which he called him even more crazy than he expected. Yuan grinned, looked over his shoulder at the giant and said that's just the way he is. The villagers around them watched the battle in surprise, wondering what it was all about. And Wire looked ahead tensely, thinking that her brother had put all his strength into this blow, and the young man simply went ahead. The guy extended his hand to the giant, saying that at least they were worth something. Standing opposite the boy, he added that this was still not enough. Dior looked at his hand with a calm expression, repeating the guy's words in his head that they were worth something, after which he thought that tomorrow he would take revenge. He smiled confidently, adding that then he would definitely. The boy firmly shook the guy's hand, thanking him for the battle, after which he ended with the thought that he could defeat him. The blue rocks shone under the moonlight. The boy frowned, looking ahead. He bit the meat and began to pull it. 10 days after the battle, the young man was sitting with the giants at the same table, and Wire was sitting next to them, and on the other side were 4 other giants, burning with anger. The young man looked at his plate with annoyance. Bura slammed his hand on the table, saying that after eating they would have a battle, because now victory would definitely be his. He clenched his fist, frowned and shouted at the rest of his comrades, telling them to finish their food quickly and not waste time. One of the giants thought that if he ate in a hurry, he would get indigestion. The young man stopped him, saying that he didn't want to fight. The guys were sitting in the gazebo, the boy exclaimed, asking what he meant. The guy exhaled and replied that tomorrow he would go to the test of the 20th floor, so he needed to save his strength. Hwant chewed his food angrily, frowning his eyebrows. The girl turned to the boy with interest. Buar agreed with the guy's words. And Wire began to remember their fight, thinking that when she and her brother first fought against a guy, she was sure that if they tried, they would definitely win. But even with the 5 of them, they could not oppose anything to him, and even though they were young, but defeat 5 giants in a couple of minutes. The girl added that she couldn't even imagine how strong he was using mana. While Buar was angrily chewing his food, the young man turned to the girl, asking if she was okay, and Wire said that she was remembering their fight. The guy closed his eyes, listening to her words that he had become noticeably stronger over these 10 days, after which he said that it seemed to him that nothing had changed. The guys were sitting at the table. The young man added that he had not yet tried out new skills. The girl asked in confusion what this meant. Dior said that according to the guy, he was looking for the Stone of All Seas, and then asked if he would return to them after tests or will rise higher. The boy frowned slightly after the guy's words that he would first find the stone and then go to the next floor. Dior, alarmed, asked if he would have time to find the stone because the tests were tomorrow. While the guys were wondering if the food was alive, the boy asked in surprise if the stone was somehow connected with the test. The young man reached for the glass, while the boy said that it means the elder still knows where he is. The guy said that not only the elder knew the stones, but also all the divine giants. The boy, incomprehensible, looked him in the face while the guy said that they are their descendants, so his father probably knows about the stone, he just doesn't tell. Dior frowned, asking if the stone was really so important. The young man confirmed his guess. The guy looked in front of him from under his bangs. The boy wondered if it could be that they really should have kept it with them, as everyone thinks, and then asked the guy why the elder told him about the stone. Yuan said that he didn't know this. He looked seriously into the boy's eyes, saying that according to the elder, he was the strongest player. Hwant threw a piece of meat on the table, saying that he could not believe it, after which he wondered why the elder did this and why he was silent the whole time. The giant frowned angrily, clenched his teeth, and said that the old man understood perfectly well how they were suffering, and all because of this damn legend. The girl turned to him, asking him to calm down. The boy exclaimed, said that he was right, and then asked how many times people attacked them, and once they even almost killed him. The red-haired giant and Bior looked at him with furrowed brows. The boy extended his hand to them and added that he was not the only one who suffered because of this, and that each of them went through this. Yuan wiped his mouth with a rag. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion, looking at Quant, who wondered if this stone was really more important than their lives, after which he added that he risks his life every time he leaves the settlement, hides, tries not to be seen, and doesn't even can answer when his sword is flowing. Quant rested his hands on the table, frowned angrily, clenched his teeth, and asked heavily why the elder thought that this stone was more important. The young man interrupted him, saying that the elder did the right thing. The boy's eyes became bloodshot, and he asked in rage what the guy meant. The young man stood up from the table, looked at the boy, and said that if the stone had been kept in the settlement, they would all have been dead long ago. Quant stepped on the floor with great effort after the guy said that this secret saved them from complete extermination. The boy shouted and insulted the guy. He raised his hand back, preparing to strike, and then asked who he thought he was to say such a thing. The young man dodged the giant's blow by moving to the side. He grabbed the boy with his hand. The next second, the young man hit his face on the table. Quant frowned angrily, looked at the guy with dark eyes, and shouted at him to let him go. The young man said that the elder was protecting them, but he couldn't understand it. With a calm expression on his face, Yuan added that it was time for them to stop blaming him, because the elder did not talk about the stone so that they would not spill anything. He let the boy go, saying that it was time for him to understand this. The boy fell off the table. The young man began to walk away. The girl looked after him, saying in surprise that he was leaving. The red-haired giant took Quant by the shoulder. The boy frowned angrily. The man told him to calm down, because he had been receiving all these days from the young man. So he was too tough for him? The boy replied that he didn't care, because he was going to the elder for explanations. Dior looked him sternly in the face, calmly saying that it was time for him to calm down, and that the elder may have acted rashly, but tomorrow everything will fall into place, so he will stop filling his brains with this. Dior looked away. Quant agreed with his words. The guy thought about whether the elder really was hiding this from them, and then wondered what he told him. Blue rays of moonlight fell on the roof of the house. Yuan put his hand on the white sheet. The young man fell onto the bed, exhaling heavily. He put his hand on his forehead, furrowed his eyebrows, and thought that he had been using fiery eyes and a sensory field for 10 days in a row, and his head was already starting to pound, so he needed to get a good night's sleep before the test. Suddenly, he noticed dark energy coming from his glove. Looking at the hand, he thought that Kaini continued to exude mana. He imagined the Stone of All Seas, thinking that it must be all because of the weapon that Poseidon possessed. The young man emphasized that the stone was part of his trident. He put his hand to the ceiling, the dark energy became thicker. The guy thought that Kaini was exuding mana more and more since he climbed to this floor, and that the Stone of All Seas had the same energy as the glove, the energy of the dark crystal, and then wondered if they reacted that way to each other. The guy looked tiredly at his hand, thinking that if they have the same nature, then this is not surprising. If his guesses are correct, then he can use the glove as a radar, after which he said out loud that this will be his key to the solution. He closed his eyes, thinking that all he needed to do was figure out how to master it and take control of the flow of mana. He clenched his fist, a dark aura began to spread throughout the room. Yuan thought that he could feel Kaini yearning to find the missing piece. Dark energy enveloped his hand. The young man mentally called out to the eye. Purple mana began to form around his fist. The system announced that the feminine flame would fuel the glove. The guy added that he would achieve his goal, so much so that Hephaestus would dance with delight. He opened his eyes, saying that she had enough sleep. A purple aura raged around his hand. The young man imperiously ordered the eye to appear. A fiery scarlet eye appeared in space. The island washed by blue water stood under warm incidents of sun. Rocky cliffs filled most of it. The forests were filled with giant monkeys and bears. The young man approached Buar and Enwire, saying that there were quite a lot of monsters for such a small space. The boy added that it looked like a training island, and then asked if it was possible that they were inspired by him when they created Triton. The boy began to look back at the young man in confusion after his sister asked with a smile if he remembered how he was almost eaten by a chimera. Yuan closed his eyes and exhaled while the boy embarrassedly said that the elder asked them to take the young man to the test area, after which he wondered what the point was in this, since there was nothing dangerous for him. The guy said that he did not know that, because it was not looks like a regular exam. The girl turned to the young man, raised her hand and said that even their rankers were looking at this island with caution, because they believed that this place could turn into a real battlefield. Her brother added that the tests would obviously be much larger than usual. The young man remembered their conversation with the elder, thinking that the old man had long kept the secret of all the seas to me, and that he understood his caution, because since the time of the Gigantomachy, a titan has had to hide in the shadows. The young man then remembered the building of Olympus, adding that now the elder has revealed his cards, and Olympus will sooner or later find out about this, so that the giants are under attack, and he cannot fail them. Yuan decided that he must find the stone. The young man walked further alone. The guys followed him with their eyes. The guy said that he had to go. The system announced that the test of the 20th floor would begin in 10 minutes. The girl and her brother looked at the young man with alarm. Enwire folded her hands in front of her. The guy explained that new times had come for the giants, and since the elder allowed them to leave the forest, they should not let him down. The boy smiled confidently, frowned slightly and said that they would try to do this, and that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. A huge number of guild members, who had previously attacked the brother and sister, appeared from the forest. The guys wished good luck to the guy, saying that they believed in him. The bald guy gritted his teeth and ordered the young man to be captured, saying that they could not let him get to the test. He narrowed his eyes in pain, not having time to agree that they didn't have to worry about the giants. Buar tackled the man, kneeing him in the stomach, causing him to drop his weapon. Suddenly, dust rose in front of the guild members. The boy pressed the man to the ground, holding him by the throat. The man called them cowards, asking if they were tired of living. The guy said that this no longer applied to them. The man looked back at the guy's sister, who was beating his ally, whose blood scattered throughout the area. The girl brought her fist to her face, rubbing her chin. She looked coldly into the man's eyes, and there were blood splatters on her face. The warrior lying on the ground looked at her in fear, thinking about why they had changed so much. The boy added that now they would fight, so he smiled maniacally, approached the man's face and squeezed his neck, saying that he was unlucky to get caught at their fingertips. At the top of the cliff, two silhouettes were visible. The examiner held a white sphere in his hand, saying that Yuan sided with the giants. Behind him stood a guy with silver hair, bowing his head. Theseus asked if a certain whoring from the Blood Wolves Guild told him about this. The guy confirmed his words, saying that in addition to this, they learned that the Titans accompanied the young man to the island and protected his. The examiner, with a calm expression on his face, said that no matter how scumbags these bloody wolves are, Yuan and I are tough, and for the second time he slapped Olympus himself. The men stood on one of the rocks. Theseus added that his people would take care of him, and he would not reach the test site. And while the players and the manager were busy with the test, they would take care of the young man. The gray-haired guy obeyed the order. He looked at the man, saying that it was still strange that the giants were helping him, because after the Gigantomachy they should despise people, and everything could not change just because the guy stood up for them. The man calmly looked forward, saying that no one could give an answer to this. The words of the man flashed through his head, saying that the giants were hiding the stone of all the seas. Theseus remembered kneeling before his master, who said that he was appointing him as the examiner of the 20th floor, after which he instructed him to find the stone, adding that if he did this, he would recognize Theseus as his son. Theseus then imagined the image of Poseidon looking menacingly and thought that he doubted that his father's information was false, because given how obsessed he was with the stone, the man even went against Zeus' wishes. Then he presented the image of a young man looking back at the giants and called him a man who took the side of the giants. The image of his head was replaced by a giant holding out his hands, in which the stone of all the sea shone. The man thought that as soon as the guy appeared, the giants decided to leave their forest. Theseus wondered if the young man was somehow connected with the stone. The machine looked calmly in front of him, thinking that he could not find any other reason for such an alliance. He frowned angrily, asking his master to forgive him for failing to stop Yuan. The young man stood on the rocky rock. Standing on the top of the cliff, he looked at the sea waves. The system announced the beginning of the test. With a calm expression on his face, he thought that there were some obstacles on the way, but still he managed to get there on time, and he is confident that the giants will cope with the guild. Waves raged on the surface of the sea. The system announced that the island was home to many sea creatures, and by killing them, participants would earn sea hearts. Depending on the number of hearts earned, they would be awarded additional points, after which it added that 12 hours were allocated for the test. The guy touched his head, thinking that the test was similar to capturing the flag that was on the 11th floor, except that the number of people who can pass it is not limited, and many are sure that with the team they will move to the 21st floor without any problems. Taking a step forward, he noticed that he was even somehow offended for them. He jumped off the cliff, heading towards the water, and added that no one else would pass this test except him. Yuan plunged under the water, thinking about the words of the elder, who said that Hephaestus told him that the young man was looking for the stone of all the seas, but all the rumors were false, and the artifact was not in them. Looking in front of him, he activated his fiery eyes and remembered the elder's words that he knew where the artifact was. The shining eyes of underwater monsters made their way through the dark abyss. The guy was pondering the words that in order to get to the stone, he would have to dive, and you are the stupidest in the sea, the inputs that are filled with dangerous creatures. While in the water, the young man looked at all the creatures surrounding him. The elder noticed that victory over monsters was the easiest of the tests that awaited him. A scarlet aura began to emanate from his eyes. The young man noticed a golden glow on one of the underwater rocks. He remembered how the elder asked the young man to say something. A fiery glow could be seen on the rock, emanating from something. The fiery golden symbol exuded a fiery aura. The youth about how the elder asked him if he was worthy to receive the stone of all seas. The monster's giant and sharp teeth opened its mouth wide. Its body was cut into two parts. The monster collapsed in front of a group of people. One of the men asked if everyone was safe. He was told that the test was much easier than they thought, and they already had 15 hearts, 1 per person, 6 hours, 18 minutes left on the system timer, and 21 seconds. The man's glove was spattered with blue blood. He was clutching a blue crystal in his hand, saying that they still had half the time left, and at this rate they would be able to get another stone for each member of the team. He put the crystal behind his back and raised his head. An unknown burning object hung in the air above them. The man said that they would have time even for a bonus reward. Looking at the flaming objects, he pondered the order to find Yuan and stop him from winning, thinking that this was an order from Olympus itself, but it's unlikely to be carried out with so many people. The man smiled evilly, frowned, and thought that they were lucky that they had not yet met the young man, and they needed to collect enough hearts before he appeared. Their group was on the sea coast. The man added that it would be better if Yuan did not appear at all, after which he called out to the allies, saying that it was time for them to move forward, after which he suggested splitting into 2 groups. They froze in surprise. A giant column of water appeared from the sea. The man did not have time to finish his speech about how they would collect hearts faster this way. He looked intently at what was happening, not understanding what was happening. People stepped back in confusion, wondering if it was a monster. The man ordered everyone to get ready because someone was approaching. Yuan landed on the ground behind them. Drops of water flowed to the ground. The young man kept his hand down. The captain of the group said that he almost shit his pants. One of his allies asked if it was a player and if he jumped straight out of the sea. The blonde man looked at the guy, recognizing him. The young man looked him sternly in the eyes, saying that, as he understood, they were working with Olympus. The captain of the group and 2 of his allies recoiled. The man asked what he meant, after which he began to wonder how the young man knew about this and whether someone could have spilled the beans. He frowned intensely, looking into the young man's face, and thought that if the rumors about the guy's enmity with Olympus were true, then he was scared to imagine what he would do with them. The young man calmly added that judging by their faces, he pointed his finger at the sky successful. The young man stood in front of a group of people, looking at them. The commander exclaimed that it turns out the young man did not know. The guy confirmed his guess, after which he asked them not to run away. The people stepped back in fear as the guy came closer to them, saying that they shouldn't be afraid of him, because he wasn't going to fight them. Yuan added that they better think about what to do with them. The water at the foot of the rocks began to splash chaotically. Several whirlpools appeared in the sea. Suddenly, giant monsters burst out of the water. People looked at them in shock. the sea serpent opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. A huge number of sea monsters approached the shore. A giant snake collapsed on the rocks. Akale looked at what was happening in confusion, wondering how many monsters had come to them. One of the men called out to him, saying that they had more serious problems because a whole crowd of monsters was approaching from the other side. A huge number of land animals were heading towards them from the flank. The man wondered if the examiner had gone crazy, after which he noticed that they urgently needed to leave there because if they did not do this now, they would not be able to escape. Yuan drew his blade. One of the group members said that if they leave the island, they will be disqualified. Akale shouted that he didn't care, then asked if they couldn't see that there was some nonsense going on with the test. The young man replied that the test is okay. People looked at him incomprehensibly. The young man waved his sword, saying that he had changed the conditions a little. The guy looked ahead with a calm expression. The system announced changes to the test rules. The guy remembered the words of the elder that if he breaks the symbols of the sun and moon, he will open the seal. Akale held blue crystals in his hands, looking at them in confusion. The young man repeated in his head the words of the elder that after the seal went, the test would become much more difficult. The group commander wondered what it meant from the rules that had been changed, and what should they do now to do with this. One of the group members shouted to him that they still had to run. Crystals fell to the ground while the young man thought about the words of the elder, who said that by removing the seal, he would become a sea turtle and the stone of all seas was in it. Monsters with huge fangs were heading towards the heroes at high speed. The young man repeated the words of the elder that as soon as the seal was broken, control of the test would fall on the shoulders of the manager, and even Olympus would not be able to stop him. The elder asked if he was interested in where he came from. Knows it. The monster jumped, spread its paws to the sides and growled loudly. The young man remembered the old man's story that a long time ago one old titan himself raised this turtle, forced it to swallow the stone of all the seas and sent it into a deep sleep, and this titan was Urfa himself. The young man decapitated 2 monsters in one motion. He imagined the image of the elder, and his dream. The old man added that when the test is over, Olympus will try to attack him and take away the stone. But the Titans will not allow this, because the stone of all seas should not fall into the hands of Poseidon. The bodies of the animals collapsed to the ground. The young man put his hand to the side, stood firmly on his feet. The elder noticed that the guy must protect the stone at all costs. The young man looked ahead incomprehensibly, thinking that the monsters felt the power of the stone and came to his call, after which he noticed that they all wanted to attack him alone, and he was sure that they had already realized that the tests were no longer in their power. The ground suddenly shook. The young man recoiled slightly. The system announced that the sea turtle had awakened and the purpose of the test had been changed. The young man frowned slightly, looked confidently in front of him and thought that a long time had passed since he broke the seal, and she had just woken up, after which he wondered out loud whether this was his goal. He walked forward into the stone towards the rocks. The system announced that the testing site had been moved to the body of a sea turtle, and its goal was to defeat the sea turtle and get the stone of all seas. Theseus was holding a white sphere in his hands, on which there was a notification about a new message from search group number 2, which said that they were thoroughly exploring the central part of the island. The first search group was in close contact with them and soon they would find the guy. The man thought about that they still haven't reached Yuan and that they can't find one person on such a small island. The rock under his feet shook. The man added that it couldn't be that the young man decided to escape from the test, after which he noticed that something was wrong because the earth continued to shake and the monsters seemed to have gone mad. Theseus frowned angrily, looked down and wondered what the guy was up to. The system announced changes to the test rules. The man opened his eyes in rage and furrowed his eyebrows. The system notification stated that due to non-compliance with the new condition, the man was deprived of his position as an examiner. Theseus mentally exclaimed, asking what this meant. The space around the man was covered with tears. Suddenly he moved to the foot of the mountain next to the forest. He looked around in surprise, frowned and asked what the hell was going on. The rocks on the island continued to shake, emitting a powerful roar. The system announced the awakening of the sea turtle. The giant monster raised its head from under the water, creating powerful splashes. She opened her mouth, releasing a deafening roar. The system said that the sea turtle is the lady of the 20th floor and the strongest sea creature, approaching the power of Susanoo. The man who found himself in the forest thought that after the seal fell, the test became more difficult and came under the control of the steward, if only they knew that the stone of all seas was in the turtle, and then wondered what must be thanks to by the power of titanium, it became so large. He looked at his sphere, frowned and thought that this was all the work of Yuan, and that only this person could pull this off, after which he decided that he needed to inform everyone and ask for help. Horing collapsed to the ground behind him as the man thought that once the ordeal was over, he would tear the young man to shreds. The guy in the yellow headband collapsed next to the guild captain. The man was surprised to recognize them. Theseus looked in front of him, frowned and said that they had not seen each other since the Gigantomachy. Behind the defeated men stood the fire titan ranker Sudar. The man turned to him, saying that a lot of time had already passed. Behind the fiery titan stood his allies. Sudar said that they were not close enough to throw such pleasantries, and that he heard that the man was in full swing, and he became an examiner, after which he asked if he should not keep an eye on Test. Theseus replied that the situation was heating up, after which he asked what Titan had forgotten there, and whether he was trying to sabotage the tests. Sudar remembered how he came to the defense of Buar and Enwire, after which he explained that the Blood Wolves attacked their young, and the entire pack attacked the two small titans, so he had to intervene. The titan asked if something was wrong with him. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that things were getting worse, and then asked if he was trying to provoke him. The soldiers of Olympus quickly rushed towards the man, who said that the titan meant that he could answer. They drew their weapons while the man said that he would not allow interference in the test. Put in behind Theseus, they looked confidently at their opponents while the man said that he didn't care who stood in front of him. The opponents stood near the shore. Sudar laughed, saying that it was strange for him to hear such accusations from someone who himself was to blame for everything, after which he asked if the man thought that they had come to disrupt the tests. He plunged his sword into the ground, shouting that they did not care about the test because they were carrying out the will of the Elder. The Titan stood behind the fiery ally and looked at the opponents. Sudar added that they would not allow him to lay a finger on Yuan. The young man made a jerk, pushing off from the ground. He cut one of the monsters, cutting it into two parts. After landing several blows, he also finished off the second monster. I continue to deliver a flurry of blows. He killed the opponents one by one. Frowning his brows slightly, he glanced to the side, noticing something. The sensor field pointed to the neighboring shore, whether Sudar was standing there, after which he thought that the big guys had finally connected, and it seemed that the Elder had decided to play big. He pushed off the ground with explosive force, adding that he could not let the Elder down, because Olympus must be left with nothing. He rose into the air above the mouth of a turtle, around which sea snakes were swimming. The guy thought that the stone of all seas would go to him. Yuan headed straight into the monster's giant mouth. He kicked off the body of one of them. The snakes, following the guy, also headed into the dark mouth. The guy's sword emitted a slight glow. The system announced that the special ability of the Twilight Blade was activated, and under the influence of darkness, the stamina recovery rate increased to 112%, and the mana recovery rate increased by 56%. Dark mana rushed past the body of one of the snakes. The system also announced that the power of magical abilities had increased by 56%. The dark blood of the monster scattered throughout the area. A splash of thick liquid fell next to the guy's leg. A dark magical projectile hovered in the air. The young man used his mana to fight monsters with magic. He frowned. The system again suggested that he needed to defeat the male turtle and get the Stone of All Seas. The young man said out loud that everything was going great, and there was very little left to get the stone. The young man, while in the air, cut the snake, cutting off its head. He repeated in his head that the one who finds the stone will become the god of all seas. Yuan thought that absolutely everyone on this floor repeats this legend. His glove began to emit black energy, and scarlet mana began to emanate from his eyes. The space in the area was filled with dark purple mana. Monsters were heading towards the guy at high speed. Pieces of their bodies fell at his feet. The young man thought that the sea turtle was only part of this legend, and at the moment it was she who was the god of all seas. The young man walked past killed enemies. He looked ahead with a calm expression, thinking that some of the monsters followed inside the turtle, chase him. But most of them were probably attracted by the call of the Stone of All Seas, the divine sea crystal, and considering that inside the turtle and before that monsters lived. Yuan opened his eyes in shock, looking to the side. He finished his thought with the fact that this place can be considered not just her stomach, but a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. A huge wave was heading towards him. Inside the thicker water there were various monsters that made noise. He looked back at the water, running away from it, and, gritting his teeth and frowning his eyebrows, thought that judging by the size of the turtle, it could fit a ton of water inside itself. The guy was running away from a giant wave, thereby approaching other monsters. The young man activated the Divine Flame, shrouding the sword in dark purple mana. The system announced that the special effect of the Twilight Blade was activated under the influence of the darkness attribute. The guy made a dash, spinning in the air, and headed towards the monsters. He struck with his sword, cutting the monster's head into two pieces. Moving in jerks, he jumped from one monster to another, killing everyone in his path. While in the air, he looked around. From where he raised the blade to his face, frowned slightly, and thought that even if it wasn't close to Hades' invisibility, Kaine's stealth should be enough for him for a while. The monsters collided heads. They began to look around, trying to find the young man. One of the snake-like monsters noticed something. He opened his mouth wide and hissed loudly. He pressed his blade against his fangs, saying that it means they were used to the fishy stench, but they smelled his scent right away. After making several movements with the ball, he cut the monster's body into pieces, after which he landed on the ground and said that they were trying to get rid of him. Like a virus, the system announced that the level of completion of the star, the heavens, had increased by 0.004%. The guy opened the description of the item, looking at it carefully. The artifact's completion rate was 99.041%. Yuan thought that he assumed he would be able to use this ability by the end of the test. But at this rate he was unlikely to be able to do it, and the number of monsters was staggering, and it would be better to avoid contact with them. He looked around, wondering where the Stone of All Seas was hidden, after which he thought that he doubted that the stone was simply lying in the middle of the stomach, and most likely the stone was kept in the most protected place. The young man imagined a giant heart of mana surrounded by a scarlet aura, and thought that the stone must be in the organ that moves such a giant creature as a sea turtle, and that he was sure that the Stone of All Seas was located there. Squeezing the handle of the blade, he thought that taking into account how Kaini was shaking, there could be no doubt. The young man noticed that the matter was not only in the Stone of All Seas, but also in the very heart of mana, because this is an important vital organ, and therefore an ecosystem the sea turtle will protect it at all costs. He frowned slightly, adding that he didn't know how many more monsters there would be on the way, but he needed to get there with the least loss of strength, after which he decided to think about the plan. A scarlet aura began to emanate from his eyes, which used red eyes to navigate in the dark, thereby reducing the flow of mana that could be used for other abilities, and if he gave up the fiery eyes, he could enhance other senses. The guy created a purple projectile above his hand and activated the sensor field. Having illuminated the space surrounding him with a purple sphere, he noticed how a huge number of monsters were rushing towards him. He launched the sphere towards them. The young man smiled broadly, frowned, and said that it was like he had fallen into a snake pit, and all these creatures were standing in his way. Yuan plunged the tip of his blade into the chest of one of the monsters. Swinging his blade, he turned to face the other monsters. With a strong jerk of the sword, he cut the previous monster and threw its body at the other monsters. The young man clenched his teeth, frowned, and looked back, thinking about where they were all coming from, because in the turtle's stomach he met more monsters than in all 20 floors. After making several jerks, he rose into the air above the monsters. The guy's black blade was once again enveloped in purple energy, and the young man thought that his stamina and mana recovery rate had increased thanks to the Twilight Blade. Swinging his sword, he directed his mana at the monsters, hitting them with his attack, after which he added that he still burns mana faster than it can be restored. The young man noted that he needed to get to the heart of mana before he spent energy before end. The young man hit one of the monsters with force. The monster's body was covered with purple flame. Yuan lowered his head, shook his hand, and thought that he had already spent half of his mana reserve, but it seemed to him that the goal was close. He looked up, furrowed his brows slightly, and wondered how many monsters still needed to be cut out, since he had been wandering through the turtle's stomach for over an hour. As he lunged forward, he wondered where the heart of mana was. Blow after blow, he cut through space, thinking that soon there would be no mana left at all. After killing another monster, he wondered where the turtle's heart was. He squeezed the handle harder. Looking to the side in surprise, he noticed something. The young man quickly stopped, looking to the side. Scarlet particles floated through the air. The young man said that he had reached the desired object. The walls of the interior were illuminated with a scarlet glow. The huge mana heart emitted a fiery red light, and a huge number of monsters crowded around it. The monsters looked back at the young man standing in the distance. The guy was surprised at how many monsters were near his heart. He held the blade in front of him, furrowed his brows, and asked if they were having a party. His blade was enveloped in purple mana. The young man remembered how Hephaestus said that in this situation he could only do one thing, and do so to show all the strength of Kaini, and that was all. The guy clenched the hilt of the blade, remembering the man's words that this was the best masterpiece he had ever created, and that it would be something comparable to Zeus' lightning. The fiery red eye opened slightly in space. The next second, it opened its dark eyelids and dawned into space. Lightning from black energy raged around it. That is, the system announced the call of hell. The guy's blade emitted a golden glow. The monsters looked at him with a roar. Yuan thought that he had about half of his mana left. The blade and his hand were enveloped in dark energy that took the form of lightning. The young man ordered the monsters to get out of the way, thinking that he no longer had any reason to save. Frowning sternly, he looked at the monster, saying that the Stone of All Seas would become his property. The guy presented the image of a deity in Hermes' sandals. He then presented the aegis of Athena and the sun chariot of Apollo, thinking that these were just some of the things made by Hephaestus, the greatest smith of the tower. The image in the guy's head changed to Zeus, who raised his hands above his head and created a golden lightning. The young man added that if you choose the greatest of the blacksmith's works, then it will definitely be the Zeus lightning, because this is a weapon that can not only destroy the island with just one blow, but also controls the weather at the will of the owner. The young man stood silently in front of the monsters, thinking that now this weapon has a competitor in the person of Kaini. A huge number of monsters looked at the young man with shining eyes. They surrounded him and began to gradually approach. The young man emitted dark energy more and more. I think that adamantium is capable of directing the power of dark, sea, and heavenly crystals to their fullest extent. However, the strength of the glove depends on the hand of the master that created it. The fiery red eye was wide open. The young man added that in the past Kaini was created by one of the blacksmith's students, and this time it was created by Hephaestus himself. The guy frowned, gritted his teeth, and thought that, in other words, his Kaini was a much greater weapon than Kaini Hades. The guy stood motionless while the hordes of monsters approached him. The scarlet crystal continued to emit red light. Suddenly he was illuminated by a blue flash. The monsters opened their mouths, moving forward. They angrily walked towards the young man. The guy swung his sword, frowned, and said that they were coming at him, even knowing that they would die and that the power of the stone had brainwashed them. The young man cut through space, creating a black gap in space, and using the call of hell. The black energy became thicker. The young man thought that the flow of mana had absorbed all the monsters, and they disappeared at the same moment, after which he wondered what kind of dark mana this was and where it led. Suddenly a sharp pain overcame his hand. He furrowed his eyebrows, looked at her in confusion, and thought that his arm seemed to be torn to pieces. He wondered why it hurt so much, because he had invested more than 100 points in dark magic, and was this really not enough to cope with its power? Crouching slightly, he activated the Hermes sandals and thought that all he had to do was endure. With explosive force, he rose into the air, flying over the heads of the monsters. The system announced that thanks to the effect of the sandal, the height of his jumps increased by 50%. He swung his sword, flying past the open mouths. Having struck again, the young man tore open the space, creating a black chasm, filled the space in front of him, activated the sky step, and pushed off from the air. Having flown up, he was heading to the top of the tower. The monsters were watching him. The system announced that the speed of movement had increased by 100% and the guy could float in the air for 5 seconds. He raised his hand back again, frowned, and mentally said that he needed to hit again. Fiery eyes began to calculate the path and exude scarlet energy. Purple mana hung in the air, blocking the crystal. The young man wondered where the stone was. He concentrated on the crystal, feeling a flash of energy within. In the darkness hung the stone of all the seas, emitting a blue aura. The eye on the glove shone with renewed vigor and began to exude a huge amount of mana. The system reported that Kaini sensed the energy of the sea crystal. The young man's eyes turned red. He clenched his teeth, frowned angrily, and raised his hand a month ago to strike, thinking about what he had found, what he was looking for, after which he decided that he would get through to him with one blow. The young man cut through the space and created a black gap. The edge of the rupture shone with a bright golden light. The guy's blow began to destroy the monsters heading towards him, tearing them into pieces. The bodies of the monsters exploded, creating a fountain of blood. A huge amount of scarlet liquid spilled around the mana heart. The remaining monsters stepped back in fear. They swam through the pools of blood towards the crystal. The snake noticed a small source of black energy. He opened his mouth, from which saliva began to drip, and raised his head to the source. The young man cut his body into 2 parts with one blow. The monster hissed. The 2 halves peeled off from each other, falling in different directions. The young man stood with his head down and held his arm outstretched. He looked up at the monsters. His entire body was stained with blood. He rubbed his face, deciding that things were going badly for him. He looked at his shaking hand, thinking that not only was the glove making his vision blurry, but he had also lost the feeling in his right hand, and then decided that if he wanted to master this ability, he needed to increase his dark magic and durability. The guy walked towards the remaining monsters, who backed away. The young man thought that in the near future he would concentrate on pumping up the necessary characteristics. The guy folded his hands, holding the blade, and told the monsters to move aside. In his hand hung a stone of all the seas, emitting a blue aura. The young man said that he was tired of messing with them. The Theseus and Suitor groups stood opposite each other. The man called the Titan a fool. He looked at his fiery opponent, asking if he really believed that the young man could return the stone of all the seas. The giant replied that if the elder believed in him, then it would be so. The man frowned, mentally insulted the giants, and thought that the guy did not have a single chance to pass this test, after which he wondered how he could defeat the creature that had absorbed the power of the stone, the monster that had become the ruler of all the seas. The giant turtle opened its mouth and let out a deafening sound roar. The man did not have time to finish the thought that for now he would remain patient, but as soon as the test was over, he would kill them all. The fire in the monster's eyes went out and the roar died down. The man wondered what had happened. Huge waves of seawater rose from the rocks and headed towards the warriors. The man frowned, squeezed the sphere in his hands, and looked at everything that was happening. Drops of water sprinkled the ground. The system announced that the U1 player had passed the test. Theseus bared his teeth in rage, frowned, and said that this was simply impossible. The flaming titan pulled the sword out of the ground after it. Every man who said that the soldiers should catch the young man and bring him now, the titan said that this would not happen. He raised his hand. His comrades rushed into battle. The titan said that they would not allow them to lay a finger on him. While the wars were fighting among themselves, the man looked at each other. Theseus asked, does he really want to drag the titans into this, and is he afraid that a second Gigantomachy will begin? The Titan asked why these empty threats, because they themselves were preparing for it, so that it's time for them to decide everything here and now. The man smiled evilly, frowned and put his hand to the side. The sphere rose into the air, and the air around his hand began to swirl like a whirlwind. The man said that a lot of time had passed, and the Titan was still the same fool. A weapon appeared in Theseus's hand, which he grasped tightly. He raised the trident to the sky, and a chariot appeared above the man. Warriors appeared from the burning chariot. The man asked if the Titan remembered their third fight, when he fled like the last coward. The man put the trident on the ground, frowned and asked what he would do, because it would be impossible to escape. Susanoo frowned and insulted the man. The chariot rose into the air, the warriors disembarked from it and headed towards the island. The Titan exclaimed, asking how the son of the god of the seas could be so wicked. Theseus asked the giant since when he cared about the honor of his father. Warriors with bulky axes descended from the sky. The girl hovered in the air, creating a magic circle. The man said that the Titan should remember his words, because now history will repeat itself. A powerful explosion appeared from the battle site, raising a huge amount of dust into the air. The Titans and the men's troops fought among themselves. The Olympians pierced the body of one of the giants with their swords. Susanoo thought that since they drew their swords again it means. He calmly watched what was happening, ending the thought with the fact that history demands that blood be shed again. The Titan remembered Theseus standing on a ledge above the piled-up dead bodies. The battle between the Titans and the Olympians continued. One of the giants wondered what kind of rumble was heard throughout the entire island. Suddenly a wall of water rose on the horizon. One of the warriors of Olympus looked back at the giant wave. His ally wondered if it was a tsunami, to which the man replied that it was not. Giant monsters appeared from the wave, the man exclaimed when he noticed them. Two shining eyes appeared from the watery abyss, looking angrily in front of them. A huge sea serpent pulled its head out of the water, looming over the other monsters. Leviathan opened its mouth. He dived under the water, raising his tail high above the water column. The warriors recognized him, exclaiming that the monster appears only on the 20th floor, after which they wondered why he had arrived. Because this is the boss. The man with the trident silently watched what was happening, while people wondered why the rest of the monsters were rushing to the island, because they were of different types and should not be in a pack. Theseus thought that the one who found the stone would become the god of all seas. He frowned warily, pursed his lip and thought about what those fairy tales meant, because of which his father was so eager to get the stone. The raging thick water was heading towards the island. The man ended his thought with the fact that everything turned out to be true. Splashes of seawater fell to the ground. The young man stepped onto the shore of the island, apologizing for barging in because they were very busy, after which he said that he was already exhausted. Clutching the stone of the seas in his hand, he looked up at the Olympians, asking if they could leave the island. The stone in the young man's hand began to emit a bright glow. Theseus frowned angrily, looked into the guy's face and insulted him. The water began to swirl around the man's feet. Theseus told the young man to give the stone into his hands. Rising onto the wave that appeared, the man swung his trident and headed towards the young man, shouting for him to give him the stone of all the seas. The guy clenched his fist, which held the stone, tighter. Drops of water flowed down his face. The young man looked up at the approaching enemy. The wave under the man's feet lost its shape, leaving him in the air. Theseus pointed his trident at the guy, frowned and began to accumulate a water projectile. The man attacked the young man, powerfully shooting at him. The guy stopped his projectile, sending Russian water around the area. Drops of water fell to the ground. The young man said with a slight smile that it seems that a man's strength depends on water and without it he can't do a damn thing. The man landed in front of the young man. The guy said that he was just like a fish. Theseus sent him, asking how he dare talk like that. The man's trident began to tremble. The Olympian wondered why his powers were leaving him. He furrowed his brows in alarm as he realized that something was blocking the water attribute and the flow of his mana. His eyes became bloodshot. He looked up at the young man, thinking that it must all be because of this stone. Golden lightning filled the space around the man. The young man looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was close to the limit. The guy activated his fiery eyes and sensory field, after which he began to calculate the path. The man struck with his trident, which the young man successfully dodged by swinging his sword. They locked eyes. The young man quickly jerked his hand. He delivered a powerful blow, which the man defended against with his trident, creating a shockwave. The men were close to each other, holding weapons in their hands. They clashed blows again, creating another burst of mana. The guy frowned, clenched his teeth and thought that he would not go out of his way. Yuan's blade fell between the prongs of the enemy's weapon. The man furrowed his brows in rage and clenched his teeth. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He replayed in his head the words of his father, who ordered that the stone of all seas be found, and if successful, he would proclaim the man his son. Theseus lowered his trident, turned the young man's sword and activated the dark spear, thinking that it does not matter to him at what cost, but he will achieve his father's favor so that he will see in him the son of the great Poseidon. The man pointed his spear at the ground, creating a powerful pulse of aura. and thought that he would become the heir to the god of all seas. The ground under the opponent's feet parted, the man's trident plunged the guy's sword into the ground. The young man activated his Hermes sandals and jumped away from the man, who split the ground beneath him into pieces. Theseus hung his head heavily, blood dripping from his mouth. The young man scattered his sandals, looking at his opponent. He collapsed wearily on his knee. He rubbed his cheek, thinking that, as it seemed to him, Theseus' weak side was his ardor and temper, but he tries to remain calm. Spitting out blood, he looked up at his opponent and ended the thought with what seemed to be the man's "There is something truly valuable at stake." Theseus felt sorry for the handle of the spear around which golden lightning raged, and then said that having dealt with the young man, he would deal with the Titans. Taking the trident with both hands, he looked menacingly at the enemy and said that the young man had chosen an opponent too tough because he was Theseus, the son of the great god of all the seas. The young man put his hand with the blade to the side, looking at his opponent. He squeezed his hand with the crystal tighter. The stone began to emit a bright light. The young man thought that it seemed like it was time for him to use Kaini. He put the sword in front of him, grinned and said that the man had finally made up his mind, after which he suggested doing it quickly and at the same time raising the level. The armies of the Titans and Olympians continued to fight among themselves. Thick dust formed a wall a few meters away from their battle. The young man's blade again fell into the space between the teeth of the enemy's weapon. The man clashed with blows, creating a bright flash. They looked at each other furiously, their brows furrowed. Having clashed with new blows, they created a bright flash and raised clouds of dust into the air. The man twirled the trident in his hand, swinging it at the guy. S1 activated his sandals, dodging Theseus' powerful attack. He landed behind the enemy, their battlefield surrounded by thick dust. The man gritted his teeth, frowned furiously and insulted the young man, thinking about why this kid was so difficult to deal with, because he dodges almost all attacks. The silhouette of a young man could be seen through the dust. The man added that it was not a matter of dexterity at all, because the guy seemed to see where his next blow would be directed. Theseus wondered if this was due to the fact that his eyes suddenly turned red. The young man opened his scarlet eyes, emitting an aura, and activated his sensor field. He squeezed the shining stone, thinking that the man could barely use his water attributes because of the stone of all seas. But he had no strength. It must be all because of the blood of Poseidon, and besides, the difference in level 2 makes itself known. Monsters that came out of the water destroyed the rocks, blocks of stones fell to the ground. The young man looked to the side. The man asked why he suddenly stopped, and if he realized that he could not win. The guy called it nonsense. He turned to the man, asking where he was going, and if he was afraid that the sea creatures would overtake him. Theseus said that he was speaking too boldly for a dead man. The Olympian soldier grabbed the man's arm as he said that he wanted to see the young man speak. When he pulled out his tongue, the soldier shouted the man's name. Theseus pulled back his hand, frowned and shouted at his ally, telling him not to interfere with him. The soldier calmly said that they needed to retreat because the situation was out of control. The next second, Susanoo blew off the head of one of the soldiers. Theseus called it nonsense and said that everything was going as he had planned. Without finishing his sentence, he noticed how the body of a dead soldier collapsed to the ground next to the Titan who was fighting with his army. Susanoo frowned, ordering his men to crush the Olympians because none of them should survive, after which he added that they should tear off their arms and legs and take them as trophies. Giant monsters were heading towards the coast. The soldier told the commander that they needed to do something, because even if you forget about the Titans, when the sea monsters get to them, they definitely won't cope, so they need to retreat now. Theseus looked at his opponent in rage, gritting his teeth. The soldier again shouted his name. The man frowned, thinking that he couldn't escape. The crystal in the guy's fist emitted a bright glow. The man added that his target was very close to him. The young man smiled slyly, thinking that this was the last straw. The soldier extended his hand to the man, which Theseus pushed away. The young man asked the commander to retreat, and the man, in turn, sent him. He frowned furiously, looking at the guy with distraught eyes. He clenched his teeth even tighter. Swinging his trident, he summoned a fiery chariot and addressed the soldiers. People rushed to the transport that arrived. The commander ordered to retreat and climb onto the chariot. The flame titan waved his sword, shouted that the day had finally come when the son of the god of the seas himself would run from him, after which he added that all his words were just window dressing. He stabbed with his sword, creating a firestorm, and told the man to take the fight and they would end this once and for all. Smoke rose into the sky as the chariot moved away from the island. S1 and Susanoo watched as the chariot flew further and further and began to glow. The young man squeezed the stone, calming the sea. The Titan asked if they had won. Squeezing the stone more and more, he said that he did not even doubt it. The Flame Titan looked to the side, happily saying that they had finally stopped hiding and avoiding. The sea finally calmed down. Titan added that the day had come when the giants defeated Olympus. The giants happily knocked their glasses of beer together. The entire settlement celebrated the victory. The man at the table asked to bring another barrel of beer because if you celebrate, then it's glory. A friend called him lazy and told him to bring it himself because they were actually celebrating too. People smiled happily and left. Moonlight fell on a bowl of water standing on the table. The young man lowered his head on his hand, sitting on a chair, and thought that the giants threw a feast as soon as they returned, after which he noticed that this was not surprising, because for the Titans it was a long-awaited victory. The young man wondered whether he should go to him. Looking out the window, he thought about what to celebrate, because he was clearly losing the fight with the Olympian. If not for the Stone of All Seas, he would not have lasted so long at all. Remembering the battle with Theseus, he replayed in his head that the man had almost defeated him, and even Sudar would not have been able to tip the scales, and if not for the monsters, many Titans would have died on that field. He looked at his wounded hand, thinking that they did not yet have the opportunity to resist Olympus. He clenched his fist, adding that when he thought about it, he was moving towards his goal faster than he expected, and that he didn't think he'd be able to get this far. Get up from his chair, he added that now that he has the Stone of All Seas, his steps will become even more swift. The young man opened the system window, took out a white sphere and wondered what his next step would be. He looked ahead with a smile. Hephaestus sneezed loudly and dropped it into his head. The man stood in front of the stove from which the flames were emanating and said that it seemed like he was standing in front of the heat, but for some reason he was freezing. The old man scratched his nose, wondering if he had a cold since he was shaking so much. He looked at the sphere that appeared, thinking about who was writing to him at such a late hour. A message from the young man appeared on the sphere where he asked how the old man was doing, adding that he was going to visit and he had something very interesting. Hephaestus said that not only did he catch a cold, but the young man also complained. The Stone of All Seas emitted a bright blue glow. The young man held it, standing in front of the blacksmith. The old man asked if he understood how valuable the thing was in his hands. The guy looked at the man with a smile. Hephaestus asked how he managed to find him, because the old man had personally been looking for him for 1,000 years. The young man replied that he was just lucky. The old man got very angry, looked at the smiling guy and exclaimed that he was saying this as if he had found it on the road, like some kind of coin. Hephaestus took the stone, saying that Theseus did not live up to the hopes placed on him and lost the stone, and now Olympus is unlikely to have the opportunity to climb to the guy for some time. The young man looked at the old man with a smile, who said that he was sure that the young man was immensely pleased with himself. The guy confirmed this, saying that now he at least had time to rest. Hephaestus frowned, thinking that Poseidon would be furious, and Zeus would have to somehow restrain his anger, because no matter how smart Yuan was, he did not know the full depth of the political games of Olympus, and yet he managed to turn the situation around benefit. The young man covered his mouth and yawned widely. The man wondered how this was even possible. The guy lowered his head. The old man said that he wanted to look at the stone. Holding the Stone of All Seas in his hands, he remembered the previous artifact and thought that although its properties were different, he felt the same power as in the Zeus lightning. The young man looked at the man holding the stone and asked if he could process the stone. The blacksmith replied that the question was not whether he could, but whether he would find the necessary materials for this. The guy closed his eyes and calmly said that everything was going the same way as last time, after which he said that he understood him and asked how long it would take, to which the man gave a period of 10 days. The blacksmith put his hand on his belt, closed his eyes and said that this would happen if he found adamantium, which is not easy to get now. The young man replied that they would try to get it quickly. The old man opened his eyes in surprise, asking if he was going to find adamantium. The young man confirmed his guess. The guy came closer to the blacksmith and looked into his face. The man asked if he was sorry for the money, to which the guy replied that he didn't have much money, because he spent everything on a glove. The old man asked how he was going to get it, in that case adamantium. The young man grinned, looked slyly at the man and said that he would sort it out, although it would take some time. The man said that he knew that the guy was not an empty talker. If he said that he would get the metal, then so it was. Hephaestus crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy passing by, and asked where he was going to find adamantium. The young man replied that as the old man said, Olympus would not bother him for a while, so he would focus on leveling up, because there was no time to waste in vain. The old man frowned, covered the stone with his hands and asked if he was seriously thinking about going against Olympus. The young man answered with a smile that he would go against them and everyone else. Hephaestus raised his eyebrows in shock, asking what this meant and what he was up to. The guy replied that the old man should deal with the stone, adding that he need not worry about payment, because everything would be in the best possible way. The old man watched the departing young man, who said goodbye to him. Fog fell over the city. The young man went down the stairs, thinking that the blacksmith was very surprised, and that he was sure that the old man would faint if he knew what he was up to. Suddenly a notification appeared next to him that the egg was moving. The young man thought that the egg was shaking again, and then wondered if it was because the incubation percentage had increased, and it seemed that it had been active for at least half a day. The purple egg came out of the notification. The young man asked him to wait a little longer, because perhaps they would meet his brothers and sisters soon. The system described that the egg tilted its head. Looking at the egg, the young man said that it would be fun because all the rottenness of the tower would begin to stick out their heads, and that these guys would only be happy to bite off their heads, after which he asked if this was true. The egg nodded in agreement. The young man lowered her gaze slightly, calmly saying that the egg should wait a little, because soon it would have a proper snack, after which he added that Odin told him where he could have a feast for him. He frowned slightly, looked forward and thought that Poseidon was desperately trying to get the divine sea crystal, and he must be completely mad right now, so now we can only hope that everything will go as Hercules predicted. The young man remembered how Odin, putting his hand to his chest, said that the crystal of all the seas is a very valuable thing that should not fall into the hands of Olympus. The man furrowed his eyebrows, adding that if the guy gets him, then he should expect a retaliatory strike of colossal force, because he will literally put a target on his back. Hercules looked at the man that as long as his father remains the Lord of Olympus, he doesn't have to worry about this, because he won't be able to go against a simple player who is not even a ranker, as long as you get the divine sea stone. Hercules added with a calm expression that as soon as a large guild makes its move in the head, the reaction of other large guilds will follow, which complicates the situation somewhat. The men stood opposite each other. Odin asked what he could say about Poseidon, and whether he should be expected to act without his father's knowledge, to which the guy replied that Zeus would keep him in line, so he wouldn't be able to do anything either do, because the three greatest gods of Olympus, although they have a common pedigree, are far from on the best terms, and their whole life is an endless struggle for power. Hercules introduced the images of Hades, Zeus and Poseidon, after which he said that his father's fight with Poseidon was the most brutal. He presented a stone exuding a golden orichalma in his father's hand, and said that after this, as Zeus was the divine celestial crystal and created his lightning, he managed to gain power over more than half of Olympus. The image in his head changed to a sternly frowning father, after which the guy said that Zeus then realized that the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal should under no circumstances fall into the hands of his brothers. The guy remembered how he listened to Hercules' story, holding his hand on his knees, and asked if the guy meant that everything would be resolved by itself, to which the demigod replied that perhaps it would be so. Hercules looked at the young man, saying that all he needed was to keep the crystal of all the seas with him until Zeus and Poseidon dealt with each other. The box fell to the ground, splitting into two parts. Poseidon went berserk and smashed the columns in his palace, wondering why his brother was tying his hands. Orion silently looked at the floor, thinking that he was unlucky to lose the argument and tell the news to his father, because now he had to take the anger upon himself. The young man was on his knee, in front of his embittered father, thinking that his brother was useless. He then said that the Lord of Heaven forbids direct confrontation with giants. The man looked back at him in rage, frowned deeply and exclaimed, saying that the giants had nothing to do with it, because it was all about this player. He waved his hand, gritted his teeth and, insulting Zeus, said that the young man was simply afraid that he would get his hands on the divine sea crystal, and also raged that he got into the capture of Hephaestus. The man hit the table with his fist, splitting it into pieces, after which he called his brother arrogant. He turned to his son, asking what he thought about this, and whether it seemed to him that this cunning serpent was playing a game again. The young man replied that such an insignificant creature as he did not dare condemn the thoughts of the ruler of heaven. Poseidon gritted his teeth, frowned and sent his brother away, thinking that there was no point in asking this, because Zeus has always been such a ruthless and heartless deity who believes that he can play without putting anything on the line. He remembered the battle between Euan and Theseus, after which he thought that no matter how talented this young man was, he was just an ordinary player, but Zeus decided to abandon the annoying flea and take out all his anger on him, his main rival. The man took the globe, a vein appeared on his hand, after which he said that his brother wanted him to show humility, adding that even though he had lost the divine sea crystal, and with it the reason for convening the rankers. Raising the huge globe above the ground, he bared his teeth furiously and exclaimed, asking how Zeus had the nerve to rub it in his face. The castle of the Great Guild of Asgard stood under a cloudy sky between the rocks. One of the subordinates asked Odin if he had heard that the divine sea crystal had fallen into the hands of a simple player. The man grinned, said that some brat had found the stone of all seas, and then laughed a little. The white-robed subordinate stood before the man sitting on the throne, who said he was sure the Olympians were hysterical. Heavy rain fell over the forest. Asura called the name of the young man. A man walked through the forest, saying that he was a simple player, but so talented, even though he was not a ranker. He furrowed his brows slightly as he looked ahead and wondered if he would get the chance to fight him. Warm rays of the sun fell on the mountain slopes. Golden sparks were visible between the rocks. Ogong's hand was bound with runes. The guy said the name Yuan. Sitting in captivity, he said that the guy got the crystal of all the seas, after which he called it interesting. He grinned, furrowed his brows, and said that he thought the guy was just a newbie, after which he noted that he couldn't wait to find out what would happen next. The main character stood next to a burning cart in the middle of a green forest. First floor of the tower. The driver told Yuan that they had reached the first floor and thanked him for using the pride of Olympus, the sun chariot. A notification has appeared. 1,000 points spent. Yuan raised his head, looking at the flying cart. The driver told Yuan to contact them again. Yuan thought that even though it was a copy, Theseus had brought exactly the same one with him, not realizing how many copies they had made there. The main character opened his mouth slightly, baring his teeth, looking straight ahead. He thought that, thanks to this, he got there quickly. The main character entered deep into the green forest. Wall of the first floor of the tower, edge of the world. The main character raised his hand, dressed in a black glove. He thought about what he had heard, that no one had ever broken down this wall. The main character stood among the trees in deep darkness. He thought that no one could even think that one day it would collapse on its own. The protagonist opened the system inventory, taking out his weapon. The protagonist thought that he had no time for sentimentality, and he was definitely told that it must be there somewhere. System notification. Fiery eyes find their trajectory. The protagonist held his weapon tightly in his hand. A system window appears. Tosca's blade is a shard, a fragment of the sword used by Susanoo to seal Yamato no Orochi. It has a special power sealed in it, but it can only be returned by finding all the shards and putting the sword back together. In the distance, the main character noticed a column of orange aura. An orange flame appeared in the middle of the forest. The protagonist thought that Odin said everything correctly, a location with a difficulty level that does not correspond to the first floor. The main character noted that this was the dungeon of Susanoo, one of the 3 noble children, the highest ranker from 57th place. The protagonist slowly approached the pillar of light. He thought that before he returned in time, this artificial dungeon was discovered only after several hundred years. The main character added that he remembers that the other 2 ghosts managed to find the fragments and complete the blade of the 3 deities. The protagonist was clutching a fragment of a sword in his hand, from which an orange aura began to emanate. Yuan thought that there must be relics of his brother and fellow Susanoo out there somewhere, so they want to find them at any cost. Yuan mentally asked for their forgiveness, noting that now he would take them away. The protagonist stuck a fragment of a sword into the ground, into a column of orange aura. A red light began to emanate from the ground, and a hieroglyph appeared. System notification. The secret dungeon of Susanoo's legacy has been discovered. Yuan noted that the Chronos winding mechanism is truly incredible. The entire space turned red and a huge tower appeared. System alert. Checking compliance with conditions. The check is passed and the main character can enter. Yuan noted that he managed to cut off an entire 100 years. The main character turned his head, looking at the tower that appeared. System alert. You need to go through the tower to get the hidden Susanoo relics, and once the main character finds the key, he can leave the dungeon. The main character noted that the tower is a bit high, which means there should be a key and relics there. The main character opened the system storage, putting the sword fragment into it, while a monster's leg appeared behind him. Monsters appeared behind Yuan, bearing their fangs. Yuan noted that these guys do not plan to let him near. Monsters of floors above the 4th, vampire hyenas. Yuan looked at the hyenas with his menacing gaze, frowning. He said he didn't care because the more the merrier. The main character cut the hyenas over and over again, without giving them a chance. Multiple notifications have appeared that the degree of heaven's fate has not been increased, after which a message appeared that the degree of completion of the heavenly fate had been increased by 0.001%. The protagonist plunged his sword into the hyena's body. He grabbed the monster with his hand, squeezing it tightly. Yuan threw the monster away, knocking the other one down. The monsters collapsed to the ground, losing to the protagonist. Yuan approached the stone gate of the tower. Yuan looked straight ahead with a serious gaze, pursing his lips. System alert that Heaven's Fate is 99.546% complete. Yuan thought that it had increased by about 3,000, which means that an increase of 0.5% in a sea turtle was quite large, and it was necessary to reach 100 even then. The main character presented his card with a level and increased intuition. Yuan noted that, thanks to the sensory floor, his intuition has grown significantly. Yuan placed his blood-stained hand on the tower gate. Red light made its way into the building from a small crack in the open door. Yuan walked inside, walking down the stairs. System alert that Yuan has entered the Susanoo dungeon. The main character walked along the dark corridor of the tower. The system alert said that he should rise to the 100th floor. System notification that the protagonist must pass the Susanoo test. The protagonist looked around the dark room, frowning. He thought that there were very narrow corridors there, which meant that this dungeon was a labyrinth. Yuan thought it was some kind of mini version of the tower. The protagonist recalled images of the gods. He thought that he had never met Susanoo before, but he had heard a lot of bad things about him. However, despite the terrible characteristics, everyone usually agreed that he was strong. Yuan, feeling the energy, widened his eyes. He turned behind him, seeing the open inventory. The protagonist did not understand why his inventory suddenly opened on its own. A blade fragment appeared from the inventory, from which a red aura emanated. The main character looked in shock at the samurai spirit that appeared. The samurai sparkled with his red eyes, looking at the protagonist. He looked around the room in which he appeared. The samurai noted that he was in a small tower, remembering that he was dead. The samurai looked at the protagonist, who opened his mouth slightly. The samurai asked the main character who he was and whether he was the holder of Tosca's sword. The main character replied that it was so. The protagonist squinted at the samurai, frowning his eyebrows. The samurai noted that judging by his manner of speech, he did not know him. Yuan thought that despite his unsightly appearance, he could clearly sense his bloodlust. In the dark corridor, torches lit up with a violet flame in which Yuan stood with the samurai. The samurai wanted to introduce himself, but the main character interrupted him. Yuan said that he is Susanoo, one of the 3 noble children, a master of the sword arts, a necromancer and spiritualist, a renowned assassin, and ranked 57th in the ranking during his lifetime. Susanoo crossed his arms over his chest, looking arrogantly at the protagonist. Susanoo asked Yuan what he knew about him in such detail. The protagonist added that he also died in the Yamato no Orochi duel. The necromancer narrowed his eyes, looking angrily at the protagonist. He told Yuan not to talk nonsense. Yuan said that no matter what, he knows that he is an important person. The protagonist stood opposite the flying necromancer. The protagonist said that he was wondering, asking Susanoo that he didn't want to be respected so much if he lived the way he did. Susanoo said that he is already dead, so there is no difference, and such fame suits him quite well, adding that such experiences even before his death did not bother him at all. A small orange light emanated from the necromancer. He said that he would correct Yuan on one point: he did not live the way he lived, but lived a better life. Yuan said he was proud of his many kills, noting that he was glad he died so early. The main character continued his way down the corridor. The necromancer told Yuan that he knew who he was but dared to be so arrogant, noting that he didn't look like one of their rankers, asking who he was. The protagonist said that he is a player who recently climbed to the 21st floor. The necromancer was surprised that he climbed to the 21st floor, noting that he was so low, but dared him to dare. The protagonist headed down the corridor while Susanoo followed him. The necromancer said that he did not belong there, noting that there were monsters all around, to whom the monsters from the 21st floor were no match. The protagonist said that he dealt with them before he entered. Yuan walked with an indifferent expression on his face while Susanoo stared at him. Susanoo told Yuan that it was not bad, and by the way, he is forced to follow him because he has a fragment. Yuan told Susanoo whatever. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, continuing to walk while Susanoo circled around him. Susanoo asked the protagonist if he had a squad and if he was a pureblood, noting that he didn't look like one. The protagonist said that he does not have a squad and he is not a pureblood. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows, pursing his lips from accumulated anger. Susanoo asked the main character where he lived, how he found that place, and where he got Tosca's shard. The protagonist thought that Susanoo was too talkative. Yuan turned sharply towards the necromancer, clenching his hands into fists. Susanoo asked the protagonist why he wasn't answering. The protagonist looked angrily at the necromancer, baring his teeth. He said that the necromancer was annoying with questions. The necromancer said that he should at least say where he got the fragment from. Yuan told the necromancer that if he was so interested, then in return let him tell him which way to go. The necromancer closed his eyes, folding his arms over his chest. Yuan said that he hates maze dungeons because they take too much time. The necromancer said that in that case, he would tell him. The protagonist stood in the middle of the dark corridor of the tower, looking at the necromancer. Susanoo said that in order to get to the door on the first floor, you will have to go back a little and first go straight there and then turn around. The protagonist silently followed the necromancer's instructions, moving along the corridor. Yuan thought that the labyrinth was quite large and complex. The necromancer told Yuan that now he must answer his question of how he got the shard. The necromancer opened his eyes, sparkling with red light. Yuan said that he received it on the first floor during the Coliseum test. The protagonist took out his black sword, shrouded in purple flame. Susanoo was surprised that the fragment was already there. The protagonist said that in the final round of the test, someone appeared. Yuan extended his hand behind his back, holding the sword tightly in his hand. Susanoo asked Yuan who showed up. The necromancer widened his eyes, looking at the main character. He said that this couldn't happen. The necromancer asked Yuan that it was Yamato no Orochi. The protagonist swung his sword, destroying the wall with purple flames. The necromancer was surprised that this guy defeated Yamato no Orochi. Monsters appeared in front of the main character in the form of fog. The protagonist gripped the weapon tightly, causing black lightning with a yellow glow to form in his hand. Yuan confidently walked towards the monsters, showing his sword. Susanoo narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the protagonist, and then laughed. Yuan stared at the monsters while Susanoo flew nearby. Yuan asked him what was funny, to which the necromancer replied that it was nothing, and he could continue. Yuan watched the monsters with narrowed eyes, pursing his lips. The necromancer thought that he was a green player with strange items and defeated Yamato no Orochi, not understanding what he was. The main character continued to follow along the dark corridor, along with Susanoo. The necromancer thought it was interesting how he would go through this dungeon, noting that he couldn't wait to watch. Yuan looked annoyed at Susanoo, who appeared in front of his face. The necromancer asked the main character why he was destroying walls if he showed him the direction, asking what problems he had with labyrinths. Yuan told the necromancer to stop asking questions. System notification. The level has been raised. The main character destroyed the building with his attacks, emitting a powerful aura. System alerts appeared that stamina, intuition, and agility were increased by 1. The main character thought that all the monsters there were either ghosts or undead. Yuan looked at Susanoo with an angry look, his eyebrows furrowed. He asked what these were all the people he had killed, to which the necromancer replied that who knows. The necromancer hovered in the air, looking at the main character, while his powerful samurai aura was visible behind him. Yuan thought that even at that moment, he was not just a sword master recognized by Asura, but also one of the strongest necromancers and spiritualists. Yuan noted that it would not be difficult for him to imprison the souls of the people he killed there. The protagonist walked up the stairs to the door, looking at Susanoo. Yuan noted that climbing the tower felt like dancing on bones, and it was a terrible feeling. The necromancer sarcastically noted that Yuan is their defender of justice. The protagonist extended his hand to the door, touching it. He said that he had met different people before, but this was the first time he saw someone like him. The necromancer told Yuan to be glad that on the 21st floor he had now met all types of people. The protagonist entered a dusty room in which the black silhouette of a monster could be seen. System alert that the protagonist has reached the 10th floor. System notification that Yuan has entered the first room and must fight the enemy. The monster stood with his mouth slightly open, sparkling violet eyes. The system notified that the door to the next room will open after passing the first room, and the next floor will open after passing 5 rooms. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, telling the monsters not to get up. The main character turned his purple flame on the undead. The system notified that the sacred flame was burning the body of the undead. The undead was engulfed in purple flames and tears flowed from his eyes. Yuan was surprised that the undead were crying. The system notified that the first room had been completed. The monster fell to the floor, gradually dying out, while the main character continued on his way. The necromancer asked Yuan if he wanted him to tell him something. The purple flames almost burned the undead's body. Susanoo told the protagonist that he had correctly guessed that these were all people he had killed while alive, and he collected as many ghosts and undead there as he could, noting that the oldest of them was probably 5,000 years old. Susanoo said that their souls could not be freed by anyone other than a necromancer of his level or higher. The protagonist walked down the corridor, lips pursed and hands clenched into fists. The necromancer said that if they were defeated, they would at least be freed from their binding to that place. The necromancer folded his arms across his chest, squinting at the main character. He said that, nevertheless, the difficulty from the 6th room will be significantly higher. Susanoo asked Yuan what he would do next, spit on all the guys from the back rooms and move to the next floor after the 5th. The protagonist walked in the darkness, clutching his blade in his hand. He said they weren't exaggerating, that he really was a scoundrel. Yuan looked straight ahead with a menacing gaze, while his hand sparkled with lightning. Yuan told the necromancer that even if he hadn't said that, he would still have gone further into the rooms. Yuan noted that if he gets distracted by scratching with his tongue, he will leave him behind, so he should just follow him. The main character quickly dealt with the monsters, leaving behind a golden light. The system notified that the 15th, 20th, and 33rd floors had been passed. The undead opened their mouths, blazing golden eyes as they were engulfed in violet flames. The protagonist broke through the undead, destroying them one after another. The undead extended their hands to the main character, opening their mouths. They asked the main character to kill them so that they could get out of there. The protagonist cut the monsters with his blade, sparkling with lightning. System alert. Absorbed by resentment, the undead said that she did not want to suffer anymore. The system notified that the 40th floor had been passed. The main character frowned, biting his lower lip. He thought that the offense had been consumed. The system notified that it would pass the 50th floor. The main character opened the wooden box. The system notified that the first Susanoo relic had been discovered. The protagonist took off his red cloak, pulling a black jacket over his body. The system notified that the robe of the 4 great elements had been obtained. The protagonist was inspecting his new jacket, while his old coat fell on Susanoo. A system alert has appeared. Robe of the 4 great elements, armor blessed by the 4 deities of fire, water, air, and lightning, strong resistance to the attributes of fire, water, air, lightning, and further, with the help of mana, the resistance can be further increased. The protagonist thought that even with not very high physical resistance, you can survive thanks to the sensory field. Susanoo took off his cloak, putting it in his inventory. The main character thought that this was a very unexpected acquisition, and that he got the item so quickly, noting that he needed to continue to fight his way. The main character was holding his head. 42 days have passed since entering the Susanoo Tower. The protagonist climbed a spiral staircase. He thought that at some point he began to hear the voices of the monsters he encountered, and mysterious notifications also began to appear. Yuan extended his hand, fingers spread. Yuan thought that only high-level necromancers could hear the voices of the dead, suggesting that it might be because of Kaini. Yuan thought that there was nothing pleasant there, and all this was shaking his psyche. Yuan gradually climbed the stairs while the necromancer followed behind him. The necromancer noted that Yuan was already starting to get tired, and meanwhile the test was accelerating, and this was a very difficult dungeon. Susanoo told the protagonist that he nevertheless did well for a player from the 21st floor. Susanoo flew up to the protagonist's palm, which was wearing a black glove. Susanoo noted that this glove has a unique ability. Susanoo asked the protagonist why he wasn't using her properly and that he was holding her as a bargaining chip. The protagonist waved his hand, driving the necromancer away, looking at him with an irritated look. The main character asked Susanoo what he was talking about. Susanoo said they were so similar to him and didn't understand why he didn't use her. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the stairs, looking at the necromancer. The necromancer noted that the main character does not know. Yuan asked the necromancer why he didn't finish, noting something about him not using something there properly. The necromancer said that he knew nothing. The main character turned his head away from the necromancer, who was looking at him with displeasure. Yuan told the necromancer that then there is no need to pretend that he knows something if he doesn't. Susanoo noted that he had already said everything. The main character stared straight ahead, looking slightly exhausted. He thought about Susanoo's words to use properly, noting that he hadn't used hell while he was ascending and was surprised that there was something else. The main character introduced a black glove and the image of Hades. Yuan noted that there really isn't much information about Kaini, and now she has a different form, and he was never close with Hades, the original owner. Yuan noted that among the three gods of Olympus, he was the most mysterious person. The protagonist continued up the stairs, walking in the company of Susanoo. The protagonist thought that there must be something to Kaini besides increasing mana, noting that it was useful information. Susanoo told Yuan that, be that as it may, he has become a little stronger since coming to the tower, but he clearly does not reach the top ranker. Yuan raised his hand, waving his finger in front of Susanoo, shooing him away. Susanoo said that it was a miracle that the player from the 21st floor was able to get this far, but he was still missing something. Yuan told Susanoo to stop buzzing in his ear because he's not a fly. The main character moved his foot to the next step. The guys climbed the stairs and found themselves at the gate. The protagonist turned his attention to the necromancer. Susanoo told Yuan that it might be a little complicated, noting that he was finally paying attention to him. The protagonist extended his hands to the door, opening them. Susanoo said that he would not tell him anything since he could see for himself. The main character asked Susanoo that he was offended, noting that it was childish. Green light made its way through the crack in the door, from which the black silhouette of the main character and the necromancer could be seen. System alert that the protagonist has reached the 60th floor. The protagonist began to shake his head, looking around the dark room. He didn't understand why there was nothing there. Suddenly the main character widened his eyes, feeling the energy. In the darkness, among the dust, a black silhouette was visible. The main character thought that after all, there was something there. A blue aura emanated from the black silhouette. The monster in black armor shone with its blue fiery eyes. The main character covered his face with his hands, holding his blade in them, protecting himself from a powerful wave of aura. The protagonist lowered his hands, tightly gripping his blade. He noted that he had a huge thirst for blood, thinking that that man was definitely not ordinary during his life. Clouds of dust rose from the powerful impact. System alert that the main character must defeat the Death Knight. Yuan looked at the knight dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open. The knight held his sword in his hands, emitting a terrifying blue aura. System alert. Arthur, King of Knights. The main character called out the knight by name. Arthur's eyes shone with a bright light. Clouds floated above the tower. Merlin thought that he was still quite a novice when he first met Arthur. He wielded the sword like a ghost, although at first he thought it was in some object, and all his comrades believed in him so much. Arthur called out to Merlin. Arthur ran up to Merlin, who was clutching the books to his chest. Arthur asked Merlin that he was going to the library again. Arthur grabbed Merlin's hand, who was slightly confused. Arthur told Merlin to stop reading books, inviting him to at least warm up a little together. The books fell out of Merlin's hands, falling to the ground. Arthur persuaded Merlin to go with him. Arthur pulled Merlin along with him, running to the side. Merlin thought that he had never seen greater devotion in anyone. Arthur looked back at his friend with a smile. Merlin thought about how he missed his friend. Clouds of dust rose from the powerful impact. Arthur clutched his huge sword in his hands. Arthur beamed with his blue eyes, looking at the protagonist. King of the Knights Arthur, leader of the Britons, master of the Knights of the Round Table. Opposite Arthur could be seen the black silhouette of the main character. Yuan gritted his teeth, hiding his eyes behind his bangs. He thought that this was the same Arthur who was killed by Susanoo and imprisoned in the tower. Yuan narrowed his eyes at his opponent, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that during the campaign, the equipment remains on the wearer even if he becomes undead. Arthur walked towards the main character with a menacing look, holding a sword in his hands and emitting a blue aura. Yuan thought that he was holding the legendary sword Excalibur. Blue smoke comes out of Arthur's eyes. Yuan thought that during his lifetime the knight did not have time to become a top ranker, but he heard that his rank was growing at an insane speed. The knight suddenly rushed to attack the main character, swinging his sword. The knight swung his sword in the face of the main character, who managed to dodge the attack. Yuan thought that he had ice attribute mana. A powerful burst of blue aura hit the ground. Green traces of aura appeared in the air. A system alert appeared that the main character was using the Hermes Gate. The knight and the main character swung their weapons while a green stream of aura emanated from Yuan. System notification. Skill activation. Heavenly Step. Arthur and Yuan clashed their swords in battle, causing a huge wave of bright light to appear. The protagonist's blade slid across the knight's sword, emitting purple flames. System notification. The sacred flame envelops the Dark Knight sword. Skill activation. Magic sword. The main character slipped past the knight, dodging his attack. Yuan thought that he would hardly be able to defeat Arthur under normal circumstances, but he was killed by Susanoo a long time ago and found himself under his control. The main character struck again, hitting the enemy's sword, causing a powerful wave to slide across the floor, raising clouds of dust. Arthur stood motionless, looking carefully at the protagonist. The knight raised his puzzled gaze. Yuan asked him where he was looking. The protagonist struck the knight's chest with his blade. Yuan widened his eyes in surprise. His blade was blocked by an ice block. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the block of ice. He was surprised by the ice. Yuan bared his teeth, clenching them, looking warily at his opponent. He thought that Arthur was very fast. Arthur attacked the main character, hitting his arm with his sword. Blood flowed from the protagonist's hand. The protagonist thought that it was not for nothing that he was called the King of Knights, noting that he was fluent in standard fencing perfectly. Blue spears began to appear from under the protagonist's feet. The main character said that now he understands why he is alone on the 60th floor. The main character asked what the mid-boss was. The main character raised his blade in front of him, defending himself from the sword. The blades that appeared above the protagonist's head quickly hit the ground. The main character's jacket began to turn white. System notification. Body temperature began to drop rapidly. Yuan covered himself with his sword, slightly icy in some places. System alert. Condition: first degree frostbite. Yuan looked intensely at his opponent, his lips pursed. System notification. The robe of the four great elements resisted the cold. Yuan thought that he was able to dodge thanks to his fiery eyes and sensory field, but with the cold it would not be possible. The protagonist thought that he felt as if he had eaten too much ice. Arthur rushed to attack the main character while blades began to fall from above. Yuan thought that his attack pattern was simple. Arthur jumped up, swinging his huge sword while the main character covered himself with his blade. The protagonist thought that his scheme had been honed to perfection. Because of the raised clouds of dust and smoke, the black silhouettes of the guys were barely visible. Among the cloud of dust, a bright purple light appeared. Arthur flew at the main character with an attack, while purple flames filled the space. The system notified that the body temperature was rising rapidly. System notification. Condition: frostbite resistance. Successful resistance. Yuan moved his hand behind his back, tightly gripping the blade in it, looking at the flying knight. He thought it was an impressive strategy. System notification. The giant's power seeped into his hand. Temporarily, endurance points have been replaced by strength points. The protagonist with a furious look looked at the knight, baring his teeth. Yuan said it wouldn't work that time. Arthur emotionlessly prepared to attack Yuan. The protagonist hit his blade on the knight's shoulder, emitting purple flames. The blade sank into Arthur's armor, who looked at it. The main character cut off Arthur's hand, in which he was holding his sword. The main character quickly cut off the knight's second hand, without giving him a chance. The knight looked at the main character, who was about to attack him with his blade, emitting flames. The protagonist launched a powerful attack, hitting the knight, causing a small explosion. Arthur fell to the ground, amazed by the main character. Yuan told Arthur that he had had enough of fighting. A purple aura appeared in the air, emanating from Arthur and penetrating the protagonist's hand. System notification. Absorbed by resentment, Yuan raised his gaze upward, knitting his eyebrows. He said that if only Merlin could see him too. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. Arthur said the name Merlin. The main character looked dumbfounded at his hand, which shone with a golden light. He was surprised that Arthur spoke to him. Arthur asked Yuan what he said about Merlin. The protagonist tightly squeezed his hand, which was wearing a black glove. Arthur told Yuan that he was willing to make a contract with him if he carried out his wishes, and even if he had to become his servant forever. The knight asked the main character's help to meet Merlin, as he had something to say. The protagonist looked straight ahead angrily, frowning. Arthur said that Lancelot had betrayed Britain. The main character narrowed his gaze, looking straight ahead. He thought he had heard a lot about Lancelot. The protagonist presented an image of a black silhouette of Lancelot holding his spear against the background of the city. Yuan thought that he was the new head of the Round Table, a top ranker who had turned the Round Table into one of the largest guilds. Yuan did not understand how Lancelot could betray Britain. Yuan touched his hand to the black glowing glove. Arthur asked the protagonist if he would do him a favor. The protagonist said that he is not a necromancer. The main character covered his glove with his palm, lowering his head. He said that he could only hear his voice thanks to that object, so he did not have the power to revive him as an undead. Arthur was saddened by this. The main character looked at the floor with a sad look, his mouth slightly open. Yuan told Arthur that he would still try his best, noting that he didn't think the situation was completely hopeless. The protagonist thought that sooner or later he would meet in Merlin. The protagonist continued to keep his hand on the glove, emitting golden light. The main character thought that since he, apparently, would have to get rid of Lancelot, it would be nice to have Arthur as an ally. Yuan told the knight that he would fulfill his request. The protagonist removed his hand from his glove, looking at the emanating golden light in front of him. Arthur was very grateful to the main character. System notification that the request of King Arthur of the Knights has been accepted, and the cleansing of Britain has begun. A system alert appeared, stating that after completing the task, the complete submission of King Arthur would be obtained. The protagonist raised his head, looking straight ahead with a serious gaze. System notification. The soul of the King of Knights was obtained. The protagonist thought about complete submission. Yuan walked towards the knight's sword lying on the floor. Yuan thought that he perceived this as a normal request, but apparently this was some kind of hidden test. Susanoo said that it all ended somewhat disappointingly. Yuan bent down to the sword, taking it in his hands. Susanoo said that Arthur was a very useful undead. The protagonist noted that he showed up again, asking Susanoo where he was hiding. The main character raised his sword, looking at Susanoo with a serious look. He asked the necromancer that it was just a coincidence that he killed Arthur. The necromancer asked Yuan how to know and what he himself thought. The necromancer narrowed his eyes, looking at the protagonist. He said he would answer the question if he could get to the top. The main character swung his sword, suddenly throwing it towards the necromancer. The protagonist waved his hand as the sword flew into the system inventory. Susanoo asked the protagonist who throws their items into inventory like that. Yuan told Susanoo that he was overthinking what a vile and elaborate test he had put in place here. The main character looked exhaustedly to the side, his mouth slightly open. He told the necromancer that he needed to quickly go upstairs to finish and sleep. Gray clouds floated above the white building. 50th floor of the tower, Ranker Control Bureau. The red-haired guy and the brunette looked straight ahead in fear. One person from the bureau asked the red-haired man where the guy was from and where he was. The man from the bureau slammed his fist on the table, which made the players even more scared. He told the redhead to stop stuttering and answer faster. Another man entered the office, and the guys turned to look at him. He asked him how long he was going to make trouble by calling him Ogong. The man who entered asked Ogong what would be more accurate to call his alter ego Ogong. Ogong glared at that man, his yellow eyes sparkling. Ogong said that this does not concern any pawn. The blonde sat down at the table in front of Ogong, looking at him with a slightly annoyed look. The blonde said that he was the director there, asking Ogong to behave himself, asking him that he wanted to quarrel with management over the issue of using an alter ego. The director bared his teeth, squinting at Ogong. He told Ogong that they also cannot answer questions involving personal information. Ranker Control Bureau on the 50th floor, Director. Ogong turned away from the director, stomping his foot. Ogong told them they were being petty, not understanding why it was so hard to say. The guys watched as Ogong left the office, slamming the door. The red-haired guy breathed out a sigh of relief as a green light appeared in front of the director. The guy said that his aura was terribly overwhelming, wondering that it was just an alter ego. The director said that if it were a real Ogong, the manager would personally come to him. A green system window opened in front of the director with information about Yuan. The director told the boys that unless the information was officially requested by someone, they had no right to reveal anything other than their rank. The director looked at the system window, raising a lollipop to his mouth. He thought that even if he turned a blind eye to the rules, they, in principle, would not be able to share information. Even people who knew everything about the tower knew almost nothing about him. The director looked at the origin line, which had a question mark in it. The director didn't understand why there wasn't even any information about his origin, noting that he didn't think it was some kind of system error or anything like that. The director thought that it was not surprising that the stewards were so interested in him. The director sat with a lollipop in his mouth, looking dissatisfied at the system window. The director thought that Yuan had not risen above the 21st floor for almost 3 months, noting that it was clearly not a matter of the decision to stop climbing. The director didn't understand what Yuan was doing. Yuan stood next to the undead creature that was emitting smoke. The main character was leaving the dark room of the tower when many corpses of monsters with aura were lying there. A notification came out that he had successfully passed the test on the 99th floor. A card with Yuan characteristics has appeared: Strength 99, Dexterity 93, Stamina 98, Perception 99, Mana 102. The protagonist sat on the steps with his head bowed, covering it with his hands, in front of his skill card. He realized that he had only climbed a little and now he had the 100th floor left. The protagonist looked tired, covering his head with his hand, looking straight at the little spirit Arthur. He understood the difficulties of the 90th floor and he understood that the last floor must be insanely difficult. Spirit Arthur asked him what happened, as Yuan seemed too upset. The protagonist stood up slightly from the steps in the dark space of the corridor. Arthur asked him if he was not interested in what was in front of him. Yuan realized that the necromancer had decided to take charge and realized that he should now hurry up and get up. The little spirit crossed his arms and glared at the main character. He explained that he honestly did not expect that a newcomer from the 21st floor would go so far. He noted that Yuan had such remarkable abilities that he still couldn't believe it even after seeing it with his own eyes. The main character stood on the steps with his black boots. Arthur began listing the main character's credentials by type: his smoldering gaze, gigantism, and even sacred fire. He answered sincerely that he wondered if Yuan could really be a ranker. The protagonist walked up to the huge gate and replied that right now he was not a ranker. The little spirit Arthur floated in the air above Yuan with his arms crossed. He wondered what this could mean. Arthur's spirit began to evaporate after they were about to enter the door. Notification that they have entered the top floor. Another notice that after passing they will be able to get the Susanoo relic. Yuan entered the spacious room through the gate. The main character frowned and wondered if Arthur's spirit had disappeared. The protagonist walked forward into the dark space, waving his black-gloved hands. Susanoo explained that in that space was the one who killed him. The protagonist was slightly surprised, realizing that he would now meet the killer Arthur. Yuan widened his eyes and looked ahead in shock, hearing information about the newcomer from the 21st floor from the spirit. A huge demon in the form of the Susanoo spirit sat at the end of the corridor. The spirit of Susanoo invited him to continue their conversation. They were in a huge room opposite each other, standing in the distance. The spirit was incredibly curious to know about what Yuan said about the fact that he was not a ranker. He wondered if Yuan had ever even been a ranker. The main character looked forward contemptuously through his thick bangs. He realized that the spirit had gone crazy because he never thought that Susanoo would become the boss of the dungeon. The protagonist frowned deeply and peered ahead with his red gaze. He used the smoldering gaze skill, which analyzed the character of the target. Susanoo told Yuan to stop bluffing, he just wanted to hear an honest answer. The silhouette of the main character stood in the distance opposite the necromancer Susanoo. He decided to bet that one of them would know the desired answer to his question. Yuan took out his blade and replied that the loser of the argument would have to answer any question. The spirit of Susanoo, in the form of a samurai, sat with a malicious grin on his throne. Yuan added that Susanoo might not have done this if he wasn't sure about it. Susanoo laughed at this ironic joke about his insecurities. The samurai spirit Susanoo sharpened his blade. He explained that this couldn't happen, so he decided to take on the challenge. A notification appeared that a bet had been made with Susanoo and the winner could ask a question and receive an answer. They stood opposite each other in a huge corridor. A notification appeared stating that the answer must be truthful. The main character clutched his blade tightly, looking contemptuously at his opponent. Susanoo felt a huge number of angry spirits, which must have been those whose resentment had accumulated because they were killed at the hands of Yuan. The protagonist swung his blade, which was surrounded by purple flames. It dawned on him why Susanoo had now left this dungeon behind. He realized that the dungeon was not to immortalize the souls, relics, and legacies collected from the murder of countless lives. Yuan realized that Susanoo was not the type to dwell on such things. The main character swung his blade and intended to release a purple aura to attack. Streams of violet aura spread through the air in the form of a funnel. Yuan knew that this was done so that Susanoo would link himself to the system even after death. The angry spirit of the Susanoo knight bloodthirstily looked at the streams of purple fire. It was clear to Yuan that everything was so that Susanoo could continue to fight. There was a huge explosion of violet flame in the dark space. A notification came out that you need to defeat the Death Knight, Susanoo. The protagonist swung his sword while a cloud of aura flew around in the air. The spirit asked him a question about whether he had finished off Susanoo. The protagonist looked ahead in disappointment, not wanting to hear this exclamation. Susanoo suddenly appeared, leaving behind a cloud of dust and emitting aura discharges, laughing insidiously. Yuan looked forward angrily, holding his sword in front of him, in the reflection of which was Susanoo's malicious grin. He realized that his killing intent was on a completely different level. Susanoo held his sharp katana in his hand. The protagonist understood that his enemy was the one who killed thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanoo spread his arms to the sides, holding his blade in one of them. He grinned maliciously because he was glad that someone like the main character had finally entered the tower. The necromancer rushed to fly into the attack in a stream of purple aura, leaving behind a black trail. He wished that Yuan would not disappoint him and really wanted to fight properly. Yuan bared his teeth violently, trying to swat his blade away from the armored demon advancing on him. The two of them fought in a fierce battle with their blades. From such a stormy battle, the entire space was filled with blue light. Yuan swung his blade while standing in front of the angry Susanoo. The necromancer with his glowing eyes glared at his opponent, asking him how he stopped the attack. The main character bared his teeth and looked angrily at the enemy. A notification appeared indicating that the smoldering gaze had read the attack trajectory and the sensor field had been activated. The main character deftly moved his feet while standing in front of Susanoo, who was slipping. He realized that Susanoo was so strong despite already being a rotten corpse. They fought in a fierce battle in the blue aura space. Yuan understood that even if he lost concentration for a second, he would lose. The main character bared his teeth strongly, swinging his sword and repelling the necromancer's attacks. Yuan swung his sword when suddenly his arm suddenly increased in size. A notification popped up indicating that the Gigantomania skill had been activated in his hand. Their black silhouettes fought in the dark space of the room, when the blue aura from the battle scattered to the sides. Yuan bared his teeth heavily, looking at the blue light angrily. The protagonist covered his face with his hands when there was a bright flash of a purple aura and dark stripes surrounded Yuan. Susanoo's hand grabbed the protagonist's shoulder. The demon looked bloodthirsty with his glowing eyes at his opponent, who was happy that he had finally caught him. Susanoo, in his armor, was holding Yuan in his hands when he was attacked by purple flames from the side. Notice that Yuan attacked Death Knight Susanoo with divine flames. The demon immediately flew back due to the stream of violet flames that Yuan threw at him. The black silhouette of the main character was in clouds of dust. The protagonist understood that the gap between them was too great. The main character looked tired and out of breath from such a stormy fight. He understood that he did not have enough speed, mana, strength, and the divine flame did not have any effect on him either. Susanoo grinned maliciously as he felt the purple flames on him. He found it amusing that a useless attack was being used against him. The black demon opened his mouth with long fangs and was amused. He felt funny about this situation, and he thought that something similar had happened to him before. He recalled his dialogue with a fighter in an empty and gloomy forest on small stones. The warrior asked Susanoo that he wanted Arthur dead, and not even a ranker, but a simple child. The samurai sat with his head bowed, resting his hand on it. He wondered why he had to do this and also asked who the guy in the raincoat was to talk so brazenly. At that moment, Sasu, who was completely wrapped in a cloak, explained that it didn't matter who he was. Sasu then looked carefully at the warrior who was sitting opposite him. Sasu then said that what was important was exactly what the samurai wanted. The samurai frowned from under his long bangs, resting his hand on his face. Sasu said it was a war. Instead of the necromancer's face, completely wrapped in a cloak, there was a green aura core that looked at the sitting samurai. Susanoo explained that if there was a war, then the samurai would not have to worry about fines and disciplinary punishments, and all he had to do was enjoy the game of slaughter. Under the necromancer's hood, a green funnel of aura looked forward. He asked the samurai about such a tempting offer. He recalled that there was definitely someone who stimulated his greed for fighting, just like this new guy Yuan. The protagonist jumped back from the demon's violent attack. Yuan held the hilt of his blade tightly as a yellow aura began to leak out. The main character looked carefully as the black silhouette of a demon with a purple fiery aura was approaching him. He tried to understand where Yuan was looking. Susanoo soared into the air as the protagonist rushed forward to attack after the enemy jumped. The necromancer understood that Yuan could still afford to look away. The entire space was filled with flashes of blue aura. The protagonist swung his blade as Susanoo came at him with a blade swing of fire aura. Yuan thought this was crazy, because if he cut himself with this blade, the bleeding would never stop. The necromancer was indignant because Yuan could deftly evade his attacks. Susanoo hit his katana at the main character, who managed to cover himself from the blow with his sword. The necromancer noted what else he could expect from the guy from the 21st floor and decided to just end it if Yuan continued to bother him. Their blades crossed each other in the air. Susanoo swung his sword towards Yuan, who tried to dodge the attack by backing away. Leaning back, the main character swung his sword towards the demon, who angrily tried to attack his opponent. The demon grinned maliciously and swung his fist, from which discharges of aura emanated. A powerful explosion occurred, the air wave of which spread to the entire battlefield. The demon opened its mouth and watched intently as purple flames emitted from its body. He was amused that he liked it all. He was glad that the main character began to use his technique correctly. Yuan tightly gripped the hilt of the blade with his gauntlet, from which the light of a yellow aura emanated. Susanoo did not want his enemy to die quickly. Yuan extended his blade in front of him, looking at his enemy with contempt. The necromancer noted that there were a lot of things that he would like to hear from the enemy. The protagonist bared his teeth and looked angrily forward. He was aware that he was not a necromancer, but noted the reason why he could hear the dead. He understood why Kaini was absorbing souls and what he had just said to Susanoo after looking at Kaini. He remembered how the little spirit Susanoo touched his glove. At the same time, the little spirit informed that his gloves had a unique ability, but asked why Yuan didn't use it, because it was his ace in the hole. At the same time, Susanoo looked sarcastically at his hero, noting that they were exactly alike. He imagined images of monster heads with glowing eyes. He knew that the sea stone had power over the sea. Yuan also represented the image of Hargon, who summoned lightning with a menacing look and raised hands. He remembered that the heavenly stone had power over the heavens. Yuan recalled looking into the sky and seeing a black funnel in the shape of an eye. The main character looked intensely at this black stone with his red eyes. Susanoo watched as a bright yellow light emanated from Yuan's black silhouette. The necromancer grabbed his katana, which was brightly emitting purple flames. He rejoiced because now they would really begin to fight. A black silhouette of a pupil and a red aura in the form of an eye appeared in the sky. Kaini opened his eye and hell was summoned. Yuan moved his sword to the side as a bright aura emanated from his hand. The protagonist looked carefully at the bright light from Kaini's eye from under his long bangs. He heard voices about what he needed to follow. A dragon's eyes appeared in the sky from a yellow aura. In their dark space of the room, streams of yellow aura in the form of a dragon scattered. The black silhouette of the protagonist stood with his sword outstretched while the entire space was filled with Kaini's aura. Susanoo clutched his blade tightly, celebrating the joy that their fight had finally begun. Kaini's eyes flew past the silhouette of a necromancer with purple fire, making Susanoo not understand what was happening. The demon spread his legs wide, holding his blade in his hands as streams of violet flame flew past him. Susanoo's silhouette began to blur into space, realizing that he was beginning to lose control of his phantoms. He was very angry with this guy from the 21st floor. The necromancer asked the enemy what he had done. The protagonist stood with his sword outstretched as Kaini's yellow eyes loomed over his silhouette. Yuan noted that Susanoo opened his eyes to Kaini's true power. The yellow aura from the Kaini demon scattered throughout the space. Yuan felt this absolute power over the dead. The main character smiled maliciously, looking maliciously at his opponent. He now realized what kind of power was in his hands. The necromancer realized that he had done something stupid by telling him about this power, and it was even more stupid to think that Yuan could defeat him with this. The necromancer watched as the black silhouette of the main character continued to stand with his outstretched arm with a sword against the background of Kaini's yellow aura. Splashes of violet flame and blue eyes scattered throughout the space. Susanoo thought he was a fool. The enraged Susanoo quickly attacked his opponent with his blade, who managed to put up a defense. The necromancer was very angry and grinned, looking at the enemy with his purple eyes. Their blades touched each other in a fierce fight. From such a stubborn battle, an airwave of aura and discharges emanated into the space of the room. Blue bursts of Kaini's aura and eyes spread across the room. The main character frowned deeply and looked at his enemy with his red eyes. In such a chaotic battle with blades, sparks of metal scattered around. As the main character fought a fierce battle with Susanoo, Kaini's yellow aura hovered above them. Yuan looked sarcastically towards the enemy while Kaini's aura was absorbed into him. He ironically noted that Susanoo himself was a fool because he decided to overestimate himself. A notification came out that he felt the power of giants filling his hand and hell was summoned. Yuan fought a fierce battle with the main necromancer while everything around him was burning in the aura and rattling. Yuan explained that Susanoo was just another stone in his path. The exhausted necromancer looked sullenly, baring his teeth strongly. He realized that something was wrong with Yuan because no ranker was so confident in fighting him. Susanoo watched as an angry Yuan swung his sword with a yellow aura and enhanced skills. The ghost understood that this guy was not simple. The necromancer came face to face and bladed with Yuan as a multicolored aura blazed around them. Susanoo leaned back slightly as purple aura phantoms flew between them. The demon looked at what was happening in shock, his eyes bulging and his mouth open. He was indignant because he could not control the phantoms. The necromancer fearfully looked at what was happening with his glowing eyes with incomprehension. Susanoo observed the image of Kaini in the sky in the form of an eye with a black pupil and a yellow light. Tongues of violet flame spread in space. He didn't understand what this eye was. The necromancer began to back away with fear in his eyes, emitting an aura of violet fire from himself. He was horrified by what was happening and screamed in fear. Susanoo opened his mouth and screamed convulsively, feeling the violet flame in his body. He didn't understand how a dead man's work could feel such terrible pain. Yuan realized that Susanoo himself had experienced this fear. The main character watched as Susanoo wriggled in a stream of violet flames. That his flame fed on the body of the ghost. The necromancer was indignant at how the fighter dared to do such a thing to him. The main character stood with his arm outstretched as Susanoo approached him in the shackles of violet flame. The necromancer became very angry and shouted angrily about it, that Yuan was a scoundrel. In response to this, the protagonist smiled maliciously. He realized that soon all this would end. Susanoo, shackled with violet flames, was next to the main character. The blade of the katana flew through the air. Yuan coolly watched as Susanoo was about to attack him with his blade, emitting purple flames from himself. The main character extended his hand with the aura of Kaini in front of the necromancer, who looked at what was happening angrily. He felt that there was something wrong with his body. Yuan explained that no matter how great they were in life, they all ended up becoming phantoms. It was a sad fate befitting the name Susanoo. The violet flame began to swirl into a funnel and the demon's silhouette began to dissolve. Yuan noted that the demon lost to him. Yuan stood with his arm outstretched, from which aura discharges spread and violet flames swirled into the funnel. A notification came out that he had completed the Susanoo dungeon and received the soul of a necromancer. The exhausted protagonist looked calmly at what was happening, realizing that it was all over. The protagonist looked around the dark space of the room. He understood that it took him a lot of time to do all this. A notification came out that he had received the Susanoo relic and the title of King of the Dead. A notification appeared indicating that he could leave the dungeon using the return command. The walls of the room began to crumble and red light began to leak into the tower from the street. The tall tower began to crumble, standing in a deserted wasteland as red flames burned in the area. A notification came out that the tower would be destroyed in 30 minutes. We were transported to the edge of the world, into the walls of the first floor of the tower. The huge wall was surrounded by small trees. 2 cards came out about what was received during the battle. A description of the weapon Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the legendary sword Susanoo, which he himself found in the body of a killed monster, appeared. The green card read about the description of the King of the Dead as a title classification. Great as he was the one who oversaw the dead, placing the full weight of power over them on his shoulders. The spirit was surprised that the main character was actually able to kill Susanoo. Yuan sat on a large stone and peered at 2 cards with regalia against the backdrop of a dense forest. He explained that Susanoo was already dead and he simply separated his soul from his body. The spirit noted that Yuan was right here. He was interested to know what he received for completing the dungeon. He examined the card with the red sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The first reward was the legendary Zanpakuto, the legendary Susanoo, which he found in the body of the slain 8-headed snake Yamada no Orochi. This sword was one of the 3 sacred treasures of the precious children. He knew that Zanpakutos like this only gave their wielder power during the moment of combat, and in the long run, they would destroy his body and spirit. The protagonist peered forward intently from under his long bangs, wanting to know better about the second reward in the form of a title. He realized that the King of the Dead already sounded familiar to him. A green card describing the title of King of the Dead. Title classification. Great as he gained the ability to control the souls of the dead using mana and place souls into bodies using mana. He also knew how to summon the bodies of the dead using mana and feed the summoned souls of the dead with power using absorbed resentment. Yuan reflected that it would not be surprising if Hades got its name from this title. Yuan waved his hand while sitting on a large rock in the forest. He realized that the reward was not for completing the dungeon at all, but for using Kaini, and for a necromancer this might even be a good acquisition. The spirit of Arthur was interested to know what was happening there at Yuan. The fighter peered at his hand in a black glove, which emitted a yellow light. He explained that he had received a title related to necromancy, which he did not know how to use. The spirit understood that the undead in Susanoo Tower had physical shells, and now Yuan had an ability that controlled such creatures. He concluded that now the protagonist could seal the soul he owned into such a physical shell. The protagonist peered into his black fist as 2 cards with his received regalia from the dungeon hung in front of him. He was slightly surprised about the seal in the shell. He peered at the title cards and noticed one skill. It described the summoning of the bodies of the dead with the help of mana, subject to the possession of these souls. The protagonist continued to sit on a stone in a forest clearing. The realization hit him now. Yuan peered sarcastically at his fist with a yellow aura. He noted that the spirit would make a good teacher of necromancy and thanked him for the tip. The spirit of Arthur did not understand what kind of nonsense Yuan was talking about, because necromancy was not equated with these non-entities. Yuan continued to look at the glove with a sarcastic smile and a malicious look. The spirit explained that he was Arthur, the King of all Knights. He explained that he knew all this very well about the King of all Knights. A cloud of yellow aura scattered throughout space. There was a notification that Yuan could summon his first phantom. The notice included a question about what name it would be given. The huge stone man held his face. Yuan said that he would name the phantom Arthur. A notification popped up saying that the name Arthur had been registered. The main character put his hands in his pockets and watched the stone monster, into which the spirit of Arthur had penetrated. The spirit of Arthur in the body of the stone monster was very indignant and wanted to return to his past body. The main character turned his back to the monster, who was waving his arms and crying tearfully. Yuan said that the Susanoo tower collapsed and his body disappeared into the ruins, so he told him to be content with what he had. Arthur was indignant that it was simply terrible. The protagonist frowned at his glove, which was slightly illuminated by the dim light of the aura. He was sorry that he left Arthur's body in the tower, but it still wasn't that bad. Suddenly, purple flames appeared from the protagonist's glove. He explained that it was time for Susanoo to be born because he gave him his word. While the rock monster was sitting on the ground, a black cloud began to appear in front of Yuan. Susanoo wondered when he would learn to keep his mouth shut. A tongue of violet flame flew out into space, representing the spirit of Susanoo. He was sick of himself. The huge monster leaned forward and looked at the silhouette of the main character in front of him. Susanoo asked him to remind him of their argument, wondering if it had something to do with the orc behind him. The main character agreed and directly asked him about who hired Susanoo to kill the king of all knights. The protagonist lowered his head and frowned slightly. Susanoo answered him that he couldn't say anything specific here because he himself had no idea who they were. Yuan didn't understand how Susanoo couldn't know about this. The necromancer invited him to look at his memories. Yuan found himself in a dark space in Susanoo's memories. He looked around, trying to figure out if he was in Susanoo's memories. He saw the moment when a magician in a cape approached the samurai, who offered him to kill Arthur, a simple child who was not even a ranker. He saw in his memories a dialogue when Susanoo did not understand why it was worth killing Arthur, and besides, hearing such a decree in a similar tone. Yuan was in the gray space of memories of Susanoo, who was communicating at that time with a magician in the form of a black silhouette. The protagonist peered into Susanoo's memories when the magician told him about the war and that he could simply enjoy the bloody carnage. He realized that the magician's face was familiar to him. The main character saw the green aura of the magician. He understood that it was an otherworldly entity that could become anyone and do whatever it wanted. This was the most ancient god that only the tower could see. It was one of the outer gods, Quarrelsome Chaos. The silhouette of an outer god with a green aura of light instead of a face looked at the samurai. The main character watched as the entity had a dialogue with Susanoo and asked him about such a tempting offer. Susanoo explained that it was tempting. Black grains with a green aura fell to the ground. The entity explained that the death of the king of all knights will begin to sow many seeds of war, which will spread throughout the tower. In that memory, the entity stood in front of a seated Susanoo. The black silhouette of the main character watched the malicious grin with a grin of Susanoo, who agreed to his terms about the seeds of war. Yuan watched Susanoo laugh maliciously as he was about to accept the terms of the outer god entity. Yuan disdainfully watched from under his long bangs the malicious laughter of the future necromancer. The stone orc sat on the ground as Yuan in front of him watched the evaporating silhouette of Susanoo. Orc watched the violet flame of Susanoo, who asked if Yuan had seen enough. Susanoo noted that he didn't know who it was, but it was worth mentioning that shortly after he met that guy, the Gigantomachia began. The protagonist lowered his head and remained silent when Susanoo added that he didn't get to have much fun because Hades intervened in this skirmish. Yuan, angry at the situation, furrowed his brows deeply. Susanoo noticed that Yuan's face contorted greatly and he realized that the protagonist knew the whole meaning of the situation. He explained that he knew everything, because this entity killed his friend and now he will do everything to get to the god and finish him off. It was already evening over the multi-story buildings and clouds were floating across the sky. Yuan looked upset, covering his face with his hand. He was lying on his bed in his room and holding his head. He understood that when he returned to the past, he believed that everything went according to plan, but it turned out that the outer gods were always one step ahead. He recalled the image of the Arthur fighter against the backdrop of the city. He knew that Arthur had died several thousand years ago and the seeds that the outer gods had sown were already ready to bear fruit. The protagonist continued to lie on the bed, throwing his hand over his head. He realized that Lancelot, the current king of Britain, was somehow connected with the murder of Arthur and also tried to understand how much else was tied to Britain. He closed his eyes and squinted slightly. It was obvious to him that Arthur's death was the starting point and he needed to stop prevaricating and continue climbing the tower. He felt like he had to change the game no matter what. He recalled a tall tower near which a fault occurred. An old man with a beard under a hood stood opposite a muscular warrior. The main character was nearby and understood that it was Merlin and Arthur. He looked forward contemptuously from under his long bangs and realized that death had overtaken everyone and only he alone could avoid it. He imagined the image of a black demon in the space of violet fire. An army of warriors in strong armor crowded onto the field. They walked with an even gait across the field. He remembered his silhouettes when an entire army was approaching them. Merlin grinned maliciously as Yuan bent down and was about to go into battle. He replied that he himself was surprised that he had hesitated before. He then bared his teeth and looked bloodthirsty at the army of warriors in armor. He understood that if he had known about everything back then, he would have been able to save many lives. Their battle took place on a huge hilly ledge under the cover of a multicolored sky. Then the main character floated in the air and swung his sword under a cover of white smoke. He didn't care how many times he had to travel back in time, because he would still kill again and again for everyone who died at the hands of the entity. His sharp sword was wreathed in white smoke. At that moment, Yuan looked up in shock, his eyes wide. He was lying on the bed in his spacious room. He was indignant because he had a very bad dream. An empty glass stood on the table. He began to get ready in the morning when two spirits flew into his room through the window. He understood that the outer gods had already put their plan into action, but this did not mean that all was lost, and this was just the beginning. Two multicolored spirits, Susanoo and Arthur, fought among themselves. Yuan thought it would be worthwhile to visit the old man before returning to the 21st floor, since he had probably already finished what he was asked to do a long time ago. He remembered that he had not visited him for a long time, so the old man might swear. The huge hammer hit Yuan's chest hard. Hephaestus looked at the main character, who bent over in pain and put his hand to his chest. He bowed down before the blacksmith, who looked very angry. Yuan understood that the old man was very angry and it came to assault. Hephaestus clenched his fists tightly and shouted about where Yuan had been all this time. Hephaestus stood near his desk as the protagonist held his chest, clutching a hammer in his other hand. He ironically asked the old man if he had said everything. The blacksmith asked the guy why he didn't dodge the sledgehammer. The main character looked at the old man with an exhausted state and a share of admiration. He thought that Hephaestus would stop being angry if he took damage on himself at least once, because he thought Hephaestus was more good-natured when he felt guilty. The old man was indignant at the guy's cleverness. Yuan began to walk forward towards Hephaestus, who was standing in front of the table with his hands on his waist. Hephaestus noted that he was aware that Yuan did not pass the floor test and therefore asked him the question of where he had been these months. The protagonist realized that the blacksmith was looking for him and realized that he was very worried. A large old man stood opposite the guy, who answered him that he was going through a hidden dungeon and it turned out to be quite difficult because it took a lot of time. The blacksmith realized that Yuan was going into some strange places again. Hephaestus waved his hand and threw a small box to the main character. He explained that Yuan was lucky because he did not dare to break it. Yuan opened the box and saw a bright blue crystal in it. It was a pure divine sea crystal that was formed from created waters and filled with their mana. Crystal had a lot of skills. Yuan carefully examined the sea crystal, holding the box in his hands. He realized that the difference with the divine dark crystal was completely insignificant, and it was a completely different attribute and also power over all the seas. The blacksmith asked if he could borrow his magic glove. While the protagonist was examining the box, the blacksmith sat at the table and waved his hand. Yuan asked why the blacksmith needed a glove. Hephaestus replied that he would simply make a cell in it so that he could insert the crystal into the glove at any time. Hephaestus bared his teeth slightly and cast a contemptuous glance behind him. Yuan thanked the old man for taking care of him in this way. Hephaestus said he was just trying to finish what he started and it wouldn't take more than half a day. There was a black glove on the table. The protagonist looked from under his long bangs as the blacksmith held a working blade in his hands. The old man mentioned that it would be very useful for Yuan if Kaini could be used for two different attributes, but it would not be possible to use only two crystals at the same time. Yuan frowned forward at the old man, thinking that he should have hinted to Hephaestus about whether he could strengthen Kaini on his own. Yuan approached the table where the blacksmith was sitting. He asked why he needed this. He replied that this could be done using other ingredients or using mana. Hephaestus frowned deeply and grinned. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man carefully, realizing that the old man began to guess about Yuan's knowledge. Hephaestus commented that this was brilliant. The old man looked at the table with a slight grin, pretending that he did not understand anything. The main character leaned over the table over the old man, who noted that it was a good idea and that Yuan could still be useful sometimes. Yuan ironically joked that the blacksmith used this phrase to call him a genius. Hephaestus immediately became agitated and swung the tip of his blade at the main character, who immediately covered himself with his hands. He told the guy to be quiet and not waste his words. The yellow-orange sunset gradually began to envelop the sky. Looking at the pile of armor lying in the corner, the blacksmith talked about improvement. Yuan asked him if it was useless to improve Kaini himself. The guy stood with a confident look in his forge, saying that, for example, he added other materials or other mana. Hephaestus sat down on a chair and crossed his legs, thinking that this was definitely possible, but only temporarily, and the capabilities of the equipment could not be permanently changed. He He mentally noted that, however, his blacksmith instincts were telling him so. The man gritted his teeth and furrowed his gray eyebrows, thinking that this was definitely not something in the realm of possibility. He muttered that he couldn't believe that brat. The blacksmith stood up abruptly when he heard sounds at the door. Looking towards the passage with a dissatisfied face, he asked who was there early in the morning. After a moment, his gaze darkened. Hephaestus grabbed a sledgehammer as the door was suddenly thrown off its hinges. He realized that these were not the damned Olympian spawn. A man's foot stepped into the room. Ogong walked inside and glanced at the blacksmith, asking if this was his place. The blonde guy grinned when he was indignantly asked what he was doing here and was his real body arguing with fools from the heavenly kingdom. He replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked why not relax. Ogong headed towards Hephaestus, ignoring the questions and noting the temperature in the forge. He asked if he was still living as before. The old man asked him what happened to the tool he made for him and why does he walk around with another object. The man began to hit the palm of his hand with a sledgehammer when the guy told him that he had something more amazing and got rid of it. He added that it belonged to the Dragon King and they said it wasn't an original weapon or anything. The blacksmith indignantly asked if he had thrown it away, and the blonde answered yes, noting that that was not what he came here for. Hephaestus clenched his hand tightly on his hammer as Ogong said that he was looking for a person, and then asked if he had seen Yuan. The guy chuckled darkly. The blonde's eyes glowed red and yellow as he noted with a smile on his face that he realized he knew him. The blacksmith stood in front of Ogong, and a negative aura hovered around him. He mentally noted his golden eyes that can pierce lies and see the truth, and they may not be as effective as those in his real body, but this is still the almighty Ogong, and even if he lies, he will immediately understand. The man with a gloomy face grinned, thinking that it was a different story if it concerned that tomboy. The blonde asked if he was smiling. The guy reached for his white hood when the old man replied that he didn't know him. He denied these words, noting that he knew him. The blacksmith repeated that he did not know, and then asked how many times he would have to repeat this to him. Ogong's gaze darkened, and he, taking off his hood, ruffled his hair, saying that although he did not want to harm, Hephaestus could die if he did not tell him. The old man put his hand on his belt and said that even if he was asked about this 100 times, he would answer that he did not know. He asked if he should continue. The man furrowed his gray eyebrows and bared his teeth, again repeating that he did not know him. The afternoon sun illuminated the mountain peaks. Inside the dark, resolved voice asked if this was true. Looking at the guy's red cloak, the man asked the others to take a look at this hope, noting that it could be obtained for 60,000 points. A squad of warriors stood aside, looking askance at Yuan and talking among themselves. Someone asked who would wear such an expensive item on the 21st floor. Another person noted that he had heard rumors that he was dead and was now climbing the tower again. The brunette gave them a displeased look and furrowed his eyebrows, saying that they were so brave that they could talk about someone right in front of him. He asked if they really wanted to die. Standing off to the side was a blonde guy with pointy ears, who was a player from a tribe of elves named Reinhar. He wondered if this guy was Yuan, and then mentally noted that he had a sharp tongue. The system notified that the test of the 21st floor had begun. A large blue stone appeared in the center of the cave, glowing with a bright light. The system notification stated that a crystal had been created that needed to be protected from monsters, and the team had an unknown number of doubles who would try to destroy the crystal. The next notice stated that if the number of players on a team reaches 0 or the crystal is destroyed, the challenge will fail. The players stood with shocked faces as they read that they had to find the doppelgangers and destroy them, and once all the doppelgangers were destroyed, the challenge would end. Among them, Yuan stands in his red cloak, listening to surprised exclamations. He grabbed his blade with his palm, asking why they were so afraid. The guy began to take steps forward, asking if they were really so scared of the doubles. He stood directly in front of the armored man. The brunette bared his teeth with a smile on his face when they started asking him what he wanted. A moment later, Yuan swung his sword, cutting off the man's head. The knight's head began to lighten and melt. When the severed part of the body fell to the ground, the warriors with shocked faces began to jump to the sides, loudly asking whether it was really a double. The brunette said that he would find all the doubles so that they could not get to the crystal. The players were shaking with fear, gritting their teeth and listening to the guy say that they would have to protect the crystal so that no monster could approach it, and also should not detain it. The terrified people are mentally noting his murderous aura, and the fact that he is actually Yuan and not a double. Standing under the blue light, the brunette grinned, offering to start. Large dark monsters began to run into the cave, growling loudly. The monsters began to surround the players, and they began to fight them, shouting that they were advancing, and now there were twice as many of them. The guy with the furious face stabbed his sword into the monster's torso, loudly asking if there was anyone here with buff skills. He said that the tanks should go forward, and he would help them. The man behind him exclaimed that it was attacking again. One of the knights, looking at the crowd of monsters, waved his hand and ordered his comrades to pull themselves together because all they need to do is focus on the monsters while Yuan takes care of the doubles. Next to the disgruntled Reinhardt stood a man with gray hair and smiled widely, saying that he had a good feeling because everyone has a side spirit. The blonde asked him not to be careless. When the man's back touched his shoulder, he thought that he couldn't believe that Yuan had such influence. As the brunette stood back to back with the elf, Reinhardt apologized for being too focused on the battle. The guy replied that everything was fine and he didn't mind. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. Turning his head back, he saw Yuan's gloomy face. The elf jumped away from him a little, mentally noting that he really looked like him and couldn't believe the similarity of faces. He turned his head to the player when he asked if this seemed strange to him. In response, he asked what he meant. On the opposite side of the cave, Yuan in a red cloak stood against the wall, guarding the crystal. The brunette noted that this is a person. Yuan did not find other doubles after the first one. He added that it must take some time, and then asked is it not surprising that he found it so quickly. Their backs were turned to each other, and the guy asked if it seemed to him that this was not just a coincidence. Reinhardt asked him if he really meant to say that it was just a coincidence. The blonde furrowed his light eyebrows when the player said he thought it was a skill. He mentally noted the strangeness of this man. While everyone around was fighting monsters, the elf, standing next to the brunette, thought that they suspected him while he was looking for a double everywhere. But he didn't look his best. He said that as long as Yuan stood his ground, no one would be able to get close to the crystal. The brunette furrowed his brows and smiled as he was asked to stop doubting him and focus on the monsters. He thought he felt strange, but he was having fun. Looking at his counterpart standing near the large blue crystal, he made a mental note that he wanted to see how far Yuan would go. He saw a smile on his copy's face, noting in his head that he would look at the one everyone trusted. The system notified that the remaining test time is 25-12. The cave was still filled with a large number of monsters. Players noted that they already wanted to die, and they were waiting for it to end. Someone noted that they must catch all the doppelgangers for this to end. Moving away from the blue crystal, several warriors gathered in a group, noting that Yuan had been standing still from the very beginning and was not looking for doubles at all. Another knight said that at least no one can go near the crystal because he is guarding it. The brunette in the red cloak grinned, hearing the words that in this way the monsters would get to them first. The guy walked away from the blue crystal and came forward, saying that it looks like the doppelgangers hid when they saw him kill the first one and are now planning to slowly strangle them while hiding in the crowd. Players with worried faces began to run up to him, asking if he really meant to say that he couldn't find doubles. Yuan replied that he would finish this text no matter what. He held the blade tightly in his hand and said that now everyone must point out one person they suspect. The warriors froze when the brunette, approaching them, said that if they kill one person at a time, whom they consider suspicious, and thus the check will end faster. The players look at him with frightened eyes, clenching their teeth tightly and asking if he has gone crazy. They noted that they could not kill people only on suspicion without evidence. When one of them raised his hand and exclaimed that he saw someone suspicious during the battle, the rest began to support him. One guy exclaimed, asking if they were all crazy and would actually do this. The knights began to crowd next to each other, and the guy shouted that if they all want to die, then he refuses, and since the monsters are multiplying in crowds, they will not pull it, and they need to be driven into one place. Yuan stood in the middle of the cave, looking at several groups of players. Someone shouted that they were really going overboard, asking if they really thought that all these people were doubles. Brunette noted that since the majority agreed with the plan, it was time to discover the doubles. When the guy grabbed one of the knights by the chest, he began to scream loudly, asking for mercy. A man's hand with a weapon in it waved. Yuan appeared in front of his counterpart, blocking his attack. The guy's eyes widened in shock, and he wondered how he was able to stop his sword with one hand. The real Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and said that he had finally crossed the line. Two identical guys stood in the middle of the cave, and other players gathered around them. The brunette said he hadn't paid attention to it until now since it wasn't too harmful, but it makes a difference if he's going to screw up the test like that. People at this time noted their obvious similarity. The doppelganger looked at his copy with shocked eyes while the players said that they not only looked alike, but looked the same. The guy looked down and said that he would deal with it later, at which time the double realized that this was the real Yuan. The real brunette looked up at the imposter with his eyes glowing red and yellow as he used a smoldering gaze that revealed the truth. Suddenly, an air vortex rose around the copy, and a violet light began to sparkle faintly. The double began to cover his face with his hands when his appearance began to change, and red tattoos became visible on the backs of his hands. He swore loudly. The players who gathered around what was happening began to wonder if this was strange, because earlier the double had disintegrated into dirt. They began to assume that it was some kind of imitator. An unknown man was kneeling on the ground, covering his face with his hand and exclaiming that the fake one was that guy, and the real Yuan was him. The brunette told him it didn't matter. Kicking the white-caped stranger in the face, He told him that he could be Yuan. The former double flew across the stone floor of the high cave. The knights began to point at themselves with their hands when the guy began to look towards the players, noting that this more or less clarified the situation. Everyone exclaimed that he was not a double and did not even know what it was. Walking forward, the brunette saw a man with blonde hair in front of him, while the others shouted that they could prove that they were not doubles in various ways. Reinhardt frowned his light eyebrows and noted that all this time he was the real Yuan. The guy suddenly brought the sword closer to his neck and said that it was not important for the test. The elf asked if he really suspected him of being a double. The blonde glanced at the guy standing next to him and said that his teammates could guarantee that he was real, since even before the start of the test they had never been separated. The warrior exclaimed that it was true, and he was sure that he was the leader of the team. The brunette's lips broke into a grin when he asked if he really meant to say that he couldn't work as a janitor just because he had a command. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed Reinhardt by the neck. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly, looking at the player and, stammering, began to ask what all this means. The elf grinned, and his face began to slowly melt. The rest of the people loudly asked to let him go. Yuan waved his hand and threw the guy aside. A moment later, his face began to turn white and dirt started pouring out of his mouth. The gray-haired guild member fell to his knees, loudly asking his leader why this happened. A sword immediately flew across his shocked face when the guy started asking since when was he a double. The brunette abruptly pulled back his weapon, and the players watching what was happening began to scream, asking if he, too, was a double. Yuan noted that he did not know that the double imitating the player would even deceive himself. Screaming, the people watching began to melt when the guy suggested they drag it out and finish with all the counterfeiters. Yuan, engulfed in blue light, stood near the crystal, telling everyone to come over. He activated the Sky Demon Spirit. After a while, system notifications began to appear that he had passed the test of the 21st floor, and could now teleport to the next floor, and had also increased his level. A guy with light gray skin, who had red tattoos on his cheeks, slowly began to open his eyes. With a dim look, he looked at the silhouette of the dark-haired guy above him, wondering what happened on the test. Yuan lowered his head and looked at him with his red eyes, telling him to get up since he is not sleeping. Waking up, the guy in the white suit jumped sharply to the side, surprised by Yuan's presence. He looked at him with frightened eyes when the brunette clenched his hand into a fist, and a blue aura began to appear around him. He asked if he hadn't woken up yet. The guy shouted that it was Mamos. Sitting on his knees in front of him, Yuan began to say that he does not look like the double, since he is fine even after finishing the test, but so far he cannot completely distinguish him from the double. He asked him who he was. The brunette looked intently at Mamos, who, lowering his head, began to tell him that he was a double, but also a player. The guy suggested in response that he was a purebred demon, and why did he ask what his gender was? The demon looked away with his red eyes and said that his father was Belial. Yuan asked him again. Imagining the black silhouette of a horned demon in his head, the guy said that the demon king Belial is the king of doubles. The dark-haired man pursed his lips and began to use a smoldering gaze that revealed the truth. He mentally noted that this was the monarch of lies and one of the 7 demon kings of the main guild Demon Lord. He wondered if this young man was the son of that same Belial ranker, imagining in his head his blonde friend against the backdrop of a light building with pillars, thinking that this seemed to be a lie, because the Demon Lord's guild could rival Olympus in size and strength, which meant that he was on par with Hargon. The demon, sitting on the ground, grabbed his head when the player asked him what is he doing here. Mamos muttered that it was quite difficult to explain. The brunette looked at him with a dissatisfied gloomy look while the young man said that perhaps this was not the best time and place for explanations. He wondered. Yuan had a puzzled face and his eyes widened as the demon exclaimed that he was a fan of his. Moving closer and looking at the uncomprehending guy with enthusiastic eyes, he loudly repeated that he really was his sincere fan. Mamos imagined in his head a serious brunette fighting his way through the warriors. He happily exclaimed that he had grown to love him, seeing him rush through the ranks of challenges starting from the ground floor and becoming a true fan watching him fight in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yuan looked at the young man with a dissatisfied face, again using a smoldering gaze that revealed the truth, while the demon, clenching his hands into fists, shouted that he was not asking to be gentle with him just because he was a fan, and therefore was ready to repent for his actions, and more will never do that. The brunette mentally noted that all this was true, and now he understood why he imitated. He began to rise from his knees, and Mamos beamed with joy when he was told that this time he would be spared, after which he thanked him loudly. The guy thought it wouldn't hurt him to meet Belial's son. The demon froze in surprise with his hands clasped when a silver sphere began to appear in front of him. Looking down at him with a sly grin and holding the orb in his palm, Yuan said that since he spared him, he wanted to ask for help with one thing. After that, he asked him to give his number. 1 month later, the brunette's silver orb received a message from Mamos saying that he too had applied for the next test, noting that he was always faithful. The player lay on the bed, moving his finger around the circular device. Noticing the young man's last words, he muttered that he did not think he would hear something like that in the tower. Yuan began to rotate the silver sphere with his hand, thinking that it didn't matter and he should be able to clear the 22nd to 24th floors in about 10 days. He thought that these were only level 20 tests. The guy looked up with his black eyes, thinking that if there was no intervention from Olympus, then it would be a piece of cake, so climbing the tower would become a problem. He furrowed his eyebrows and, with a puzzled look in his head, was indignant at the fact that now for some reason that guy texted him out of the blue. On the silver sphere, the player saw a message from Hargon saying that he was now on the 22nd floor and wanted to see each other. The sunset painted the sky in soft pink shades. The blonde man was sitting at an open-air table near one of the buildings. He looked up as Yuan walked up to him and grabbed the white mug on the table, noting that he must have arrived early. The guy brought the mug to his lips, noting that he had already finished his tea, and Hargon noted his appearance. As the dark-haired man sat down on a chair, the player crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he had nothing better to do, so he came early to freshen up. The blonde man furrowed his light eyebrows and closed his eyes when he was asked how far he had climbed on the tower. He replied that he was now on the 34th floor. Yuan, holding a mug of drink to his face, noted that it was quite fast. Hargon said that the problems start here, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to climb. His face scrunched up in displeasure when the brunette said that being too modest made him seem like an ass. The player replied that he did not want to hear it from him. Looking at the unfinished mug of tea on the table, he called his friend by name, and he answered. Looking at Yuan's downcast face, the blonde said that he felt in his heart that he had taken the sea stone. The brunette raised his eyes, taking a sip of tea, listening to the words that thanks to him, Olympus is now a real mess. And the attitude of his father and uncle is a stupid show, and lately everything seems creepy. The two of them were sitting at one of the tables near the establishment, and people were walking nearby. Hargon said he's sure he expected this, but Olympus is too busy cleaning up internally right now to worry about him, but it's only for a while, and in general he might actually die. When the guy placed the mug on the tabletop, when the player said that he needed to decide now whether he was going to bow before Olympus and give them the stone, or find a place like Asgard or the heavenly realm that could protect him. The blonde slammed his elbows on the table as the brunette began to rise from the table, saying that if he was done talking, he'd probably go. The guy in the lead exclaimed that this was not his main purpose of conversation. Hargon frowned and waved his hands, asking if his friend really planned to go all the way to the end. Yuan responded by asking how many times he was going to ask him the same question. Flames began to appear around the blonde when a comrade, standing opposite, asked whether he had already chosen his path. The player exclaimed that this is why he wanted to meet and started this conversation. He shouted indignantly that meeting him was putting him in a difficult position. Looking at him in response, the brunette remained silent when the guy changed the subject and asked to be careful on the 25th floor. Putting his hands on his knees and frowning at his comrade, Hargon said that he should definitely be wary of the heart of Britain since this place is a trap set for him. After some time, a message from Apollo arrived on his silver sphere asking how it all went. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and muttered with a dissatisfied face that he was completely brainless. A voice from the device asked if he was going to die. The player replied that he didn't think about it at all. Looking at the small sphere on the table, he asked how everything went with his uncle. Apollo responded that he seemed to be taking his time to think things through, noting the importance of the decision. Holding his arms crossed on his chest, the blonde lowered his eyes and asked his brother if he was sure that he would not regret this. Apollo responded in the affirmative, noting that this did not mean he could just stand around and do nothing. As the round device rested on the table next to the empty cup, he told his brother that he should only focus on becoming a ranker since now was the time when he needed to develop his strength. Hargon agreed and said that he would do just that. He continued to sit at the table outside the establishment when the darkness of night had already begun to fall on the city. He noted that he had warned Yuan to be careful with Britain, but he seemed to have no intention of being careful. Apollo responded that this is not a game that a weak player can just walk into and that it is very stupid of him. Hargon frowned his light eyebrows with a serious face, asking if this is so. He said that if it were Chryses, Hypnos, or Theseus, noting that no one expected such results. His lips curled into a smile when he said that maybe he had hopes and dreams. He added that he had a feeling that this time everything would be different. The bright afternoon sun illuminated a green clearing, along which blades of grass flew from the wind. A sound was heard in the distance behind the tall grass, and the system announced the start of the 24th floor test, the essence of which is that you need to stop the big cows. A man's foot in large safety boots stepped on the green grass. Information on the system sign stated that in each stage the number of large cows summoned would increase, and at the end of each stage the player would earn 10 times as many points. Yuan and Mamo stood in front of a small group of people while the system explained that for each large cow destroyed, you can earn 5 points, and by spending 10 points, the player can summon a large cow on the enemy team of the player's choice. It was also stated that teams could not leave their assigned area and a player would be eliminated from the challenge if they left their area or declared surrender. Mamos looked with delighted eyes and a wide smile on his face. The system continued to explain that the team would pass the test if they were the last one left, and the start of the first stage would be in 5 minutes. The demon, clenching his hands into fists, turned sharply to the dissatisfied Yuan and joyfully exclaimed that this was a test of endurance. He asked the player if he wasn't glad that they were on the same team. The brunette replied that they would act separately, starting from the next floor, and he should keep that in mind. Mamos spread his arms to the sides with a puzzled face, asking why, and noting that it seemed like a waste. He asked if they couldn't stick together until the very end. Yuan responded in the negative. The demon with a dissatisfied face furrowed his thin eyebrows when the guy told him that he would definitely change his mind when he started doing the work that he planned to entrust to him. The young man asked him what he plans to do on the 25th floor. At that moment, an air vortex began to appear around the people in the clearing. The system announced the creation of boundary lines on the field and said that a player would be excluded from the test if he crossed the boundary. Each player also had 10 starting points. Yuan, standing next to some warriors, froze and thought about the fact that everyone starts on equal terms, and this is enough to call one big cow. The guys standing nearby noted with a grin that they seemed to automatically pass this test. With his hand on his waist and standing next to the brunette, Mamos listened to people say that they were lucky to have Yuan on their side and it had been forever since they had been worried during the test. The young man told his friend that everyone seemed to have great faith in him. He looked at the dark-haired man with a puzzled look when he, looking into the distance, said that he would hope that they were not targeting this. Many notifications poured in telling about the calls of large cows. A small team of players stood on a green field in the center of a large circle. As the call notifications continued to appear, large purple cows with glowing eyes ran towards the people at great speed. The guys began to indignantly ask why there were so many of them. Outside the circle, they saw a huge cloud of dust rising, exclaiming that already at the first stage there were so many of them that it was impossible to count. While Yuan silently looked to the side, Mamos watched the players with a smile on his face, noting that he understood what they were up to and what his comrade had in mind earlier. He asked if his idea was correct that they were trying to eliminate the most likely team to win. Turning his head, the demon noticed a purple shine, simultaneously saying that this meant that this was a battle between their team and 9 other teams combined. The guy saw that a stream of purple light appeared around Yuan, and energy clots of the same color began to appear in the sky because he used the mana explosion skill. The brunette, in a stream of bright purple light, furrowed his dark eyebrows when Mamos asked him how high his mana rate was if he could use so many explosions at once. The player ordered him to leave the chatter for later. Yuan waved his hand, sending out bursts of energy. The magical attack quickly headed towards the approaching large cows. Violet rays began to pierce the bodies of the monsters. A couple of moments later, there was no one around the circular line except for the remnants of purple energy. The players froze with shocked faces and began to loudly ask how this was even possible. One of the guys said he felt like they were just getting in the way by being here. With his back to them in a small cloud of dust, Yuan listened to them say that they could advance quite quickly if they just stood still. The player asked them to hold out as long as possible. The brunette turned his head and cast a frown over his shoulder at the people, noticing that they had decided to stay. He asked if he understood correctly that they could very well pass the test with a good result. Mamos looked at his comrade with a wide smile and delight in his eyes, and the knights behind him stood with gloomy faces, quietly asking if he was threatening to kill them if they did not fight. The dragon was delighted with his new friend. White clouds floated across the blue sky, and the wind carried green leaves. The words were heard that it was too simple. Test on the 24th floor, Team 3. The girl with green braids said with a smile that it seems that big cows hardly flock to their team. The blonde man standing next to him said yes. In a green clearing, the players from room 5 stood in a circle. Words were heard that, as expected, people think alike. It looks like other teams made the same decisions they did. Someone suggested that Team Yuan be eliminated first. They know how it's done, don't they? Trial on the 24th floor, Team 9. The man with brown hair had a notification window open in front of him, telling his classmates nearby that the trial would begin as soon as Team Yuan lost. The dark bull looked with violet eyes and smoked. The system reported that the 9th stage would begin in 5 minutes. The location was changed. The player stood with his hands on his hips and looked at Mamos and Yuan standing in front. The players were talking among themselves. One of them said that this is madness, aren't there about 1,000 people flocking now? The second asked, not a single team has been eliminated yet, it seems to my mind that he will really die. The guy replied that it should be so, the system window did not pop up. Now it seems they are the only ones being attacked. How many of them will flock next time? Black smoke billowed from the guy's hand. He said that's why there would be no end. Yuan, without turning around, told the guy to hold out until the 10th stage. Mamos, with his palms covered in black smoke, asked again in surprise and said that it would be difficult. He asked hesitantly, will they be able to get through? Yuan looked at him and asked, didn't he say something when hundreds of beetles gathered here? He thought the guy would act like a demon. Mamos answered, confused, that it was then. The heroes stood among other players, the space around them flickered, and green lines appeared. The system window repeated repeatedly that the big cow had been called. One of the players standing in the clearing shouted that it was very tiring. There were more and more of them. How did they get all these points? There is no end to this. Yuan pulled out a black sword, blocking the path of the surprised Mamos, and said that from now on he will go alone. The demon asked in surprise, alone, will he be okay? The guy remained silent in surprise, looking at him. Ahead, many dark bulls appeared, running towards them, kicking up dust. Several purple mana balls were flying above them. The player thought in amazement that 1, 2, 3, no, how many are there? Are there more of them than before? A system window called Mana Owner reported that this was one of the administrator's mana abilities. Rank S+, skill 21.49%. Mana regeneration rate increases by 10% and mana resistance increases by 10%. Mana sensitivity increases by 10%. Increases mana control. Yuan looked forward carefully, thinking that mana control had become much easier thanks to this skill, but it was still lacking. The brunette stood surrounded by balls of mana and thought that before he came to the past, 50 was easy, but now how many of them can he make? Violet flashes appeared in the air. The system reported that the 9th stage had begun. Yuan clenched his teeth, saying that now he begins. Purple clouds from explosions appeared around the site. The black cows were covered in a purple glow from the attack. The system repeated repeatedly that he had defeated the big cow. The blue notice stated that the completion percentage of the celestial star had increased by 1/1000%. The system reported that the percentage had not increased. The monsters were defeated by bright bursts of mana. The system repeated that he had defeated the big cow. The 11th stage begins. The 12th stage begins. The location has been reset. The 13th stage begins. Yuan, surrounded by purple rays, extended his hand forward, directing streams of mana. The system notification said that Celestial Star, rank A+, completion percentage was 99,994. There were a huge number of bright purple flashes in the clearing. The system continuously repeated that he had defeated the big cow and that the percentage had not increased. Then a notification appeared that the completion percentage of the Celestial Star had increased by 1/1000%. Again, there are several reports that the percentage has not increased. Yuan stood with his arms outstretched, several purple orbs above him, and mused that about 10 mana potions should be enough. He knows how many of them can be made, so he will focus on controlling them. The guy called Mamos, who stood behind and responded. The guy heard a request to spend points to call big cows on the other team. He asked in surprise, weren't they going to gather everyone and attack at once? The guy standing behind the brunette heard that they should counterattack correctly so that they would react even more. Mamos replied that more than 1,000 of them are flocking now. Is he okay? Yuan spread his arms and, having heard the question that he was not even tired, replied that he was not yet. Even if he overdid it a little, he should hold out until the end. The player standing behind looked at this and asked how good his mana stat is. How can he control it? The comrade standing on the left replied that he was on a different level. How has he not become a ranker yet if he is so good? Mamos stood with his head down and thought that this was true. It was so overwhelming that it might not seem true. As part of the demonic race, he grew up seeing power that ordinary players can't even imagine, but even he considers his abilities amazing. There were several thick purple mana balls floating in the sky. Mamos thought that his strength was inferior to the rankers, but did they show such talent when they were players? Mamos looked at the guy in admiration and thought that he was much more amazing than when he saw him from afar. Yuan stood in front of a large column of dust rising from the explosions. The system repeated that he had killed a large cow. The notification then said that the completion percentage of the Celestial Star had increased by 1/1000%. The next notice said that he had fulfilled the Celestial Star's condition. The green notification window said that the Celestial Star, rank A+, the percentage of completion was 100%. The green scale was completely filled. A new alert reported that the Celestial Star has been removed. Yuan read this in shock. The system reported that he had acquired a demonic physique, added a new demonic energy indicator. The guy spread his arms, surrounded by haze. The notice said that the demonic energy indicator had been increased by 20. The notice called demonic physique stated that this was the body of a demonic tribe. He can control demonic energy. Rank S, mastery 0.00%. You can acquire exclusive skills of the demonic tribe. Demonic energy plus 20. Yuan read this carefully. The blue notice with the scale said that the demonic energy is plus 20, unique. Cannot be increased by leveling up. applies to all skills. The guy clenched his black-gloved fist, telling himself that to think that there would be such a skill. He sent a ball into the sky, which swirled with purple whirlwinds. The guy thought that demonic energy is the unique power of a demon. It is similar to mana, but is fundamentally different. A stream of smoke rose from the guy's finger. He thought she was much more destructive. A huge purple whirlwind rose high into the air, sending purple flashes everywhere. The heroes stood inside the area outlined by a green line, and blackness swirled outside. An appeal was heard to the hero. Mamos stared at Yuan in shock, asking if he is by any chance a member of the demonic race. How can he control demonic energy that only a demon can use? Yuan looked at him and replied that he didn't know either. He stood in the clearing in front of the demon and replied that he had acquired a new skill, and this is what happened. Mamos asked in surprise, "What?" The player standing behind thought that he was really a demon. The other player thought that it was no wonder he didn't look human. How could he say something like it was nothing? Yuan looked at his comrade and said that now he has what he needs. It's time to end this. The demon asked what to end with. Behind the guy there was an information window with the number of points. He asked with a smile what he thought. With this test, the numbers on the information message began to move. The system reported that he had used 24,350 points. The numbers were blurry from the rapid movement. The system reported that he had called 2,435 large cows to the next stage. A system message required him to indicate the command he wanted to call. The player yawned, opening his mouth wide, and said that this bad Yuan is how resilient. The player was lying on the grass. A friend sitting with a bored expression asked what stage he was at now. The guy replied that he didn't know. He lay there with his hands behind his head and said what he meant was, why was he trying so hard? How far did he want to go? An information message appeared before the guy's eyes that Team 2 had called a big cow. He sat up with a jerk, looking at the message, and asked what he could still afford to fight back. Many messages appeared in front of them that a large cow had been summoned. The player screamed in surprise and then shouted for it to stop. The team stood in a clearing surrounded by a green line. I heard a scream, "What's going on?" The space around shimmered. The man introduced Yuan with a devilish smile, and he said not to be told that he was involved in this. The players screamed in fear, asking how many points did he score. The players' eyes filled with tears. They screamed in horror. One of them said to hold their weapons. He would take care of the front and let the guys take care of the rear. The second one shouted in horror that there was no one behind them now. They were coming from all sides. Shouts were heard repeating the phrase four-way line. The system reported that Team 1 was eliminated. The next notice stated that Team 4 was eliminated. Team 7 is eliminated. Yuan's hand glowed with purple flames. He thought, great, some of them started dropping out. Previously, about 200 people per team were called. He imagined the angry bulls, thinking that these were the players who were able to reach the 24th floor, so at least 1 or 2 teams were able to survive. The problem is time. If they can be stopped, then next time it will be the same. Yuan with a wicked smile said that he would call them until they got tired of it. A red silhouette with a demonic face appeared above the guy. The guy standing behind him asked his comrade in a whisper if he was sure that he was not a demon. The player replied in a whisper that, fortunately, they were on the same team. If this were not so, he would get goosebumps. A shining circle with golden rays contained information that they had passed the 24th floor test. The system reported that they had scored 50,000 points. The players rejoiced and jumped, saying that this is the end and thanking Yuan. The players looked at the guy with a smile. Covering himself with blue pixels, the guy said that they couldn't do anything at all, but thanks to him they managed it easily. He thanked the guy for putting up with him. He meant that he was so cool, and they left. Yuan saw system information that he was receiving an additional 54,360 points. He gained the Cloud Walk skill. Yuan carefully read the information about the Cloud Walk skill. He can temporarily make his steps lighter when used and create an invisible path in the air. Yuan stood there thinking, is this a lower step skill of Hermes? He would like to use the skills he has, but he has 100,000 points, so it's okay. Mamos, standing nearby, asked the elder, they will split up here, it's a pity. Yuan looked at him and replied that no, and suggested that they stick together until the 254th floor. The joyful demon exclaimed, is this true? He grabbed the guy's hand with his hand with red symbols and offered to go too. He and a guy who didn't expect this were floating, surrounded by blue pixels, shouting that they were on the 25th floor. The system notified about moving to the 25th floor. On the floor there was a semicircular monument with statues standing in arches. In the center of the round platform there was a statue of a warrior on a horse. It was the 25th floor of the Britain Tower. Words were heard about what Britain means. One of the players said that it has a reputation as a beautiful city, and it is true. He heard that it is a famous tourist spot. The heroes appeared behind him, surrounded by blue pixels. Yuan heard the question, are these statues of the Knights of the Round Table? He thought they were the Knights of the Round Table and the King of Knights. He looked at the monument on which a warrior with a sword in his hands was sitting on a horse and thought that it was Arthur. The spirit of Arthur said that, right, this is what he looked like. The guy looked at the monuments and mentally asked, does he still have affection? Arthur replied that it was not just affection. Is it really that difficult to give him a human body? Yuan mentally replied that if the big cow they hunted earlier was fine, then he needed it. Arthur interrupted displeasedly, saying that it was still not a human body. Mamos approached the guy from behind and said that he heard that the current king of Britain is Lancelot, but the statue has not changed. Yuan, without turning around, replied that he was still a temporary king. The demon standing behind smiled and asked temporary. But many years have passed since Arthur disappeared. The guy turned his gaze, hearing that he was wondering what kind of person he was. Arthur created the world like this, and Lancelot ruled for 1,000 years. The brunette replied that he would see soon. He said that the round table, as he knows it, does not exist without work. The heroes turned around when they heard the clatter of horse hooves. On a white horse in armor sat a knight with a blue cloak, who said that they had arrived. This was the 31st Knight of the Round Table of Percival. He looked ahead and asked, are these the people who took the test? The players looked at the riders and introduced themselves, saying their names. One said he was Tool, the other said he was Oren, nice to meet you, and the next one introduced himself as Eli Rossaman, like a purebred. Yuan exhaled and thought gloomily that all the eyes of the Knights of the Round Table were full of greed. He looked forward, thinking that this was natural, because no guild grows as fast as the Round Table, and they can remain on this floor for the rest of their days. Mamos, standing next to him, looking at the horsemen, asked, are these the Knights of the Round Table? The guy replied that not all, only one. Percival, sitting on a horse, turned to them and asked what their names were. The heroes standing in front of him introduced themselves. The knight told them that they both speak little and look quite confident. He is Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. Percival smiled and said he was glad to meet them. It was nice to see new people here. Then he opened his blue eyes and said that he had arrived by order of His Majesty. Yuan looked at him carefully after hearing that among the players who had just arrived, they were looking for a person to fill the vacant seat at the Round Table. The horse neighed, and the rider said that he would tell them the details later, since they must be tired after the ordeal. Let them rest for now. The horseman looked at the players. The knight said that this was the border with other countries. The capital of Britain is not far from here, so let them follow him. Mamos frowned, saying that they are kind of nasty. He thinks they are trying to lure him. Yuan suddenly grabbed him, pulled him towards him, threw his hand over his shoulder and said that, by the way, he was saying this just in case. The demon, who did not expect this, was moved by listening to the unintelligible whisper. Momo's cheeks turned a little red. He asked, is he sure? He doesn't think they will be so dishonest. The demon nodded and said that since the guy said it, he would mean it. The brunette agreed and said that then they would move on. People gathered near the high fortress wall with wooden gates. Percival looked forward confidently and said that beyond this wall was the capital of Britain, Camelot. The players looked at the wall. One of them said admiringly that it was very high. The second turned to him and said that the city was larger than he imagined. The players heard that he had one question before they entered and asked the question, should they inspect them? The knight tisked and said that instead. He turned his attention to the heroes and said that in Britain they are strict about demons, so demons who are not sure of their identity find it difficult to enter and exit. Mamos, standing next to the brunette, asked what he just said. He frowned with displeasure and shouted, what are they talking about? What period are we talking about? Isn't this racial discrimination? Yuan asked sternly, is there such a law in Britain? The knight on the horse replied that this was the law that they discussed after the disappearance of the first king. He asks for his understanding, since this is a delicate matter. The knight's blue eyes were cold. He said it could be a different story if Yuan could vouch for the person. The brunette turned in surprise to the demon, who was literally covered in fire from anger, and said, so this is what he's talking about, who vouches for him. Its very existence is proof. Does he know who his father is? The knight replied, how could he know, no matter who his father is, Britain is. An enraged Mamos, looking at him with flaming eyes, shouted, interrupting that his father Belial, one of the 7 demon kings leading the guild called the Demon King, is one of the 100 rankers. The demon shouted that he is Belial's son, Mamos, and he still dares to doubt his identity. One of the armored warriors looked at him and asked, does he say Belial? Burning with anger, Mamos waved his arms and shouted that he would tell his father about this. One of the horsemen with long black hair turned to Percival and said that this conversation should not be left to chance, offered to let him in since they knew how to identify him. Percival cleared his throat and agreed. The heavy gates of the wall opened when he ordered them to open. The towers and buildings of the city appeared in the passage. Yuan received a new message from Mamos saying that he can't believe they didn't want to let him in because of his race. He's so angry. But just like he said, they didn't do anything as soon as he mentioned his father. But how did Yuan know about this? Does he know the laws of the title? The heroes stood in front of the horsemen. Yuan responded with a message that he had a feeling. The heroes looked at the visible city. One of them exclaimed that this was Camelot. The second said that it was huge. Is this the king's palace? Yuan was surprised to see a pink alert that the egg had revealed its teeth. The next one said that the egg was starving. The egg breaks. He imagined an egg with a purple pattern on its shell. I saw a message that the egg was squirming. The guy frowned and thought that he knew it. There was also a remnant of the external god here. Under the blue sky stood a tall building with towers and black roofs. Yuan thought that since he had completed the celestial star, the egg was the only thing left. He must speed up its hatching and find out what is inside. Will it be an enemy of the external gods, or will he carry a sword to his back? The guy received a notification that the egg was urging him to hurry up. He was walking down a crowded street and told him to stop. He imagined himself carrying a huge egg that constantly urged him to hurry up and thought that it was because of the high hatching rate that he became talkative. The capital of Britain, Camelot, had picturesque parks, paved paths, and beautiful light-colored buildings. Yuan stood in a white suit and said that they haven't spoken since they entered Camelot. Why is he so silent? The spirit of Arthur remained silent. A glowing green-yellow ball hovered in the air. The spirit said that even if other zones had changed, this one had not changed at all. The brunette stood on the balcony, and a green ball was flying into the richly decorated room. The guy asked, "Does he mean the castle? It just looks like an old building." Arthur replied that he was older than him, and then he asked why he came all the way to the castle. They could have warned Olympus. Yuan turned and said, "Heard what Percival said on the way to the castle. Lancelot wants to meet him and he should follow him." He remembered how the knight on horseback said that his majesty would like to meet him. Why don't he come to the castle with him? The demon, burning with anger, interrupted him and asked how a disgusting demon like him could enter the castle, while Yuan replied that he would go, and they ended up going their separate ways. The spirit of Arthur said in confusion that this was not what he was asking. He said he heard that he was going to meet someone. The spirit flew up to the guy and asked, "Is this Merlin? Did this person come here?" Yuan looked at him and replied that he asked for a favor, so he should meet him. The green ball hovered over the guy standing on the balcony and said that it made him emotional. When Yuan gave him the body of an orc, he thought that he was the one who did not understand other people's feelings. Yuan asked, "Indeed?" And the spirit continued that it was not only that. He remembered the guy's image and said that he calculates too much and thinks about the purpose and reason for everything. He looks like a man who has plans and beliefs, and he has the skills to back it up. Perhaps he is doing this for him. A brunette in a white suit leaned on the railing and, looking at the green ball, said that it was not that he had no reason. Spirit Arthur asked, "Perhaps it is because he has little experience. Despite his strong will, he is still a low-level player." The green ball shimmered with yellow flashes and glowed, saying that you can't be so soft if you want to be a ranker. Like unshakable water, he must maintain a pure mind. Yuan replied that no, that's not true. Looking at the glowing ball, he said that it did not mean that he came here without thinking. He looked at the white castle and told him to watch carefully as he turned Britain upside down. There were prune trees and flowers growing in the garden. The maid bowed, touching her apron with her hand, and thanked her for what had happened earlier. She said she didn't know he would be so angry that he would hang his head. The girl remembered the knight who swung his sword at her, shouting, "How dare she stain the armor of the Knight of the Round Table? He will cut off her hands to pay for her crime." The girl clasped her hands and looked down, saying that she would have gotten into trouble if he had not helped her. A man standing nearby said that there were knights with bad character in the Round Table, as in the previous case. An old man in a suit with a black cloak said that if she is criticized for something unnecessary, she will only become exhausted, so she should be careful. The maid thanked him. She stood by the path in the garden and said that she had not worked in the castle for a long time. The knight was in a panic when he met him, so he must be a person of high rank, and then she said that she was being rude again. The man extended his hand, his palm glowing with a green glow. He said that she wanted to know the name of this old man, and then he thanked her and said that he would help her with the garden that she was in charge of. Green curls of magic touched the roses. The man said that he often walks in this place when he wants to clear his head. White clouds floated across the sky. The old man said that these were Marcello. He walked up the white stairs, reasoning that, be that as it may, knights in their day, I wonder where they sold their knightly spirit to. Sadly lowering his head, he said, "Where has the decency of the Knights of the Round Table gone? In his time, everything was different." He turned his gaze to the side, looking at someone, and asked, "Will he agree?" Behind him on the path stood Yuan in a white suit, who asked, "Who knows?" He came closer to the man and said that the great wizard who founded Britain along with the king knight was Merlin, right? The old man replied that yes, although he had not seen it before. Turning to the guy, Merlin said that he was following him. Who is he? The brunette looked at him confidently and introduced himself, to which the man made a surprised sound. He stood opposite and repeated his name, saying what a sudden acquaintance. It seemed to him that he had already heard this name. The brunette nodded and said that he was a player who had just arrived at this place. Yuan reached out and opened the red system menu, hearing Merlin saying that I understand. That Lancelot guy must have invited him, so what does he have to do with him? The old man in long robes was surprised to see Yuan take out a shining sword from the red inventory window. He examined the sword with graceful shapes, with luminous patterns on the blade, and thought that this sword was Excalibur. The man's eyes lit up with interest. He asked where he got this sword, to which the guy said that apparently this conversation would be long. Yuan held the hilt of the sword as if to demonstrate it and said that he did not think this should be discussed in an open place, and suggested that they go have tea. Tea was pouring from a white teapot. The heroes sat at a table in a rich room with large bookshelves. Merlin said that now he must explain how he acquired the Arthur sword. Yuan folded his hands in front of him and said that he managed to find this relic by chance. Merlin said it was a relic, he didn't know where he went, but he left Britain. He is angry that he has not heard of him for over 1,000 years and misses him very much. He is a friend who is hard to forget. Merlin remembered how he ran with Arthur to the tower as well as his youthful image. He said that Arthur was that kind of person for him. There was a plate of cookies and a teapot on the table. The man said that he was glad that he had dealt with his fate and asked if he was here to find out what kind of relationship or connection he had with Arthur, right? Yuan, sitting at the table, replied that he first met the King of Knights a few months ago. Merlin looked at him in surprise, asking a few months ago, just don't tell him that he was alive all this time. The guy raised his hand, black swirls of magic emanating from his glove, and he said no, rather. Black smoke spread. The system reported that it had called Arthur. A huge orc appeared in the room. Merlin looked at him and asked, is he a necromancer? He seems to have some pretty valuable abilities, so how did this happen? The orc sitting on the carpet covered his face with his hands. The old man looked at the guy and asked, did he summon these undead to harm him? The brunette replied that of course not. Rather than saying it out loud, he thought it was better to hear it directly. Merlin asked in surprise to hear this directly. Arthur, in the body of an orc, removed her palms from her face and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, turning to the old man. The guy stood up and looked at the orc together with the surprised Merlin. The elder looked with tears in his eyes, recognizing Arthur. The spirit in the orc's body also noticed that he recognized him immediately. Merlin stood up and approached the orc, saying that he is a bad guy. He has nothing more to say to him, except calling him an old man. He is still young. Arthur told him to calm down, because the dead do not come to life. The orc heard his friend's question, then why did he return in such a state? Why does he look like this? He looked at the smiling Yuan and said that because this young man. But then he said he needed to talk about something. Yuan calmly looked at him and heard the question, is he going to talk about who killed him? The orc sitting on the carpet turned to his friend, saying that he looked like a man who was going to take revenge right now, but no, he had had enough. This was a more serious problem. The one who killed his son is in this castle. Merlin's eyes glowed green and he frowned, asking what? The elderly man's eyes sparkled green. Did he clarify with someone what he was talking about? Arthur, looking intently at his interlocutor, told him that Lancelot had killed his son. The room was filled with a strong flow of energy. Mugen frowned when someone put a hand on his shoulder. The unknown asked him to calm down his ardor. The brunette standing next to the gray-haired man told him that many would see if he created problems now. The man asked him how he could remain calm after hearing something like that. Hearing this, the guy said that he must survive this. Mugen raised his head when the main character started talking about Arthur. The orc lowered his head as the elderly man standing in front of him asked him if Lancelot was the one who killed him. The creature, giving a negative answer to him, asked him if a person like him could defeat him. The monster opened its mouth, from which fangs protruded. Mugen believes that the monster was much stronger than Lancelot before he became a rancor. The gray-haired man imagined the image of an unknown character rising above the city. He said that Lancelot now holds the post of King of Britain. At this point, he suggested that if the orc recklessly killed his opponent, the country and the round table might fall apart. After which he asked Arthur if he himself wanted to take a step forward. The brunette, turning his head, exhaled heavily when the creature said that his opponent not only turned him into a monster, but also manipulated him. In the room the guys were in, a golden chandelier hung from the ceiling. Mugen thought about what to do in such a situation, since he believes that this could not happen. The man closed his eyes when the main character asked him about the date of the next round table meeting. He said that it would take place in about 10 days. Hearing this, the guy asked him if an outsider who was not part of the Knights of the Round Table could participate in it. The gray-haired man looked intently at the orc and said that with his help it could work. The guy was happy about this news. Yuan, dressed in silver chainmail, frowned deeply. He suggested holding a house at the round table on the opening day of the meeting. Someone in a red cloak walked along the carpet. The knights, in a hurry, followed the master when one of them asked him if he had finished the work that he had to do. His partner was glad that the guy was healthy. The blue-cloaked assistants bowed their heads as the man talked about how the knights helped him. He, realizing that such a situation had not happened for a long time, asked them what had happened. Hearing this, the servant replied that nothing special had happened. The hero, dressed in a black suit with lacy sleeves, put his hand on a wooden object. He reminded them that they must put the welfare of the people first. The knights began to run to the master, who sat on the throne. He said threateningly that such was the will of the King Knight. Hearing this, one of the assistants replied that they were listening to his orders. A sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face. His name is Lancelot, who is the temporary king of Britain. Standing next to Lollet, who is the 42nd Knight of the Round Table, Thal told the king that, according to his orders, he had brought Yuan to Castle Percival. The blue-haired guy sitting on the throne looked menacingly at the assistants, who asked him if it was necessary to bring the main character into the meeting room. Hearing this, Lancelot agreed with this proposal because he believed that it was better to see him in person. He grabbed the arm of the chair tightly and admitted that he had heard about Yuan of Asgard while he was outside. He informed the guys that small and medium guilds were trying to recruit the guy, after which he reminded them that Asgard is a solid and large guild. In the hall of the royal palace, the knights looked intently at the gentleman, who suggested that this guild had secretly conducted an investigation, because they had suspicions about a player of unknown origin who was able to climb the tower with extraordinary speed. He also said that the investigation is still ongoing. The temporary king of Britain frowned deeply when he admitted that he had heard something terrible. He knows that Yuan's supporter was involved in the death of the King Knight. The guys leaned their bodies forward in surprise. The gentleman told them that the supporters of the protagonist killed the owner of the Round Table, which was the support of Britain. The knight squeezed his hand tightly and asked him if it was true. Lancelot admitted to him that he does not yet have clear evidence, but at the same time believes that the information conveyed from Asgard must be reliable. Thal, standing next to his partner, bared his teeth when the brunette thought about why he invited this player. The purple-haired guy admitted that he couldn't just stand by, and then asked the master to give him an order. Sunlight fell on the transparent dome of the castle. The king admitted that, having learned this, he was also furious, but was worried that this could cause unrest in the country. He then revealed that if Rancor targets the player, they may attract the attention of the administrator, which could affect their relationship with Asgard, who are conducting a secret investigation. The guy presented the image of a brunette in a red cloak and told the knights that they could not just leave him alone. An ominous aura began to emanate from the assistants when the master assumed that they understood him. He believes that the Knights of the Round Table should not allow information to leak. The blue-haired king raised his head when his assistants promised him to endure everything. The servants knelt before the master, who told them that their achievements would forever remain not only in his memory, but also in the memory of other knights. He admitted that he would never forgive Yuan for pointing his blade at Britain. Sunlight was visible from the castle, with burgundy flags hanging from the ceiling. The king, sitting on his throne, bowed his head. He began to laugh ominously. The guy hit the wooden handle of the chair with all his might. He cannot believe that they are still blinded by revenge after 1,000 years. A devilish smile appeared on the green-haired gentleman's face. He believes that his loyal fools cannot even determine who is a friend and who is an enemy. Lancelot, looking intently somewhere, frowned deeply. He wondered whether he would be able to capture a great country in order to control all the rancors in it. The gentleman rolled his violet eyes and thought about how the King Knight kept something so pleasant with him. In the hall of the castle, huge tables rose to the dome. He believes he now has everything for the Olympus Sea. Behind the wooden door with golden patterns came some sounds. Yuan, standing in the room, turned his head towards the entrance. His eyes flashed red when he realized that Lancelot had already begun to act, although not even a day had passed since his return to the palace. A system notification appeared that the smoldering gaze showed a place inaccessible to the eye. Dark energy began to emanate from the wooden door. The main character noticed that his opponents were well armed at such a time because their mana could explode at any moment. The entire room was covered in blue light. The guy wondered if Lancelot could conspire with someone, because he noticed that mana was controlled with extreme fury. At that moment, someone called out to Yuan. The unknown man demanded that the brunette follow him. The three players entered the prepared arena in pitch darkness. The knight glared at the protagonist as he thanked him for following them obediently. Hearing this, the guy admitted to them that, in his opinion, this place would be more suitable for dancing with blades. Thal confidently grabbed the handle of the weapon and assumed that something had happened. The knight, stretching out his sword in front of the enemy, told him that he had several questions for him. The man told him that if he did not answer or lie, he would lose his limbs. Baring his teeth, the brunette looked menacingly at his opponents, who asked him about the group that was behind the death of the King Knight. Yuan asked him why they were asking him about this. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. He stepped aside as Thal attacked him. The knight's eyes sparkled green when the brunette asked him where his rancor manners were. Hearing this, the knight said that he would ask him again. He menacingly asked him about who killed the King Knight. The main character, looking intently at the enemy, spread his arms to the sides and asked him if Lancelot sent them. The soldier did not understand how he dared to ask such a thing. Yuan looked blankly at his interlocutor, who asked him if he knew whose name he was pronouncing so carefree. Weapons began to emerge from the brunette's inventory. He hit the ground with his sword with all his might. The angry, purple-haired guy began to spit blood. A system notification about receiving a fine has appeared. The enemy's hand and chainmail began to sparkle when the protagonist realized that he could not achieve anything with just one threat. He realized that Lancelot had made the knights under him want revenge. At this moment, he couldn't believe that the king would let someone else handle this. A dark fog began to appear from the brunette's hand. He decided what he needed to do first. Thal approached the guy, who pointed his hand at him. Yuan decided to beat one of the knights first. The soldier frowned deeply as the enemy's palm approached his face. The rivals abruptly moved away from each other and tried to stop. A bead of sweat began to fall from the purple-haired boy's face as he thought about what had happened. He remembered that the gentleman was able to block his view. The brunette, holding the weapon, looked intently at the knight. Thal realized that due to the enemy's attack, he felt cold, and he also felt that goosebumps ran across his skin. The protagonist's hand in a black glove began to glow. He understands that it is not worth killing the knights since they do not know the truth. After which he realized that they were doing this out of loyalty to the king. Yuan, without taking his eyes off his opponent, wondered if he should show them Arthur. The strongest energy emanated from the rivals on the battlefield. The main character understands that Mugen and the orc believed him because they knew each other, and these two knights are convinced that it was he who killed Arthur. Lollet stood confidently in front of his partner. The gentleman believes that until the round table meeting begins, he needs to hide the existence of Arthur. The man in the blue cloak raised his leg. The ground beneath the soldier began to crumble into rubble as a notification appeared that the 42nd Knight of the Round Table was a threat. A message appeared that a soldier was demanding a 1 versus 1 confrontation. There were 2 players left on the battlefield when a notification appeared that the battle should be 1 versus 1. A system alert has appeared stating that the effect of the skill will be disrupted if a third party participates in the battle, after which the start of the match was announced. The battlefield began to transform when the main character, looking intently at the enemy, asked him if the guy standing behind him would budge. Hearing this, Lollet asked him if he should go 2 versus 1 with the player who hurt his pride. A smile appeared on the face of the brunette, who raised his head. He believes that this is where chivalry manifests itself, after which he asked his opponent whether he really planned to win. Thal stood behind the knight, who clenched his hand tightly into a fist. He reported that the round table always won using this method. The main character frowned deeply when he thought that it was stupid for his opponent to talk about the reputation of the round table in such a situation. He imagined a huge castle as he remembered that, before present Britain and the existence of the round table, there was a long history of bloodshed, lasting hundreds of thousands of years. He doesn't understand how they can discuss a power that someone else created. The guy introduced himself as a man sitting on a horse. He believes that people with such character do not dare to say such things. A strong aura began to emanate from the brunette as he warned his opponent that he would not be able to win like that. The main character confidently put his weapon forward when he decided that from now on he would make sure that his opponent understood everything. A notification appeared that the power of the giants was concentrated in the hand, after which a system alert appeared about the temporary replacement of endurance with strength. The guy grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly as his inner voice asked him not to kill his enemy. Hearing this, he promised not to do it. Raising his sword, Yuan advanced towards his opponent when he decided that he would need to be patient for a while. A bright green light flashed across the battlefield. The main character hit his opponent's shield. A notification appears that the round table shield is protecting its target. Baring his teeth, the soldier standing behind the shield frowned deeply. He realized that his opponent was no ordinary person. The brunette put his weapon aside when Lollet realized that he shouldn't underestimate this player. Yuan looked worriedly at the enemy's shield and assumed that he wanted to attack him with a charge. A wave of energy began to emanate from the shield. The main character, somersaulting in the air, moved away from his opponent. His body began to tremble as he called his opponent the real rancor. He noted that although his fighting style was defensive-oriented, Lollet was powerful enough to destroy walls. Frowning, the knight stared at his opponent when he suggested that he looked like a huge tank. The soldier told him that if he attacked him with brute force, he would do the same. Lollet covered himself with a shield when the main character jumped off the ground and told him to get something. The brunette left aside his hand, on which the clothes were torn. He demanded that the enemy continue to attack him. A notification has appeared about the temporary replacement of stamina with strength. Yuan's hand was enveloped in intense energy as an alert appeared indicating that he had enough stamina. A system message appeared about the presence of the strength of giants in the hero's body. The brunette frowned without looking away. He struck the knight's shield with all his might. A notice appeared that Yuan had achieved success in Gigantomania for the first time. Drops of sweat began to flow from the guy's face when he asked his opponent about his strength. The main character leaned over and clenched his hand into a fist when Lollet realized that he had extraordinary strength. He believes that his kine was made by someone truly skilled, as adamantium, which is the best metal, was used for it. The brunette's body was enveloped in powerful mana as he hit the enemy's shield with all his might. He informed him that he would pay for everything. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and struck next to the shield. The main character continued to damage his opponent. Frowning deeply, he bared his teeth. The shield began to crack as the brunette kicked it. Blood began to spew from Lawlet's mouth as he realized that his opponent had no skills. He doesn't understand how he managed to push him off with just force. Yuan leaned down as a stream of energy began to emanate from the shield. A notification about charging activation appeared. The main character's foot slipped across the shield. He stomped his foot on the ground with all his might. A four-leaf clover appeared in front of the brunette's face as he swung his hand. The knight ducked down as his opponent tried to attack him. A system message appeared indicating that the round table's shield was protecting the target. A green light began to burst out of something. The protagonist's inner voice spoke about the enemy's shield. Green sparks came from the object. The spirit realized that the enemy was not a ranker at all, but a simple player. There was a blue-green flash of light on the battlefield. Everything around the arena was covered in black fog. The brunette told the enemy that if he really thought that he was connected with those who killed Arthur and wanted revenge on him, Lawlet should renounce his knighthood. There was a notification about the removal of the one-on-one effect due to the intervention of a third party. Val, armed, covered his partner as Yuan admitted that he didn't care how many people his opponent was fighting. The main character grabbed his arm with all his might and started talking about trying to fight alone. He confidently tore the sleeve of his suit as he called his opponent reckless. Standing in front of his partner, the knight admitted that he was, indeed, reckless. Frowning, Val bared his teeth. He realized that their opponent was going to fight the two of them. The soldier's eyes sparkled as he attacked the brunette. He decided to make his opponent regret his decision. At this moment, Val used the giant sword skill. Bending down, Yuan took out his weapon from his inventory. The ground around the soldier broke apart from his attack. The main character, armed, jumped high. He frowned, looking intently at his opponent. The guy's sword sparkled with blue light as the brunette towered over him. A system message appeared about the activation of heavenly steps. Yuan's foot began to emit mana as his speed increased by 100% within 5 seconds. The stream of energy emitted a green beam. A notification appeared that the main character could step on the sky for 5 seconds, after which a message appeared that the smoldering gaze had read the path and the sensory field had intensified. Baring his teeth, the brunette attacked his opponent. The guys jumped in opposite directions. A black fog began to emanate from the bright flash. The bodies of the rivals, looking at each other, began to sparkle with energy. Val frowned as blood began to drip from the corners of his mouth. He realized that delaying it would not do any good, because the fight was getting worse. The brunette's eyes turned completely red. He decided that he must strive to finish off the enemy with one blow. Lawlet began to run towards his opponent while his partner remained behind. The knight held out his shield as Thal loudly told him to go forward. The guy hit the iron shield on the ground with all his might. A sword quickly flew onto the battlefield, from which the strongest mana emanated. The guy in the chainmail, whose eye sockets were covered with blue light, did not expect that the penalty for defense alone would be so large. Thal frowned with all his might as his body sparked. He decided that he had to do this, even if his body exploded or died. The knight wanted to do everything for Britain. A black aura flew near the main character. He believes that if he acts hastily, he will simply be killed. The brunette tensed his hand, from which energy began to emanate. He realizes that he can use the ability for no more than a minute. At this moment, a notification about the activation of demonic Kai appeared. He thinks this will be enough to stop his opponent. Yuan approached the sword, which was emitting a strong aura, when a system alert appeared that the demonic Kai had reached 20 units. The main character decided that he should try to use this ability. The man gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he realized what he was seeing. The earth began to break into fragments. He saw the point he needed. The huge sword approached the battlefield as the protagonist realized that he had found a place to break through the mana. A notice of leniency from the round table court appeared. The brunette grabbed the handle of the weapon with both hands at the moment when the demonic Kai reached 20 units. He decided to let it all out. The arena broke into rubble from a powerful attack. A bright flash was visible in the depths of the forest near the castle. Drops of the knight's blood dripped onto his fallen blue cloak. Kneeling, Lawlet turned to his partner and asked him if he was okay. Sticking his weapon into the ground, Thal bowed his head and assumed that their opponent had lost consciousness. He is glad that his comrade in arms is alive. The guy is sure that Yuan used demonic Kai for the last time. The black fog began to dissipate while the boys were on their knees. The knight believes that their enemy used magic, but does not understand how two different forces can coexist. A cloud of fog enveloped everything around when Thal realized that he could not survive because it became more difficult for him to dig for information. Someone told their partner that they first needed to find a demon associated with the demonic Kai of the protagonist. From the dissipating fog appeared the image of a man whose eyes sparkled red. The brunette looked back when someone approached him. He informed him that the training room was in disarray. Yuan turned his head with displeasure when the knight called out to the king. He didn't expect the man to come in person. The hero in white boots stood next to the guy. The brunette realized that in front of him was a knight who was a traitor. A smile appeared on the blue-haired gentleman's face when Yuan remembered that his name was Lancelot. The king approached his assistants, who, on their knees, admitted that they were sorry. He thinks they should at least apologize to him. Lawlet raised his head as a weapon appeared in the master's hand. He told him that they would be sentenced to death for trying to discredit the name of Britain and the Round Table with their act. The knight's head flew to the side as the king swung his sword. His face was covered with drops of the blood of his assistants. The brunette bowed his head as drops of blood flew towards him. Lancelot believes that they have humiliated their country. Hearing this, the guy's inner voice called out the king's name. The hand of the main character, who is holding the weapon, began to tremble. He mentally asked his demon to be patient. The blue-haired gentleman, looking at the knights, grabbed his head. Brunette believes that if Lancelot dies in the arena, people will remember him as a noble king who defended the peace of Britain. After which he asked his inner voice if he didn't want this to happen. The gentleman, looking back, wiped the blood from his cheek with his palm. A notification appeared indicating that the egg had begun to show its teeth. Frowning, the brunette Yuan looked at his opponent with displeasure. A pool of blood formed around the bodies of the knights when the main character, seeing the eyes of the king, assumed that the external god was in his body. He, assuming that this was an order from Olympus, realized that otherwise he had no reason to attack him until Arthur revealed his existence. The guy wondered if it was time for Olympus to save himself or if there was something that forced them to make a move. With his arms spread, the king approached the main character as he thought about why this happened, since it was not connected with an external god. Lancelot apologized for the rudeness of the knights and said that they were in turmoil because of their king. A devilish smile appeared on the green-haired boy's face as Yuan suggested that he hated being dragged into this. He admitted that he wanted to arrange a meeting in order to calm him down. The brunette began to approach the man when he started talking about the King of Britain. Interrupting him, he said that he didn't care how the meeting went, right now or tomorrow. Frowning, the main character walked past the gentleman and asked him to tell him as soon as he was ready. Lancelot, clenching his hands into fists, looked back at the guy walking away from him. The king lifted his chin when he realized he had made a mistake. He realized that he needed to send 3 people, not 2 or even more. A strong aura began to emanate from his hand as he decided to report everything to someone. A notification appeared that his skill had restored the earth. The gentleman looked back with displeasure when he thought about what happened to the people in the castle. He assumed that they were following Yuan. Someone asked him what brought him to the arena at such an hour. Clouds floated in the blue sky. The unknown person hit the floor with a stick and noticed that it became different. The knight with a tail continued to beat the floor with a stick and asked his comrades what they had done with the ground yesterday. His colleague said he didn't think so, but thought it was strange. Hearing this, the brunette demanded that they stop talking about nonsense and line up. In the castle, illuminated by the sun, the commander demanded that the knights line up. Blood began to run down the blade of the knife as someone cut a piece of steak. Sitting at a huge table opposite the king, the main character realized that, no matter how far away the castle was, mana was quietly pouring out of it all night. The brunette's knife fell onto the table as he raised his hand and realized that Lancelot had done something. He admitted that he did not like the dish because he smelled blood. Leaving his hand to the side, the green-haired gentleman suggested that he was not accustomed to good food. He told him that now they will eat such food because the brunette deserves it. Frowning, the main character did not take his eyes off his interlocutor. He said again that he didn't like it. There was a glass of red wine on the table, with a napkin under it. The gentleman asked him how he met Elder Merlin, after which he admitted that he did not pay attention to him because he was interested in gardening and all sorts of trifles. At this point, he reported that, with the appearance of Yuan in the castle, the man began to often go outside. The gentleman remembered the image of an elderly man with a beard, who asked him why he had come to the arena at such an hour. He told him that he came because of the noise. Hearing this, the king said that some knights behaved inappropriately while trying to calm the situation. At that moment, he told the main character that Merlin appeared in the training room after he left yesterday. The green-haired guy closed his eyes and wiped his mouth with a napkin when the brunette said that they just met by chance. Hearing this, the gentleman asked him if this was true. Frowning, he opened his eyes. Yuan asked him to get straight to the point because he doesn't think he needs comfort. The room was filled with an ominous energy as the king said he felt comfortable speaking. The brunette, frowning, tilted his head to the side and suggested that the traitor was luring the players into a trap, filling everything around with mana. He believes that, in this case, he will not be able to get not only a message, but even a voice recording. At this point, Lancelot admitted that he had heard about the protagonist's sea stone and asked him to give it to some acquaintance. The blue-haired guy's body muscles tensed when the brunette said that Poseidon needed a divine sea stone. The king demanded that he not utter this name thoughtlessly. The light in the room consumed by mana went out. The guy said that he was going to take him by force as soon as the main character set foot on the territory of Britain. After which he admitted that he had many ways to deal with him, for example, killing him or even setting him on fire. The main character presented the appearance of a brunette with red designs on her face. He realized that Lancelot's plan was to expose Mamos to attack. At this moment, the brunette wondered if he knew that Mamos was Belial's son in order for the knights to act as he needed. Sitting at a huge white table, the king suggested that the sea power had been generous to Yuan. He promised him, if he gave him the stone and swore allegiance, to pretend that nothing had happened and to support him. A devilish smile appeared on the brunette's face when he reminded him that yesterday, trying to kill him, he came to him with a sword. He asked him if his intentions changed in one night. The guy, leaning his elbows on the table, admitted that he was reassured by the fact that the king was very generous to him. Making a dissatisfied face, Lancelot frowned deeply. The main character said that he should bow his head to him, since he is so generous, because he does not know what even better thing he can give him. Yuan, leaving the table, turned away from the king, who asked him who he thought he was. The guy confidently replied that he knew himself well. He turned his head back angrily when his inner voice suggested that the master himself did not know what kind of person he had become. A piece of stone flew onto the system window. The main character, going down the stairs of the castle, remembered that Poseidon addressed him first. He understands that by his position, God can deal with him whenever he wants. At that moment he realized that there was some reason behind his sudden change in attitude. In the guy's hand lay a huge piece of earth. He suggested that the man was preparing a war against Zeus. Throwing the item, the brunette opened his mouth wide when he realized that Poseidon needed help from a player who possessed a divine sea stone and had a high probability of becoming a ranker. He believes that the man values him quite highly, even though he is not capable of fighting Zeus alone. The brunette began to rub his hands while he chewed on the object. He suggested that Poseidon had other assurances, after which he decided that, in any case, he would be grateful if they started fighting each other. The guy pulled his black glove onto his hand and asked his demon not to be angry, admitting that he was also not at ease. The iron ball flashed with lightning. He informed the inner head that they had little time left and asked him to be patient a little longer. A ball with a new message appeared in the hand of the serious Yuan. He realized that he had set the stage for someone. The next day there was a clear sky over Camelot and the meeting place was a round table. The sun was shining through the windows of the palace. There were many people sitting at a huge table. The protagonist was sitting on one of the chairs with his hands folded. A man in a blue cape looked at him from afar and thought that this was the same Yuan, and he was glad that Elder Merlin was present at the meeting after a long break, but then he wondered why he brought this man here. Gawain looked ahead seriously, and Zidrach put his hand on the table next to him. The bearded man thought that in any case, it looked like this meeting would be different from the usual one, and meanwhile, the two seats at the round table of knights would not be empty. The blonde said quietly that the guy looked pretty perverted. Then he leaned forward a little and quietly said that his expression. The man with turquoise hair glanced to the side and said that initially it was not allowed to bring an unqualified person to the round table, but since the elder was here, they would make an exception for him too. I also have something to say to this person. The people present were minding their own business and he continued by asking if anyone was against it, but everyone remained significantly silent. Afterwards, he leaned forward a little with his hands folded and said that even if everyone agreed, it would not change the fact that the hero is a stranger, and then said that he knows what it means to sit where the returnee sits, and then asked about whose place this is. Yuan put his hand on the chair that was nearby and said that he didn't know the meaning. And after looking in front of him seriously, he said that this place was either Thal or Lalet. The chief looked at him, and someone from the crowd asked what kind of arrogant behavior this was and was indignant, and the elder said that he should know well what happened to those two, and Mick said that this is so. Afterwards, all the knights jumped up from their seats in alarm, and the protagonist said that he saw how he killed them right in front of his eyes. The warrior with a bun on his head loudly objected and said that this was wrong, and the man standing next to him asked why he was here and said that it was necessary to get him out of here. But then they were stunned by a man with turquoise hair and told them to stop, and then mentioned that he was the one who took their lives, to which they only remained meaningfully silent. Afterwards, the man with purple eyes crossed his fingers, looking at the hero, and said that he was sure that he knew why such a decision was made. Then he frowned and asked him to be honest, to which he looked at him in response and asked him not to misunderstand him. Afterwards, the blue-eyed man frowned and said that he should pay for his sins and not he. Afterwards, the guy got up from his seat and headed to the door, saying that a guest had come to them, and his interlocutor thought that he himself had climbed into the tiger's den and wondered why he was so confident and what he was up to. Afterwards, the returnee looked at those present and said that they would all be glad to see him. In the distance, a silhouette with glowing eyes could be seen. A knight with a two-handed sword came out from there. The bearded man and the blonde man were dumbfounded, and then Gawain shed a tear. The rest of the knights were wildly surprised. The green-robed man looked at the spot next to him. Then he looked ahead aggressively, and Lancelot looked with slight horror. A man with blonde hair stabbed his sword into the ground and everyone addressed him as His Majesty. Those present immediately jumped up from their seats and began to call him, and he said that he had not seen them for a long time. Afterwards, the king looked at the dark-haired man and asked him about how his son was doing and asked whether he was good at using the sword that he had given him, and he loudly asked about where he had been all this time. The man with violet eyes was shaking in surprise, and His Majesty said that Sidrach, the youngest, who was still a child, was now sitting here, and the blonde asked if he knew how long they had been waiting. Behind Lancelot was Ewan, and he was thinking that he was sure that Arthur was already dead and everything would be over if he returned to the throne, and he could not allow this. Afterwards, his face wrinkled with displeasure, and the man with turquoise hair remembered moments from the past and thought about what he should do. Then he hit the table with his hand. The sly man ran out from behind the table and, waving his hand, said that the hero had come to Camelot with a demon, and then mentioned the blood of Belial and said that this man was a double and a fake. The guy with the red tail frowned and asked if it was true that the king of doubles was true, and someone from the crowd said that he was right and he clearly saw it when he brought the players last time and said that Ewan knows the demon tribe. Everyone stood confused and someone asked what they were saying and asked if they could understand that this was the symbol of the King Knight, and then mentioned Excalibur, and then asked about who they doubted. The man with purple eyes shouted that he was sure it was fake. Afterwards, he unsheathed his blade and filled it with aura, and the knights standing nearby were horrified and asked why he was doing this, and he urged them to look carefully, and the one standing next to him asked that even if it came to this, what did he achieve? The protagonist looked at him with displeasure, and someone to the side shouted for him to drop the sword. A man with turquoise hair raised his sword above his head with glowing eyes and thought that this was a stupid move, and no matter how real it looked, such a fake only had an appearance. But then the sword was knocked away by an elderly man with gray hair. Merlin stood with a serious face, and Arthur began to fall apart and said that he was very fast. The demon stood with a smile, and, stunning everyone, said that his head almost fell off, and the knight standing behind him shouted that it was a fake and called to grab them. Everyone again stood in confusion, and someone asked how they dare to mock the round table, and the red-eyed one asked Mr. Seaweed about whether he was too assertive in his attack. Then he pointed his hand at the protagonist and asked if they were 100% sure that the return of Arthur himself was impossible. The returnee raised his hand with a dark haze and smiled softly. Then he snapped his fingers and a huge silhouette of a monster appeared. The creature looked at Lancelot and called his name. Then it came close to him and said that it was really him. The man with violet eyes looked at it in horror, and it continued by asking how he found out about his death. And the knight thought that all the nerves in his entire body were responding to his familiar energy, and then he realized that it was real King. Merlin stopped the bearded man with his hand, and the monster asked if he heard him. Gawain looked at the old man and turned to him, but he said that these two needed to talk and should not interfere. Arthur leaned lower and his interlocutor asked what he meant and said that it was just funny, and said that he only noticed that the demon was a fake, but did not know it. The creature said that it was funny to hear the word fake from him. Then it extended its hand to the hero and he tore off the top of the sword, and then continued and said that Lancelot said that he received the royal seal from him. Ewan then handed the ring to the creature, and it said that the seal symbolized that he had chosen him as the next king. Bloody tears flowed from the creature's eyes, and he said that he had one of the seals, and there were only 2 of them in the world, and then asked where he got it from. Blood dripped onto the knight's face, and he continued, mentioning his son and asking if it should belong to Pendragon. Afterwards, the man with violet eyes looked away and anxiously mentioned the seal several times. His comrades looked at him with contempt. The rest of those present also looked, and he cursed in his head. Afterwards, the liar immediately jumped up and ran somewhere, swearing in his head. Lancelot jumped out the window and everyone called out to him. The lavender-haired man frowned and asked what was going on and asked about who they should trust. And the knight standing next to him asked him what he was thinking about and asked if he saw the traitor running away and said that they needed to pursue him. The warriors rushed forward, but Arthur called out to them, stopping them, and said that they needed to stop, because if the knights of the Round Table moved all at once, the people would be agitated, and then asked whether the people were a priority for the Round Table. Then he looked at them with tear-stained eyes and said that even if they did not follow him, he would not be able to take a step out of Camelot. Scattering pieces of earth were visible from the knight's run, and he thought that his first priority was to escape from Camelot. A man with violet eyes ran to the gate and shouted for the gate to be opened for him, and the employees turned to him in surprise, and the creature thought that since he could not leave Britain, he would simply run away and make plans for the future. Lancelot ran to the gate without raising his eyes, but then his eyes opened wide in surprise. He was thrown a great distance away from the exit. The guards looked at this in surprise and asked in surprise if everything was okay with him. He moved his hand to the side with alarm and received a notification that this territory was designated as a prison, and it was forbidden to go beyond its boundaries. A huge dome hung over the castle, and he thought that this was all the tricks of Merlin. and an order was heard for everyone to move away from the castle. The chain wrapped around his arm. Then she tied his leg. The fugitive's neck was squeezed by a chain. He was suspended high above the ground by the old man's magic. The gray-haired man held his staff and said that they needed to retreat if he did not want to be in the center of events, because this man was no longer a king, but now a traitor. Afterwards, he remembered the dialogue with the hero and the events near the round table and said that Yuan said so. Afterwards, the green-eyed man ordered to confess to his disgusting actions, otherwise these bad people would lose their positions. He frowned and said that he had one question. While Lancelot was tied up, he continued and asked him why he did this. The traitor smiled, beginning to become covered with a veil, and asked him if he thought that he had such a grandiose reason. Black stripes began to stretch from his neck and cover his face, and he said that all this only happened because he finally wanted to become king. A purple flash appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, a shock wave spread from it and caused destruction in its wake. The fugitive's body was covered in purple energy, and the elder thought about what Yuan said about the monster being inside him and not being felt as demonic or magical energy. Lancelot pulled his sword aside and turned purple, and he continued and thought that perhaps this was due to the energy when he betrayed Arthur. A notice was issued that the king of the Round Table is determining his land, and if you attack him in the specified place, there will be a fine. Merlin raised his staff up and lifted many stones into the air, then thought about what would not allow him to leave Camelot and loudly called it a petty trick. A hail of stones hit the former king, but among the haze, purple flashes were visible. A shockwave of unknown energy appeared again. The sorcerer watched this and thought that he had changed the direction of his attack on the city and called him a bad person. Afterwards, the elder created a barrier near the buildings and loudly asked the traitor if he had gone crazy. A notification appeared that Merlin protected Britain. The gray-haired man watched the pogroms and said that he wanted to become a king, and at the same time attacked the people and then asked how he was not ashamed. The ground began to crack and splashes from the impacts were visible, and a notification appeared that a crack had appeared in the prison. The man in green clothes tried to orient himself in space and thought that this should not be like this, and Lancelot said that no matter how great a magician he was, it was difficult to resist a rancor while maintaining his skills. A notification appears indicating that the crack has been restored. The caller struck the territory one after another, and notifications of cracks came one after another. The old man thought that the scoundrel's plan from the very beginning was to dispel the magical power. The turquoise-haired man's eyes swirled with purple energy. A silhouette of a shield appeared, blocking the area from impact, and a notification came out that the round table's shield was protecting the target. The protagonist watched this with a serious face and thought that this is not so simple, and he will get into trouble if you let him go. Notifications also came that the egg had been swallowed and that it was hungry. The hero and Arthur attacked the one who turned, and he said that he was a scoundrel, and the creature said that he was waiting for this day and said that he would kill him with his own hands. After the comrades struck the bad man, flashes went off. Lancelot held the king's blade with his bare hands. Yuan looked at the enemy and he said that the dark-haired fool and asked if he thought he could stop him while in the body of the undead, and then turned to Arthur and told him that he was now far from the person he was. He knew before. During their battle, 2 black flashes flashed and a notification came that he had covered his entire body with the power of giants and that it was a call from hell. The traitor felt many fiery eyes looking at him. He was enveloped in purple flames and received a notification that he had activated the divine flame. He asked what was happening, and something told him that it was dangerous. Lancelot's eyes filled with an unknown aura and an internal dialogue began inside him. He said that he had just heard a voice, and he answered him by saying that he was the same as them. A fragment, and he needed to run away quickly. The false king asked why he should run away from a simple player, and he said that he needed to use his fear to grow and run. The main personality demanded to be silent and said that this was the body of a rancor and there was nothing to be afraid of, and a voice in the head said that it was too late, and the body, along with the soul and everything else, would be absorbed. The ghostly teeth began to tear apart his body. Afterwards, an unknown creature ate his hands. While the one who turned around was being torn to pieces, notifications went out that the egg was showing its form and absorbing betrayal and greed. Lancelot then looked at Yuan and insulted him with aggression. Merlin used the sword for his skill and released many blades from underground. Afterwards, the old man put the staff in front of him and thought that this was an abomination. Arthur and the protagonist looked at the torment of the false king and he begged for help. The monster looked down, and he continued and said that he was ready for anything. The creature only remained silent. While the traitor was being torn to pieces, he mentioned the names of the killed people and said that these were the reasons why he should die. The ghostly teeth were already tearing Lancelot's face. Only his eye remained. Afterwards, a notification came out that the hero had killed the changeling. A couple of drops of his blood remained on the floor, and notices came out that the position of king was vacant and 10 days were given for the election of a new one, and with a majority of votes one could receive the title of king. The returnee touched the blood stain, and Arthur disappeared. Notifications came out that the level was increased and agility was increased by 2 and strength by 1 and 200,000 0 points were received. Blue-Eyed thought that he got points just like in the case of Orochi. His eyes looked saddened, and remembering the creature, he thought that he was mentioned not just Lancelot, but with the addition of betrayal and greed, and the rest of the titles were associated with abilities, and that means the seed that stupid chaos planted in the night is associated with greed. He extended his hand to the panel on which it was written about the egg and received notifications that it was scratching its belly and singing a song. After you and I thought that it was already almost 70%. Afterwards, he sank a little lower and thought that compared to Orochi, this time it was longer and perhaps more food was needed, but at that moment Merlin approached him from behind and asked what it was. Afterwards, he came even closer and said that he felt an ominous energy like Lancelot, and perhaps even worse, and asked if that was why he was so strong, to which the protagonist mentioned that he understood what it looked like from the outside. Afterwards, he looked at the sky and said that it was external and said that he could call it that, because he himself didn't know anymore. And the old man remained significantly silent. The hero looked with his eyebrows drawn together, and he said that this was a strange name and asked what kind of creature it was. Clouds were gathering in the sky, and Yuan said that he did not think that this was the end. He stood on a piece of earth and said that one strong blow was moving towards them. A man was gasping for breath while being strangled and turned to Poseidon. He threw him aside and asked if he was saying hello now. Zeus stood with his back to his brother and said that he had opened the way for him, and he said that if he had not opened it, he would have made his way through. The blue-haired one tilted his head and frowned and said that he didn't want to drag out this conversation and wanted to get straight to the point and was going to say that in Britain. But then his brother turned around and looked at him and said that Lancelot had been defeated and asked about whether this is what he wanted to say. Poseidon stood in front of him and thought that, as he thought, he knew about everything while on Olympus, and then asked him what he was going to do, and he said that he needed to avoid a major battle, so you will have to suffer a small loss. Afterwards, Zeus looked at his reflection and said that there should be no connection between them and Britain, so he would erase everything. Lightning streaks appeared on the water. Then he raised his hand above his head, holding the lightning bolt in it. His brother stood in the distance and watched this. He thought about lightning and then thought that not only Britain could be erased with this, and then he said that the administrators would not stand aside. The blue-haired man frowned and he said that he had already talked to them and one blow was all that was allowed to him. While the hero and the old man were standing on the rubble, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. The gray-haired man looked at him and asked what he was saying, and the protagonist said that he was sure that Zeus had begun to act. A notification appears indicating that a new test is being created. The dark-haired man looked into the sky and a notification came that the destruction of Camelot was beginning and in 10 minutes lightning would strike Camelot, and he needed to block it, and he thought that he understood what was happening. Energy accumulated in the sky and he thought that since this was framed as a test, it means that the god of Olympus even agreed with the administrator, and tried very hard, and then the elder said that even if Lancelot supported Olympus, and then wondered about why Zeus interfere. He looked into the sky and said that he was not a fool, and if he destroyed Camelot, then a serious fine would be imposed on Olympus and, moreover, this would worsen the relationship between Olympus and Asgard. A notification came out that lightning would strike in 5 minutes. The man in green clothes raised his staff, and his interlocutor said that even Olympus is afraid of Asgard and Odin, but that is why they are trying to hide their tracks at any cost. Gray-haired said that he didn't fully understand, but now was not the time to talk. Then he hit the floor with his staff. Many magic circles appeared over the city and a notice was issued that Merlin was protecting Britain. Afterwards, the hero looked at the sky and thought that this was surprising, and then thought that it was impossible to expect anything less from such a powerful magician, but this would not stop the lightning. But at that moment the magician asked him to help in any way. The protagonist's eyes turned red, and he continued and asked him not just to look at the sky, and the dark-haired one said that he looked not only at the sky. He received a notification that the ashen eyes were resonating. He stood in a huge empty space and thought that after arriving in Camelot he received a message and was surprised that he found it so quickly, but he was not sure and ignored it, and would not be able to do this again. I received a notification that lightning will strike in 3 minutes. Yuan looked with his eyebrows drawn together and without words turned to the sky and asked if he was watching and asked for help. A slight glow was visible in the sky. A notification came out that the 12th eye of the sage equal to heaven was watching over them. Small flashes began to appear across the sky and he heard an answer asking why to do this, and the hero asked if he wanted everyone to die. He looked at the sky and the voice said that he did not care, and he asked what it meant that he wasted his time looking for him. A voice from heaven asked in surprise whether he was looking for him. The returnee watched the light in the sky and said that he had been following him for several days, and that he probably had business with him. After the interlocutor remained meaningfully silent, a notification came out that lightning would strike in 2 minutes. Yuan raised his hand up and he said that the guy could just run away, and asked why he was just standing there, to which the hero said that can't leave this place. Then he looked even more seriously and said that he was asking for help just once. A huge red beam flew from the sky and hit the ground, and the voice said that it agreed, but only for once. A man in white clothes landed in front of them and said that it was great. Afterwards, the warrior with the staff smiled and introduced himself. Then I received a notification that lightning would strike in a minute. The man who arrived threw his staff behind his back and said that they had finally met and said that they would talk later, and now there was something more important to do. Afterwards, the white-haired man put the staff between himself and the hero and, bringing his eyebrows together, said that he would help once. To which he said that he was not going to ask for more. Yellow Eyes smiled and said that it was great. A huge flash of lightning appeared in the sky and a notification was issued that the destruction of Camelot was beginning. The sage raised his staff up and said to grow and called the name Rui Jingi. His staff instantly shot upward. He had almost reached the barrier. The hero watched this seriously, and the fair-haired one called this name with a slight smile. Zeus raised his hand with lightning up. Merlin stood with his staff with magic raised and clenched his teeth. Blood then sprayed from his mouth. Lightning destroyed the barrier and struck the staff, and a notification came out that the magician's defensive wall was destroyed by a lightning strike. A discharge passed through the staff and a notification came out that Rui was able to withstand the lightning strike. The sage held his staff with his hand and said with a smile that it was powerful, and the protagonist thought that a staff is a staff and no matter what skill he uses, and apparently it is impossible to completely block a lightning strike. A small shock hit his glove. He looked at the hand and the name Kaini appeared in his head. Then he looked in front of him with aggression and thought that everything was exactly as he expected. Yellow Eyes was surprised, and he told him to stay here for a while, and he asked in surprise what he was talking about. But at the same moment the protagonist jumped onto his shoulder and he exhaled. Then he jumped high up. The sage looked up and asked where he had gone and cursed. Afterwards he frowned and said that even if he was so outstanding, and then asked how he could just run away, and then said that he almost died. Afterwards, a notification about golden ashen eyes came out. But then his eyes opened wide and he was surprised. The flash in the sky was decreasing, and he said that the lightning was decreasing. Damage appeared on the hero's clothes, but a notification was issued that the clothes of the fourth greatest spirit had withstood lightning, and then that Kaini was reacting to a lightning strike. A strange lightning seal appeared on his hand and a notification came out saying that the pure darkness divine stone reacts to a lightning strike, and the pure sea stone reacts to a lightning strike. A mark in the form of an eye appeared on the glove, and, remembering the monster, he thought that, as expected, the stone of the sea reacts the same way if it approaches, and the lightning strike is a masterpiece of Hephaestus, made by processing divine stones, and the reason for such a reaction could be the divine stones. After Yuan put his hand up and the lightning approached his hand, and he thought that he was sure that Kaini was bound by the stone of pure darkness and the stone of the sea, and now also by the divine stone from the lightning strike, and these three stones should have been one. The glove activated, and he thought that, nevertheless, there should not be such a strong reaction. The gauntlet said that it was all hers, and a notification came out that it absorbed the power of the lightning strike and was filled with the power of the strike. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cursed in his thoughts, thinking that even though he had already gotten rid of the staff, it still had a lot of energy. And an electric shock status was imposed on him, and after a notification that the clothes of the fourth the greatest spirit resists electric shock. The next notification was that the status that he was unable to resist the shock was revealed. He held onto his hand with his other hand and lightning struck it, and he thought that even though he had become stronger and used a lot of energy, it infuriated him that he still had not closed the gap between him and Zeus. A notification has arrived that the status of electric shock has risen to level 2 and the clothing of the fourth greatest spirit resists electric shock. The protagonist suffers huge damage and he gritted his teeth harder and thought that this is good as long as it allows him not to lose his resolve. And then a notification came out that he could not resist the shock and the status of electric shock rose to level 3 and he was unable to resist. His hand was shocked with electricity and the seal looked full. A notification came out that the electric shock status had reached level 5 and he thought that he would soon catch up with him. The glove was already torn and a notification came out that Kaini was absorbing the force of the lightning strike. The sky suddenly cleared and the hero remained hanging in the air. He relaxed and said that he did it. The dark-haired man fell along a huge pole. His comrades saw this and the sage mentioned that this idiot was falling, and the old man said that he was not moving and might have lost consciousness. The one who descended from heaven jumped up and said that he knew that this would happen. A moment later he was already catching MC. A notification arrived that he had stopped the fall of Camelot. Lightning particles remained in the hole on Olympus and Zeus said that he did not expect Ogong to appear. He looked into this hole and said that he had lost, and his brother asked what he meant. Afterwards, he frowned and said that making enemies on Olympus would not bring him any benefit, but his interlocutor said that he does whatever he wants and does not care who becomes his enemy. The blonde stood motionless and said that even the heavenly kingdom of the giant guild could not kill the sage, and he could not just recklessly return to him just because he was annoyed. His brother said that it looked like he couldn't move his body, and then asked how the man was able to stop the lightning strike by himself. Zeus raised his hand and said that Yuan had grown much more than he thought, and the Lord of the Seas repeated this name and thought that even if he said this, then how experienced the hero is. Afterwards, he lowered his head down, closing his eyes, and thought that even the rankers were finding it difficult to stop him, and perhaps his skills were now similar to that strong ranker, and then he asked what they should do now and said that the Asgard would find out about what happened in Britain. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide and said that if he were in his place, he would think about what to do next, to which he said that he agreed and there was no other way. Poseidon put up a wall of water in front of him, and his brother released lightning. Zeus put his hand with sparks forward and smiled, and he said that he was a bad person, and he should have guessed that he would do this, and then asked if the blonde wanted to defeat him too, to which he apologized to his brother. He narrowed his eyes and said that this was all for the sake of the revival of Olympus. A huge flash erupted near them and a notification came out that he had activated a lightning strike, and the Lord of the Seas called out to his brother and then cursed him. At the moment when the hero was able to stop the lightning, a notification came that he had stopped the fall of Camelot and his magical power was increased by 2 and the contribution to the victory was 38.7%. But after the intrusion of an unauthorized person was excluded and the contribution became equal to 97.12%. Afterwards, a notification came out that he had a great influence in preventing the fall of Camelot and earned 1 million points, and his magical power was increased by 1 and he received a piece of lightning. When the sage caught him, he said that he was an idiot, and then asked why he asked for help if he was going to die. At this moment, the protagonist asked him again, repeating his question. Yellow-Eyed looked at him with incredible surprise and knitted his eyebrows. His mouth even opened slightly in surprise and he thought that this couldn't be happening. The dark-haired man stood up on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He was alone in a luxurious bedroom. The protagonist stood up and there was a blade in his hand. He thought about what it was and thought that he heard someone. And it looked like he had fainted, and then thought that in his hand is the moonlight sword after the notification with his name came out. Merlin came into his room and said that 5 days had passed, and then said that he thought that he would die and asked him about what Mick had done and said that he had fallen after he was struck by lightning and the lightning disappeared. At this time, Yuan looked at his slightly glowing glove and thought that he had obtained a skill, and a notification came that he had activated a piece of lightning. Small flashes of lightning scattered across the room and both had a questioning expression on their faces. Small fragments scattered around the room and the old man asked him if he was going to destroy the castle after they had difficulty defending it, and he regretfully apologized, saying that it was still difficult to control the new skill. A man in boots rushed into the room and kicked him hard on the floor and shouted an insult, and then said that since he woke up, he should be more careful, and then asked if he wanted to make a fuss again. Merlin looked at him and said that a guest was waiting for the hero, and he was waiting for the protagonist to awaken, to which the returnee only remained meaningfully silent. The blacksmith stood furious and asked if it was swearing. Blood began to flow from the ears of the main character and he listened to these screams with alarm, and he continued and asked whether Yuan was going to answer him. At this time, the dark-haired man was thinking about why he was here. A plate has appeared with the characteristics of the lightning piece skill. Hephaestus screamed and his eyes were filled with sparks. The hero's ears took critical damage from the scream, as did Merlin's ears. The big man then spread his arms and continued screaming. A notification appeared that the man had finished nagging. Candles illuminated the room. Mick and the blacksmith were sitting at the table, and Merlin was standing next to him. The hero finished his story by saying that, in general, he ran towards the lightning, and he thinks these 3 stones tend to become one, to which his interlocutor chuckled thoughtfully. Hephaestus sat with his hands folded and looked seriously at the guy, and he asked where he was now. The man asked again if he was talking about that monkey, saying that he was sure that she was sleeping somewhere. Yuan closed his eyes and exhaled, asking what brought him here, saying that if it was Wukong, he didn't think he could do anything. The old man looked at them approvingly, and the blacksmith said that the sights brought him here, to which the dark-haired man was surprised, asking him if this was true. He hit the table because of the guy's words that it was more like he was worried about him, to which Hephaestus loudly exclaimed in anger that he had already said that he had arrived to see the sights. The man sat down, and Merlin covered his face with his hand, laughing, and all 3 remained significantly silent. Yuan tilted his head down and raised his gloved hand. The old man asked him if he had a sea stone, and he confirmed it. The gray-haired man folded his hands behind his back, asking the guy about the sky stone, whether he had it, and the dark-haired one said that if you think carefully, The blacksmith raised his eyebrows, remembering the dialogue with the hero, and said that he mentioned that he would like to improve his subjects, and so he found a decent way to do this. Merlin extended his hand to the man, and he said that he had almost all the necessary materials, asking if there was a place in Camelot where he could do everything, and if he could use it, to which the old man said that the best blacksmith of the tower will work there and no one will complain, and he can come there whenever he wants. Blushing, Yuan thought that their personalities suited each other very well and they met too early. The blacksmith opened a tab in his inventory with 2 kilograms of adamantium. On the tab it was written that this is the strongest metal, the dream of all blacksmiths, and noticed that there were 2 kilograms of adamantium, saying that he was sure that this way he could get 2 forces, and, moreover, they are quite compatible, to which the dark-haired man chuckled thoughtfully. He also folded his hands, asking what about 1,250,000, including the cost of production, and Hephaestus asked him in surprise, saying that he even mined the ore for him, asking that he still wanted to mine it, exclaiming that the price will be 1,500,000. Yuan closed his eyes and smiled, and the blacksmith looked at him angrily. He then suggested that they agree on 1,400,000, to which the man thought that he could not hit the guy because he had recently woken up. He exhaled, stretching out his hand to the blue stone, and said that this would be enough. Hephaestus clutched his payment in his hand and said that everything would take about 4 days, telling the hero to come to him and not be late, like that time, to which Mick agreed. The notification informed the dark-haired man that he had spent 1,400,000 points. The day arrived and the weather was good. Yuan was outside with Merlin, who said that the country had not become better since the king disappeared, and the hero said that the round table was also confused. He looked at the old man, and he confirmed the guy's words, saying that people thought that this happened because of treason, so the country could not prosper. And he saw how the round table fought, no matter whether Arthur was a fake or not. When Lancelot was called a traitor, so strong was his influence. Mick followed Merlin, and he said that the round table was divided, and it was difficult to have as much power as before. He asked if he was worried about this, to which the old man said that no, everything should have happened a long time ago. They walked through a vast garden with various plants, and he continued, saying that it was natural to cut off the rotten part so that fresh flesh could appear, and he owed the guy a big debt because thanks to him, he had a chance to do the right thing. The man in green closed his eyes, bowing his head down. Yuan said that it was all because Merlin believed in him, and he said that the guy was talking like an old man again, asking him if the two of them had become close. He turned his gaze to the dark-haired one, saying that, one way or another, since he was still recovering, the bearded one would like to take him to a place, to which Mick asked if he could call his friend Arthur. They found themselves in a dark large room with columns. Next to them was the spirit of an orc, and the old man said that after Lancelot died, he found that this place remained intact, and perhaps that Freak could not leave it. He kept this place a secret, and only kings could come here. An orc with yellow eyes appeared, groaning. In front of him behind the transparent barrier was a long-haired blonde man. He addressed him as his precious son. He placed a trembling hand on the barrier, and Merlin said that he wanted to bring peace to his son as soon as possible, but not at all to bury the prince. Arthur was on his knees, with his hands on the barrier. Two stood behind, and the old man was talking about how he was afraid something might happen in Britain, and unrest had already begun there. At first he was at the head of it. Yuan looked ahead seriously and was silent significantly. The orc turned to the dark-haired man, and he asked him if, in return, he would go into the body of his son, after which he asked him again in surprise. Merlin also turned to the guy, and Arthur said that he couldn't. His son died because of him, asking if he wanted him to feel guilty, and the old man then said that for him it will be too cruel. Nick looked forward seriously. The gray-haired man finished his sentence, saying that no matter how much he thought about it, the hero interrupted him, asking whether it would become easier for him if his son's body became evil spirits. He headed towards the orc, and he asked him why he was asking such an obvious question, and said that, of course, only he should become evil spirits, and Yuan said that he thought that he was wrong, understood his question, so he will ask again. Arthur looked at the guy carefully, and he asked if he thought that what he was going to do would help Britain recover. The dark-haired man approached his interlocutor. He said that this was not the point, and without him, destroyed Britain would not be able to get back on its feet. To which Mick asked him why then he did not think that he could build a new future for Britain together with son. He stood next to the orc, saying that his son wanted to inherit the throne, clarifying whether this was so. Arthur opened his mouth and looked forward, and the hero continued his speech, saying that he was sure that his son would trust any path he chose, to which the orc remained meaningfully silent. Merlin stood behind and nodded. Yellow Eyes looked at the blonde's cracked face and said that his son truly loved Britain, and even if he stopped him, he would understand if it was for the benefit of Britain. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and smirked as his hand began to emit black smoke as he said that he would not waste the decision that Arthur had made. The guy extended his gloved hand forward. A bright yellow light illuminated the frozen body of the blonde, and the orc began to disappear. The long-haired man looked up with empty eyes, and he was enveloped in a black fog. He fell to his knees in front of MC, saying that he swears. The universe and the body looked forward and said that he would never betray the dark-haired man and would be faithful to him. The hero stood confidently in front of him, and he said that Yuan was his king. Next, a notification appeared that the Death Knight Arthur had taken an oath. Next, a couple more about how the skill of communicating with the king of the undead has increased, and the Death Knight has regained his strength. The guy in white confidently looked down at the blonde. The last message was that he had received the trust of the King of Knights. Ogong remembered meeting MC, how he lay in his arms, and he thought about how he stopped the lightning and asked him if they were friends by chance. Afterwards, when Yuan began to wake up, he said that the dark-haired one had woken up. The guy looked at his palm, thinking that he had a feeling that he knew him. The blonde sat on a tree, resting his cheek with his other hand, and thought that no matter how strong he was, it was as if he knew him and did not feel weak, as if they were close. Yellow Eyes frowned and said to himself that it was as if they had known each other for a long time, and addressed Yuan out loud. It was day outside. Mick and Arthur were on a small field. The dark-haired one asked the second how he was feeling, and said that, nevertheless, for someone who was almost the supreme ranker, he looked good, and he said that he thought he still needs time to adjust. The guy raised his gloved hand, and the blonde told him that he didn't need to speak so politely, because now he was his king, which the hero confirmed. A yellow aura and black mist appeared around him. He stood with a calm face, and someone said that he saw something great. He could not think that the King of Knights would serve another king. A cloud appeared above him, and from there came words that if he had not helped him, he would have died. After Ogong jumped down from the sky and said that it was strange, and then asked why he decided that he would help him, and then said that he simply did not understand. Then the yellow-eyed man looked at him and said that if you think about it from this side, he can understand. They stood opposite each other, and he continued by saying that the hero knows about him. The dark-haired man was slightly alarmed and looked at him seriously. They all also stood opposite each other, and Yuan thought that he had come because of his ashen eyes, but then he wondered that this was not the case, and then thought that although only the sage received this skill, this was originally a skill that only the monkeys of the mountain had. He imagined an ashen eye shrouded in a fiery veil. The protagonist looked at him with confidence and thought that since the player, who is not even part of this family, has ashen eyes, he expected that he would decide to help him and he could ask for ashen eyes, after which he asked him about whether there are players who don't know him. The sage raised his hand, and he continued, naming his titles, and said that he had heard that a lot of time had passed since he stopped being active, to which the white-haired playfully said that this was not so and that this was not the case. Afterwards he leaned over to him and said that he was not an idiot, and then asked how he could not understand him and asked if he understood what he was talking about. The hero hesitantly asked why he spoke about the idiot and said that he did not know about others, but he did not think that he would hear such a thing from him. And the monkey began to be indignant and loudly said that he was behaving like this again, and asked how he dared to treat him like an idiot again. Yuan's eyes became more serious, and the sage said that he knew him. The white-haired man frowned and said that he sees what these half-eyes do not see. The protagonist frowned, and he continued by saying that it would be even more so if they had the same eyes. There was a notification that the ashen eyes were countering the golden ashen eyes, and then that the countering had failed. Ogong put his hands on his hips, and he asked him about what his old friend sees with his amazing eyes, and the white-haired man himself said that he sees himself, who knows him. In the eyes of the hero, a scene from another timeline was visible, and he said that he saw his main body standing next to him, and as it turned out, he knew his main body very well. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and exhaled, thinking about how to answer him and thinking that even if he lies, the golden ashy eyes will know that he is lying, and as expected, it is a bad idea to pretend in front of this freak. He looked at the floor with downcast eyes and said that this was exactly the case. Afterwards, the hero looked at his interlocutor and said that they knew each other in his world, and he asked about his world and then asked about what kind of relationship they had. Ogong's eyes opened wide in surprise, and he said that they were friends. There was a notification that the ashen eyes were resonating. He saw in front of him, himself without outerwear with a dissatisfied face, and the protagonist continued by saying that they were friends so close that they were almost enemies. In the vision, the sage approached the hero lying on a stone and asked him if the dark-haired man was sleeping, to which he said that this was not the case yet. The protagonist lay with his eyes closed, and he displeasedly told him to get lost, because this is his place, but Yuan refused, saying that he would not do this, and the sun shines better here. The white-haired man moved his hand to the side and struck his interlocutor with lightning. The hero took him by the shoulder, and he said with a dissatisfied face that he ordered him to get lost. The dark-haired man made a blow, but he dodged. Then he raised his dissatisfied gaze and remained silent significantly. The battle happened so quickly that only flashes were visible. The protagonist's blow missed and this caused a flash, but then his opponent's knee appeared in front of his face. He defended himself from the blow with his hands, and between his hands, the hero saw Ogong swinging his fist. The sound of a blow was heard throughout the forest. A moment later, Yuan was lying on the floor with a broken nose and a dissatisfied face, and he said that the guy was just a capricious boy and then asked how he was going to become a ranker with such skill and told him to count that he was lucky that he had not died yet. The white-haired man struck hand in hand and looked at the laughing protagonist with a dissatisfied face and thought about why he was laughing and assumed that he had gone crazy. Ogong knitted his eyebrows in dissatisfaction, and he said that it was very interesting. The next day the situation was different. They fought again in the forest. There was snow on the stones and branches. Water flowed from the waterfall. Fist hit fist. The hero looked ahead seriously. The sage looked back at him. Water flowed through the stones. The men struck one blow after another. The hero looked at him with clenched teeth and thought that this was a record. So far he had 9 victories and 9 defeats, and then thought that this time he would definitely. The fist almost reached Ogong's face and he, with his eyes wide open, thought about that person is a scoundrel. When the fist almost reached his face, the white-haired man clenched his teeth and thought that his opponent was quite agile. After the impact, he flew away a great distance. Mick approached him and said that there were 9 losses out of 10 matches. Then he raised his finger up and smugly said that he had 1 glorious victory. His eye was swollen from the blows and his gaze was directed at the sage. He frowned and smiled and said that this was good. They shook hands. The men in the present looked at this picture and the white-haired one said that it looked like he was having fun and so was he. To which the protagonist said that at first it was annoying and perhaps it was because he lived life in which he didn't have someone nearby. The eared one looked at him and knitted his eyebrows and asked why he went with him and opened his heart to him. To which the dark-haired one asked how he could defeat someone who could not die and then said that he had no choice except to go with him. In the vision, they held each other by the hair and he continued to say that at that time he destroyed the walls. The fragments of the past fell one after another, and he said that he had heard news about other gods. He imagined the eyes of chaos in space and spoke of people known as gods outside the tower, and the hero rushed into the tower. He saw a huge astral being in front of him. The men looked down and the sage said that they were all gods in any case, and he said that this was only because they deserved this title. The white-haired man knitted his eyebrows in alarm and asked if that was why he fought with him, to which the hero said that it was not only about him. He raised his head a little higher and said that he fought with everyone there, and they lost, and lost miserably. Visions of many battles began to emerge. After how the sphere lay on the floor and how Kronos said that it was necessary to decide who would return to the past. Odin lowered his head and said seriously that the one who grew up the fastest was needed. The hero stood covered in blood, and he continued and said that the one who killed the most enemies was needed. The protagonist looked up and he said that Yuan would have to go. Flames surrounded the 2 men. The hero grabbed his face with his glove, closing his eyes, and the sage said that he realized that he was from the future, and then a notification came that his possession of ashen eyes had increased significantly. The white-haired man put his hand on his side and lowered his head, and he said that he also needed to clean up what happened in Britain, because that scoundrel Lancelot was the cause of great unrest in the future. The sage asked how progress was going. Spruce trees were visible on the mountain, and Yuan said that progress is so small that he is not even sure that there is any, and this is just a step towards closing the poisonous hole. They stood opposite each other. Ogong asked what the probability of his defeating him was, and he asked about who knows and then guessed that this value was about 0.1%. The sage was surprised and asked if this was all. He said that the important thing is that there is an opportunity. Eard scratched his head with his fingers and, closing his eyes, asked if those monsters were so strong and said that he hated such difficulties and if only he had that body now. The hero asked if his body was stuck on the 40th floor. Yellow Eyes was terribly surprised. Afterwards, he anxiously spread his hands and loudly asked how he knew, and the stony-faced protagonist said that he did not listen to him. The white-haired one mentioned that he was from the future. Eard continued to worry and itch and said that he couldn't believe it and then asked if he said that he would help him, because he knew what his situation was. The hero said that of course he would do this, so he should help him. The protagonist smiled softly, and he exclaimed that he had already helped him, but the dark-haired one said that it was about his main body and that was not enough. A gate appeared behind the white-haired man, and with a dissatisfied face he said that it would have been a different matter if he had asked for help only once. Women on horses jumped out of the gate and the big-eared man exclaimed in alarm that these were Valkyries. They looked at the portal and Ogong asked about what happened to the Asgard, and he said that they must have come to look at the situation because the Round Table is a guardian guild, and Lancelot maintains contact with Olympus, and his interlocutor asked about wondering if they came here with the Valkyries just because of this. The women flew high in the sky and the dark-haired one said that this did not happen only because of this. And if the head of the round table simply drew a line on Olympus, then they would not have made any steps, and the greatest war, Ragnarok, which led Asgard to the fall, should begin at the round table. The hero looked with a serious face and thought that the Olympians planned this and they used the night to make everything come to the fall of Asgard, but since Lancelot is no more, he can exhale, but not calm down completely. Then he went in the other direction, leaving the worried sage, who asked about Ragnarok and asked if he wanted to say that the Valkyries came because the war had begun, and then asked where he was going and then asked about whether the hero was going to meet with them, to which the dark-haired one said that he could not do anything, even if he met with the Asgard now. Then he turned around, and the white-haired one said that Asgard has a clear moral duty and they will not rush into war without preparation, expecting to lose, and then asked when the war will start. The hero opened his palm and said that before the war Olympus would collapse and cracks had already appeared there, to which the sage remained silent. Yellow-Eyed looked at him carefully and thought about what was going on in his head and that he had goosebumps. The protagonist imagined his former comrades and thought that with golden ashy eyes, many knew how this guy entered the tower and until the moment when he met several strong rankers, and brought all the information that they had and did everything according to plan, and no matter how much he talks about coming from the future, whether he really controls every move through countless variables. Imagining the collapse in the many spheres, he thought that he was still far from power and in fact, it was no different from the masterpiece created by countless high rankers who poured their hearts into it. The hero moved his hand to the side. Afterwards, he clicked on agreeing to the administrator's invitation to a personal meeting, and then said that in any case, they would get to the 40th floor in no time, so there was no need to worry. Behind him stood a sage who said that with the help of the administrator he would rise in no time. A notification came out that the administrator was thinking about it. The consent notice began to get lost, and a notice came out that the administrator was in deep thought. The invitation notice began to blur. A notification was issued that the administrator agreed to a personal meeting. The hero was on top of the wall. He looked down and thought that this was the border of Britain. A view of huge mountains and lightning opened before him, and he thought that this was the end of the world. Afterwards, the section Tell Mr. Yuan began, and this time we will learn about Ragnarok. He introduced us to the evil Lancelot and said that a long time ago, when the hero was in the future, the leader of the Round Table ordered an attack on a tribe of demons. Then a picture appeared of how the false king attacked them with a huge hammer. They imagined how demons attacked the leader of the Round Table, and the protagonist said that then evil giants and demons attacked the Round Table. They also presented the logo of Zeus, which launched lightning, and he continued the story, saying that the Olympians who collaborated with Lancelot could not just watch the Round Table beating. After Odin hit the blonde on the head, he continued the story, saying that the peace-loving Asgardians could not wait for their rivals to start a war. Afterwards they fought near the tower, and Yuan said that this is how everyone fought here and there. Afterwards, the protagonist imagined how he was strangling the evil octopus and said that as a result of the war, the power of the tower had increased significantly, and then called not to fight with each other and kill them. The hero leaned over to the long-eared one, who was holding his head, and asked him if he understood, to which he said that he had a headache and asked if he thought that he understood. Yuan stood in front of the administrator and he said that the difficulty is high, but the reward will be great and he will have to offer the points he has accumulated in order to stand trial himself, to which the hero said that due to the fact that he is going crazy about the court and fulfilling Zeus' wishes, he accumulated a lot of points, to which he responded by saying that if he left, as he said, the blonde would start throwing lightning. The white-haired man showed 2 fingers and said that the administrator's priorities always come first, then the order of the tower and the progress of the trial come, and these are the reasons why they exist and these are their roles. The protagonist looked at him and a notification appeared on the side, and he said that if this is so, then these roles need to be shown. The deal notice stated a fee of 30,000 points. The dark-haired man looked up and notifications came out that he needed to go through the forest and create a path, and then he would be able to get help from the pioneers, and if the cleanup was done quickly, an additional reward would be provided. He still looked up and thought that he had received a year-long test and then assumed that they really wanted him to suffer. A notification came out that the test would begin after the descent. Afterwards he said that he had heard everything and it was time to open the world. Ogong sat on the cloud and asked from there if he wanted to help. Afterwards, the white-haired one stuck out his tongue from the sky and said that he wouldn't help, and he said that he would be fine, so he could go. They looked at each other and he continued by saying that he could be fined if he helped him, and disqualified, and then his contribution would be wasted. The sage said that he really wanted to help and said that this was very bad. Then he frowned and asked if he would have to wait a year, to which he said that this would never happen. The hero kicked the ground and said that he would finish in a month. He jumped down and said that he would call when it was all over, so he said goodbye. The test has begun and there are almost 9,000 hours left. Somewhere in the vicinity of the 25th floor in an unexplored forest, Two knights walked quietly through the forest, and one of them asked in a whisper that it was Yuan and asked if he was in the capital, and the blonde said that it would take him 3 days, and then asked about how did he get here. A crowd of knights led by the hero walked through the forest, and he continued, saying that they say that he had just come from a test with the administrator, and confirmed his identity with the player's kit, and his comrade asked if this was possible. Next to the dark-haired man stood a man in silver armor, who said that if such a skilled player would help them, it would be a noble deed, but then he asked if he thought was too easy. A crowd of knights walked with them, and he continued, saying that even they inspect the forest for an annual expedition, a maximum of 3 years, and one reorganization will take a year, and he says that he will finish everything in half a month. The protagonist walked a little forward and said that it would do anyway, which surprised his interlocutor. Warlock looked at his back and thought that he was occupying the front line, and considering that he was a potential player, he thought that he would be more careful and hoped that no big incident would happen. The hero moved his hand to the side, surrounding it with lightning. This caused a big flash, and the knights closed themselves off from it, asking what it was. The protagonist looked at his palm with a frown, and he asked him what he was suddenly doing. Yuan thought that he felt a little tired, but still had plenty of energy, and then wondered if it was because he had increased his stats. Then he turned around and asked the knight if it was his first time in the ranks of the Discoverers, to which he said that it was so, and the hero said that the slightest hesitation could lead to his comrades being in danger. Afterwards, the armored man's eyes looked scared, and he said that a leader should never look scared. The lightning started to spread out again. The protagonist clenched his fist, and notifications came out that the Divine Thunderstone was interacting with Kaini, and the Divine Darkness Stone was interacting with the Divine Thunderstone. Afterwards, he moved his lightning hand back, and notifications came out that the Divine Thunderstone had been activated, and due to the low level of proficiency, it would take 30 seconds. A sign with an ability charge appeared. The hero began to move to throw. The lightning turned black, and the timer was a quarter full. Black lightning appeared in his hands, and he brought it behind him when the timer ended. Yuan then threw lightning in front of him. The projectile hit many monsters in the forest. The knights standing behind covered themselves with their hands, and someone said that this was madness. Another said that when he said that he would finish in half a month, he was not bragging. Warlock looked at it in horror and wondered what it was. The hero looked over his shoulder and urged them to follow him. On the 4th day of exploring the territories, mountains of monster corpses lay on the ground. One of the knights looked after the running comrade and, turning to the commander, said that he was going too fast and at such a pace they would lose Yuan. He responded by saying that today's hike would end as soon as the sun went down, and it might be hard, but we had to hold out a little longer. Warlock looked ahead in horror and said that there was no monster worse than that person, and then thought that he had heard that one day a high-level ranker with similar skills would appear. Lightning struck somewhere in the distance, and he continued his thought, thinking about Zeus and the fact that of course his strength now is not as high as if he were a high-level ranker, but his skills are not far from such a ranker. While they were running through the forest, he continued his thought and thought that just like a player of the 25th level, he does not think much, and at this speed, 15 days will not be enough for them, regardless of his skills in such a vast space. A purple liquid dripped onto the commander's cheek, and he thought about how he plans to explore these lands in 15 days. A huge snake jumped out at him from around the corner. She practically amazed him. He thought about how late he was. But then a man in red jumped out and hit the snake on the head with his fist. The knights hurried to their commander and called out to him, asking if everything was okay with him. The arriving man pulled the mask off his face, and the rescued man thanked him and asked who he was. Red-haired asked if he was a member of the Pioneer Squad. Afterwards, he rose above the knight and said that he was the heavenly fist of the Lord of the Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon Pung Bikram. He wrinkled his face with his eyebrows drawn together and said that he was here on the orders of the young cult leader, and then asked where he was. Afterwards, he began to look around, and the knight fearfully thought that this was the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, and then thought that the Heavenly Fist Lord was one of the 4 heavenly leaders of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, and moreover, speaking of the young cult leader, this must mean that the next leader of the cult will be. Red-haired turned around with his eyebrows drawn together, and he asked him why he was looking for his young leader here, and his savior said that it was because he heard that he was here. A crowd of knights approached him, and their leader said that they were the only ones here and asked why he came to the territory, which he could not enter without the permission of the Pioneer Detachment. But then it dawned on him, and he thought that they should not talk about the fact that the big man raised his hand and greeted the hero, and he said that he thought that he might start clinging to some strange people, so he came back for him. Yuan looked at him with his eyebrows drawn together and asked if he had come alone. The red-haired man smiled and laughed and said that this was certainly true, and they came as he ordered. Warlock looked at them with concern and thought that the protagonist was the leader of a divine cult. Then he noticed something in the distance and turned his head. Several warriors in oriental clothing were running there, and he continued his thought by wondering if he had gone blind. While the warriors were running, he thought that they could do it in 15 days. Pung and the henchmen folded their hands and bowed their heads, and they said in unison that they swear allegiance to the great leader of the cult. The dark-haired man ordered them to stop. Seeing many warriors in front of him, he thought that he had to complete this test only on his own, and from the very beginning it was impossible to get anyone's help other than the pioneer detachment. A message appeared on the sphere for the heavenly demon to request assistance in the Discoverer Zone on the 25th floor as much as possible, and then thought that using the power of a leader means using the capabilities that he has. The hero stood surrounded by a crowd and ordered, as a leader, from now on to help the detachment of discoverers and explore this forest as quickly as possible. The members of his cult looked at him with a smile and said that it would be on his command. Birds began to stir in the forest, and a cry was heard that they had honor. Warriors from the east were actively running through the forest. The red-haired man's fist reached the monster's face. The monster's head shattered into pieces. The green-eyed man looked at it seriously. At this time, the protagonist was actively killing huge monsters with lightning. It was already getting close to night. They set up camp and set up tents with fires. Yuan held a sphere in his hands with a message from Merlin, who asked that he was interested in where he had gone, and then asked if he had gone to work there. And then he asked about the group of discoverers, and then asked why the divine cult would be there. To which the hero responded by saying that this is exactly what happened, and it seems that he will need the labor of the cult members if he wants to explore the forest faster. And heard that he was acting as a representative of the king, and then asked about can he ask for reinforcements. It was already night time. The elder sent a message that the current state of the country was no longer the best, and he would not be able to send many people. A man with a spear killed another monster, and from the side a cry was heard addressing the heavenly spearman, saying that that side was almost finished. To which he said that it was very good and demanded to give him the way. The protagonist put his gloved hand forward, and his subordinates asked him to finish the job. A huge burst of lightning rang out in the forest. The hero stood with his hand extended in front of him. It was day 14 of exploring the territory. A notification came that he passed the World Discoverer test, and additional rewards will be paid over time, and the next additional rewards will be postponed, and he can move to floor 26. The sun was shining through the green forest, and a message came out that he had earned 50,000 points, and after that he would receive awards for some time. Then a message came out that he had earned 150,000 points. After Yuan shook hands with the red-haired man, a notification came out that he had transferred 50,000 points to Lord Fist, and then about the same amount for Lord Cheng. The long-haired man looked at his hand and said that this was a lot of money, and he would gladly accept it. The hero exhaled and thought that there is no boss more hated than one who does not dare to repay his subordinates, and without the help of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, he could not achieve such a result. He looked away and thought that now he needed to return to Camelot, and they were rushing him to return. The blacksmith's face appeared in the sphere, and he said that he had already finished a long time ago, and asked why he was still not there, and said that this time he would not forgive him. The big man looked at his hand and turned to the vice leader of the cult and said that this could be considered a reward for the work, and then said that he would like to ask for a different reward. He knitted his eyebrows together with a smile, clenched his fist, and then asked, despite his rank, to allow him to fight with him. The second lord approached them, but the hero withdrew his hand, blocking his path, and said that he agreed to this, and the long-haired one asked what kind of maneuvers these were. The man who returned said with a smile that they could begin. The warriors moved away from them. Pung thanked him, and he continued by saying that it was not that important, and ordered to organize the space so that they would not hurt anyone. The green-eyed man stood up, and a notification appeared that the match had begun by mutual agreement, and the effect of the fine had been temporarily eliminated. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist at that time thought that the Fist Lord is the last person to reach the Lord level out of the other four, and he is one of the highest level rankers of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, and uses martial arts that symbolize the fist. The hero put out both fists and said with a smile that he would not use the skills of the heavenly demon, and in any case it would be difficult to use 100% of his skills because of their coincidence, and then thought that so much time had passed in this blue lightning. He thought it was time to see how much he had grown. They rushed towards each other, and the big man asked if he was investing too much in this business. Their fists touched. The shock wave spread. They stood in low fighting stances, and the eastern fighter asked if he would use the divine flame, to which the leader said that he was practicing something else. The green-eyed man raised his fist, clenched his teeth, and said that he would soon regret saying that. Yuan parried another blow. Afterwards, the effect of the skill began, a divine clap of thunder that spread lightning. The red-haired man clenched his teeth and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that he dodged the attacks. But as it turned out, he blocked them and then thought that so much time had passed, so of course the hero had grown. A green aura covered the dark-haired man's body, and he continued his thought and thought that he didn't think that he would grow so much. A notification came that a giant's power was flowing through his body. He exhaled with a smile and received a notification that the stamina level had been redirected to the strength level in a higher ratio, and then the returner said that he could now give his full strength. Then he immediately took off and hit his opponent with his fist. Mick threw multiple punches at the man. Beeklam defended himself with his hands, thinking about how he felt his bones breaking and wondering how he could be so strong. The guy kept hitting him with his hands, and he was thinking about how it would be a shock to lose to a player who had walked 10 floors. Yuan's fist was aimed at the green-eyed man, while the man was thinking about the fact that he had not missed a single day of training, not counting today. Lord Fist looked at the hero in shock, and his face did not express anything. He said to himself that that was why he wanted to fight with him properly, without any obstacles, just to see how much stronger he has become. Mick looked ahead seriously. He dealt another blow to the man with red, and he thought that his wish had finally come true. The guy hit him in the face, drawing blood. Beeklam's eyes began to emit a blue light as he thought that he couldn't let things end like this. The man kicked the ground, causing a strong shockwave and releasing mana. Lord Fist unclenched his hand. Blue fire appeared around him. He used the 100 Lightning Fist skill, causing the hero to fly away from him. The man in red looked forward furiously, and a voice addressed him. Nugent looked seriously, and there was purple fire around him. He turned to Beeklam again, asking him where he was looking now and whether he could see it. He swung with a furious cry. The man with a bloody mouth fearfully thought about what he had just seen, guessing that it was all because of this unbearable and frightening force. Yuan approached him from behind. Taking him by the hand, he thought that the flame recognized him, and the guy asked what he saw, to which Lord Fist said that he saw a heavenly demon. He saw his lord. The hero smiled and asked if this was true, thinking that the Celestial Fist leader was most afraid of the celestial demon. Beeklam fell to the ground, breaking it with himself. He, on his knees, folded his hands and bowed his head in front of the dark-haired man, saying that he had lost and thanking him for so willingly agreeing to his request, to which the guy said that it was fun. We see a large white building with gold accents. Merlin bent one arm and talked about how a lot of time had passed since Yuan suddenly went to the border, and now he returned so suddenly, he must have a lot to do in the next couple of days. Mick sat in a waddle with his eyes closed, and the old man asked him if the great sage had taken him there. He sat on a chair, drooping, and said that he thought he would die on the way back, remembering the way home, how he was frightened and mentally asked to be careful. And the man in green said that he was indebted to the cult of the heavenly demon, or, he must say, before Murum. The guy was tense, and Merlin said that he couldn't believe that the cult of the heavenly demon had joined forces with Murum. He was now on an equal footing with the Guild of Giants, and he said that he was right. The old man frowned, and Yuan asked him what about the round table, and he told him not to even start, saying that after all the commotion in Asgard, some said that they would leave the guild. Mick leaned his body forward, and the gray-haired one said that he didn't even know who was going to leave, and it was all because of that guy Lancelot. The guy said that it was because of the Olympians, and it looked like they were caught in a huge wave, but soon everything will calm down. A blue light appeared in the man's hand, and he said that he would make it happen, and Merlin said to do it. The water began to swirl in front of the hero. He asked if this was a condition, and the second one said to take it and rise. Yuan knitted his eyebrows, and he continued, saying that he called what was left triangle, and it is very important to preserve it at all costs, and he does not know what exactly he needs to save, but he will understand as soon as he hears the main data. The guy imagined several killed people, thinking that it was a stone of the sea, and if he had it, and he created the item, he would use it on armor, but not on weapons. The black cloak floated in the air, shrouded in magic, and Mick himself thought that Odyssey had made a choice that he would not regret this time. The old man looked at Yuan, and he checked the comfort of the cloak in motion. He said that he thought that he would want something more comfortable instead of armor, so he did it, and the dark-haired one agreed, saying that everything was perfect. The guy put his hand on his chest and thought about how the cloak was light and covered most of his body, and wondered if tiny condensed adamantium, would this be considered an expansion of volume. The notice said that this is a triangle. This suit is created with pure sea stone and adamantium, feeds on the energy of the sea. It is an armor that controls the seas, concentrates water mana, summons the sea, increases water resistance by 50%, reduces mana consumption by 30%, and activates sea defense. And sea defense is an S-class item, passive. Also the power of the sea will always protect it from harmful forces. Yuan took the blade in his hand, to which the old man remained silent in surprise. Afterwards, in shock, he loudly asked the guy what he was doing. The dark-haired man swung the sword at his arm. He hit his hand. Blue water appeared around his wrist, and the man in green loudly asked him if he was seasick and what he was suddenly doing. The hero smiled and raised his hand and said that he simply checked the protection and effect of the item's skills, and he exclaimed about how he could hit his own hand with the blade, and he said that he was fine. The guy lowered his head and looked at his hand, saying that it looks like this, but it is made of adamantium. The hand cannot even be cut off. Blue mana surrounded him, and he said that although he was paper thin, he would not be cut easily because he had received protection from someone. Mana filled the entire room around the men, and Mick said that this could be dangerous and asked the old man to move away a little. Yuan looked forward seriously, wondering to himself if this was blue mana. A purple silhouette appeared not far from the guy. An egg from his inventory appeared in front of him. He thought about who was behind him, and notifications appeared that an unknown egg was happy for him, and it bared its teeth. A green eye appeared to the dark-haired man, and he looked at the purple creature and wondered if this was the same creature whose eyes he saw in Kaini. The guy asked what he was. The figure was transparent, and Mick said that he has no name, he is neither a monster nor a man, and asked him to answer the question of what he is. The unknown creature distorted and remained silent significantly. Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and it said that he was now second. The water around the men was sent flying away from them in a shockwave. Merlin looked forward angrily, asking what it was, and said that he was covered in unstable mana, and he was wondering whether he should attack him or not, to which the dark-haired man said that he did not know, but he would like to. The guy tensely lowered his gaze, thinking that he had definitely seen his face, but could not remember it. As if he had been erased from the hero's memory, he wondered whether he was waiting for the divine thunderstone of Zeus. On the tab of the egg it was written that it had already hatched by 95.94%, and Mick thought that he wanted to ask and find out how he mastered the power of the external god and why he turned out to be an object. Then he noticed that the speed hatching rate has increased significantly. Yuan adjusted his cloak, and the old man asked him if she was leaving, to which the guy replied that he had to go, and Merlin asked how urgent it was, since he could not rest. The man looked at him kindly, asking him to come in next time when there was time, and maybe there would already be a statue in his honor. The dark-haired man smiled and said that he would do so and then he would go. The hero went out into the city, and he received a notification that compensation for the discovery of the world had ended. A message appeared asking him to choose a reward, or a skill, or stats. The guy chose the second. A message appeared stating that the stats had been increased. Something caused ashes and dust. Notifications appeared that strength and endurance were increased by 1. Something exploded. Notifications came that the test of the 26th floor was beginning, followed by the fact that he had passed the test of the 26th floor. Black, red, blue and yellow mana mixed. Notifications continued that Yuan received 20,000 points, passed the test of the 27th floor, test of the 29th floor. Mick slid his foot on the ground. The notification of the test of the 30th floor was displayed. He held the blade. Reports continued about the 30th floor, about the 35th. The sky changed colors depending on the time of day, and the dark-haired man was walking somewhere in the mountains. He completed the 39th floor. 6 months passed. Someone was frying fish. This hero sat in the middle of the forest and cooked over a fire on the 41st floor at the testing site. There was a number 50 above the guy's head. Someone said that he was here. The unknown people in armor were behind. The man with the bandage said that he had activated the muffling skill so he wouldn't hear anything, asking the second one not to leave, and the second one noticed, saying that he had 50 current stones to summon. That's a lot for one person, but still much less than theirs. A description of the blue fragment appeared. It was written that you need to defeat the summoned monster. This is the score received from victories. Below it says that you can summon creatures using a summoning stone scattered throughout the territory, and the degree of summoning changes when the number changes stones to summon, and defeating creatures of higher ranks will increase your score. A whole group of people was scattered around the dark-haired man. Someone asked another if he had seen him in the ranking of the 25th floor, which means he is not such a serious opponent. And another person said that there are rumors that it is possible to climb the tower by deception, just like those hidden children of officials. Another one said to take a position, saying that everyone should go, just in case. The men took weapons in their hands. Someone began to count, saying 1. Yuan just sat by the fire. They got ready, and the countdown continued. Nick was holding something glowing blue in his fist. He unclenched his hand. There were 2 blue fragments in his palms, one larger than the other. The large stone glowed brighter with magic. People began to run out of the forest towards the guy. Someone ordered an attack. 3 people jumped on him, emitting auras of different colors. The man with the bandage looked forward in surprise. The dark-haired man was about to attack, gathering purple power with his hand, and above his head the number changed from 50 to 817. The attacker stuttered and repeated the number to himself. Yuan used a powerful purple explosion, and that guy thought that he just recently had 50, and after the hit the group screamed. The purple magic dissipated, and the guy said that it was too bad. The number 1020 was above his head, and he said that they were the last team standing, so he thought they would last longer even though they had a lot of stones to summon. He divided the stones in his hands into 983 and 37, thinking that if he divided them like this, the number would change, and it was a good idea to use the stones to lure them, because thanks to this he quickly collected 1,000. The hero sharply clenched his hands and thought that tests are good if there are such groups in them, and even if he does not go to look for stones, they will come to him on their own. Yuan clenched his hands tightly, from which blue light oozed, and he asked himself whether it was time to begin the main test. The stones combined into one and emitted red fire. Notifications appeared that he was using the stones to summon, asking the ranker how much he would like to use them, to which he said that he wanted to use everything, because of which appeared message that he used 1020 stones to summon. The ground around him broke, fire appeared, a notice said that he had summoned the king of demons, Diablo. The guy furrowed his eyebrows, questioning to himself and wondering if he was appearing in the 41st floor challenge. A fiery black figure appeared in front of him, and he thought that this is a test in which the managers and the demon tribe form an alliance, so the chance that remains will appear is higher, but he thought that a top-level ranker among the top 20 would appear, Lord of the Demon Guild. He looked at the flame, thinking that it was too great a creature that ordinary players could not cope with. The balance of the test itself collapsed. Yuan asked himself about who ruined everything, and then Diablo said that he slept so well, but someone disturbed him. The disembodied personality turned to the guy and said that he did not expect that some crazy person would use 1,000 stones to summon, and then turned to the dark-haired one, asking if he summoned him, knowing who he was. The hero calmly looked at him, asking if he was Diablo, to which he asked why take such a risk if he knew who he was. The player clutched his weapon in his hand, asking if it wasn't obvious. He smiled confidently, moving his hand with the weapon back, saying that he would kill him and get points. The creature laughed, wondering what kind of insolent he was, and surprised that, knowing perfectly well who he was, he dared to be insolent to him. A huge demonic figure appeared in front of the guy. A notification appeared that he had entered the vicious temple of Diablo, and a couple more that his senses were paralyzed and he was resisting the effect of domination. The goal arose to defeat Diablo, and the boss frighteningly said that he will turn every Yuan knuckle into smoldering ashes. The dark-haired man took out his blade, thinking that a negative effect was being put on him, and he didn't like it. He attacked the creature, thinking that he would first burn down his temple, and then a notification appeared that the fiery eyes were resisting the wicked temple. A huge purple attack was sent from the sky towards the boss, and notifications announced that the resistance was successful and the divine flames were burning the wicked temple. The attack broke the ground around Diablo, covering it in debris. Yuan looked forward, preparing to strike again, wondering if it had worked. A red, clawed hand suddenly reached for his head. He knocked the guy into the ground. The terrifying creature grinned with its toothy mouth and laughed, saying that this was starting to get interesting. The dark-haired man jumped off the ground, preparing to swing his sword in the face of the demon, and he asked him about the fact that he did not give up so easily. It also struck with its limbs, smashing the ground around it. The hero struck him in the face with his blade. Diablo waved it away, throwing it away from him. Mick rose from the pile of stones. However, the boss immediately hit him with his tail. Yuan was in the air again, attacking the horned one. A huge shockwave smashed the ground at a great distance. He slashed with his sword, summoning purple flames around him. The creature opened its mouth, from which fire was blazing. He said that he did not like its flame. The devil launched a huge line of fire at the man. The dark-haired man landed down, creating a shockwave around himself. Red-Eyed looked forward seriously, thinking that the divine flame did not affect him. He wondered that this was to be expected from the great and powerful Diablo, because the flame would not awaken fear in him, thinking that his mind was so as strong as the body. The horned one stood in front of him, and he thought that it seemed that the lightning, charged with the power of the Kainian, was able to leave its mark. The fire was burning again in the mouth of the enraged creature. It attacked Yuan with it again, emitting a powerful beam of fire. However, when the fire cleared, there was no one ahead, which surprised the boss. The guy ended up on top in the air, and Diablo was screaming and asking where that rat went and where he hid, and he thought that at least now he knows what works for him and what doesn't. The hero, emitting lightning, swung and was about to attack the horned one from the air, thinking that this would be a lightning fight, and the notification said that the heavenly step had been activated. He turned out to be closer to the monster, and he noticed him. Notifications said that his speed increases by 2 times for 5 seconds, and he can also float for 5 seconds, and the devil shouted that here he is. He directed a fiery beam at the man who was emitting lightning in the sky around him. A bright flash appeared at the point of contact between their attacks, and the creature asked in surprise whether the guy had survived. Yuan clenched his jaw. A notification was displayed that he felt his body being filled with the power of giants, and the red creature thought that he was not just trying to survive, but cut off Diablo's hand, and he thought that the guy was going to attack him. The red horned monster bared its long, sharp teeth. There was a blue splash in front of it, and it screamed that this couldn't be happening. With a swift blow of his sword, Yuan cut off Diablo's hand, which flew to the side. The monster swore. Fire swirled around the demon's head. The player's body glowed green. A notification reported that the giant's power was distributed throughout his entire body. A huge explosion thundered, scattering debris. Yuan stood in front of the monster with his hand outstretched, next to which was a yellow flame. Diablo opened his mouth, saying that this is quite surprising. He is quite sure that the guy is a player, since he is passing the test. but he doesn't like it anymore. Yuan with a sword in his hands heard the offer to come to the Demon King's guild. He will give him the position of Demon King as soon as he becomes a ranker. The guy replied that he was a human. How would he join a guild that only accepts demons? Diablo replied that he was human, but also a demon. The proof is the demonic energy in his body. He deserves to become the Demon King. Yuan looked with his scarlet eyes and mused that, as expected, he noticed the demonic energy within him. Demon King, such a proposal has never been made before in the history of the guild. He believes that he liked it so much. The brunette stood opposite the demon in a fighting pose and replied that no, he was a human and would not join any guild. Diablo opened his mouth. There were green lightning around him. He asked that he didn't want to join the guild at all, and then he screamed, realizing that he was Yuan. A huge explosion shook the ground, scattering rocks and green sparks. The system reported that he destroyed the Demon King Diablo. The notification said that he had received 1,000,000 summoning points. The challenge will automatically end once the maximum score is reached. The next notice stated that he had passed the 41st floor test. He received 100,000 points. He got the Diablo horn. The information box contained a photo of a red demonic horn and a description that it would receive the blessing of the demonic king of fire and destruction Diablo. With this item he can win the favor of any demon of his choice. The system reported that the demonic bloodline had increased its level. The demonic energy gauge filled up more. The demonic energy was 40. The system reported that the demonic energy had increased by 20. The green system window asked if he wanted to move to the next floor. The yes button lights up green. A gray full moon shone in the dark sky. The system reported that Yuan had arrived on the 42nd floor. On the wide staircase among the columns stood a man who said that he hated this place. The air stank and irritated. He turned around when he heard the other man say that he was right. He didn't understand how his uncle continued to live in such a place. Yuan looked at him silently after hearing the question, "Is it too humid here?" Hargon with a torch extended his hand and said, "Welcome to hell." The raven was looking forward. Part of its body was missing and a skeleton was visible. Similar crows flew across the sky. Yuan followed the blonde, saying that thinking about it made him want to shrink. What did he just say? Hell, not floor 42. The blonde replied that he was just saying that because he was happy. The brunette walked behind and said that it was because he was glad. Exactly. Welcome to hell. Hargon blushed and awkwardly said that it was true that the 42nd floor was called hell. Yuan looked ahead thoughtfully, reflecting that even before he was reborn, he had no interest in the 42nd floor, not only because of resources, but because it is difficult to breathe in this world. The guys walked through the tiled space. Hargon said that he heard that he did something on the 33rd floor. He is amazing. I don't think anyone has met the Olympians much either. The blonde heard the guy say what it meant. He had already heard about it, and replied that perhaps it was because he was now on the floors higher and his rating had increased. The number of Olympic rankers trying to light up. They grew up and became smarter. Yuan walked behind and said that if this is so, he thought to himself that indeed, Hargon's rank was higher than Zeus when he was a player. It looks like there are a few people trying to get ahead. The sky darkened above tall towers of strange angular shape. The torch's fire illuminated the billowing black smoke between two stone columns. Hargon held the torch and heard the brunette ask, "Is this the place? There are similar entrances here." He replied that yes, he is sure this is a cult place among the Olympians. He has been here a couple of times. The heroes approached the entrance to the cave, from which there was a stone staircase. The blonde offered to go down. This is a real entrance to the very essence of this world. The guys walked up the stairs deeper into the cave. Yuan looked ahead, reasoning that it was deeper than he thought. He thinks they've been going down for 10 minutes. The brunette followed his friend down. The fire of the torch illuminated the darkness of the cave. The guy standing behind called out to Hargon as the blonde's hand fumbled with golden lightning. Lightning sparkled. A bright flash and golden lightning rushed forward towards the black shadows ahead. Yuan looked at this after hearing that there were many of them here. He thought he felt someone looking at him from somewhere. In front of them stood black dogs with purple spots. The guy thought that he was sure that the owner of this world had prepared this. Three-headed dogs looked at the heroes from the depths of the cave. Yuan slapped his hand, which was covered in a green glow, clenched his fist, and thought that he didn't know if he could handle them, but he could try. The system reported that the giant's power had spread throughout the body. The guy swung his fist at the three-headed dogs that were rushing towards him barking. The fist hit the black body with force. The dog flew to the side. Yuan looked at them darkly, telling them to hurry up and come here. They were wasting their time. Three-headed dogs barked at the silhouette of a guy standing in the cave. Yuan scattered opponents with powerful blows. His fists left white flashes of blows on the dogs' bodies. Yuan grabbed the mouth of one of the dogs with his hands, slamming it shut and holding it. The dog looked at him with glowing eyes and growled. The system reported that Cerberus doubted his identity. The next notice reported that Cerberus feared the power of the giants. Yuan restrained the dog, looking at him, and behind him he imagined the image of a man with an animal skin instead of a cloak. The guy asked, did he remind him of the past? Yuan held the huge Cerberus while the others trembled, hiding behind the stones. The guy thought that Hercules once fought hundreds of Cerberus for a network of days, and the memories of that incident remained on the bodies of these animals, which is why they react so much to the power of the giants. The system notified that the ashen eyes read his nature, and then it gave an error. Yuan looked at the dog, saying that he thought this was enough. The space in front of the trembling dogs began to shine. The guy asked, what would he say? A purple glow appeared in space. Yuan threw Cerberus away. He flew forward towards the figure of a man in a long cloak that materialized among the dogs. The guy thought that he had finally appeared. The guys looked at the figure. Yuan thought that this was number 2 in the entire Olympus, the most reliable and the only sane high rank among the 3 gods. The god who is most needed to save Kronos and the one who Zeus imprisoned on Olympus. Hargon closed his eyes and greeted the ruler of darkness and scientist Olympus. Yuan thought it was Hades. A man in a dark suit with a beard stood next to the Cerberus. The heroes sat at a long table. Hades sat opposite, next to whom stood a figure in a long cloak with a hood. There was a container with dark liquid on the table. Yuan took it in his hands, looking at the drink, and thought that it was black, and then heard that it was good for health. Hades raised the cup to his lips, saying that it also helps restore mana and stabilizes the body and soul, to which the guy remained silent. Yuan took a sip. The system reported that he drank herbal tea. The next notification stated that mana regeneration had been increased by 1 hour. His mind cleared. Yuan opened his eyes in surprise. He sat at the table with the others, thinking that the hellish herbal tea, this is a rather rare item. He actually gave him a valuable thing. Hades remained silent. He then looked at them and said that he still couldn't believe that he was able to stop Zeus' lightning. The man turned to Hargon sitting at the table and said that from now on he should work with him, to which he received consent. The blonde looked at him and said that he could be trusted. He would be glad to be with him until the very end. Yuan looked ahead and Hades said he responded without hesitation. The man sat at the head of the table and said that he had a feeling that he was hiding something while he was fighting the Cerberus, and he did not know what the reason was. Hades' eyes glowed. He said that the guy should know that he cannot trust those who have secrets from him. How can he not doubt someone who does not show his true appearance? Yuan looked at him, thinking that, as expected, he was difficult to deal with. The guy was surprised to hear that. However, for 7 years there had been a worthy person next to him. Hephaestus. The man said that when he asked about him, he said that he could be trusted. He also added that he would not regret his decision, and his voice was very confident. Yuan thought displeasedly that in the end everything was decided by connections. Why did he send Cerberus down then? Hades held the cup and closed his eyes and said that it was the leader of the heavenly demon sect, and what did he think? Shinmujin made his move. The man opened his glowing blue eyes when he heard that the guy didn't know. Yuan touched the cup and replied that he could only do what he had the power to do. Moreover, in their position, we can be greatly influenced by just one word from the heavenly demon. Therefore, it is not so easy to give an exact answer. The brunette looked up and said that if anyone other than Mujin decides to do something, then it is impossible. Hades looked at him and asked again, is it impossible? He said it didn't look like he was going to do it. Yuan held the cup and said that he didn't agree. It just meant that the heavenly demon sect didn't have to interfere. After all, the fighting will end as soon as they resolve the issue with the king. The guy's face was reflected in the tea. He thought that's right, this battle will end the battle, not the war. He remembered the sect building, and thought that if the heavenly demonic sect intervened and united with Hades, then a war with Zeus would begin. He imagined the people sitting at the table and the image of Zeus, and thought that they could get the best result with minimal casualties if everything ended in a regular battle. He imagined the man plunging his sword into his opponent with a scream, thinking that the impending Ragnarok and Gigantomachy would follow the same scenario. Hades held the cup with his fingers, saying that everything will end if you deal with the king. Does he say this knowing how much power he has? Frowning, the man heard the question, does he think he wants too much? Yuan looked down and said that this is how it will turn out. Hades asked, he only stopped lightning once, and now he decided that he was capable of this. The guy looked up and replied that no, not him. Hades, sitting across from him, asked what this meant, and the brunette explained that he knew that Poseidon's absence had upset the balance among the 3 gods. Hades frowned, saying that he knew this, right? Zeus noticed that he and Poseidon had teamed up to put him in an underground prison, and 6 months had already passed. Yuan looking at him said that this too, but at Olympus it was not Zeus who upset the balance of power, was it? Yuan looked at the man with determination, saying that Hercules did it, so why don't they bring him here? Hargon jumped to his feet and exclaimed, asking if he was serious. Hades, sitting at the table, asked what the probability was. The blonde heard that it was about 70% and asked in amazement, is it that big? Yuan clasped his hands and asked them to answer, will the chances of winning be greater if Hercules is with them? The guy in the black suit looked at them seriously. The silhouette of Hades was reflected in his eyes. The man thought that Yuan was the only one who brought so many changes to Olympus. He rescued Hephaestus and fought the administrator of the Olympian court. Hades remembered the guy's deed, imagining his image, and thought that he also had a sea stone and was able to stop Zeus' lightning. And even though his words are absurd, he is sure that the guy is not bluffing. Hades smiled a little, thinking that only someone who has gone through unimaginable difficulties and emerged victorious can be so confident. The man replied that it was not entirely impossible. Yuan agreed, getting up from the table, while the blonde looked at him in surprise. Hargon turned and asked the guy where he was going. The brunette looked at him and answered that he was on the 40th floor. He needed to do something before they brought Hercules here. The blonde asked again, and Hades stood up, leaning on the table, and told him bluntly that the skills he showed in the battle with Cerberus were not as formidable as they might seem to him, even if he was up against an Olympian. Hades looked at the guy and said that it's not just about his skills, but about the results and history that he creates. He remembered Zeus, the horse riders, and said that his intervention prevented Zeus from using the giants and the demon tribe to crush Asgard. Even Zeus has a hard time in a direct clash with Asgard, so for now he will be more cautious. Hades turned away and said that now is the time to talk to Odin, so he goes to him. The blonde turned when the man told him to meet the Apollo siblings and asked in surprise, right now. The blonde heard that it was already late, so it was better to wait for dawn. Yuan should also leave tomorrow. They looked at the man, and the blonde repeated, at dawn. He turned to his friend and naively asked where in hell the sun rises, to which the guy replied that it was a joke. Drops of wax flowed down the burning candle. Yuan looked around, thinking that it was amazing that there was a place to stay in hell. Behind him, behind the open door, a red glow was visible. In the thickness of the rocks there was a small room into which a door was open, from which a red light emanated. Yuan said that this was hell. He raised his gloved hand to his chest, lightning emanated from it. The guy thought that he was still thinking about Kaine's skill. On the 42nd floor its name was the same. Should he try? There was a yellow image glowing on the glove that looked like a demonic eye. The guy looked at him and thought, is he keeping an eye on what's going on around him? Yuan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the notification that he was being summoned to hell. Bright yellow-black lightning came from the guy's glove. He asked in surprise, what? And then he collapsed, falling among the black substance. He extended his palm upward, as if trying to steady himself, but in the end he fell headfirst, as if in deep water. He looked forward in shock, thinking that he was underwater, but could he breathe? The guy's glove glowed yellow. The system reported that he had gone to hell for the first time. The king of the dead is now in his own world. The brunette thought in surprise, river or sea. Bubbles rose from his palm in the water. Yuan fell into the depths backwards, thinking that no, everything is mana, everything here is infinite, and Kaine was a tunnel into this limitless power. The glow was reflected in the guy's eyes. He thought that this was the source of the power of the dark divine stone. Black fragments glowed in the water column. The system reported that the dead worshipped him. The guy asked himself in surprise, do they worship him? There was darkness all around with yellow sparks. White clouds floated in the blue sky. The sun was shining, illuminating the city covered in thick fog. The guy touched his chest with his hand. It was the 40th floor. Arthur, wearing a dark cloak, stood among the clouds and looked forward. The guy thought, I wonder where the dead went. Then he thought that he had plunged not into the 40th floor, but into his own thoughts. Yuan was floating in the clouds next to Arthur and asked, in any case, does he remember anything? Arthur turned around and said that shortly after his death he was involved with Susanoo, and he found himself on the border between the living and the dead. This is probably why he doesn't remember anything after death. The brunette looked at him and replied that this was of little use, to which the knight apologized. The guy asked in surprise when he heard that, if he remembers, it seems to him that he saw something like the sea. Arthur stood nearby and said yes, but it was only a moment, so he was not sure. The guy replied that it was clear. He clenched his black-gloved hand into a fist and thought that, as expected, the dead are under the sea. They Kaine is even better than he expected. The guy looked at the city in the clouds, in which the tower rose, and heard the question, does he see this? The guy asked Arthur standing next to him, was he there? The man in the cloak replied that long ago, after the founding of Britain, he stopped in that place when he met with the Ranker. Arthur lowered his gaze and said that now he is ready and asked to give him an order, addressing him as his king. There were bright flashes of blows in the air. They bounced off a long white staircase stained with blood. The cloaked knight held a spear in his hands and was surprised to hear where he was staring. Yuan struck him with a swift blow, and Arthur stood nearby. The blow hit the metal armor directly. People stood on the platform near the rich white building, frozen in surprise. The warriors in white cloaks with a blue scarf trembled in fear and heard that Olympus had quite a lot of money since they built such a thing for a god who had recently become a senior ranker. Or is it because he is the heir of Hera and Zeus? There are few of them like that. The warriors pointed their spears at those who entered, shouting how dare they, let them shut up and state their name and rank. The guy calmly replied that their owner hates insults, let them pass on his words to him. Arthur, with a sword in his hands, stood behind the brunette, who was resolutely looking forward, who said that he was Yuan, wanted to challenge the god of war Ares. The white-haired man listened carefully. He put his palm on the railing and asked what the noise was. The guards were surprised, and he asked, they don't hear, blood is being shed and swords are beating. Below, the cloaked warrior fell onto the carpet from the blow of the sword. Ares looked carefully with his glowing eyes and asked who did this. At the entrance to the wide, richly furnished hall, a man appeared and shouted that Yuan had come. Ares, standing on the balcony, asked again. One of the warriors shouted how dare he challenge their master, but fell silent, struck by the blow. Arthur, with shining yellow eyes, held a sword in his hand, covered in a blue glow. People looked at the elegant sword, surrounded by splashes of bright water. They asked Ice Mana, this is Excalibur, is Arthur really with them? Is this a call from the round table? But they obey them. Why? Yellow lightning appeared next to Ares. He looked forward and told the guards to watch carefully. He became undead. Since Arthur has become undead, he is no longer associated with the round table. Yuan heard what that daredevil seemed to do on purpose. Standing on the red carpet, he said that a leader should be different. With a sword in his hands, he stood next to Arthur and said with a smile that the sooner they realized this, the better. Ares, standing on the balcony, asked if it was Yuan, he could handle it. Unlike those outside, there are only rankers here. The guy with the ball in his hand offered to fight without these weaklings. The warriors standing in front of the stairs turned to him displeasedly, exclaiming how dare an ordinary player talk like that. The guy replied that, of course, he didn't just come to fight. Ares, with an insidious smile, heard that the winner can take everything from the loser, and confidently asked what. Ares walked down the circular staircase, saying that he didn't have anything he needed. Yuan walked towards him on the red carpet, saying that he didn't seem very bright. The guy's body was surrounded by a blue light. He asked if he knew what he had. Ares frowned, looking at him with glowing eyes, and thought that this was the mana of the sea stone. The warrior approached from behind, telling the master not to interfere. They could deal with him themselves, but Ares raised his palm, saying that no one should interfere without his permission. He looked sternly at the warrior and said that they knew what he disliked most. The man walked down the stairs, summoning weapons from his inventory, and said that since the stone of the sea was at stake, he must be confident of his victory. The brunette replied that it was so. A blade appeared in the man's hand and he said he agreed. A golden sword appeared in his other hand, and Ares said that in war you always need to collect resources. The god of war in golden armor held a spear in one hand and a sharp golden sword in the other, saying that he would kill him and take the mana stone. Without turning to the blonde, Yuan with a sword in his hand ordered to make sure that no one interfered. Arthur agreed. A powerful force emanated from the warriors standing opposite each other on the carpet. Ares crossed his weapons, intercepting the bright beams of the strike. And then he bared his teeth, his eyes glowed brightly, emitting light lightning. The warriors crossed their swords, sparks flew from strong blows and the floor cracked. The powerful attack sent debris flying all around, sending the combatants flying apart from each other. Ares stood surrounded by rising dust and asked if the undead were with him. Was he a necromancer? The system reported that a fine had been created. The brunette replied that it was quite surprising. He was very lucky to get Arthur. Looking confidently at the man, Yuan hurried him to attack. Ares, standing opposite, surrounded by lightning, asked why he doesn't call on the undead. He's a necromancer. Yuan told him to forget about it. He had a better idea. If he used Arthur, it would be tantamount to cheating. The blonde grinned, asking, is it a scam? He overestimates his capabilities. The man attacked, striking with his sword, shouting that the boy was too arrogant. The blow left a bright mark behind it. The swords pushed away from each other, as did the warriors. Yuan looked at his opponent with red eyes. The system reported that the ashen gaze was reading the trajectory of the sword. Then she reported the activation of enhanced reflexes. Covered in golden lightning, Ares sent a swift strike that exploded in a bright flash, but Yuan managed to dodge. A bright spear stuck into the floor next to him. The god of war pointed a sword covered in golden lightning at the enemy. A huge explosion appeared in the room, raising a wave of dust. Ares looked ahead, noticing a green glow among the thick dust. Yuan, surrounded by yellow-green flashes, looked at him confidently. The system reported that the power of giants was passing through his body. The system also reported that the stamina indicator was temporarily replaced by mana. Yuan quickly attacked, clashing his sword with the weapon of the enemy, who clenched his teeth with zeal. Flashes of blows appeared next to the man. He thought that this was gigantification. His blows were quite heavy, and this lightning, bright golden lightning, hovered around the body of the grinning Yuan. The guy said with a smile that Ares was jealous of his strength, or rather the strength of Hargon. A blonde man in golden armor held off the enemy's attack with his weapon. He frowned, asking how he dared say this, and ordered him to shut up. The men flew away from each other, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The golden blade of the spear was surrounded by red smoke. Ares attacked the guy with a spear, but the brunette managed to dodge. Looking at Ares, he said that he was angry because he had touched a nerve, but he had better remember to look up. Ares, surrounded by yellow lightning, was surprised. The system reported the lightning strike skill. Ares' body was surrounded by bright flashes of yellow lightning. Everything around was collapsing, breaking into pieces. A huge explosion appeared, surrounded by yellow lightning, and stones flew everywhere. Ares peered into the blackness of the smoke and dust and thought it worked. Another one. He was surprised to hear the words of apology, and then he heard that lightning is his father's skill, not Hargon. Ares delivered a swift blow with his sword, which slipped very close to the brunette. The blonde man grinned wickedly, asking if he thought he could defeat his descendant with his own power. Flashes flew around the fighting men. They were surrounded by a bright red haze. Debris and stones flew in different directions, blocking the view of the room. The warriors winced, trying to defend themselves and cover themselves with their weapons. One of them shouted that they were about to get hit, they had to dodge. The second one shouted that it was too late, their mana was too powerful. The blonde warrior resisted the overwhelming power and red flashes and thought in amazement, is this really a battle against a player? It feels like he's fighting against a fellow ranker. The floor in the room shattered from a powerful blow, sparks flew everywhere, and in the center there was a huge bright pink ball. Yuan looked at this, thinking that the evil Ares did not care about the safety of his subordinates. He only thinks that he is the god of war and courage. After all, he is no different from a bloodthirsty warrior. The man in golden armor grinned bloodthirstily and white sparks flew from his eyes. He looked forward cunningly, thinking that Yuan had sea stone, gigantification, ashen gaze, and even the power of Zeus, lightning. If he kills him and gets at least one such power, then one day he will be able to surpass his father. The opponent's blades collided. Yuan clenched his teeth from tension. The brunette heard a voice in his head asking how long he planned to stand rooted to the spot. Yuan turned his gaze to the side, hearing that if he was going to do it, then let him leave it to him, and wondered in surprise, is this Arthur? From the rising dust and bright flashes the silhouette of Arthur was visible. The guy thought that he was very angry. In fact, he reveres the code of knights more than anyone else. How disgusting must Ares be to him? The guy's sword glowed with a bright purple light, surrounded by flashes. He mused that he thought his feelings had already returned, but he had to end it. Ares struck and saw a bright purple glow surrounding him. The god of war looked at this in amazement, wondering what was going on. He imagined the man's appearance and thought for a second that he saw his father. Yuan stood in front of him in a confident pose, surrounded by black smoke, and asked him what he said. That lightning is the power of Zeus. A light black smoke appeared around. The guy asked, what about his opposite? A hand in a black glove gripped the hilt of a sword. A bright orange eye glowed on the fabric. Yuan threw a punch that exploded in a bright, blinding flash. In the red-violet haze, yellow-black lightning flashed and something similar to eyes with vertical pupils could be seen. The system reported that hell worships the king of the dead. The guy held his blade in his hand, and a yellow eye burned on his black glove. Ares mentally noted that this mana was limitless. Yuan, with streams of dark energy hovering around him, moved his hand to the side. The god of war thought that he knew the source of the item's power and could use it to the maximum. Ares thrust his weapon forward, blocking the enemy's powerful magical attack, mentally noting that he didn't think there was such a big gap between what he knew and what he didn't know. The blonde smiled with a grin, and a blue light sparkled in his eyes. He thought that the guy understood that it was unprofitable for him to drag out this fight, and he would try to finish everything with one blow. He asked him loudly, will he really suffer until the very end? Holding his spear tightly in his hands, the god of war ran towards his opponent, exclaiming that for a player, his skills were amazing, but it was not enough to kill him. When the blades clashed in battle, he thought that this victory was important not because of the throne of war, but because of pride. The man smiled contentedly, and his eyes began to shine with an emerald light when he thought that he would end things with him, and then he kicked off the ground with his feet as Yuan watched him intently with his red eyes. A moment later, his lips curled into a distant grin. The brunette moved back a little, repelling Ares' attacks. The blonde froze and an electric shock shot through his arm. He froze and his eyes widened in surprise as he realized he couldn't move. The guy stood with his blade pulled to the side, not far from God, whose hand flew off. He told him that he was bad at fighting. As the severed hand flew to the side, Yuan said that he did not think that it would rush towards him like that. The man stood with furrowed blonde brows as blood sprayed from his limb. He tried to understand what this meant. When the brunette raised the sword above his head and a bright light began to sparkle around him, Ares mentally asked if he was losing on purpose. Yuan, grinning with anger, put his weapon forward, and a die appeared that Kaini was reacting to a fragment of lightning. When the god of war realized that it was all to get closer to him, the guy ordered Mana to attack. A moment later, a bright flash pierced the entire building, destroying its roof and bursting out as a black and yellow cloth. The rankers stood indoors under a hole in the ceiling through which sunlight leaked. The knight's face darkened and horror froze in his eyes as he called out to his master. As the men rushed forward, shouting loudly, a sword glowing with blue light appeared in front of them. Arthur, with glowing eyes, pointed his weapon at the rankers, who ordered him to step aside. He apologized and said he couldn't do it. The warriors began to grin, and one of them took out his sword, sending curses at the man. Yuan reached for the light green stone that rested on the chest of the god of war. When he took it for himself, yellow energy lit up the room, and tongues of dark mana began to hover in the air. A system sign has appeared stating that the king of the dead is summoning the soul of Ares. The brunette squeezed the stone in his hand with a frown. Looking at his closed palm, from which a golden chain was visible, the guy mentally noted that God has the power that can turn rankers into dust, and once he masters it, he can use it anywhere. The guy opened his hand, and the stone on it fluttered while Arthur continued to hold back the men calling for their master. Yuan frowned and looked away. A dark fog began to fill everything around. When the wind picked up, the brunette looked back and noted that, as expected, he recognized everything. Looking up through the hole in the building, there was a yellow sheen in the sky. A staircase appeared in the blue sky, along which a group of people began to descend. The voice asked, "Is this true?" Ranker Olympus Athena, holding a round shield in her hand, frowned and asked if he killed Ares. The rankers ran up to the goddess as she began to descend the golden stairs into the room, ordering the guy to answer. The blonde knight, clenching his teeth tightly, ran up to her and said that it was true. Looking at the dark-haired guy in a black coat, the girl noted that she understood. Yuan furrowed his dark eyebrows and a red light shone in his eyes as Athena said that it appeared that he was her brother's opponent. A giant snake appeared behind her and a purple light glowed. The information on the system tablet stated that Gorgon heard Olympus and petrification began. On the guy's side, the system noted that holy fire and ashen eyes resist petrification. The resistance was successful. Yuan looked at the gloomy silhouette of a goddess with burning eyes, in whose hand there was a large shining shield. He mentally noted that the Aegis and Gorgon shield is the strongest shield of Olympus, and the original can easily turn anyone into stone. Arthur stood in front, protecting his master with his sword. He asked what they should do, noting that it was dangerous. The brunette said to wait, since it was not their turn now. The guy raised his head, looking at the hole in the ceiling, and his ashen eyes began to resonate. The system notification said that the great sage 12th eye was watching him. Suddenly, between the goddess and Yuan, a spear sharply stabbed into the floor. A human silhouette appeared at the top of the long spear. He noted that the main character appears at the most difficult moment, when the brunette said that he came quite quickly and now it's his turn. The guy turned away and grabbed his head with his hand as his ashen eyes trembled, and the rankers on the Athena side were surprised by the appearance of the great heavenly emperor and sage. The blonde, looking at the intruder, frowned her thin eyebrows, noting that the great emperor was on his side. Yuan looked at Ogon with evil eyes as he hung upside down on the spear and indifferently said that he would not call himself his ally. The brunette replied that there was no difference. The two opposite sides stood at a distance inside a large room. Ogon told Yuan that he talks too much. The goddess asked the great sage if he really wanted to start a war with Olympus. The girl, holding the shield, waved her free hand, ordering everyone present to punish the enemy of Olympus. The blonde smirked as he grabbed the red spear in his hands and told her to get out of here. When the rankers, under Athena's orders, rushed into battle, Ogon threw his weapon at them, but the goddess defended herself with a shield. A girl with an evil sparkling gaze looked out from behind the protective equipment. The great emperor indignantly acknowledged the item Hephaestus, and then asked how much adamantium was spent. Ogon turned to Yuan with a wicked smile, twirling his staff. He exclaimed that it was more interesting than he thought, and then asked the guy to deal with the rest since he wanted to take over her. The brunette's lips spread into a smile when the blonde asked if he could handle it. He responded by asking why ask such obvious questions. Arthur, looking at the gentleman, frowned when he asked him to leave as soon as they were finished here. The man replied that he understood the king's order. Casting a sly glance at him, the great sage grinned with a grin and noted that he already liked him. With a spear in his hands, he ran ahead of his comrades towards the opponents, loudly asking what they would play. A sign appears that the Gorgon blessing has been activated, and the blessing of war surrounds the shield. The eyes on the face of the girl forged on the round shield glowed green. The blonde sharply struck the goddess's shield with his staff. Covering herself with a means of defense, Athena, with glowing eyes, furrowed her light eyebrows, thinking about how she couldn't let him break through the shield. Pushing off from the surface, the girl jumped up. She landed on the tip of Ogon's staff. The guy perked up when the goddess ran along the staff towards him. With a sly face, he grinned, noting that she was caught. The great sage sharply reduced the length of his shield, which is why the goddess found herself without a point of support but managed to jump. Raising his head and looking at the dark female silhouette above, the blonde pointed the tip of his staff in her direction and ordered her to finally get out of here. The great sage again increased the length of his weapon and pierced the girl with it, throwing her high up. Moving his weapon hand to the side, the Oculus grinned with his head raised, talking about the cloud jump. At that moment, Yuan and Arthur were fighting with the rankers aside from them. The brunette bit his lip and frowned his dark eyebrows, thinking about what he heard that Ares is a comrade, not a brother. He wondered if the rumors were true. His ashen eyes were shaking, and the perception field enhancement was activated. He watched as his blonde assistant fought off a crowd of men and thought that he couldn't fight for much longer since he seemed to have pushed himself to the limit earlier. Yuan walked behind Arthur, who was frantically swinging his sword, clearing the way for them and killing his opponents. When scarlet blood flashed on the guy, the blessing of the sea was activated, which surrounded him, and the blonde turned, saying that their main task was to escape. He asked shouldn't they just fight instead of killing them. Continuing to move around the room, Yuan replied that he could do that, but since the matter was urgent, they needed to escape quickly. He made a mental note that someday these rankers would be strong enough to fight the outer god, but for now it was best to really leave them alone. Standing not far from the new crowd of enemies, Arthur glanced over his shoulder at the master while he thought that he could not believe that he had told him this. He said that he understood everything, while on the side they were shouting that they could not be allowed to leave. The wars began to grin with angry faces when they were asked if they had heard about the rules of a duel. They ordered the player to be silent, because he is an enemy of Ares. Yuan swung his sword and a purple aura appeared around him. The notice stated that he had created a holy flame using demonic energy. He said it was okay if they didn't know. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the brunette grinned, saying that he was already tired, so he asks not to stand in his way since he wants to leave and rest. The system notified that his ashen eyes and heavenly spirit controlled the holy flame. A bright purple aura filled the room, destroying some of its walls. Under loud, frightened screams, the guy stepped to the side. Yuan and Arthur quickly ran up the white stairs, leaving the battlefield. The guy mentally noted the power of the holy flame and thought that it would consume everyone except strong rankers. Looking at the yellow sparkle in the blue sky, the brunette thought that Wukong's task was simply to defend himself, and he was sorry that they would not catch Athena here, but he saw the result, and that was enough for him. The player and his comrade in arms ran across the blue square, thinking that his suffering because of Olympus would end today. Turning back, he grinned darkly, saying that this was just the beginning of his revenge on Olympus. Athena's large eyes sparkled with turquoise light. She landed on a lush cloud, and Ogong hovered in the sky next to her. The girl asked what was happening. The great sage looked down with a surprised look on his face as the goddess said that Yuan had escaped, so there was no need to fight anymore. Looking through the hole in the roof and seeing the blobs of purple energy, he laughed, saying it was amazing. Standing on a small cloud, Ogong raised his staff onto the stove, looking at the silhouette of Athena in the distance, ascending the stairs. She asked him if he had met Yuan beforehand. The guy replied that he doesn't like to deviate from the plan. The blonde goddess lowered her gaze and pursed her lips, wondering what kind of attitude this was. She assumed that the great sage took action because he knew she was coming. Ogong stuck his tongue out at the girl as she wondered what it was for. He exclaimed that he would never tell her. Frowning his light eyebrows, the guy smiled with a grin, and his eyes sparkled with a bright yellow light. He said he had fun. Having sat down to us as a cloud, he flew to the side at great speed, bidding farewell to the goddess, saying that they would meet soon. Frozen in the sky, Athena watched the bright dot in the sky, wondering about his last words. A huge number of bluebells bloomed in a large forest clearing. The sun's rays filtered through the green crowns of the trees. Yuan landed on the forest path on the 38th floor. When the yellow chart appeared next to him, the guy rolled up the sleeves of his turtleneck, saying that it was hot here and suggesting that it was because of the volcanoes. The brunette began to walk through the forest, thinking that he could not think that a nuclear bomb would be hidden in such a peaceful place. Frowning his brows, Yuan stopped and looked down at the floor. On the ground he saw large footprints from human shoes, noticing that he was definitely here. The player pushed away the green branch with his weapon. He made his way through the dense bushes, thinking about how he kept finding tracks, and then wondered how far he was. The guy looked up and froze when he heard the sound. Behind one of the trees, he saw the silhouette of a man, as well as an emerald aura, after which he muttered that he had found it. Leaves fell down as a large man's fist struck the trunk. A broad-shouldered man with dark hair was desperately beating a tree. The man pulled his hand back, and a green aura began to concentrate in his fist. After another wide attack, a tree pillar flew up, and Yuan watched all this. The unknown man turned his head slightly back and asked the guy if he was lost. Standing nearby, The brunette clenched his hands into fists and asked what he was doing in such a place. The man replied that he was cutting down trees. When he turned to Yuan, he asked if it turned out that he was a woodcutter. The unknown person replied that now yes. The brunette noted that then it turns out that he lives nearby. The man turned his back again and replied that it was so. He looked at his hands, which were slightly covered with abrasions. The brunette noted that he was a little tired, after which he asked if he could stay for a few days. He thought that he had not seen him for a long time, but there was still the same aura around him. Hercules walked confidently towards his hut. A drop of sweat ran down the man's serious face. Yuan thought that he was easy to convince of something, and he should already know, even without telling him about it. The brunette looked at the broad back of the leaving man, thinking about what he knew for sure. The guy pursed his lips and thought that he needed him in order to destroy Olympus, and he was obliged to lure him away, and since he was a good person and did not know how to refuse, he would definitely agree. Hercules stood silently, listening to Yuan mutter that he was so tired that he could pass out at any moment. The man crouched in front of several tree trunks, saying that he should finish cutting down the trees, and if the player would wait until he was finished, he would take him away. The guy thanked him and said that he would never forget this. Standing behind him, he lowered his head and put his hands on his waist, thinking that he had crossed the line and was lucky that Hercules was not like Wukong. Looking at him with the gaze of his black eyes, he began to think that he had no idea what a person was like. Hercules was lifting a large tree trunk with his hands, and the brunette wondered how he got the title Giant Killer. After some time they came to a small wooden hut deep in the forest. Looking at him intently, Yuan mentally noted that everything looked the same as before. Not far from him, a man threw down large logs and said that he could go inside since the door was open. Hercules raised his head and looked towards the guy when he asked why he needed so many logs and whether he was going to burn them in such heat. He replied that some people need it, because only the players do not freeze. Watching the large man stack the guns, Yuan asked if he was sending them somewhere and then noted that it was a good job. Hercules replied that this was not entirely true. He glanced again at the named guest and began to say that as soon as he finished, he would prepare food. The player said everything was fine. He walked towards the wooden hut, saying that since he was allowed to stay, he would take care of the food himself. The man reminded him of his fatigue. After some time, the guy stirred the soup in a plate. The two of them sat by the fire on stumps when the forest was enveloped in sunset. The woodcutter noted that this was not bad and then asked how often he cooks. The brunette replied that sometimes. He smiled and lowered his head, holding the plate as the man commented that he had done well, as if he had been living here for years. Yuan muttered that this couldn't be true. When the dark-haired man raised his head and asked his guest's name, he thought that it had finally happened. Sitting in the yard near a small fire with a former comrade, the brunette said his name, after which Hercules replied that he was hearing it for the first time and then suggested that he was a ranker. The guy replied that he was still a player. The man glanced at the bowl of soup in his hand when Yuan said that he was quite famous and asked if he had heard of him. He replied that he had been living here alone for quite some time. When he began to eat, the brunette looked at Hercules, saying that sometimes it's worth going out because it's not interesting to live like that, being cut off from the world. The man replied that he himself did not seem particularly close to the world. He raised his gaze as Yuan laughed and said that it was indeed true. While he was picking at the super with a spoon, he added that it was their first time seeing each other, but he felt some kind of closeness. Sitting by the fire and looking back at his plate, the woodcutter said that it didn't look like the brunette was talkative. He replied that the same could be said about him. The guy in the flame light looked up and said that similar people get along well, and then heard agreement. A moment later, his lips curled into a smile. When he then colored it orange, the man said that he still had not introduced himself and then gave his name. Yuan was feignedly surprised and noted that he had heard this name before, and then asked if he was a ranker. The next day, blue skies hung over the forest and logs lay in the yard of the cabin. Hercules pushed the trunks, and the brunette helped bandage them. After a while they came to a forest river. The man washed himself with fresh water while the guy stood to the side in a clearing with bluebells. So the day passed, and the sunset again painted the sky with unexpected colors. Fish was fried on long skewers over a fire. The guy closed his eyes and lowered his head. Then he looked to the side and saw Hercules, who was still carrying logs on his shoulder. Yuan raised his eyes. He saw that the dark night sky above the forest was strewn with many bright stars. A piece of log fell to the ground with a loud sound. The voice said it thought that would be enough. The brunette leaned his elbow on the trunk, and the man sat to the side and bandaged the rest of the trees. He said that on this floor they are heavier than iron, so they are a good material. When Hercules threw several wooden logs onto his shoulder, the guy thought that just by looking at him you could immediately understand that he was the strongest in the tower. He wondered how he carries such heavy weights every day, without using tools and the strength of giants. The man with the trees walked to the side, and then turned to the brunette standing behind him, asking why he was still here and asking if he had said that he was just going to rest. Yuan replied that he thought that living here wouldn't be so bad. while the rays of the sun penetrated the blood of the thick crowns. He added that, besides, there was still time before the test of the tower. Hercules confirmed this. Taking heavy steps across the green grass, he said that his guest would have to leave. Holding several large logs on his shoulder, he glanced back and added that this had to be done before it got dark. Yuan was still standing at the trunk, mentally noting that his gaze would change as if he was about to engage in battle, and then asked why today. The man replied that it was too dangerous here. Standing at some distance from him, the brunette said that he was confident in his strength, but the woodcutter insisted on his own. He turned his head to the side, beads of sweat running down his face as he began to beg. The guy frowned his dark eyebrows and thought that his former comrade looked very lonely. He assumed that he was afraid that he might get hurt, but also did not want to let him see him fight. Yuan said with a relaxed face that he would like to ask one question before doing this. Hercules, still holding the guns, turned to the player when he said that he was very different from what they say about him, and then asked why he hates giants so much. The woodcutter's eyes glowed turquoise as he replied that he didn't know what they were telling him, but should he stop asking? The brunette looked at him with a slightly sad look, noticing that he got along with Surtur and the giants. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as a green light appeared. A green aura began to appear around the man standing opposite him. When she reached Yuan, who stood with a gloomy face, a sign appeared saying that the blessing of the sea surrounded his body. He mentally noted the impressiveness of his mana, and that he thought that his body was about to explode, and even getting stabbed earlier would have been more pleasant. Hercules said that he was asking him stupid things. He placed a stack of logs on the ground and lowered his head, noting that they were not close enough for such conversations. His face was illuminated by the orange rays of the setting sun, and the man repeated that it was time for him to leave since this floor was not like the others. He turned sharply and walked to the side, and the trunk standing behind him fell to the ground. Yuan thought that he expected that they would not be able to have a heart-to-heart talk. After all, they had only spent a few days together in this life. The guy frowned his dark eyebrows with a dissatisfied look, thinking about how he was offended. He asked if he would regret it if he found out the truth. The woodcutter reached for the saber-toothed beast thing. Putting it on his head, he quickly walked to the side, and small tongues of flame began to fall onto the ground behind him. The brunette mentally noted that he wanted to hear these words for the last time. He wanted to hear the stories of his friend and idol. He thought that he wanted to hear the stories of the most respected hero. Hercules walked with a serious look in which a turquoise light shone. The system notified that the 16th day had begun, and communication between giants and people was activated. Black smoke appeared from the ground, and then large clawed hands appeared. The information on the tablet stated that the owner of this realm was changing, and the penalty was increased for unidentifiable races in this zone. Black humanoid monsters with small horns began to appear from the ground, and lava flowed from their mouths. The system noted that these properties now belong to a tribe of giants. Leaving Yuan, Hercules, with a stack of logs in his hands, confidently walked towards the monsters, telling the guy that he had to stay where he was if he didn't want to get into the thick of it. With their mouths wide open, the monsters reached out to the woodcutter, loudly shouting his name. As they approached in a large flock, the man swung the trunk of a tree that glowed green. He hit the ground with a log, and a bright light began to pierce the bodies of the monsters. The man in the skin of the beast froze, continuing to hold the barrel. He gritted his teeth as he began to receive electric shocks as a penalty was issued for his unspecified race. He suddenly began to strike the monster's mouth with many blows in different places, receiving many new fines for this. A penalty has been added to the rancor for unspecified race. Hercules grabbed the monster's face with his bare hands. He swung his hand sharply, hitting him on the ground. A column of bright green energy shot into the sky. The man continued to hit the ground with the log, from which new monsters climbed. The system also continued to impose fines on him for this. Hercules clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes burned with a turquoise flame with anger. Yuan recalled his words about having a clear target before swinging weapons or fists. In his past life, they stood opposite each other, and the man told the young man that using force without having a reason for it is tantamount to murder. The brunette looked at him with surprised eyes, thinking about the goal. Now, with pursed lips, he frowned as he watched the woodcutter's battle. He thought he found it hard to believe even after seeing it himself. He made a mental note that if you don't have a goal, then it's murder. The player mentally noted that he couldn't believe that out of everyone, Hercules was the one sticking to this. He imagined a world painted under the rays of the sun, telling how humans and giants made promises to each other until the end of the war, giving one half to humanity and the other to the giants, not invading others' territories. They swore. A magical green flash caused explosions all around. The main character looked at the furious Hercules, realizing how difficult it was for him to believe it, even after he saw everything himself. He looked at him, frowning, realizing that if you don't have a goal, it's murder. He couldn't believe that among everyone, It was Hercules who stuck to this. He watched as the man destroyed everything around him. There were many explosions around, realizing that he had been destroying himself for a long time, wondering if he was going to restart the war that had already ended. The man's powerful hands pressed into the tree bark, grabbing onto it. He straightened up, knocking him down. He stood in front of the pit, telling Yuan behind him that this area would be safe, and if the guy wanted to survive, then he better go to a quieter place or just stay home. The young man raised his head, thinking that some rankers were disappearing due to fines imposed, as he thought Hercules was as cruel as himself. The guy approached the man, thereby causing him bewilderment. The man turned to the brunette in front of him, asking if he was following him, because he knew his path, but the interlocutor replied that he did not know his intentions, but his goal was to kill the remaining giant. Hercules explained to the main character in front of him that this is not an ordinary giant, he is one of the 3 leaders of giants. Gigants. The young man turned around, looking at the man who spoke about the difficult journey to him, noting that he did not promise that he would remain a target when it came to battle. Then Yuan said that he knew its location. The hellish red fire was actively blazing. They were near a volcano that was erupting, there was lava and ash everywhere. The young man asked if they could take him to the giant. Hercules clenched his fist in anger, trembling a little, asking what he said. Tone grabbed the guy by the shoulder, furiously asking how he knew this. The brunette put his hand on his, telling him to let go. The man removed his hand, stood in front of the guy and apologizing, he asked if he knew how to get to him. Yuan lowered his head when his interlocutor asked him about lava, noting that he had already tried it, but it didn't work out, to which he received a negative answer, saying that it was much deeper. Hot lava was actively flowing down, like a river. Hercules asked the guy to leave for a while giving him his lion skin, putting it on the young man's head. He began to use his power, his legs burned, he tensed. The man crouched, swinging with all his strength as the brunette watched him in the lion's skin. The hero again made a powerful blow, from which lava leaked everywhere and the earth shook. As a result, a hole was made to the floor below, lava flowed there. Yuan received the blessing of the Lion King, which gave him an advantage and resistance to damage, but he was perplexed, realizing that he himself could easily defeat him with the help of a triangle, intending to use what he was given. The man looked at him, asking if he needed to go even deeper, clarifying how much longer they had to go down. The brunette showed him 3 fingers, still in the lion's skin, saying that this should be done 3 more times. Hercules' fist slammed into the ground again with all its might, breaking it apart. From all the cracks around, lava flowed and splashed in sudden splashes to the sides. The man slammed his fists on the ground again, breaking it apart with his ability. The young man looked at the man, whose gaze was directed downwards. He frowned, clearly not believing what he saw, surprised. In front of him was a hole leading underground, where there were green forests and clouds. Then he asked the guy if they were really underground. The brunette removed the skin of a lion whose eyes glowed yellow. The men stood among the flowers. The older one asked, putting his skin back on, how the younger one knew about the existence of this place, to which the guy replied that someone told him. Yuan turned away and looked away from the man on the ground, who was pulling his skin and was interested in the informant. But the brunette did not give a clear answer, arguing that the interlocutor did not know him anyway, and he would not be able to meet with him. The young man looked closely, listening to his interlocutor's questions, wondering if he was really so high that the guy had not risen yet, also not receiving a clear answer. He looked at the pumped-up man who had already put on his skin, realizing that he could not talk about what he learned from him from the future, because he simply would not be able to imagine such a thing. Hercules remained silent when the brunette told him to stop talking, recommending that he follow him if he wanted to find out the truth. The young man walked forward through the green forests, realizing that for the first time he felt comfortable in a long time, because he had met someone whom he could call a friend, realizing that this too could be a trap. The wind blew the guy's hair. He wondered what if the man was a spy for the giants, and he was actually deceiving him. The brunette understood that if he tried to kill him, he would destroy absolutely everything. With these thoughts he stepped forward. The men separated a little, then the elder asked if he seemed suspicious to him, not understanding why he was moving away, but he did not receive an answer. Yuan pointed his hand at the tree, answering the question of why he stopped, saying that if the man hit with all his might, he would understand everything. Hercules thought for a moment, realizing that there was absolutely no sign of a road here, but he still decided to do as the guy said. He clenched his hand into a fist and swung it, intending to hit him hard. The ground around them began to crack, as if an earthquake had begun. Hercules lowered his fist, recognizing what this vibration and energy was. He opened his eyes wide in shock, which glowed blue, realizing that he had found him. In front of the man was the giant himself, who had risen from the ground. The young man tensed, remembering how Hercules killed giants with a terrible death. Because of this, the second Gigantomachy began, then many were sacrificed, including those who could stop the external gods. The guy promised to prevent everything. He looked at the man, asking if he was satisfied and how much he wanted revenge. Hercules was surprised, asking what he knew. The men stood opposite each other. The eldest wondered who the brunette was, at which time the giant stood up, saying that he was interested in finding out who came there, realizing that it was the giant killer himself. He looked at Hercules, saying that he knew why he had gone down to this place. Gigants opened his red eyes wide, calling him the enemy of the giants, because of him, all the lands were soaked with their blood, all those whom he killed. The man's eyes glowed green as his rival threatened to rip his neck out and throw it to Zeus, intending to make the people pay for breaking their word. The young man stood between them, emitting a bright purple light, drawing their attention to himself. There was an arch of bright flames around the brunette. He noted that they only believe in their own strength and fight blindly despite belonging to different races. Zeus held the pendant in his hand, frowning, asking if they even knew the reason for their massacre. Looking at them from above, the giant asked who the guy was, noting that the man was a giant killer. He had killed a huge number of them, and therefore he should kill him, considering this a completely valid reason. The young man asked the man the same thing. In his hands was a pendant that was glowing. He clarified whether he wanted to take revenge on the giant who killed his mother. Hercules took it, asking where the guy got it from, to which he replied that he stole it. The man wondered why Ares had this thing. He was very surprised when he was told to see everything for himself. The pendant sparkled, confirming the user as Alcmene's son. He saw how, as an infant, he held his mother's hand, who apologized for giving birth to him in a world where everyone would only need his strength. The woman was crying, holding a bundle with a child in her arms. She screamed at her son to let go of the snake as he strangled her, scolding him. Alcmene was clearly not happy with this, apologizing with her son to the son of another woman, constantly telling him that he should not use his fists so thoughtlessly. He saw himself as a child, holding a club in his hands and boasting of a rank higher than his father's. The woman looked for him, smilingly saying how well he used the player's kit. Mother and son ran towards each other. They hugged tightly and laughed briskly, closing their eyes. One day a woman was sitting in front of a man. Zeus stated that the child had become a ranker. The woman noted that he was too young to join the war. She looked angrily at the man, listening to him talk about having time before the war began. And until then he could raise his rank. The woman was indignant, asking if he was going to make a soldier out of her son. Zeus objected, saying that it was his son. The redhead objected, saying that it was her son, and it did not matter how much of his blood was in him. The man touched the woman's chin, urging her to have mercy. He bent down, lifting her head, saying that she did not want this child. It was immediately obvious from her. Zeus smirked, rhetorically asking if she loved him, saying that it was obvious since she was constantly caring and protecting him. Alcmene frowned with displeasure, looking at him, calling him crazy because he saw only a weapon in the child. The man bowed before her, agreeing in calling the boy a weapon that cannot be compared with anyone. The woman was indignant at how he could say such things about his own son. He moved closer to her face, declaring that he could have as many children as he wanted, because there were still many women who wanted to give birth to his child. His gaze became more fierce. He thought that if he could destroy this tower completely, he would make 2 or 3 more of these Hercules. After some time, some players began to be killed. The silhouette of a man stood in the doorway, looking at the falling corpses. The girl was in custody of 2 players. She said that the death of the guild leader and ranker was nothing, turning to Ares. The girl looked at him angrily, while the ranker was wondering how exactly Zeus would take him away, but his methods turned out to be cowardly. He then asked if the woman would now be obedient. Standing in front of her, which marked the approach of war, the man feigned pity for the child, asking what his number was and how many Zeus swords he had used and thrown away. The man stood in front of the woman, saying that he did not care about this. The most important thing in this world was to fulfill his will. Ares stated that Alcmene. The giants began to mercilessly kill the woman. Hercules fought with his fists, asking him to stop. The halberds were in his mother's blood. He asked to stop. His hand trembled. He was sad. He looked at 2 female silhouettes in the distance. His mother said she might die soon. The woman shook her by the shoulders, asking why she needed this child, who after her death would be blinded by anger. She urged her to listen and take the child somewhere far away, so that she would pretend that she knew nothing. There was a staircase above them. A woman's voice was clearly heard. Alcmene said that even a child is destined to become a sword, and even if the whole world thinks so, she still will not close her eyes to it. She asked in desperation how she could give up the child to protect herself. The woman touched her friend's arm and asked if she was doing this out of a sense of responsibility, answering in the negative. Alcmene recalled how she clutched the bundle with the child to herself. She looked at the child, while tears flowed from her eyes. The baby smiled, also crying. The woman said that she loved this baby very much and did not stop for a second. She enjoyed the moments they spent together. She enjoyed watching him grow up differently from the rest. being in the blood, alchemy, and at the last moment she was thinking about her son. She lay all stabbed on the floor, thanking her son for giving birth to her. That was the end of her memories. He received a blood drop pendant, an amulet made from her blood drop, deep desires, and someone's strong aspirations. It protects the user and can be saved and used with 3 skills. The giant also saw the memories of Hercules' mother, saying that he too had passed. The brunette looked at the giant, suggesting that he was deep in his thoughts, for he hesitates, but he soon replied that the youth had come here, risking his life, to resolve the misunderstanding between Hercules and the giants. The young man answered positively, realizing that the giant understood the principle of operation of the pendant, which means they could not help but know. Gigant said that he had heard about him, realizing that in front of him was Yuan. The brunette asked if the giant was sleeping, to which he replied that he could not sleep all the time. Sometimes he wakes up and listens to news in the world. He noticed a hole in it, looking at it and asking why they didn't stop Hercules all this time. The giant pointed to his wound, saying that it was from Zeus' lightning, noting that he needed a lot of time to get somewhere. The guy tensed when he heard that the giants were also preparing for the next war. He remembered the tower and many corpses outside it, because the second Gigantomachy was even larger than the first. Many guilds participated in it, but the giants were completely destroyed at that time. He assumed that all this was the fault of Zeus. The giant looked at the young man, asking whose side he was on, but he remained silent. Gigants raised his head, calling it a cunning move. They looked at the man who was kneeling. The giant said that if he was in the same position as him, then he could change a lot with his choice, noting that he had the power to destroy an entire floor, and he had a lot of influence on his choice. The brunette closed his eyes, listening to the fact that the giant did not know about this way of dealing with hatred, noting that he was a small fish in the sea, that he was writing history, to which the young man arrogantly noted how cool he was. The giant began to rise, noting that the guy had never learned modesty. If he had at least one, he would have offered him a high position, but the guy covered his ears, saying that he did not need temptations, because he was already popular. They looked at the man's pendant. The giant said that they just had to wait for him to make a decision. A stream of fire magic rushed towards him like a whirlwind. The man silently looked at his mother's pendant, which sparkled. He tightly clenched his hand with the decoration into a fist. Hercules punched himself in the face with all his might. The man fell to the ground. Then he hit himself in the face again. Afterwards, Hercules stood up on his fists, deciding that this was enough. He sat in front of the youth, asking where Ares was, receiving the answer that he had killed him. The man moved his foot, saying that now his revenge would not succeed. He bowed before the giant, sincerely apologizing for the fact that he was blind and thoughtlessly killed his family. Gigants looked at him with his red eyes, listening to how the offender was ready to give his life if he only asked, but not now. The man rose to his feet, his face bruised, and when asked if he was going to kill Zeus, he answered positively, noting that he would kill his father first and then return to pay for his sins. Hercules looked down guiltily. The giant could not say that he forgave him, because he had killed many giants. The giant bent over him, realizing that he, like his mother, was a victim in the hands of Zeus. He was not going to punish the offender with his own hands. He frowned at the man, saying that if he wanted to atone for his guilt even a little, then he must completely destroy Olympus. Gigants went underground again. Everything around was shaking again. Vibration and noise were everywhere. Hercules put on the pendant, saying that he understood that for the honor of his mother he would do this. The mother's pendant hung on the man's chest and sparkled brightly. The guys looked at each other, thanked the brunette, because if it weren't for him, the battle would have continued for a long time. The young man only noted that he could somehow help him if he really thought so. Hercules responded positively when asked if he would fight against Olympus. The main character said that he would give him a great gift to cheer him up. Everything suddenly lit up between them. Someone began to appear. The man looked at whoever was appearing, thinking that he looked familiar, being like his father, so he asked Yuan what he was doing and who it was. Ares himself sat on his knees in front of the man. The young man called him. The dead man looked displeasedly at the one who called him. He stood up and turned around, looking at his killer, speaking unflatteringly about him. He was very surprised. As it turned out, the dead worship him. The brunette took off his skin and took out his sword. While the dead man fell to his knees, he noted how sad it was that the soul is weaker than the body. However, depending on the person, sometimes it happens that the soul becomes even stronger than the body. He plunged the blade of the knife into the dead man's shoulder, noting that in life he was a strong ranker. Ordinary people would break from pain, but he is different. The guy stuck the blade deeper, looking at the man, saying that he could do whatever he wanted with it. Hercules' eyes sparkled with rage. He looked angrily at the dead man. He clenched his hands in anger, trembling a little, telling Ares to admit that he was wrong, but he refused. Then the man punched the dead man in the face with his fist. The guy was very surprised and began to get nervous looking at this spectacle. The man looked at him angrily, surrounding himself with a green aura of his power, saying that this only made him feel better. Swinging, he struck the offender again. He beat him mercilessly, striking him all over his body. The young man watched all this, realizing how stubborn the victim was because he could simply apologize, wondering if he would die after this. The man held Ares by the collar, swung his fist, beating him to such a state that it was unrecognizable. He screamed and begged for mercy. His face swam somewhere. He apologized, saying that he was sorry. The king of the dead controlled the man of war in battle. The prophecy of the king of the dead increased. Hercules looked him in the eyes angrily, telling him that he would take more beatings. The guy continued to watch the beating, wondering if he would be able to maintain the skill because he had never summoned anyone from hell for so long before. He was given a warning that a person's soul was in danger and he needed rest because his mana was empty. He could barely hold on, sweat running down his face, realizing that it was time to stop him. Exhausted, Ares lay flat on the ground. The men stood opposite each other. The guy kindly said that if the interlocutor wanted to beat him again, he could call him, but he replied that he didn't need to because there were others who deserved his fists. Hercules looked at his opponent when he offered to help, saying that he knew a lot. Then he was asked to say something. For example, he took out a player's kit, first offering to find out who wanted his mother dead, who was the enemy and who was the ally. The man was surprised to see Hades, Hargon, Yuan and his mother. He clenched his hand into a fist. He was told that since they had taken on this, they first needed to deal with Zeus because he alone would not have won. The young man looked after Hercules as he left, throwing on his lion skin, saying that he understood his plan, but he did not tell him to wait until he carried it out, receiving a positive answer. The brunette told him after him that he could mercilessly kill whoever he wanted, but not his father. Hercules frowned at that, his eyes sparkled, and he said that he had to go. The son of God soon flew away with a good bounce, leaving columns of dust behind him as the guy watched him in the sky. He looked up. Ares assumed that he had forgotten that the guy was a necromancer. The dead man looked at him angrily, to which the young man told him to remove this look while he spoke in a good way, but they tried to object to him. Ares immediately bowed down and stopped the young man who was about to call the son of God back. The brunette looked angrily at the man and pitifully asked him not to call Hercules, to which the guy stopped, saying that it was better that way. Ares frowned and bared his teeth when he heard that he could be used as an empty shell, in fact, like any other undead, but he understood that he would not want to fight freely. The young man sat down next to him. The dead man asked if he was offering to swear allegiance to him, to which he immediately refused, saying that he was an enemy of the Olympians, realizing that Hercules would not point the sword at his parents. The brunette frowned, looking at his interlocutor, saying that otherwise he would have to use it in the war, so that he did not feel it. He would use its power as he wished, and then destroy them. Ares also looked at his opponent with displeasure. The guy threatened him that he would kill any Olympian, even if it was Zeus. The men sat opposite each other. The brunette set the condition that if he helped him, he would not send him to battle with the Olympians, promising to give his word to the system, putting the dead man in a stupor with his words. The guy lowered his gaze, realizing that the souls of strong rankers like Ares are always very valuable. The dead man drooped. Looking down, the young man noted how difficult it was to obtain such a specimen, so he wanted him to act of his own free will. The man agreed with rage in his eyes, hastening his interlocutor to conclude the contract, because he understood that otherwise he could be betrayed. The brunette extended his hand to him, asking how many lies there were in his life. The question was rhetorical. He made a contract with an oath. Now the man's soul passed to him. He was forbidden to engage in battle, otherwise the soul would be freed. He received his loyalty, and also his prophecy increased again. The sky was peaceful over the temple of Hera, which was located on the 77th floor. The players went about their business. Someone wondered if the goddess was here, receiving in response that she had not been here for a long time. Hector in the helmet said that the situation is now unstable. Realizing how well the player tried, Mantis closed his eyes, wondering how Zeus and Poseidon separated, indignant how one of the three gods could fall like that. The temple was calm. One of them heard that Zeus knew in advance that Poseidon and Hades would unite. The second confirmed that he had also heard similar rumors. The next moment something fell near the temple, part of it scattered into splinters. The rankers were very panicked. Everything around was covered in dust. They did not understand what it was. Hercules, in a rage, grabbed the dead ranker by the head, squeezing his hair, asking where the goddess was. The rankers were in a stupor, not understanding who it was, what guild he was from, and whether he was afraid to come alone, but then they recognized him as a war hero. He was approaching with a baton in his hands. The others were perplexed as to what the hero of Gigantomachia was doing in the temple. Hercules looked at them angrily, telling them not to force him to repeat himself so that they would tell where Hero was. He clutched his baton, looking at the rankers who told him that the goddess was not here, wondering what he was up to. The man swung and hit the floor, causing it to shudder, knocking the players off their feet. He said that he would destroy the temple. The rankers got angry. Hector called his actions insolence, saying that the rankers of Olympus would not be afraid of the old man who had been missing for 1,000 years, but Mantis was going to solve everything with words. They attacked the son of God. They objected to the brunette, saying that their opponent was Hercules himself. Rankers swung at him, but nothing happened. Hector looked at his opponent in shock, not knowing if he had missed. The next moment the man swung his hand and hit him with all his strength with his baton. The rankers looked at all this, being in shock. They were shaking when they saw the blood splashes. The opponent told them to gather more people if they wanted to fight him. It was clear that he was a giant killer. Hercules looked angrily at them all, who had already mentally said goodbye to their lives. His pendant glittered, and he himself told them to call all their rankers. Yuan slept peacefully in bed while Hargon sent him many messages, saying that Hercules attacked the Hera temple, calling him a madman, not understanding how he did it all. He touched the ball and answered displeasedly that they were the first to attack them, and now it was their turn to answer, realizing that the man was making noise. The blonde angrily asked how he managed to convince him, also wondering why he didn't answer and ignored him. The brunette waved the ball away with displeasure while the blonde continued to write, asking if he was sleeping. The guy woke up when he received a message from the blonde that the preparations were completed. The young man immediately jumped out of bed, sitting down on it after such news. He looked at the ball on which was the same message from Hargon, realizing that this was what he had been waiting for. The brunette was stretching, sitting on the bed. The blonde was indignant at how he pulled all this off, persistently offering to meet, asking what floor he was on. Yuan looked at the ball, realizing that he had done everything right, and now all he had to do was move the pillar that would shake Zeus. He sent the blonde man a reply message telling him to come to the 42nd floor, saying that he had something that could help him. Above the forest there was a completely red sky, because this was hell, the 42nd floor. The blonde stood in front of him, at first silent for a moment, and then asking what he had done. The brunette stood opposite, saying that he should join the battle against his father, Zeus. The guy came a little closer to him, answering his question why, with his own question, was he determined to do this, did he doubt it? But the interlocutor answered no, because his father was the king of Olympus and the ruler of heaven, now he was the 9th in strength. The young man looked at his opponent, which admitted that he was faster than any player, but he could not compete in strength with his father. He awkwardly asked what was the point of him going into battle if he couldn't help him, because the brunette would have had enough strength to do that. Hargon folded his arms over his chest, realizing that the interlocutor was not one to talk nonsense, so he asked why he thought so. The guy replied that there were 2 reasons for this, asking which one he wanted to hear first. The guy confidently stated that the first one shocked him, and the second one was related to the first one. The blonde said that he had never said anything that wasn't shocking, so he hurried him without any hints. He opened his eyes wide in amazement when he heard that Zeus loved one child. They stood opposite each other. The brunette declared that Hargon himself was his father's favorite. The blonde was amazed by this news. The fair-haired man grabbed his head, at first grinning. The young man said that he was saying everything seriously, but the guy still considered it nonsense, finally confirming that then ranks were not important. The brunette looked at him and seriously said that Zeus could only be defeated by the child he treasures most. Lightning sparkled around. The guy noted that when he said it, everything sounded even more implausible. The blonde got angry, radiating his magic, asking why he would like to be his father's favorite. He remembered his mother as a child, saying that he was grateful to his father for giving him life, but he lived longer only because of his mother. The blonde remembered her lips, saying that if he really loved him, then he should have stayed with his mother. The young man also remembered Hercules, telling the guy that he himself knew what his father had done. The same applied to his brother, saying that for him Olympus is a place where success and results are more important than reason and justice. Zeus really didn't limit himself to anything. Hargon stood opposite the brunette, clenching his fists, again asking if he thought his father loved him. The guy looked at him, saying that he had nothing to say if he didn't believe him. The blonde sat down on the ground, holding his head, saying that he knew that everything he said turned out to be true, as if he were from the future. He covered his face with his hand, asking him to wait. Because he needed to think a little, he asked first for a few hours, and then for minutes. The young man watched him from afar, realizing how cruel it was to say this, but he needed to see if he would make the same choice if he found out about it. He looked at him while he considered it all sad, because it all weighed on him. Yuan opened his eyes wide when he heard that they were in trouble. He received a message that he had been ordered to attack the heavenly demon divine cult. Shar showed him the same letter, the addressee of which was Apollo. They flew across the sky in a fiery chariot harnessed to 2 horses. The brunette turned around in an instant to see how the blonde was doing. He looked at the depressed Hargon in the back seat, asking if he had finished his preparations. The guy sat looking down, answering in the negative. They flew on. The fair-haired one asked how they would stop the war, saying that he could not just watch hundreds or thousands of people die in this useless war. The brunette said that it was good. Hargon looked at the interlocutor, asking if he had contacted the Heavenly Divine Demonic Cult, receiving a positive answer and clarification that everything happened on the way to the 10th floor. He was told to be careful. The brunette said that Mugen was already there, so everything would be fine with them. They also had several strong rankers, thinking that they definitely shouldn't have any problems. He was clearly tense, he was haunted by a bad feeling, he wondered why he was so uncomfortable. He looked at the horse, holding the reins in his hand, realizing that Zeus could not use Apollo with Hades, but he had doubts about Athena, Hermes, Dionysus. He wondered if other guilds would help them, suggesting that there should be no guilds that would interfere in the affairs of the Olympians. The realization came to him as he sat as a coachman, clutching the reins in his hands. The blonde looked at the brunette from the front, who was amusing himself out loud, saying that this could not happen, wondering if Zeus would take advantage of their failure, to which he asked his interlocutor if he was again talking about what only he knew. They flew on. Yuan told about the existence of 10 strong rankers who were locked up for a long time in the prison of Olympus. Less than 10 people know their names. The blonde was indignant how he knew this, not understanding why Zeus would release them. The brunette replied that he no longer valued them. He said that there would soon be a Gigantomachy. Hercules had changed, and the 4 supreme gods were divided. Not even Hephaestus, who supplied them with weapons, remained with them. It would take decades to restore if a war broke out, so he wasn't surprised that Zeus could do something, even if it was dangerous for himself. The blonde looked at the guy from the front, assuming that this was his trump card, but he could not imagine a situation where his father put himself in danger. The brunette hoped that he was worried for no reason. The young man grabbed the reins in his hands, saying that they needed to hurry. Outpost of Olympus, the air base of the divine sky demon cult. The iron barrel trembled from what was happening. Athena stood steadfastly near this shaking barrel. She intended to first send Yuan to attack the divine sky demon cult. She sat on her knees in front of Zeus, who stood with his back to her, demanding at least 4 strong rankers, because Yuan had Mugen and Ogong, to which she was told to take Odysseus, Hermes with her, and tomorrow he would prepare another one. He frowned, saying it was time to let him and her in too. She frowned when they complained to her that her father only called him when there was a problem. Athena stood opposite the one to whom she told that she understood how annoying it was for him, urging him not to follow orders and fight properly. But they objected to her, saying that they did not like to fight. Hermes was a blue-haired Olympian ranker with red eyes, considering this a good opportunity to go all out and finish everything quickly, getting rid of the smell of blood. He opened his eyes wide and was surprised, looking at everything that was happening. Their ship was suddenly damaged by someone. Their ship suddenly crashed into a cliff right in front of their destination. The bow of the ship was broken, and the garden of the divine heavenly demon cult was clearly visible from it. Athena was indignant, asking why Hermes did not move the ship to a safe zone, to which he asked what was wrong with her, saying that it was not on purpose and he simply could not, and she would not see this even in Gigantomachia. The girl looked closer, noticing the heavenly demon Mugen there. She thought that he was still finishing his training high in the mountains, but he had become stronger. She watched the garden where someone's red magic was emanating from, realizing that the silence that had enveloped half of the martial kingdom had disappeared. Today the rank of the heavenly demon might change. Mugen stood with his blade in his hand, hoping that the guests were not disappointed by his greeting. The man frowned, urging all the people of the divine demonic cult to listen to him. He directed all the rankers and players into battle, saying that they must defend their cult, to which they shouted and moved to fight. The girl's staff suddenly glowed with a bright blue light. The rankers looked at his action with displeasure. She attacked people with her magic, starting to kill them easily. Athena stood behind Hermes holding a shield, telling him to deal with the rankers while she dealt with those who thoughtlessly used the word divine. She shouted loudly, signaling the army of Olympus to advance into battle. People rushed into battle under the order of the girl who told them to destroy the divine demonic cult. A bloodbath began. People fought among themselves. They swung their swords, cutting each other down, blood spattering everywhere. Hermes used the staff when fighting against the rankers. The redhead thought that the Olympians had gone crazy if they dared to attack them. The ranker looked at him, saying that it was all the fault of the one who did nothing for the sake of the heavenly mountain and became the heir to the cult. Hermes glared at them as the player scolded the other for daring to insult their little master. He pointed his staff at them again. 4 players fought against the ranker, desperately trying to somehow resist him. The brunette stood next to the old man, ordering them to stop, because now was not the time for this, and the guy noted what a mess was going on in this guild. Someone saw Athena from the crack, asking how she knew about what he had to do. Someone was sitting in a sarcophagus. He was told not to move until the girl spoke. He asked if he would be released if he obeyed. The girl looked at him, about to answer positively. Someone guessed that it was Athena. Suddenly she turned around, noticing Mugen's presence. Someone asked if she had released him. He wondered when the girl said that her father had promised, so she should stay there until she was called upon. The girl flew away. Someone in the sarcophagus remembered the name Zeus. Her magic began to destroy the sarcophagus. She repeated the name Zeus louder and louder. The brunette calmly drove the chariot. The egg that lay next to him began to apologize, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was wrong. The egg was screaming to be freed. A crack appeared on it. The egg showed its fangs. In the distance, people were still fighting among themselves. A light female hand touched the corpse of a man that was covered in blood. One of the dead soldiers lay between the hull of the ship and the sarcophagus, sighing heavily. There were still battles ahead, accompanied by a beautiful purple light. The girl remembered the box that shone beautifully. It was a gift for her. The man gave it to the girl, saying that she should not open this box under any circumstances. A tear flowed from her eye. The girl opened the box, remembering that this was a gift that was given to her by the enemy who killed her parents. A beautiful radiance came out of it. She opened the box. Everything around was filled with a beautiful purple light, and they came out of it. The people on the battlefield were very surprised, avoiding attacks, noticing someone in front of them. In front of them was a beautiful red-haired girl. They realized that she was from Olympus, being interested in her type. The girl had beautiful purple eyes. Her name was Pandora. Players stood in front of her, outraged at how she rushed into battle unarmed, assuming she wanted to die, telling her to stand back if she was a support. The players were embarrassed by her beauty, hesitating because they didn't remember such a girl on Olympus, whose beauty they would immediately finish. She asked if they were scared. The player was surprised, falling under the influence of her spell. His eyes also turned purple. Pandora said that in a few minutes they would die a terrible death. The divine cult would never leave the Olympians alone. They would tear her apart. The man was under the influence of her magic. He succumbed to her agitation when she said that the corpse could not be buried on Olympus. It would dissolve and disappear. His death would be cruel, and he would not be able to return alive. The soldiers went crazy listening to her talk about how they would die. They would be killed, and perhaps it would be torture. The players killed themselves, piercing themselves with swords. She also said how they would die in agony and complete loneliness. But now it would not be so painful. The men screamed in pain and fear. Pandora moved forward. Everyone who was under the influence of her spell killed themselves. She drove them to suicide. The girl's eyes shone, giving off the green flame of magic. Athena was very surprised, her eyes widening, noticing the red-haired girl there. She was asked who she brought here. Being opposite her rival, she replied that she did not know for sure, being interested in the same thing, realizing that Pandora could not restrain herself and went forward. She watched all the battles from the air, realizing that if she appeared on the battlefield, they would be able to deal with the cult, but they would also lose their allies. At best, she, her enemy, and Hermes would survive. The girl bit her lip, not understanding what to do, because she chose the best moment to attack. At this time, a fiery chariot flew over them in the sky. The brunette arrived at the battle site. The egg showed its teeth and also swallowed its juice. He opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. He was told several times that the egg was rushing him. Watching the girl, the guy realized that it reacted in a similar way to Pandora. He shouted to the girl, sitting in the carriage. Where was she going at such a slow pace, clearly provoking her? The blonde got out while the young man shouted at her to stay here, because nothing good awaits her there. The blonde man pressed his hands to his ears, frowning and not understanding what kind of feeling came over him. The brunette climbed out next, telling the blonde to go to the Divine Mountain and help the cult leader, warning him not to get too close to the girl. The girl looked at them while Hargon agreed with him that it was dangerous here, warning the guy to also be careful. Yuan rolled down the hills, right in front of her. He clenched his jaw, realizing that it strengthened any negative emotions. It was the first time he felt so bad. He said that he would not win. Everyone would die senselessly, not understanding why he would not give up if the chance of winning was very low. He understood that since the egg made itself known, it meant that it was one of the seeds that reckless chaos had planted. Holding a sword in his hand, he opened his inventory. He was told that it opens its mouth. The young man said that the game has already begun, so you can enjoy it. The unknown egg only trembled. No action occurred. He shouted to her if she wanted him to feed her, not understanding why she was stopping him. The blonde, with the help of his power, wanted to apply a rather weak stone to her. The girl covered her face with her hands. When she asked why she was stopping him, he replied that their existence caused them pain. The young man carefully charged it with a fragment of lightning, which reacted to the kine. There was a powerful lightning strike that broke the ground around. The man took a fighting stance, realizing that this wouldn't even give her a scratch. He understood that he needed to act and not give her a chance. He was very surprised watching what was happening. Suddenly, the young man himself fell into the pit, still holding the weapon in his hand. The girl removed her palms from her face, looking displeased at the brunette. While lying on the ground slightly injured, he noted that Pandora was strong, but he knew that he had to win this fight, even if he didn't know how. She attacked her from different sides as best she could. The guy was once again about to attack the girl. The guy swung his sword at her several times, but she always managed to avoid his blade. The girl looked closely before his next attack. Pandora used magic, causing the earth to crack at the seams. The young man covered himself with his hands so that nothing would fly into his eyes. He carefully touched his wounds with his hand, realizing that close combat would not work because it greatly wastes her stamina. He turned to the egg, wondering why it would not come out and help him if he already had consciousness. The young man looked at his rival, realizing that she had a higher rank than Athena. When she was active, he was told that the ashen eyes were activated as well as the perception field. He knew this time was no different and a head-on collision wouldn't work. The young man transferred the sword to his other hand, not understanding what to do. The fire around the girl raged more. She asked why he wanted to kill her and what bad she had done. Pandora covered her face with her hand and said no. From her magic, everything around caught fire. The earth began to crack at the seams. The girl said that she did not want this. The young man swung his sword, confident that there was another way. In the distance, the soldiers were still fighting. The guy understood that the girl's strength depended on her negative emotions. In such a battle, her strength would only grow. He would have a chance of victory if only he got rid of her advantage. He frowned, guessing that if he used something that could also absorb negative emotions. Athena fought Mugen, blocking his attacks with her shield. She looked at him as he hit her shield once again. They moved from the island to another place, continuing the slaughter there. The rivals looked at each other angrily. The old man was about to swing at her. They moved from one place to another at high speed without stopping the carnage. The girl looked at her opponent, realizing that he was fast, and it was amazing how he could release so much mana at such a speed. His eyes glowed with a violet flame. She understood that he was worthy of the title of Heavenly Demon. The man swung again, and Athena parried the blow, covering herself with a shield. His sword left a good mark on her shield. The girl was still hiding behind him. There were cracks on her weapon. She thought about it, realizing that the brunette would soon fall because he would not be able to cope with Pandora. Their main problem right now was the Sky Demon. She looked at her opponent below, realizing that she only needed to gain enough stamina to restore Pandora, but he distracted her by telling her that she continued to look away. The old man asked if she saw anything in him, citing the actions of the Deputy Lord as an example. The girl replied that it was not funny. She angrily stated that he and his young master would die. Today would be the end of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Even in death he would regret getting involved with the guy. Mugen replied with a smile that the Heavenly Demon Divine cult had been held back for a long time, because even such a bad guild could turn a blind eye to some things. He told the girl that Yuan was stronger than most rankers, so he was able to get the position of Deputy Lord, but that's not all. The old man frowned, noting the young man's special talent, which was his strength and determination. He can find a way to break through when faced with obstacles, and he does not give up. The purple fire shone even brighter. The man said that she would never understand the one who would destroy them all. The girl continued to attack the guy, the fire around her increasing its effect each time. Pandora looked at the young man who shouted that he was hot. He pulled back, realizing that it was weak but capable of absorbing. The brunette attacked his rival again, realizing that the growth of the divine flame depends on the fear of others. All the emotions she has now will increase the fire. He held the sword tightly, realizing that as long as her emotions remained the same, the flames would flare up even more. She hit the guy with a good blow, causing him to fly back quite a bit. The brunette coughed up blood, wounded by her attack. He looked into the inventory, where the egg was oozed from it, screaming at him to put out the fire. The young man smiled, asking if it was ready to hatch. Rejoicing that it was finally ripe, he shouted to it to devour them. The egg began to absorb all the fire, which the girl did. She watched everything that was happening. Pandora's eyes widened, watching everything that was happening in shock. The egg began to develop teeth. It was devouring the girl. The hatching percentage was about to rise to the maximum. The guy frowned, watching carefully, realizing that he was almost hatched and had probably eaten a lot. The animal from there fed on the magic of Pandora. The guy noted that it was different. With only a few moments left, the young man became interested if he hatched now, whether an external god would appear. The percentage reached 100. The guy watched the egg, sitting on the ground. The egg was actively cracking. From there, 2 eyes could be seen. The shell continued to crack. It flew up to the brunette. He asked where he was and if it had brought him to this place. He looked at the egg, not seeing anyone there, but believing that something had appeared. His eyes suddenly turned white and changed color as he came into contact with him. The contents of the egg hatched, and in front of Yuan was a small copy of himself. He called the brunette Dad, and he himself asked if this was an external god. Yuan suggested giving the creature a name. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.